Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we got a lot to talk about. We got the World Series. Okay, we'll talk about that. We got Texans stuff. We've got Kevin Durant was on the pivot. Had a lot of interesting stuff to say. We'll hear some of that.
I bet Ryan Clark got super serious at times.
I know, yeah.
Kevin, when you think of yourself as a man.
What about, well, he did admit he's got a burner account, and we'll hear about that.
He really can't control that anymore since cat's out of the bag on that one.
Diana Rossini stumbling over trying to explain her report. And this just in, I have proof that Mookie Betts is not gay.
Okay.
I have that proof.
All right. That's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah. No, we got
Let's
a lot of stuff.
Let's go to Willie Fritz right now, head coach at University of Houston.
No, we're not.
Oh.
No, that was yesterday. We're going to have Mike Elko today. Did you hear?
9 o'clock. I told the Aggies, they said Coach wants to do it every other week when the season started. I'm like, okay. And then it got to be, they go and they basically take over Death Valley, like literally made it Kyle Field, and then did basically LSU a giant favor by firing Texas A&M fired Brian Kelly. And I reached out and said, hey, guys, it'd be really great if we could get Coach on this week so we don't have to rehash 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
And you got a bye week. The Aggies are on bye week. They go, yeah, let me check with Coach. Yeah, he said he'd do it. How about 9 o'clock? Like, yeah,
perfect.
That's perfect.
Yeah, no, that's great.
So 9 o'clock,
Aggie
Coach
fans,
Elko would join us. The number 3 ranked Texas Aggies.
Yeah, and you should.
Okay. That's
okay. Are Ohio State and Indiana better?
I think so, but I don't know for sure with Ohio State.
Who has the best resume?
I don't know.
I think the Aggies. They have the best.
Indiana's
the best
beating
wins.
the brakes off everybody.
They have the best wins in the country.
Well, that's great, but Indiana wins going away against everybody.
Indiana
has had some.
What?
My resume, I look at how are you doing on defense, how are you doing on offense. I think the Aggies have an issue with stopping good running games. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to hold it against. I think if they played each other, I think Indiana would win.
Yeah, but see, I don't agree with the way you look at it.
But you're only going by strength of schedule.
Like when Texas was still ranked high, you were like, well, their defense is great. Yeah, but they've lost 2 games.
Yeah, but you basically are saying you only are as good as whatever your schedule is.
You're only as good as your record and your schedule. Yes,
your schedule.
Well, that's what you should be judged on. You can't be judged. You can't be judged on stuff that you haven't.
I judge on how you play. I'm talking about how they're playing. I'm watching how they're playing. It's not, you only can. Eventually, you have to play certain teams in every conference. Eventually, you have to play them. And I know what they did when they went into Oregon. Man, I mean, that was impressive.
Absolutely.
That was an impressive win.
That was one of the best wins of the. That was one of the best wins of the season. Yes,
I like the Aggies. You're just asking me a question. I'd say I'm not doubting Kurt Cignetti. He was there last year. He's there this year. They're beating the brakes off everybody. They went in and literally dominated Oregon. To be honest with you, took Dante Moore completely out of the Heisman race. Ohio State, I don't know about Ohio State. I barely even seen them this year.
Yeah, I know.
They're barely even on TV. I don't even know where they are on TV. Who have they even played this year?
Yeah, I know.
They beat Texas, big deal anyway.
Yeah, honestly, we have not seen Ohio State this year.
Have we? I was thinking about this weekend. Well, by now I would have seen 5 Ohio State games.
Well, we saw Texas. That's it.
Yeah, I see Texas a lot. I don't see Ohio State on.
No, you saw Ohio State and Texas.
Oh, that's the only. Yeah, that's like it.
That's it.
I've seen Northwestern more than I've seen Ohio State.
They pounded Illinois 34-16, but they played Wisconsin, who sucks, Minnesota, Washington, Ohio, Grambling.
Washington was a quote unquote good win.
This is big, and they got Penn State.
And Penn State
terrible.
Purdue,
UCLA,
Rutgers,
and Michigan.
and a Michigan team that's frankly, I don't know. That's what I was saying. I feel like I know what I have with Indiana. I don't really know with Sayin and those guys. I'm sure they're really good. I mean, they got probably the best player in college football at wide receiver, but I don't know. They haven't really been.
If you're going by resume, Ohio State is. I can't. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea.
I mean,
Del,
we
who
have
you
to
got?
assume. I mean, they're the defending national champs.
Del, you agree with Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, and Aggies 3?
Well, I mean, they're just. I don't really care because once the playoffs come, once we had the playoffs, I cared less about the rankings.
Well,
and now
Well, as far as
it'll be important when it's playoff time. Who you're playing?
The two Big Ten teams, if they stay on the same track, they'll play each other in the conference title game. We'll find out how good those two guys
that's
are.
what I'm going to find out. And plus, if you're a Final Four, it's actually not going to matter what seed you are because you're going to be playing on a neutral field.
It depends. The matchup, you might get a better matchup. You might get to go to a place you'd rather play in in the second round.
Closer to you.
Yeah, it all depends. So the seeding will matter a little bit. As I said, Indiana, Ohio State to play each other. I think Indiana, they've got their foot on the gas all the time. You saw what they did. Now Illinois has fallen off. They've got another loss, but they beat the brakes off of Illinois, a top 20 team at the time. They beat them like 50 or whatever it was. Of course, they went into Oregon. That's the most impressive win of the season so far. The Aggies are good.
And they covered this last week with his brothers, the Mendoza brother.
Playing.
The little brother came in and covered the number.
I'm less concerned about that than others. But
that's impressive.
I think the Aggies at 3
they covered first and second half.
It's fine. When you talk about the
Aggies covered 2.
Yeah, they do. They went into LSU and won. If you talk about totality of resume, the Notre Dame win still will continue to stack up because I think Notre Dame will wind up in the playoff.
Well, Notre Dame was when it didn't look as great when it was a 2-loss Notre Dame. But I always the whole time I felt like, but Notre Dame, you can tell
they're
going to wind
up.
This,
they're going to wind up probably top 10, top 8, and be in the playoff. They'll be fine.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That's another one that doesn't have a great schedule either. But
like Tennessee.
But if the Aggies go through, go to Missouri and win, beat Texas, win the SEC championship game against Alabama or whomever.
Yeah, if we're projecting that
well,
far,
I don't know. Will an Ohio State win over Indiana or Indiana win over Ohio State mean more?
Who really cares? You're debating stuff that is irrelevant because
Not
they
really.
have to play to win. Yeah, it really is because you have to win. If the Aggies are that good, then they should be the favorites to win a national title.
Well, right.
If they're beating all these teams, it should be A&M minus.
The seeding will matter.
The point matters.
Well, I'm saying they have to play
with your
each other,
matchup. You might get an easier matchup because you're the
Yes.
one. Some of it does matter.
That's
I get
all
what he's saying.
great, but my point is, who cares when you have to play the game and beat the opponent?
Well, he just asked a question. Once the game,
right?
Once the season is over, he's projecting them to keep winning. If that happens,
yeah,
the strength of opponent may determine if you win the game.
They're
or not.
They won't. Well, the polls don't matter at the end of the year.
Well, I'm talking about the CFP, because
exactly.
they take into account what happens at the end of the year. If the Aggies have the best resume and they're number one, that might determine where they play on the neutral
One
site.
of those teams getting beat up top,
and it'll also determine who they play in the second round. Do they get a really good team, or they get an ACC team who's not very good if they're the 1 or the 2? Some of that will matter.
If the Aggies win out, I could see them ahead of Indiana. I don't see them ahead of Ohio State if Ohio State wins.
Well, Ohio State would have to beat Indiana.
I know, but if Ohio State wins out,
right?
They're not gonna displace. They're not going to displace the reigning champ. They're
Ohio
not gonna
State
do it.
has one real quality
But they're
win.
there every year. That stuff matters to people. They're blue
I don't
blood.
know. I don't
They're
know.
blue
You win
blood
the
in the CFP, not A&M.
You win if they go unbeaten and win the SEC. I'm going.
It means
the
more.
Aggies are going to be number one.
It just means
I think it depends on if Ohio State runs through the schedule like they've so far done, unchallenged.
Yeah.
Really,
They're
I could
not
see them saying, "Yeah, the schedule doesn't match up." But
especially if they beat number 2.
they have been clearly offensively and defensively the best team in the country. That perception.
By
could
the
play a
way,
part.
have you taken a look at A&M's at Ohio State's defense? You ought to go look at those numbers. Matt Patricia's got people in a blender right now.
Okay, so they gave up 7, 0, 9, 6, 3, 16, 0.
Yeah. Matt Patricia has people in an absolute blender right now. So they're not bypassing Ohio State if Ohio State wins out, not the national champs. Indiana, they might. But if Indiana beats Oregon and Ohio State, and they were in the big dance last year. I don't know. The Aggies are the newcomers. Aggies have never been here. They don't know what this is like. This is great. Elko would probably prefer that we not spend the first segment talking about this because we could jinx it.
Wow. Longhorn Scott said, Texas will beat A&M. This discussion is pointless.
I'll be surprised if Texas stays within 9.
Guaranteed, he said.
Even at home,
Wow.
I'm going to be really surprised if Texas is even in the ballpark. They struggled so bad against two teams that haven't won. They haven't won conference games.
No, it just was guaranteed.
Listen.
Apparently you didn't – it was guaranteed.
Kentucky have lost 18 straight in conference. Mississippi State hasn't won since 23 in conference, I think. Texas is barely beating these teams. And they can't really score against real teams. How are they going to keep up with A&M? Honestly, A&M's going to score 30. Yeah, I don't listen to his guarantees. I was guaranteed Arch is a great quarterback. Yeah. All I know is that A&M's going to get to 30 on pretty much anyone they play. You're not stopped. And Texas defense isn't very. They're not really very. They're not that good. I thought they were actually really good after Ohio State, and then it turns out, after the last couple, I'm like, I thought they were better than this. What are you going to do when you face the Aggies? Honestly, the Aggies are getting to 31 points on you minimum. Can you score with the Aggies?
Apparently, you didn't see them play Mississippi State last week.
I saw when they were down 17 to the Cowbells in the fourth. I saw it.
Hey, they got bigger fish to fry. They got Vanderbilt this week.
You're probably not getting past Vandy, if we're being honest.
And then at Georgia.
Yeah, this is Scott. You need to hang on and try not to lose 4 games this year.
Well, he's not here for your disrespect because he called in. So maybe stop talking about the man when he's available to talk back.
Let's hear him. I want to hear this.
You're just about to get propaganda.
No.
The Longhorns, great team. Arch Manning never throw incomplete pass.
Marcel Reed, greatest quarterback in all of USA. He has no problem with defense that know how to contain mobile quarterbacks. Yes, indeed. Let me tell you something. Let me paint a picture for you, all right?
Okay.
Let's assess it, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, the Horns' O-line has been really underwhelming, and the season has taken a different route. No doubt, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously. However, when you stop to take a look at this, and you can discount this all you want, I think slowly there's been an evolution of this team. And Lance, you're the son of a coach, for crying out loud. And John, you played at Knox College of all places. Like, if there isn't a guy that understands what it means to, like, bow up and figure out a way to win. But here's the thing. Texas is going to finish 3-1. I'm going to Athens, and unfortunately, until we can beat Kirby Smart, we can't beat Kirby Smart, right? So Pavia, we're going to have a little something for Pavia. And here's the thing about it. So let's imagine A&M keeps winning, and they will, because unless Bama can muster something, which I'm not convinced they will. A&M's playing great. They got a great team this year.
They could definitely beat Alabama. A&M can definitely beat Alabama.
I think Elko's a great coach. I agree. They could beat A&M or Bama. But imagine this. Let's say that plays out that way. Regardless of what Texas does, you're going to Austin. You're A&M. You're on the cusp of something amazing. And all you got to do is beat this team that you hate. The team that made it to the SEC championship before you did. The team that you couldn't beat the last chance you had on the way out of the Big 12. Like, your whole life is measured against the University of Texas. So much so that when they built Reed Arena, they built it like 25 seats bigger than the Irwin Center, right? But this is what these people are. This is their whole thing. Texas, under Pete Kwiatkowski, defends mobile quarterbacks very, very well. This ain't going to be LSU where he's running around like he's going through a flea market picking up what do you call it, bootleg Labubu's or something.
Have you seen Concepcion and have you seen the wide receivers? You think he runs for 250 yards a game? The problem is you've got 2 wide receivers that are going to be massive, massive issues for anybody they face.
Okay, I got a question for you both. What if Caldwell plays great this week?
That's a Scott question.
Okay. What if Caldwell plays great? Are you and I mean the offense looks like a machine against Vanderbilt. Are you benching Arch? Arch?
No, you're not. Look, no, you're not, because if you're paying attention, like, I'm not talking about like watching highlights on ESPN every week in a college game day final.
We don't live
You're
in
watching this
Hawaii.
guy.
We can actually see
Listen,
these games.
Yeah,
Scott.
we watched the game, Scott.
We
He has not been good.
He hasn't been
If
good.
If you're watching the Horns this year, and you can tell me you're watching it, and you're not telling me that Manning is making progress, and he had actually look, the problems we've been facing are we've got to figure out and come out with the right game plan and make adjustments quicker. They did a better job of that. They fart around, then they muster and go, oh, yeah, we got 5 stars everywhere. Let's go win this thing. And they figure it out. They got to do that from the jump street. But at the end of the day, Manning is making progress. Caldwell is here to do exactly what he's going to do. He came in from Troy because he's an experienced guy to fill in when you need him to.
All I know is we got to hang up because we got to go. All I know is dude comes in and throws beautiful passes, and he won the game for you. When Arch went out a couple games ago, he came in, threw a beautiful ball. All I know is if dude plays well this week.
Well, it's not going to be there's no controversy.
No,
I mean, Scott's right.
But
They're
there
not going
should
to.
be. The only reason there's no controversy is because his
last
name is Manning.
Yeah, he would have been
That's
out.
it.
He would have been out way before this.
Oh, no kidding. YouTube TV customers, you can lose ESPN and the sports you love. You won't be able to watch college football or college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. Lance, I want to keep Taqueria.
Taqueria Sarandas. Woo! I wish that Saul would hear this and he would bring us breakfast, Dell. That's what I wish would happen. In a perfect world, I'd have chorizo and egg this morning sitting right in front of me, and a bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast taco. For you, your perfect world might be a bean, egg, and potato taco. It might be something with potato, egg, and cheese. It might be, there's any number of combinations that you have. And they've got your breakfast waiting for you this morning at Taqueria Sarandas. You can go, you can stop in, get it to go. You can pick it up on your way to work. You can sit down and have a sit-down breakfast. Maybe do what I do, which is put your headphones in and get your phone tilted up right and watch one of your shows. Maybe just listen to us while you're eating. You can do that as well on our app. So Taqueria Sarandas wants to feed you for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, for any time. They're not going to bust up your wallet. It's still an affordable, authentic Mexican dinner without breaking down your paycheck and taking that from you. So this is what I want. I want you to get good food at a good price with locations all over the city of Houston for lunch, for dinner, for breakfast. For lunch, dinner, or breakfast, anytime. It's Taqueria Sarandas.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get JT in here, and then I want to play some of this KD stuff. What's up, JT? How you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'd like to talk a little bit about about college football. Thank goodness you guys are finally talking about the greatest sport instead of talking about that trash-ass organization and Kirby. But getting back to college football, I'm a new Aggie fan. I grew up a Texas Longhorn fan. My kid now goes to A&M, or really kind of, started paying attention. Hey, I'm an Aggie fan now, right? One thing about the Aggies is I don't think they have ever really had a good coach. And whenever they hired Mike Elko last year, he's a football coach. He's not a salesman. He's not, flea market salesman. He's not a used car salesman. This dude coaches ball. And apparently this guy knows ball. And they have a bunch of dogs in College Station. And I think everybody, even long-term Aggie fans with this BAS, they're just waiting for the floor to drop out. And I even sense it with you guys when y'all are like, they're Aggies, da-da-da. But tell me when an undefeated SEC team is not getting the coverage like the Aggies are not getting coverage. I mean, they play in supposedly the toughest conference in America. All they're doing is winning. And if you want to talk about complementary football, the Aggies, when the offense isn't doing it, the defense steps up, vice versa. When special teams does something and it needs to make a play, they're making it. If you're watching the Aggies appear to date to be for real. And that's where I think a lot of people are having a hard time understanding it because, again, it's 8-4. Let's wait till November. But if you look at them, I think this is going to be a fun year to be an Aggie.
I think we both agree. I think John and I both agree with you. The problem is you mentioned something.
Yep.
The bottom falls out on the Aggies at some point, historically. So you actually pointed that out. I think we're believers in them. I'm actually a believer, John. I think you're a believer.
Absolutely.
Here's the thing. Do you really think they're not getting any coverage? I think because college football is there's so much pseudo parity in college football right now that I think Pavia and Vanderbilt for some reason have this unusually high amount of coverage. They only have one loss, but Pavia is a little is somebody called him the Baker Mayfield of Johnny Manziel's. I'm like, that's actually not bad, but I don't know. Are the Aggies not getting any coverage? I mean, they were just they've been on national television against Notre Dame. They were on national television. And I said they were the spotlight game against Notre Dame at night. They were just the spotlight game against who'd they just
LSU.
play? Against LSU. Like, they've already got 2 spotlight games in their first 7. I don't know that they're not – and they've been on national television, I think, 5 times.
And Lance talked about it a little bit earlier. Ohio State is there. Ohio State is – you know what? They've got the reputation. They're there every year. You know what? They're getting a pass. They don't need a pass. Look at they've given them 41 points all year in 7 games, but they haven't played anybody. But they get the respect. The Aggies need to earn that. The Aggies have got to earn that to be at the top and stay at the top of college football because, like exactly what you said, the bottom falls out. If the bottom doesn't fall out, they're starting to get a lot of love. I'm seeing Herb Street and Galloway and all of these guys talking about the Aggies. I mean, the Aggies are real. The Aggies are really, really good, and they're starting to get love. But a little slow to the table, you can understand it. The Aggies haven't done it yet. They haven't been there yet.
I'll flip it on them. How much have you heard about Ohio State this year? We just got done talking about it.
Yeah.
Ohio State, the Aggies have gotten more coverage than Ohio State, in my opinion. At least what I'm hearing, I don't see anyone talking about Ohio State. And it's just because they're a given, they're a known commodity, and now they're playing a Penn State team that's not any good this year. They don't play Oregon. They don't have a competitive. Washington was a good win at Washington, but who are they going to play? The Texas game was a big deal when it went down, and then Texas hasn't lived up to the hype. So that game kind of drifts away. Like, I don't really think about that game anymore.
Yep.
Like, I still think about Notre Dame, A&M beating Notre Dame. I still think about that because Notre Dame's on my mind. I know Texas only has 2 losses and Notre Dame has 2 losses, but their route to these 2 losses, their route beyond the losses, Texas started as number 1 and now they're like out of the – are they still out of the top – did they make it into the top 25 this week? With that come-from-behind 17-point win against a team that hadn't won in their own conference in a couple of years.
They're 20th.
Yeah, that's like we all know.
They still only have 2 losses, even though
I know
they're hanging on by a fingernail.
They're plus 1,500 to make it into the playoffs. And even Scott, who's as delusional as it gets, to an extent, he even said, we're not beating Georgia.
They're not getting into the playoff. They're not getting into the playoff.
Now you beat Pavia. That's
that'll be good if they
you
beat
beat Vanderbilt. That's a good win for the Longhorns.
Yep. Heck, how about that? Vanderbilt is a quality win.
I would say it's their.
It'd be
their best win of the year. It's better than Oklahoma. The Oklahoma win doesn't. It's starting to mean a little less. It means a lot, I should say, to Texas. But Vanderbilt's a better win, right, than Oklahoma?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Vanderbilt is.
Congratulations, Keith. You found one.
At the time, Oklahoma was 6th in the country.
Yeah,
but I guess it's a better win. After last weekend, Ole Miss beating Oklahoma, I guess it's a better win. All right, I mean, we'll get to the KD stuff on the other side. But we have to continue to remind you, it is important. It is important that you get to keepmynetworks.com, keepmynetworks.com. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball. You don't want to lose it. You don't want to lose all this stuff. So go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN on YouTube TV. And for those of you that are doing your own payroll, you need HR&P. HR&P. HR stands for Human Resources and Payroll. That's what it is. What a great name, HR&P. And listen, they will take care. I set them up. I set Chris up with a friend who's got a business, and I said, "Hey, why don't you take a look at this business?" And they did. They did a deep dive into the business, and they found that they could save them $150,000 a year. That is, and they've only got 35 employees, 35. And they could save them 100. Now, what is that to the bottom line? And that's a small company. That's one of their smaller companies. What they're saving bigger companies is incredible. If you've got branches in other states, that's not a problem. If you've got 1,000 employees, not a problem. 2,000, doesn't matter how many employees you've got. But they will save you money doing the payroll, doing the HR. And the technology is second to none. It's flawless, and they're doing your taxes as well. It's all perfect. Let them look at your business. It's absolutely free. Let them look and see what they can save you at hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
With some flavor in your ear this morning. Flavor. Craig Mack singing like this. Craig Mack. Craig Mack was one of the original mumble rappers, but I like Craig Mack. Oh, John, you would hate it today. We're wearing hoodies. It feels good outside. Children are laughing and playing. Puppies are rolling around in the grass, having a good time. Everyone is enjoying themselves in nice weather. You would absolutely hate it.
Oh, it's going to be 85 here.
It's not oppressive.
It's going to be 85 here. Perfect.
We're going to be in the 70s. Ugh, gross.
That's gross.
72.
No, got this morning.
Actually,
it was
we
hot.
may not even get to 72 this morning.
That's terrible. I hate that.
Lovely.
It
is.
How we've known forever. You got the KD burner thing ready? We've known forever that Kevin Durant had a burner account. We've seen it, right? It was a couple of years ago.
He admitted to it. He's already admitted to it previously.
Yeah, he admitted to it. But we never. I mean, we're all like, KD, don't be soft. Why do you care? Why do you care? Well, actually, he explained why he cares, and it's actually kind of funny. He was on The Pivot with Ryan Clark. Who else is on that?
Oh, by the way, our boy Brian Caswell, super Aggie. I'm sure he's listening every day now that the Aggies are really good. He's like patio weather at his restaurant, Latuli. So I'm going to go enjoy patio weather and listen to the Pivot podcast with Kevin Durant. It's also Fred Taylor and Channing Crowder.
Yep.
And they usually just nod to what
whatever
Ryan's serious conversation is.
Right. He didn't cry in this one, I don't think.
Did he apologize for anything?
He didn't. I don't know if he apologized for anything yet. But here's KD on his burner. He asked, why? Why you got a burner?
Did you have the little button switching back and forth?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Why?
Because I wanted to be stealth. I didn't want nobody to know that was me. I mean, that's really why you get a burner account.
I can see you cussing him out. I can see you cussing out, what's his name, Windhorse, all them, Sham Sharania. Why are you so worried about what the man living in his mama's basement say about you?
I mean, he need to know too. Like seriously, if you're questioning what I'm doing, then shit, why not get it from the source if you that interested? So yeah, sometimes it's a millions and millions of people that I probably overlooked.
Yeah.
But when I respond to 2 or 3 people, it's like, how you talking to everybody? I'm like, you're exaggerating now. I'm talking to everybody. I might talk to 1 or 2 people here and there. I might give them a quick 30 seconds and then I'm moving on about my day. But
to the next one.
Like I said, when you look at the big picture, I really believe that these people that I might be on sometimes, they enjoy these interactions.
100%.
That might push them to go buy some more NBA tickets or buy the league pass or want to subscribe more to our game. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if we all were a little bit more authentic with these responses, all of our games will grow. And I'm starting to see more and more players now. You seen Russell Wilson. Every time I see a guy come out and just say something like that, I'm like, I know I inspired that just a little.
Bro, hold on a second. He was asked about his burner, and then he switched it up.
Well, he says, I'm growing the game.
But from a burner, he didn't answer the question. The question is about why are you doing it from the burner? They need to know, too. Then just do it from your – now, I don't know how much he uses burner because he comes from his regular account now. I doubt he even uses burner much because he gets – and here's the thing. He will just come after a random person who makes a comment. I've seen his when he has an interaction, it goes viral. Right. And I've seen, he went after somebody who's a Rocket fan the other day. I can't remember the guy's name, but this Rocket fan on Twitter made a comment, and KD had to come in after him. And I'm just thinking,
he got me off the top rope.
It wasn't even that big a deal, to be honest with you.
Hey, I had.
They need to know too.
The other day, I put out the D'Amico thing. Right? The other day. Uh-huh. And I had to tell a guy to EAD. That's all.
Why? Do you think you went Kevin Durant?
He started it. He called me a jackass, and he came after me. Well, so I had to call him a dumbass and EAD. That's all.
Well, I don't think that's not what Kevin Durant is proposing.
Well, that's what I did.
He kind of does call people that in a way.
Well, why you got to be ugly? I said, why are you so mad? Why you got to be so
You want
ugly,
Bill O'Brien on him? What are you so mad about?
What you so mad about? Right. I don't know. Is your video stopping minus appears to be going in and out?
I don't know. I'm not even looking at it.
I don't know. But it sounds good. Okay. Last night the Blue Jays came back 6-1.
Golly, they beat Ohtani.
If they would have won that game the other night, they'd be on the brink right now
Of a sweep.
Well, no, not a sweep because the Dodgers won game 2.
If they had won the game the other night.
The Dodgers, if they won game 3 in that extra
Oh, wait,
inning,
we're already on game 4.
we've got 4 games in.
That's
already.
right. That's right.
Yep. So it's 2-2. So, but listen, they ain't going away now.
The Dodgers were minus 600 to win the series headed into that series. It's headed into that series.
How about
That's
that?
disrespectful to a team who's already proven that they can put some run on your good pitchers. They did that on Blake Snell already. And when you get to the end of the year, you just never know what guys have left. So that was I thought that was a really, you want to make it minus 400 or whatever, that's fine. But minus 600 against the Blue Jays. And now that they've made it 2-2, like, shoot, anything's possible. I mean, the Dodgers are still the favorite. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. I don't love that they got you Savage back on the mount, but we'll see.
Yeah. he's not.
Well,
he's
but
not
they
great.
he won game 1. So, you know what? Here we go again. Here's game 5. 3 games left in the season.
Wait,
That's
wasn't
it.
he the one pitch? No, was it game 1 or game 3 that
Game
he was
1.
pitching? Who was
Savage
pitching
beat
game
Blake
3?
Snell.
Oh, that's right.
And they got
That's right, because I was at the Rockets watching that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but here, okay. So after the game, they lost the game, and this is the question that was posed to Mookie Betts, who I got to meet. He's actually a pickleball player, and I told him I beat his ass in pickleball. And,
You told who this?
Mookie.
Why would you tell a grown athlete that you would beat his ass in pickleball?
I told him I beat his ass, and that's all. And he said, "Well, let's go. What? Come on, tough guy, let's go." And so,
So you never played him?
No, at some point, no. I could say stuff and not do it. That's fine. That's fine. That's what. But here is the question. It was a weird question. Here was the question posed to Mookie Betts last night.
When you put your head on the pillow tonight, what will you think about? When you go to bed tonight, put your head on the pillow tonight, what will you think about Shohei? Will you think about Freddie? What jumps out at you?
I'm probably not going to think about another man while I'm in bed.
Fair enough.
I wish he would have said that Italian dude that got caught up in the Chauncey Billups thing, and he was been talking about you.
No, I'm not the Italian dude that got caught up in the Chauncey Billups thing.
Well, to be fair, there
there's a lot of other Italians that are in it.
Many Italians.
He's one of
most Italians.
One of several Italians.
No, the one with the
the guy who challenged me to pickleball. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, he didn't think about me. I just got now. Is that not proof positive to Mookie Betts? He's just telling everybody, I'm not gay. Just so you know.
I don't think that's
what
proof
he wanted to tell that
of
man.
anything.
That's what he told that man.
When he lays his head down to sleep, he don't think about another man. That's fine.
Do you think that it will upset a lot of Californians?
No.
Here today,
I think they're
that
more
Mookie said
upset
that.
about losing to the Blue Jays. I think that's what they're upset about.
Yeah, I think a lot of them. Let's just be real. An LA loss is within our sights. A collapse. Like I got to see the Yankees collapse.
Is it a collapse?
Well, yeah, because everyone thought this is like, all right, we look at this, we roll through the NLCS, we're going to roll. They will be as disappointed as the Dodgers were. I mean, as the Yankees were. Yeah. It was another Yankees disappointment. It couldn't have gone any better. And now if the Dodgers lose to a Blue Jays team that doesn't have lockdown starters, it's not like this is a team.
Aren't they the 1 seed from the AL?
Who?
The Blue Jays?
Yeah, but no one's perceiving them as a real threat to the Dodgers. That's why they were.
Well, it's too late.
That's why it was minus 600.
Everyone's perception is wrong.
This is you being saying this.
What?
Bi-coastal.
Bi-coastal? I don't know.
You grew up in L.A. as a Dodgers fan.
I just don't know if I position it as a collapse in a series they've never led it.
Oh, it's
actually they tied.
Everyone
the series.
thought
Blue
they
Jays
were
did.
going to win.
But the Blue Jays
in.
took game one. I mean,
you don't think the Dodgers fans?
I'm sure the Dodgers fans do, but who cares?
Do you think the
They're not
Dodgers fans? Well, but this is who I want to feel the pain. Dodgers fans.
Yeah.
Who else would I care about?
That's fine.
Not the
Listen,
players. I care about the fans having a terrible life.
Last night I was
life.
last night I was going home, and I stopped. It was in the second inning, and I stopped to get something to the grocery store, and there's a guy in a Dodgers hat and shirt on. It's the second inning, and he's at a grocery store. I said, "You're a terrible fan. You are not a good person. Why are you wearing that stuff when you're not even watching the World Series game?"
Maybe his wife sent
How do you know he didn't have an ear? How do you know he wasn't listening on the radio and had an earbud in one ear?
He didn't have an earbud.
You don't know that man's life. Maybe he got bossed out of the house by his wife.
Well,
hey, go get me something.
It's even worse.
Maybe
than
his
I thought.
child had 104 fever and he had to get. Wow, somebody's kid had 104 fever and he's not allowed to get medicine.
He could be a great dad.
He was in the meat department.
Well, everyone's hungry at home.
Maybe his son said only protein will break this fever.
Get that stuff done, Dodger fan.
When the wife tells
and
you
watch.
something,
You're not even watching the World Series.
It's a long game. He had 18 innings the night before. He knows it's going to be a long one.
He didn't stay up for the 18. I don't know anybody that stayed up for the 18. Nobody. No one stayed up for that.
No, you couldn't have stayed up.
It was impossible to stay up.
It was literally impossible to stay up.
Was that a better game or Game 5, Dodgers Astros?
What Astro fans?
I wouldn't know. I didn't watch. I couldn't make it past like the 12th inning of the Dodger game. How would I know? I don't know what happened those 6 innings. Nobody cares about the Dodgers. Well, they all cared about the Astros.
That's right.
Beating the Dodgers.
Everybody watched.
Everyone cared about that.
Quite a bit about the Dodgers.
I care about them having a.
Everyone cares.
I care about them having a bad day.
About the Astros.
Except for my guy Saul, who grew up in L.A. and is a Dodgers fan, and he's right now listening from Talk Radio Around Us. He said Dodgers in 6. I don't think so.
Oh, stop already.
I don't think so.
No.
Shohei Ohtani is not going to hit 2 and 3 home runs every game.
No, he was. How about 0 for last night? He sucked, and he got the loss on the mound.
He was the donkey of the day. Donkey of the day.
You Charlemagne? Donkey of the day.
I didn't know if you picked that up.
Yeah, I picked
donkey
it up.
of the day. Yep. Because I feel like we should have invented that.
Well, too late. He got to it first.
Yeah, no.
Charlemagne the God.
Well, we could call it Ass of the Day because that's the same thing.
I thought
didn't hit the same way.
Those are different sites. I think we're talking about Ass of the Day.
Yeah.
That's a different site
You're
altogether.
Find that on a different site.
There is something called Ass of the Day.
Yeah, there's something else, but it's completely different than what you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. Booty. No, can't do that one either.
No, that's not really hit what we're trying to accomplish here.
We've got
dunce of the day.
Jackass.
Who says dunce?
Jackass of the day.
Who says dunce anymore? That's a dead word.
No one says that.
No.
Only CJ's the only reason he brought back lollygagging.
Yeah.
We got to have
shenanigans. Lance Berkman brought that
shenanigans. Back. Shenanigans is a good word. Yeah, a lot of these words are just dying.
Yeah.
On the vine.
Let's talk right now. You know what's alive and well and bigger and better than ever? Republic Boot Company. Bigger, better. They bought the entire building, okay? Now they can fit up to like 200 people. If you've got a party, a corporate event that you want to have, or just, I don't know, an engagement party, or whatever it is that a Christmas party, have it. They got a stage. They got the music. You don't even have to just go there on Friday. It's a party. They got a bar where they can't sell anything because they don't have a liquor license. They just give it away. It's an incredible place. We love it. But here's the deal. It's got leather, okay? So if you want anything leather, whatever it is, and if you want to customize, you do it now. You got to do it now, okay? And, Lance, you can get rodeo ready now.
Yeah, you've got to go there for your boots. I mean, right off the shelf, these boots are incredible. But they can also custom fit it to your foot. They've got hats. They can custom fit the hat. They've got cowboy hat cleaning. They've got your belts, belt buckles. They've got whatever it is that you want. All of your accessories are available there as well. It's like it's basically like you're stepping into a museum of Texas. It's really cool. Somebody who grew up with Texas history and taking classes in Texas history, a lot of cool stuff is in there that I think you're going to really enjoy. If you're in the Heights and you just want to drop in, then drop in. But I can promise you this, if you're looking to get ready for the rodeo, there is only one stop to make this year, and it's republicbootcompany.com. Guys, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN. What is that going to mean? Well, it means you're going to lose Monday Night Football, College Game Day, college football, NBA, college basketball, and so much more. If you want to take action and try to save ESPN and all their channels, make sure you go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Hey, a reminder, too, for all of you out there. Go to Damaris.com right now and get your turkey. Order it now. Now. Do not wait. I'm telling you, do it. Do it. Do it now. It's the best turkey. Best turkey. If you want it for Thanksgiving, make sure you do it now so that you get in. All right, so the Broncos, this is kind of disturbing. They have the most sacks, and they give up the fewest sacks. That means their lines are really good. That's a problem. But have they played the Texans yet? The answer is no.
What does that mean?
They haven't played Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
Okay, I thought you meant have they played Blake Fisher and
yeah, they haven't
Jake
done
Andrews.
that either. Ursary. Okay. Ariante. Yeah, who had his best game last week. Yeah, that's right. That's right, I said it.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll mean a lot on Sunday.
Ooh, Nick Benito.
And Cooper.
Yeah.
And the rest.
Whatever. He's number 0, just like, oh, did you hear Aziz mic'd up? Did you guys hear it?
I saw one thing with him.
Yeah, he was.
I just imagine it's like, yeah, let's go,
Yeah,
and then
he
bleep in.
screams
and,
a lot.
I imagine there's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
that.
all I saw.
He screams a lot. Yeah, he was telling Will Anderson, "You're my guy. You're my." He said a lot of bad words. Aziz says bad words.
You're my.
Yeah. You're my guy. Yeah.
You're my guy.
I don't care what you did. You're my guy.
I don't care what you did.
Well, he jumped off sides once.
Oh, okay. I was like,
And Will Anderson should be saying that to Aziz. I don't care if you didn't cover a running back out of the backfield. I don't care if you got a 15-yard penalty. I don't care if you didn't have the speed to get to the edge and beat the guy turning the corner. You're still my guy.
It's rather specific.
I don't
about
care
all
if
his
you
mistakes.
never got downhill and let climbing guards get up on top of you on the second level. You're
You're
still my
what
guy.
D'Amico. You're what D'Amico
I
was
am.
talking about. The
I am.
negative.
I am.
Okay. You just want clicks.
I'm just
You
holding
just want
accountable.
clicks.
All I'm doing is trying to hold the people I love accountable.
They don't hear
That's
the,
it. That's
the
all I'm doing.
negative noise anyway, so it doesn't matter.
They don't
You
hear
love
this.
them, huh?
All
No,
I'm
you don't
trying
care.
to do is
You
hold
don't care about
accountable.
Joe Mixon. You don't care.
I care a lot about him. Well, not now that I dropped him, but I used to care about him a lot.
When you had him on your fantasy team?
No, I actually care if Joe Mixon comes back, but I've just been told by you that he's out for the year.
I've never
And
said
that means you don't
I've
care
never
about
said that in my life.
When's Joe Mixon coming back, John?
No one knows.
Oh, you don't know.
I said no one
Do you
knows,
think he's
which
coming back?
includes me.
Do you think he's coming back this year?
Do I think he's coming back this year? No.
You've told me no. There it is. Out for the year.
I don't tell you he's not coming back.
Don't
I
care
said I
about
don't
Joe.
think he is. Okay? That's different.
No, I think Joe's mental health would be benefited by coming back. So I hope he plays because I think he would be
Yes.
better for it. So I do care about him. I don't know why you keep saying we don't.
I know, right?
We want him to play because I assume football is a big part of his life, and being away from football probably is not great for him. So let's go, Joe. In fact, let's
Yes.
hashtag Let's Go Joe.
Yes, and we want Joe to be happy.
And I think
Right.
football makes him happy.
That's right. Playing football makes everybody happy. Play football, Joe.
Let's
Come on
go, Joe. Let's go, Joe. No, okay, we're not doing that. All right.
No, we're not doing Let's
All
Go
right.
Joe. No. All right. We are doing Let's Go Rockets, right? We are doing that.
Yeah. Let's go Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yes. Bring them out. I'm sticking the Thunder all day long. Thunder stick. We should have won that first game. We should have won the second game. It's like we're 3-0.
So they're at Toronto tonight. At Toronto.
I pray for their safety in Toronto.
Okay, so it's a 5:30 game. I think Toronto, they want to get out of there so they can watch the World Series. They've got a 5:30 game
Makes
tonight.
sense.
Wait. Why is it 5:30? Oh, yeah, World Series, yeah. It's got to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, wait a minute, though. the NBA is acquiescing a schedule to the point of having a game at a time. Now it's an Eastern conference, it's an Eastern time zone, but they're doing a 5:30 start,
right? Which is 6:30 there,
which isn't crazy.
No, that's not crazy, but it is early. It is. Yeah, it's not normally that early, but I think they probably said, you know what, let's move this up a little bit.
It makes sense that for the NBA to play along with baseball like that, and the Toronto fans is pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool because for us, people like us, we would care about both games.
Absolutely.
I mean, honestly, we actually probably would barely watch any of the Raptors game. We'd just be locked in a World Series.
Well,
this is World Series.
Seattle had their playoff game while they were playing the Texans.
Yeah, but you're not caring about. There's 78 more games to go. Like the World Series is going to have all your attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're probably the game's in L.A., right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So the game starts.
So you're not going to go to the park.
The game starts at 5.
You'll probably watch
7, right?
You'll probably watch the Raptors on TV for the first half.
It's 7:00 at home. So the hour you're going to be.
You'll be done.
You're going to have about an hour left of the Rockets game when you throw the first pitch.
6:30 Eastern, yeah, and it starts 8 o'clock Eastern
for them, yeah.
Yeah, they'll watch the first half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, don't waste your time with the Expos documentary, Who Killed the Montreal Expos on Netflix. Wasn't that great?
No.
It's like, hey, they got Larry Walker, Pedro Martinez. They've got some different guys they talk to. And I learned stuff about how dysfunctional the Expos ownership was. Basically, the dollar, I can't remember what the dollar is in Canada, what it's called, but their currency, but it was worth about 71 cents to the dollar. And the athletes were being paid in American dollars. So and the economy in Quebec City and Montreal was it wasn't good. I mean, they were having a hard time keeping hospitals open. They were trying to get a new stadium. Like, it never had a chance. The Expos literally never had a chance. I didn't realize that baseball went back to the early 1900s in Canada. I didn't realize that.
Really?
But so there were some interesting factoids, but when it's all said and done, there's something annoying about having to read. I'll read a screen if it's in most languages, but French Canadian, for some reason, it was annoying me. And you know why? Because the filmmaker was Canadian, was French Canadian. And I know that every one of those people on that screen can speak English. I know that for a fact. And don't ask me how I know it's a fact. It just is a fact. Every one of them can speak French and English. Every one of them. And they did the whole documentary, and almost everyone other than Larry Walker and Pedro Martinez were speaking, and one other guy, and David Sampson, who's kind of a he's a real smart ass. But they were all speaking French. And I'm like, guys, come on. I know you're making this you're making it for a Netflix documentary. Speak English. Okay.
Yeah.
What's funny, Del? Because I'm going full speak English.
It's not even this country, and you're telling people to speak English.
I know, but English is also your language too. If you wander outside of Quebec City, you're speaking English. Toronto's not speaking French anywhere else. Canada's not speaking French in Vancouver.
I mean, there are documentaries from other parts of the world, and you're not yelling at them to speak English if you watch.
Yeah, but this is especially irritating because I know the Canadians can speak English. I don't know for sure. If it's Spain, that's your language. But let's face it, outside of Quebec City and Montreal, everywhere else speaks only English. So do yourself a favor and make yourself more Netflix friendly. Speak English.
I just think when you think about
this, tired of reading this.
You're yelling.
That's something I would say.
You're yelling.
I love that you're
at people in a
when it came out of my mouth and Del starts cackling, laughing in there, I knew it. Like I probably went over the top.
They're in a different country, and you think you should tell them how to speak?
How much?
I've never felt uglier.
English there, though.
I am an American. I am an ugly American here, but I don't care. If you want me to enjoy your Netflix documentary, I don't want to have to. It just got annoying to be like, oh my God, I gotta keep reading this French when I know you can speak English perfect, and it's probably your primary English, or primary language everywhere outside of Quebec City. Come on, what are we doing? They just didn't have enough money. They don't have billionaires there. Like Jeffrey Loria came in and was a creep. Oh, my God. Jeffrey Loria was terrible. And his son, David Sampson, who was a stepson who ran the team.
Son-in-law, right?
No.
Stepson.
Stepson.
Okay.
He ran the
okay.
team at age 30 or 31. Oh, my God. They couldn't have treated the people in Canada like they just dumped on the people in Canada.
Good.
It was, but it's not like I said. I would rather, there's other shows I'd rather see other than
I just think of your letterbox review. Speak English.
I wouldn't usually say that, but for Canadians, I feel like, come on, we're on common ground here.
Do this underdog commercial in French.
I wish I could fake a French
with a French accent.
Was it vis-a-vis?
I got to interject these. You sure you want to do that?
Nope, I don't. Because then I'm going to have to redo it.
I would.
On the flex option when si on tot un deux un cent and de cent de I don't know.
He's doing it with a German accent.
Well, it always
they have a history.
Creeps back. Listen, Underdog Fantasy.
They do have history.
This is the start point right here for Underdog Fantasy. Just know this: you got World Series. Oh, did you go lower on? You said, you know what? I'm going to fade the public. After a big game like Shohei had, I'm going lower on total bases on Shohei. And you won. Or you said, I'm going higher on total batters faced for Shohei. Because this is what I was looking at. This is what I said. I said, look, the bullpen just got used like crazy in the last game. They've got to have Shohei go 6 innings. So I went higher than 17.5 innings pitched. That was a winner. That's what you do. See, you take a look at the games, you break them down. You've got Rockets playing tonight. You know, you'll go take a look at, can Tari Eason do it again? Have they readjusted the numbers on Tari Eason? Are we going lower on Reed Shepherd because it looks like he might start losing some of his minutes a little bit? It's things like that. We break down the games and we make decisions on higher or lower based on how we think the game is going to go. So that's how you do it with Underdog Fantasy. It's great. With Underdog Fantasy, you have so many stats for so many players that there's something for everyone. You can pick multiple players where you go higher or lower, and the more you pick, the payouts get really high, get really, really high. And if you want, you say, I feel good about this, but not this one so much, then put the flex option in. So you can win 3 or 4, 4 or 5, and you still get paid. It's my good friends over at Underdog Fantasy. I've been speaking for them for 3 years. I love Underdog Fantasy. Download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you are going to get $100 in bonus funds and bonus entries when you spend your first $5. That's it. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. Don't miss out on ESPN if you're a YouTube TV customer. A lot of channels going away. You'll miss college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A reminder that YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN. And take action. KeepMyNetworks.com. If you want to keep ESPN, you got all the different sports that you got to watch. Go to KeepMyNetworks.com. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776.
I got to tell you something. Ryan Poles, GM of the Bears, is catching it. You know why? This is the common refrain. He's catching it now because not only has Jaden Daniels outplayed Caleb Williams, although Jaden Daniels was having that year that we talked about. No one thought it was possible. They can't possibly. This happens. It happens where things just don't go as planned. You know, a lot of it has revolved around his injury, but Jaden Daniels is not having that second year. So, and when he has played, he's played good. He hasn't played great. He's played good. But now it's not only Jaden Daniels, it's Drake May. Now, listen, nobody was taking Drake May over Caleb Williams. So this is people are now going, oh, Drake May's playing better than Caleb Williams. Not one of those fans would have taken, not one Bears fans would have taken Caleb Williams. Basically, none of them would have taken Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Basically. But I just noticed Ryan Poles is trending, and I'm like, I wonder why he's trending today. And the Bears fans they're on him right now. That last loss that they had to Baltimore, people are not liking that very much.
No, he didn't play well. He didn't play. But the Bears will be – listen, he's going to have Ben Johnson for a year, and he's going to be better. He's going to be better. Ben Johnson is to me, it's all about that. Who's coaching him? Look at everybody with a good coach that knows how to teach young quarterbacks is six. I mean, why is Drake May playing so well?
Well, I talked to Alonzo yesterday, Highsmith, who's with the Patriots, and I said, Zoe, I got to tell you, I didn't see this coming this quickly at all. Number one, he's throwing with better accuracy. He's playing with better poise. He's playing with better timing. And Alonzo said, it's funny. I told my dad, Alonzo's dad's in his 80s now, but former college football player. I mean, he's former college football, Canadian Football League player, longtime coach. He said, I told him, you know what? I was watching last year on tape. I went and watched Drake May last year, and all these players around him had regressed from their year prior. He said, and I saw him still competing, making plays. He said there were things where you saw on tape where you say, man, this guy has got something special from a competitive standpoint where he doesn't get rattled. I mean, I didn't see it coming this quick. I really didn't think it would happen this quickly, but he's playing at a terrific level. And I was not a big Michael Penix fan, and he's going to end up being, I think, just a guy in the league. But the rest of the quarterbacks, I think Caleb Williams is going to be okay. Jaden Daniels, we know, can be very, very good. Drake May is having a phenomenal year. And Bo Nix is a real dude. Like, Bo Nix can play. And the Texans will get a look at Bo Nix. Now, Bo Nix is going to get a look at the Texans' defense. I think it's not about the Texans getting challenged by Bo Nix. It's really going to be about how does Bo Nix handle the Texans' defense, I think. But that's a great quarterback draft. Just looking at that draft, if you get 4 longtime starters out of any one draft, and especially in the first round, holy crap, that's something else.
That draft is turning out to be unbelievable.
Yeah.
It really, really is.
Well, I mean, Brock Bowers one day is going to have a touchdown again at some point in his life.
Yeah. I traded solely Brock Bowers for Kyron Williams.
He has no touchdowns this year.
I feel so bad for him for solely.
He has 19 catches and no touchdowns. He needs 5 touchdowns.
I feel bad how bad I made him look. So apparently this is this a thing? Devon Achant to the Texans?
No.
Del, have we heard about this?
Yeah, it's a thing.
It's not a thing.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
You got Jalen right. You're fine.
That's not a thing. Why would they?
Why would you not be sellers?
Why would they trade him?
Why would you not be Sellers?
Why would
Because
they
he
trade him?
sucks.
He's cheap.
Because
So
the
what?
season's
Because he's
over.
cheap and
So
explosive.
what? Why would you trade him?
It wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's cheap and explosive, so trade him away. Why?
What if
Yeah.
you could get a second rounder for him? Because you got a contract year coming up with him like a year away from
Yeah.
now, right?
Sure.
Second rounder.
What
Third
about a
rounder.
second rounder?
Third rounder.
Still.
Nick gives away second rounders like candy.
I don't understand. Didn't he already give away a second-day
We-
pick for Woody Marks? Now you want to do it again?
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah, you don't have a third-round pick because of Woody Marks.
So we'll have almost no draft.
You don't
picks.
want any picks on the second
So we're
day?
gonna get another running back
We don't
to
need that.
play.
Or another
need
running
picks.
back?
A second,
Well, F
third
them
round
picks.
pick. A
F them
second and
picks. We
third
got
round pick
Devon
for
Achane.
For this year? What are the Texans doing this year?
just rent them.
you
We
wanna-
like to rent players, Del.
You want to send a second-round pick and then pay him?
No,
That's what
I
you wanna do?
don't. I don't.
So
That's
forget
not-
about the Dolphins side. Why does it make sense for the Texans?
Okay, for somebody else.
Who?
Are the Dolphins? I don't know. Are the Dolphins?
I
I've
don't-
seen that Jalen Phillips has been mentioned. Bradley Chubb.
Like Adam Schefter said it
you
yesterday.
saw the Patriots dealt away two players.
who
Keon.
aren't playing for them.
Well, Duggar, yeah, is
who they
kind of.
just paid, by the way.
And well, he's got a bad ankle, is not coming back the way they thought. And then Keon White, who just doesn't really fit the culture.
49ers are
anymore.
desperate for pass rush, so they traded for White.
Yeah, and
We saw that
Keon
on
White
Sunday.
was a lone wolf. He's a weird dude. He probably doesn't fit with Vrabel.
Yeah. I don't know that the Dolphins are doing it. What's the point? Why? Because they're bad? You trade away every good player because you're bad? It's not basketball or baseball.
Baseball, really.
Yeah, baseball.
Well, but I am curious because you have but maybe it should be. Think about this. If you have a chance to restock, you have a quarterback who you're not getting out of his contract now. There's nothing you can do about it.
You can get out of it after next year.
Okay, but my point is, why not get a lot of good young talent?
Well,
Why not
he's
hit
a
a
good
rebuild?
young talent. He's a good young talent.
Is he? Can
Yeah.
you? Is he?
Achane,
is he
yes.
Oh, Achane,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
But
Achane.
he's going to be paid soon.
So you just discard him.
Well, I
You don't
like
keep
Achane.
What is he, 24,
No,
25?
no, I like Achane a lot. I think it's worth a discussion. A team like the Dolphins, who clearly are going nowhere. Now, what I don't want is a GM that you're probably going to fire.
Why is
Now, I
Chris
would love it.
Greer
Well, I would
allowed
love
to
it if
do
you say,
anything?
okay, well, if you load up picks for the
Achane
next
turned
GM.
24 2 weeks ago.
No,
Chris Greer should not be making any
this
decisions.
this is not anything having to do with Achane. Achane's a very, very good player. My point is, he's a commodity that people really like.
Fine.
But if you are the Dolphins, you say, look, we're going to have to pay him soon. We got a quarterback we're stuck with from a financial standpoint. What if you said, let's start loading up some draft picks and moving? I don't know that I'd move Waddle, but because Tyreek Hill's out for the year, but it would be interesting if you move a couple players and stack a third and a second
In a
on your
league
roster.
where your coach can determine how good you'll be in a year, you look at the Patriots and go, sure, they made free agent signings.
Look how
and
their
Drake
quarterback's
May's
playing.
fine. Tua's played better than Drake May at times, but whatever. I get your point. Why would I just give away a really good young player?
Because you suck and you're saying you need draft
But that
picks.
isn't no. But you have to replace the young player that you already have with
Yeah,
that
that's
draft
true.
pick.
But you got to pay him soon.
Yeah,
You got to pay some people to be good.
Yeah, but I wouldn't typically. I'd be with
No,
you.
you
Like,
suck.
why are you
Trade him.
replacing a good guy
You already
with somebody
have a
that you
good
don't
player
know? But the
with an
difference is,
unknown.
now he is a running back, so the argument could be made.
And he's
You can franchise him. You can do it.
can do things.
It doesn't kill you to sign a running back.
Yeah.
that's true.
No.
I get it.
You
You
just
see a
get rid of them. You get a new one.
You see a talent, yeah, because that always works out. You see a talented player. Hey, people are salivating. He's on a bad team. Let's get him out of there.
All right. So how do we see? Okay, that the Denver offensive line is great. Their defensive line is great. The Texans' defensive line is great. Texans' offensive line, not, but playing better. Playing better. They're going to bring. This week they're going to have 7 offensive linemen.
Ooh.
Okay, maybe 8. They're going to do something that nobody.
How
okay,
many eligible pass catches will they have?
yeah. Because
8 offensive linemen plus
8
CJ.
offensive linemen. That's
Okay.
right. And CJ, so they'll have 2, maybe wide receiver, maybe a running back and 1 wide receiver on the field. That's it. But listen, the 6-0 lineman worked last week. I fully expect to see it again. And maybe they'll be able to slow the Denver pass rush down.
You think that's what they do? I think they come with something a little different. 7 offensive linemen.
That's what I said, 7 or 8.
7 or 8 or
Yep.
5, and you stay in 4. You stay empty the whole game, 5 wide. No one's expecting it. Bang, Patriot style.
Oh,
That's what Bill Belichick would hit you with.
Oh, I think I don't think we're going to do Patriot style every time we
No
do
cookie
Patriot
It's
cutter
style.
not a
stuff.
People
Patriot.
get pissed off.
Well, how about
Texans.
they ask him? Moose Johnson on the broadcast said, "I was talking to Nick Haley and I asked him, is this the Patriots offense or the Rams offense?"
Right.
And he goes,
Neither.
and then he said it was neither. And he goes, but honestly, there's elements of the Rams running game in here and the Patriots passing, like Moose Johnson, or no, the protections. He said the protections are Patriots protections.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's what he
seemed
said.
It seemed like Brady was protected better.
It said Patriots protections. It seemed like
Okay.
Brady got rid of the ball quicker too.
Well, maybe that was it. Maybe Brady knew who to go to, and maybe the receivers were on the same page. Maybe if not, because Brady would have just
Well, I mean, he
punched him in
did
the
have
face.
quick releases to Wes Welker and Julian Edelman all the time.
Well,
too.
right, but they were always in the right spots because Brady would have punched him in the face. Maybe CJ needs to start punching people in the face.
Who do you think he's most likely to punch in the face from the wide receiver core?
Oh, Barrios.
Why? He's the slot receiver who's supposed to be in the right spot.
You don't want to
Little
punch
white guy.
Justin Watson.
A little white guy. He's supposed to be in the right spot.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah,
scrappy,
you heard
though.
me.
Dude, he's scrappy. I think it's Jaden Higgins.
I think it's probably Noel because he's little too. He can punch him in the
It
face.
depends.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think CJ wants anything to do with any of the Texans receivers.
Well, then that was a trick question.
I think he gets his.
Yeah,
if we're
he
playing
would,
this
but that
game-
was a trick question. Why are you asking that question?
He asked. Did I ask it? Or
Yeah,
did,
you
okay.
asked,
Well,
would you-
Well, John suggested he needs to punch someone in the face, so I asked, which one would it be?
Yeah, I told you.
I don't think he's getting.
Barrios first.
I think he gets mopped up by any of those receivers. Honestly,
Yeah, probably.
All right, listen.
Higgins might get him and go, hey, like that first.
hey, that hurt.
We got to break.
You don't want
We
to
gotta
punch
break.
Nico Collins in the face.
713-780-3776. The number if you want to get in here. I want to talk right now about Texas Card House. First of all, you got cash games, right, at both locations in Spring and on Westheimer. It's cash game. It's 24 hours a day. The bar's open till 2 in the morning. It's awesome. It's great. It's clean. You get wanded when you walk in. It's safe. There's always security on hand. Huge parking lots where you feel safe going to your car. Everything about it. Okay? Texas Card House. Premier in the city. Now, coming up next month, November 10th through the 24th, $1.1 million is going to be on the line in the Trailblazers series, the Poker Tour 2 season. And they're going to, from the 10th until the 24th. And the big event, the main event, is going to be a $500,000 main event. If you're a poker player, people, this is where you want to be, okay? They've got $200,000 event. They got a $500,000 event, $1.1 million, and then all kinds of other events going on. $1.1 million going to be at stake, and you could win, and you could change your life, actually. You can actually change your life at Texas Card House. Nobody's doing it as big. Nobody's better. Texas Card House. Get to TexasCardHouse.com and see for yourself. Texas Card House.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Hey.
Okay, wait a minute. I got a text from you.
Yeah.
That I need to read, I want to ask you.
Did it voice the text or something?
We should play Jordan's long form comment on load management from last night.
Yeah.
It's 3 minutes and 18 seconds, but I think our loose nurses would like it because he hits on a couple different things.
It's supposed to be listeners. See, this voice to text, loose nurses. Listen, I do think loose nurses would like
Wait
Jordan.
a minute. I want to know if you're a loose nurse listening right now. Okay? Give us a call.
Nurses.
Our loose nurses.
Apple, what are you doing?
Okay.
I didn't say loose nurses.
Apparently
I said
you did.
listeners.
So
You
if the
probably
loose
said
nurse
loose nurses.
is listening.
Is this how I talk? Our listeners.
Maybe.
Loose nurses.
Loose
Maybe
nurses.
you had a Cheez-It in your mouth and that distracted
I didn't. I haven't even had any cheese
the app.
today.
If you
So-
are a loose nurse
I
Yes,
meant
give
our
us a call.
listeners.
and you think Michael Jordan's going to say something surprising about load management, do you want to hear it?
Can you pull? It's on Legion Hoops.
John,
Can you pull
what
that?
do you think Michael Jordan thinks about load management?
I think I want to talk about what Michael Jordan thinks about loose nurses.
Well, do you think he's
at
been
one,
able to take
at
advantage?
one point, he was a fan. Michael Jordan has some interesting comments on this.
Yeah.
Not about not only load
I don't know if I
management, but-
believe it all, but okay.
Yeah,
Just
some of it, like at the beginning, Mike Tirico. Well, let's just play it. Let Del pull. It's 3 minutes 18 seconds, but it's good. Like it's good content.
This smells of a guy who would like to take a segment
He's
off.
going.
No.
He's going to get some potato chips.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not. I actually grabbed. I already had something for breakfast, but no, it's actually pretty good because he talks about. I want to make a secondary point. I'm not going to make it until you hear this, but I want to make a secondary point how it can't be that way anymore. The way Jordan looks at things, it's almost impossible to view it from the same lens. And I'll make a point why. Tell us when you have that, Del. Also want to get to what Lane Kiffin had to say. We didn't. I had Del pull it yesterday. It's great. We have to play it again. Lee is such a smart ass.
He is.
Lane Kiffin, when he found out that Brent Venables thought that his team. As a matter of fact, we could play it right now, and you can go find Jordan later if you want. But Brent Venables lost. Oklahoma's head coach lost to Ole Miss at home.
And said they played better.
And said they're a better team.
They're a better team.
He said he still thinks they're a better team. Del, pull that up. Let's play that right now. And Lane Kiffin doesn't deal well with most anything. Like he just can't have an answer that is.
Well, how about I love his answer about him being a coach that other teams or other schools are after. He said, "Listen, when my wide receiver has a big game, has 8 catches, you know what? His phone blows up from other schools saying, 'Hey, come here. We're going to pay you more money next year.'" He's like, "Hey, if you play well, guess what's going to happen?
Yeah,
people are going to come after you."
It's true, but don't use the player because the player portal stuff happened because coaches could leave whenever they wanted. That's what started all that because everyone started the thing about, well, if you can move, then he should be able to move whenever he wants.
It's only fair. It's
well,
only fair.
so that's what I'm saying. Don't act like, well, the portal begat. I'm not saying he necessarily was saying one begat the other, but that whole thing started because coaches could go wherever they wanted. And Elko's going to get a contract extension anytime soon, and that's what happened. James Franklin got a contract extension. Now look where you are. You're not going. Steve Sarkisian got a contract extension. Now we'll see what happens. I think it's a real possibility Sark loses 5 games. But let's listen to. Is this?
This is him talking about the Venables.
This
thing.
is Lane.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to this question from his press conference.
Your thoughts following the game? Coach Brent Venables said you felt like he had the better team. Just your overall thoughts on it.
That's an interesting take. That's a hot take. You had a better team. I wouldn't have thought that people watching would say that. I felt that we won at their place in weather that as a defensive head coach you would normally wish for, and won by 8 points. And I think we left a lot out there. I think we should have won by a couple scores. So I don't know how he evaluated that game, that they were the better team. I mean, we
keep listening.
Way more yards, 21 first downs to 14, and we played 87 plays of offense, and they had 1 sack and didn't force any turnovers. interesting take.
Keep listening.
Whatever he needs to say.
And also following up to road trips
Maybe
to Georgia.
they had the better team last year too when we beat them. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Following up on the road against Georgia.
Maybe we had the better team in Oklahoma when we beat them 55-19 in the national championship. Maybe. Maybe we had the better team at Clemson when we beat them 45-40 in the national championship at Alabama. Next question, my bad. You got me on that.
Talking about
Lane Kiffin had all those scores.
He had
that
receipts
he was
for
able
Venables.
Yeah, and he didn't know. He had them filed away. He was like, wait a minute. How many times have I beaten him? In his mind, he's thinking, how many times have I beaten him? I want to go to every single game. That actually was a great answer.
Yeah.
That was a great. That was a hot take. Well, that's certainly a take. It was a hot take.
Sounded like your kid. Venables was one of your kids.
I know. No, we still. It is. It's like one of those arguments that. What is this based on? Why are you saying that, Brent? There's no. I watched that game and definitely thought Ole Miss is better. 100% thought Ole Miss is better than you.
There is no empirical evidence that says Oklahoma was better.
None. This is the same Ole Miss team that dominated Georgia for 3 quarters before falling apart in the fourth. Like, I would say Ole Miss legitimately is one of the 6 best teams in the nation.
Coaches are funny, though. After their first national championship with Saban in 2007, he came here and I hosted the Touchdown Club event, and we were up on the dais, and I go, Coach, nice, that was nice. He goes, we beat the
Who said that?
Saban. He goes, we beat the bleep. I said it was 21-14. He goes, we beat the bleep out of them.
And this is after which game?
After they beat Oklahoma in the championship in 07. And he said, we should have won by 3 scores. He said, we beat the snot out of them. Only he used different words. Coaches are funny like that, though, man. Coaches are they know who is, who dominated who, what players, our players were just flat out better. Lane's going back to when they're beating Clemson. When Venables was a DC at Clemson, and the receipts he's got on him. That's funny. That is good stuff. You got Jordan ready? Okay. This is a long one for you loose nurses out there. Here is Michael Jordan talking about load management.
The term load management has become such a hot button in the NBA.
How I know you were going to talk about that one?
Because you played 80 games a lot. You played 82. What do you think of when you hear the term load management thrown around?
It shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket.
You really cared about the guy who sat in the top deck at the Palace in Auburn Hills to watch you when you came to Detroit?
Yeah, because I know he's probably yelling at me, and I want to shut him up. He's calling me all kinds of names. I definitely want to shut him up.
Right.
You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens.
So give me the first time that you came to that fork in the road in your career where you could have sat down and missed a game, but you fought through.
Started my career.
Okay.
I twisted my ankle. And I had a teammate. He says, "You twist your ankle, young fella. Come over and sit with me. This is you need to." I said, "No, man. I'm trying to make a name for myself. There's no way I can sit. I need to get out there and show what I'm capable of. I want to play. I want to win. I want to make an impact." And I twisted my ankle. I taped it up, and I went back out, and I played. I always felt that. I always felt the necessary need that I could never leave my comrades out if I could perform, right? Even if I couldn't. Utah, great example. Everybody said the flu game. It's a game 5, which is a very pivotal game. I was going to find a way to get out there, even if I was a decoy. Well, once I got out there, you never know how, pushing yourself, you never know what happens, right?
So that night you got out there and you found you could do more than you thought you were going to be able to do.
Next thing you know, the emotions, the situation, the need of the team, all those things catapulted me to, I'm going to gut this thing out. Back to your point of what load management is, you play basketball 2.5 hours a day, 3 hours a day, right? That's your job. That's what you get paid to do as an NBA player. What are you doing the other 21 hours? I mean, to me, that's when you should be preparing for your next day of work or your next, challenge. Now, I'm the worst. Maybe I'm not one of the guys that you would probably model that, or
I was going to say, did you do that every time?
But you should think about that in retrospect of what load management really is. I always felt like one is a sense of pride for the fans that are paying.
Right.
Two is a sense of making sure that I stay sharp. I'm not going to lose it. And three, I want our rhythm as a team to always be there. It can disrupt. Yeah.
So there's a few things I want to discuss. Number one, I love that Tirico's like, you really cared about that fan at the top of Auburn Hills. He goes, well, I wanted to shut him up. Like,
well,
okay.
Yeah. So Joe DiMaggio said, Joe, you play every day. Why don't you take? Oh, he said that might be the only time a kid comes to the ballpark. And I want him to see. I want him. He wants to see me.
But that sounds good. That sounds really good. It's a very romanticized version, and I think Joe D may have actually meant it.
He did.
I like the fact that Jordan actually said what I think is he goes. He's probably talking bad about me. I want to shut him up. There we go.
Yeah.
Now you're basically Kevin Durant's burner phone. You want to shut and everybody, and it doesn't matter who. They need to know too. You can get it, and you can get it. Michael Jordan is the most petty person that's probably ever walked the planet, and certainly the most talented petty person that's ever lived in the history of the world. And every opportunity he has to make you feel terrible about yourself, he's going to do. And I think that's more why he wanted to play. I think that's more why he wanted to. These people paid good money from Detroit, and I want them to see me. No, you wanted to hurt them. Mm-hmm. You wanted them to see it, and you wanted to hurt them. You wanted them to wish they had never spent money on a ticket. That's why I love Jordan, is because that.
Well, now, let's not forget those Detroit games were.
Well, I mean, those were. Yeah, I mean, they used. He could have used. He should have used. Mike Tirico should have used someone different, but he's trying to think of a cavernous place way far away, but with the top of Auburn Hills, which was cavernous. But something that Jordan said, where he wouldn't go out when he was young. Let's remember, when he was young, it was 84. 84, yeah. 84, 85, 86, when Jordan was young. The money wasn't the thing back then. The money wasn't the thing. You made good money, and, it wasn't a problem. But money wasn't really talked about in pro sports other than Nolan Ryan getting to $1 million, because you lived a good life. But it wasn't the be-all, end-all. The games were a bigger deal. Trying to win a championship was a big deal. Pretty much everybody played every game when they could. There was no such thing as load management, obviously. I feel like the status now, Jordan said, Jordan was trying to become something in his mind. Now, he's wired different than most athletes who have played, but I think now with money being the status that is at the top of so many players' priority, that status, championships are status. As they get older, I think they covet championships. But back in the day, it wasn't like I covet second contract. No one ever, and you know that, John, it was never discussed. Your contracts were never discussed. It was about winning championships. And I don't know, because of the way society and culture is wired now, I don't know that you're ever going to have that thought that I'm trying to build my brand. I'm trying to accomplish something in life. I've got a legacy that I want to build. I think there'll be a few players like that. I want to believe that Anthony Edwards is like that. I think Amen Thompson may be like that. I think he may be wired a certain kind of way that's really cool. But I just think that they'll use the cover of load management. But we see load management for 23-year-olds. It's so crazy to me. 24-year-olds. I feel like I'm seeing less of it now than I used to. But I just think so few players, it's really about status more than it's about championships early in your career. So I don't know that we're ever going to see basketball. Like, that's never going to be what basketball is anymore. And maybe not football. Baseball is different because you have to play under a set contract for so long. Like, you're stuck for 6 years. So baseball, you're thinking about playing really well. Like, you can't set out. Load management does nothing for your ability to become
Well,
an
a
earner.
manager, if it's 162 games, the manager will sit you
Yeah.
down.
No,
Yeah.
and
I
that
mean, you
makes
have to
sense
take
at
days off.
162.
You have to take days off.
That makes
We got
sense.
a break. We're behind. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball. You don't want to lose ESPN. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. Speaking of MJ, what about M&J?
M&J Electrical Supply. So I learned a lot when I went and spoke with those guys. Awesome dudes. And what I learned was that contractors, there's electrical contractors, there's general contractors. If you are one of these contractors or you own a building, or a lot of times buildings, churches, schools will have new electricity come in, and I'm talking about circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. Sometimes it can be hard to find. Well, M&J has it, and they've got all brands, and they can get it to you quickly, where other companies, or a lot of times they'll be ordered and it's 3-week delay. That's costing you money if you're a contractor, and they can really cut down on your lead time and get you a great price on all of the all the things that you need, the supplies you need. But also, if you have some that you need to take out, you're typically going to take them out and you scrap them, and you get money for the scrap, and it's it's not very much. M&J can come in and professionally take out all of that electrical, and they will pay you for it. Good prices, not scrap prices, good prices, because they will get them ready to go, and they can resell them, and it's a chance for you to make real money on this job that you're doing that typically just turns into scrap. So if you're a contractor, M&J Electrical Supply, they buy, they sell, and they remove electrical equipment. Don't do it yourself. Call the experts. For years and years, they've been doing this. 713-699-5055. That's 713-699-5055. Or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so it's 8:41. At 8:45, we're going to give away 2 tickets to the Cougs game. The tickets are, listen, go to the game, Cougs fans.
It's going to be amazing weather.
It's going to be beautiful out. It's an 11 o'clock start. You'll still have all of Saturday. Go to this game. You got a team that's ranked. You're 7-1. You got a chance at the Big 12 title. This is what you wanted. You got a really good football team, and apparently tickets are not selling it. What is going on? You got yourself a good football team here.
Saturday.
Go to the game.
Yeah, so it rains in the evening. It's going to be sunny throughout the day. In the daytime, it's 71 as a high. That's a great time to go. 11 o'clock is perfect.
11 o'clock is perfect. It's going to be beautiful out. Let's go. Fill that place up. Or at least don't make it so it's not embarrassing. Come on. Let's go. Get on out there. So West Virginia, by the way, honoring Kurt Hester, the strength and conditioning coach, so wear black. And they're going to honor the 2015 Peach Bowl team. Tom Herman is going to be there. And they're honoring they're also honoring the military. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be out there. And one of them is you got a great football team. Let's go. 713 go Cougs or uhcougars.com/tickets. The fourth caller at 8:45, 713-780-3776. The fourth caller is going to win those tickets. All right. So we've got that going on. I want to get to some more of this Kevin Durant. And one of the things about Kevin Durant is, and he was asked on the pivot. What is it called?
The pivot.
The pivot. He was with Ron Clark. He was asked about watching Şengün, and this is interest. This is really, really interesting. About Kevin Durant is very unselfish. Even Ime talked about it. We got that sound too about how unselfish Kevin Durant is. Listen to Kevin Durant talk about Şengün this year versus Şengün last year.
Last season, Şengün would catch the ball at the top of the key, and he'll have a guy up there with him. Like I was with him last night at the top of the key. I'd be at the wing. A lot of the times, he would have somebody else in his lap helping him. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm right there. This dude not about to leave me open for a catch and shoot. He might be denying me, so that he got a little bit extra space to, you know what I'm saying, get some work. And so for me, I might not be involved in that play. I might not touch the ball. But I feel like I contributed to a little bit, you know what I mean, a part of that, him making that basket, even though he did 100% of the work, but just giving him just a small inch of space for me is a win. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the times, that's a win for me, but people don't understand that part of the game. They just like, go score the ball, bro. Go put some shots up.
Yeah.
But I
mean, KD loves to subtly tell you don't know ball. He loves to just remind people they don't know ball like he does.
Right. Well, they don't, though.
No, I know. Well, it's the same thing with
Famer.
D'Amico. Like, he's not taking stuff, and Kevin Durant's not taking your comments.
No. Well, here's Ime, though, asked about, Kevin Durant and Kevin Durant just being a decoy. Here is what Ime had to say about it.
KD, it's good to have KD knowing that he can score 30 points at any time, but what does it say about your team that he had a efficient 19 points, but only 19 points tonight, but you still were able to score over 130?
Yeah, it's the crowd and attention he draws on a nightly basis. We're gonna have to drill that all season to be ready for that, but like we said, we didn't take advantage against Detroit when they blitzed him every time, and we did a much better job tonight. So we're gonna be in that situation a lot, and he's a very willing passer that has the size to pass over the double teams, and it's up to the other guys to play the 4-on-3 behind. And so he'll take that. Didn't play the fourth quarter, and so it's good to get him the rest. But he's about to win anyway, and if he has to be a decoy at times, he'll do that. He'll
do that just to win. I'm I'm more. I mean, I didn't like Kevin Durant from afar.
Right.
First of all, he always crushed us. But the more that I'm seeing Kevin Durant, and the more I'm hearing what he has to say, I think the more likable. When he's your guy, it's different.
Yeah, it was that way with Dylan Brooks too. I mean, I kind of like Dylan Brooks. I mean, he's an a-hole, but he's our a-hole. It's always like that. But I'm with you. I thought the same thing on Kevin Durant. Like, I don't love that he gets so petty and lets so many things bother him, but it bothers me less than it did when he's my guy. And I think that he's had enough time to talk that we kind of know who he is now. Like, we understand who he is now as a person. There's just stuff that's not going to line up with some of the all-time greats. He's this generation. He's a player of the generation where things on social media you just can't stand to let him go, and that's just who he is. And I don't love that part of it, but it doesn't define him as a basketball player. But what's really impressive is I think he has some of that competitive nature that Jordan was talking about. I don't think KD likes missing time. I think KD is one of those guys that I think he really loves ball, and I appreciate that. Don't forget, speaking of loving ball, Mike Elko, head coach of the Texas A&M Fighting Aggies, number 3 in the nation, he loves ball, and his players appear to love ball quite a bit this year. He's going to join us in about 13 minutes to talk Aggie football.
That's right. And one more reminder, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. You don't want to lose ESPN if you've got YouTube TV. You do not want to lose it. You do not want to buy a hoop from a box store. You don't want to do that. First of all, here, get it home, put it together. What? Secondly, put sand in the base, and that's great, and it just shakes all. It's terrible. Get the hoop goal, the Pro Dunk goal. Get the Pro Dunk goal from the pros at produnk.com. Produnk.com. Go to the website and see for yourself. See how wonderful Pro Dunk is. Pro Dunk is the best goal in the history of goals. See the installation, which is fantastic. It's unbelievable. It is. There's nothing that isn't perfect about Pro Dunk. Keith Tate and his son have been developing this goal. Now it's just push of a button. You can raise and lower it. The kids want to play on it. They want to be able to dunk. They want to be able to reach the basket, especially if you got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds. They can't play on a 10-foot goal. They want to lower it. Okay, so they'll be outside. They'll have fun. It's beautiful weather. They got great basketball teams here. They want to play, Dad. Produnk.com, produnk.com. Tell them you heard it right here. Well, let's get Biscuit in and then get to Elko, huh?
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
You Aggie fans, even if you're not an Aggie fan, Mike Elko's going to be joining us in 8 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we'll talk to him about the big win, the number 3 ranking, a whole bunch of stuff. So we got that to look forward to. Let's get Biscuit in here. He's been on hold. Let's hear what Biscuit has to say. What up, Biscuit?
Hey, what's up, my brothers? Hey, man,
up, Biscuit?
One real quick take, man. And Lance, you're a lifetime historian. U of H, man, is this the best coaching combination they've had since Guy V and Yeoman?
Yes.
With Sampson and Fritz?
Yep.
I mean, you talking about a great hire, man. This Fritz, man, that's a good coach, man. You can just see this, man. This is going to be something special, man.
Yeah, Fritz is a really good coach. He's an old school coach. No one's going to get all excited and like, Willie Fritz. In the meantime, all he does is knows how to get guys ready to play, is good with his X's and O's, understands talent. Willie Fritz is just he's a good coach. He's not a splashy guy, but he's there to win football games and do his job, and that's what he does.
So
he's done it everywhere he's been.
He's going to get frustrated with this, though. I'm telling you. I talked to somebody in the program yesterday, and tickets are not going well, and it's going to be frustrating when you've got a really good football team and people aren't showing up.
Yeah,
that's going to be frustrating for him. So if you want to keep a really good coach, get out there. Get out there. So let's go, Coos.
You know how Houston is, though, John. You know, we're always late to the show, so next year probably be all the games sold out.
Dude, it's been like that since my dad coached U of H and they were winning Cotton Bowls. Me and my dad were talking about this. I don't know what it is about University of Houston football, but getting fans to come on a regular to make Saturday home games at other schools are an event every Saturday, unless your team's not any good. But if your team's good, you know what you're doing Saturday. You're going to go out there. You're going to enjoy yourselves. I'm not here to argue about it's a commuter school and this, that, and that. I get all that stuff. But this has been going on since I was a kid, and my dad coached there. It was, if A&M or Texas came in, we was going to load the dome up. It's crazy. I don't know. I just don't know what it is where they can't pull 28 to 35,000, just 28 to 35,000 on a regular basis.
Right.
I just don't get it.
Yeah. Quickly to Jordan, man. The best part of that whole clip, man, y'all can get, was when they went to the studio and they started talking to Carmelo and Tracy McGrady and Vince and asking them how many 80-game season they played. And of course, who was the guy in favor of load management?
Oh,
it was
Tracy
T-Mac,
McGrady.
He ain't never played 80 games, not one time. And so, man, it was funny to see how he tried to deflect it and, this and that. But, man, Jordan and them were wired different, man. It's not, Lance, you're wired different than your son. You know what I mean? It's just how life is.
Yeah.
We're wired different. And so it's a mentality. That's what it is. Jordan had a certain type of mentality. And you wasn't going to outplay Mike. That's just the bottom line. You're not going to outplay him. And he's going to show you. These guys, like you said, it's maybe a couple of things and maybe a little bit more important.
Biscuit, we got
not on them, but that's how they are.
Right. Biscuit, we got to run. We got Mike Elko at the top of the hour. We appreciate you. Listen up, because Mike Elko is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, we got John Daspit.
John Daspit, a Daspit Law Firm, a phone call away. Make sure that when you're in an accident, the first thing you think of, and I don't care if it's at the workplace, I don't really care where it is. If you were in an accident and someone else is at fault and you've been injured, you've got to call 713 Call Now. I understand that there's a lot going on. If you've been in a car accident, you got the car to worry about. You got your own, or you go to the hospital. Do you have somebody with a broken arm or whatever? Listen, on your way to do whatever you're doing, just call 713 Call Now. They will get you set up. They'll make sure that you get to your hospital, get it taken care of, get everything documented. They want to find out what's going on with you because they want it fixed, and they want it fixed properly, and they want to understand how long physical therapy is going to be in, everything that goes into it, because this one payout that you're going to receive from the other person's, the other party's insurance is going to have to pay for everything. And that includes your pain and suffering. How long term is this going to be? What about your time missed from work? Is it short term? Is it long term? Are you ever going to be able to work again because of, maybe you work in a physical job and you physically can't do it anymore? These are all things for you to consider, but you don't need to worry about it because John Daspit's got you covered. And his lawyers are phenomenal. Incredible win rate, big settlements for people who are injured badly, and they're going to take care of you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are efforting Coach Elko, and as soon as he gets on, we will bring you the coach of the third-ranked team in the country.
We're not quite at 9 o'clock yet. Coaches are very punctual.
Yes, they are. It's
the phone's ringing right now.
Right now, and he's calling in right now. Well, look, we actually got to a break early. That's not like us. That is simply not like us.
We're good. We're pretty good at this thing.
We're pretty good. Coach Elko has done an extraordinary job. I was watching Kirk Herbstreit and Joey Galloway interview Marcel Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Marcel Reed was on, and we talked about, are the Aggies getting the kind of attention that they deserve? Marcel Reed was on with Herbstreit and Galloway, and he blew them away. Marcel blew them away.
Well, let's ask if he is blowing away his head coach.
Yep, Coach Elko is joining us right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, welcome to the show. Congratulations on the win. Great game for the Aggies and all of Aggie land. I was just talking about Marcel Reed being on, and Coach, he talked about why he stayed at Texas A&M, and he blew those guys away. Can you talk about Marcel Reed, the player who should be in the Heisman? He should be in the Heisman discussion, and the kid that is the coach's son, and what he brings to the table there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, from what he's doing leading our program, he should absolutely be at the forefront of the Heisman conversation. I think there hasn't been a kid nationally who stepped onto the big stage like he did at Notre Dame, like he did at LSU, and performed at the level he did. And so he certainly deserves all of that conversation. Obviously, he has to go finish it, and we have to go finish it down the stretch. But he deserves everything that he's getting. And I think from who he is as a kid standpoint, is he's a phenomenal kid. He's a phenomenal kid in our program. He's a great leader. The kids kind of revolve around him, and he's been that way since we got here. And it's great to see people starting to recognize him for what he's actually become.
Coach, I was studying your offensive line. I'm with the Joe Moore Award Selection Committee, and we're getting ready for our semifinalist vote. And so we're studying all the offensive lines. I was watching yours against LSU. And one of the things that I really noticed is, it's for offensive lines, it's never clean necessarily. It's hard to find that nowadays. But your guys have a willingness, and it's something that's better than last year, is they're very sticky. They stay with their feet moving. They stay attached and connected to blocks for as long as possible. It's that additional strain. It's that additional effort. It's what we call finishing blocks. And I wanted you to – we're going to talk a lot about your wide receivers and your quarterback and your two running backs. But can you talk about the job your offensive line has done this year compared to last?
Yeah, I think obviously they've taken the next step. 2 years ago, before I got here, the offensive line was a major weakness at Texas A&M. We weren't able to run the football. We weren't able to protect the quarterback. We had gone through a rash of quarterback injuries because of that. And, if you look at it right now, we lead the SEC in sacks allowed. We're up near the top in rushing yards per game, and that allows you to control the game at a way that makes it a lot easier for the quarterback to operate. And so, we brought back our top 7 guys from last year. I think that was a very underappreciated thing coming into this season as people were talking and discussing our team, and that group has certainly lived up to expectations and played at the level we hoped they would.
So if your team doesn't win the Joe Moore Award, you know who to blame, Coach.
Well, yeah. So I know where I'm coming if we don't make.
Let me
that
tell you something.
list.
Mario Cristobal has dog cussed Aaron Taylor out before. Stacey Searles let everyone know how. Offensive line coaches specifically, and it's a testament to what the award is because we award a unit and we put our work in. But man, when teams make it to the finals and they don't win, they are not happy.
Well, speaking of coaches, Coach, we had Willie Fritz on yesterday. We had a long conversation about strength coach. He lost his strength coach, Kurt Hester, to a battle with cancer on Saturday. And I'm in an LSU family, and my wife went to LSU, my daughter went to LSU, and we had a discussion about Tommy Moffitt and losing him, and LSU losing him and you gaining him, and LSU, you guys just manhandled LSU. And in large part, what was it like for Tommy to go back to LSU again and where he coached for so long and to come out with a win like that?
Yeah, I'm sure it was special for him, and obviously he's a guy who has a resume that speaks for himself. It's interesting how many people don't appreciate how important that role is. I don't remember very many people talking about it when we hired him. I don't really remember many people talking about it being a big deal when LSU let him go, but then when you see what it actually means and what it looks like on the football field Saturday night, it's why that strength coach is such an important position and such an important role. And so we're fortunate to have him. He's been a big part of the turnaround culture-wise here and developing the toughness that we need to go into places like Baton Rouge and be successful. And obviously he's a guy who has a tremendous track record. He's got 3 national championships with 3 different head coaches, and hopefully we can get him out of this sport with a 4th.
Yeah, he was speaking of the LSU to A&M connection. You guys played LSU. It's one of the reasons we wanted to get you on this week is to congratulate you and kind of rehash some of that because you got a bye week coming up. But one of the things that was most impressive to me was the way the TV focused on the Aggie fans kind of taking over that stadium between the 3rd and 4th quarter, doing the varsity horns and the swaying, and then after the game, the videos we saw of the thousands of Aggie fans who were in the stands celebrating. What that must be incredible to be a head coach. You already know what your home field's going to be, but to see them go on the road like that, travel and perform the way they did had to feel great.
Yeah, absolutely. And to all the Aggies in Houston listening, I say this all the time, but we thank and appreciate everything that you do to support this program. And look, it's a fan base that has been hungry for success. It's been a fan base that's wanted to be able to have moments like that. I think it's a fan base that's starting to believe in this team and what they might really be capable of. And obviously there's a long way to go to the finish, but there's certainly a palpable buzz and excitement in the air about what this team is doing and what this team's capable of becoming.
We had a conversation about you guys being number 3 and what it would mean, to move up. What does number 3 mean to you and striving to be that number 1 team going into the playoffs?
That we got a big target on our back and a bunch of challenges in front of us. I think I've said this before, the rankings used to mean a lot more than they do now. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're in position to go compete, to get the opportunity to get into the playoff first and foremost, hopefully to try to compete to get the opportunity to get to Atlanta for the SEC championship game. And then when you get into those things nowadays, you can go play it on the field. Back in the day when you were trying to be one of 2 or one of 4, those rankings mattered a lot more. I don't think they're nearly as relevant now. I think it's just fighting to get an opportunity to get into the dance. And if you can get in there, then you got to go out and play good football.
Yep. What do you do on a bye week? You get to know your family again? You go to the beach? What are you doing?
Well, I worked on Sunday. I'll be in all week this week. So no, none of those things. We got practice in about an hour. We try to get the kids away a little bit. We try to get the coaches away a little bit, get home a little bit earlier for some family dinners and some of those things. But, the grind of college football doesn't really give you the opportunity to just kind of unplug. You get caught back up on recruiting. You get caught back up on roster management and those things. And then we will breathe. So Saturday's my wife's birthday, so I'll get a chance to take her out and have a nice dinner with her, so that'll be fun.
It used to be, I remember when we used to talk about, college coaches can't go to the pros, Steve Spurrier, and it was about, the style of play and things like that. Now I'm getting to the point where I recognize, and my dad was a college coach for years and years before pros, but now it's way worse for college coaches because of portal, the way recruiting is set up, just everything that is set up, everything the way it is tougher for college coaches. I'm not sure a lot of pro coaches would assimilate very well, and I'm not just talking about Bill Belichick, but what it takes to go from the pros to college and the multifaceted weekly, daily, approach you guys have to have. I'm not sure there's a lot of pro coaches who would like that.
I appreciate you actually saying that and then recognizing that, because I agree. And it's certainly no disrespect to any of the pro coaches out there, but it's a different world now. And,
it is.
There was a time when I got into college coaching where everybody said, "Oh no, you don't want to go to the NFL. They fire people so quick, and there's no stability, and the hours." And I'm not sure that that's been the case in college football for a really long time. And so, as you see, 3 of the top 15 preseason AP teams have already fired their coaches during the season. It's a volatile world. It's a hard world to manage year to year, and it's certainly getting harder and harder every season.
You, after the Penn State opening, you react immediately. I mean, is all these college openings becoming a distraction at all?
No, not at all.
No, you just gotta. I mean, the media is going to constantly ask.
Well, and I think
now the better question is can the media become a distraction?
Yeah. What about that, Coach? Can
exactly.
Well,
that's what I mean.
But you know what?
I know.
I have noticed though that, and there's always there's always a little bit of a in the background, even if they don't say it. There's always coaches, and this just comes from being a coach somewhere. Coaches hear stuff in the media or fans, and they get a little pissed off behind the scenes. But we've noticed, John and I have noticed a trend of coaches really letting their frustrations out and I think we've probably spotlighted something you've said before as well. I think it was early in the year where people were asking you about your defense. It seems like coaches are really starting to get really fed up with some of the national narratives and maybe local narratives that develop as well. Is that accurate?
I think it's probably this. I think there's been such a the best thing that somebody can tweet out is the flashy negative tweet, and that has led to what I perceive to be a much more negative outlook on everything that happens. Winning a football game is challenging. Winning 8 football games in a row is challenging. It gets exhausting when after every time you win a football game, the first 7 questions you have to answer are about every single thing that went wrong, in hopes that that is the tweet that will catch fire on social media. And so I just think it's maybe us understanding how hard it is and how challenging it is to win football games, knowing that you're going to win games and not play every play the right way, and maybe just wanted to focus a little bit more on the things that you did to win the game and not all of the mistakes that happened during the game despite the win.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, and our job is to get clicks, right? So that's the trade-off.
And I get it. Like, it's not. Yeah. I've said this to our local guys because I've got a great relationship with the guys that cover us, and I say that to them all the time. I understand what your job is. I understand what you have to do, but you have to understand my job, and you have to understand what I have to do.
Exactly. That's Coach Elko, the head coach of the third-ranked Aggies. Man, Coach, that was a great win. Congratulations. You guys look great. Congratulations. Take a little time off. Take your wife out to dinner Saturday night. Have a good time. We appreciate you joining us this week, and then go get Missouri.
Yeah, we'll do. Appreciate you guys. Look forward to seeing you guys later in the year.
All right. Thanks,
All right. There is Mike Elko, moving it up a week this week. Because they got a bye week, so here he is, and that's got to be a lot of fun. Hey, Ags, I mean, I feel good for the Ags, man. It's been a minute since they've had this kind of. I don't know why you wouldn't be optimistic if you're an Aggie fan right now. I don't know why you wouldn't think, hey, this is our year. This is a really, really, really good football team. You got the quarterback. You've got weapons. You got the line play. You got everything. There is no reason that this team can't reach the highest level. Honestly, this team could win a national championship. It's good enough.
I actually think they can, because I think they can outscore everyone.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, if it turns into a shootout, that's ultimately what you want to know now, because they can create explosive plays. They couldn't do it last year when they played the Longhorns. They couldn't. Marcel Reed wasn't ready, and frankly, they didn't have the talent outside that they do now. I'm with you. I was looking at teams that I think can legitimately win a national championship, and I think the Aggies are one of them. Because here's why. They have an ability to create an explosive that can be a quick 75-yard touchdown. They have 2 running backs that are hammerheads. Their offensive line is good enough. And defensively, while I don't think that's necessarily a strength, there have been times – well, I don't think it's a huge weakness either. I think stopping a run is something that they can be a little inconsistent on. But the defense has gotten better as the year has gone on, and they've got coaching. So I think when you add up the things you need to have, I think they have it. And I don't see a super team in college football this year. There's no, Ohio State rather. I still want to see more from them, but they're not even really going to get challenged, I don't think, until they face – presumably, the game at Michigan is always I think this will be a bloodbath this year, but we'll see. And then if they meet up with Indiana, that's like a national championship caliber game. It's going to be 1 versus 2 at the time, provided both teams handle their business.
That's going to be a good one, man.
It's going to be really good.
That's going to be. I mean, you go to Oregon and win, you're really something. I mean, so Indiana ain't going to be no pushover for Ohio State.
No, I mean, I don't know who the better team is, to be honest with you, but I think the Aggies, when you look at the SEC. Their challenge, they don't have Georgia. They do have Alabama. Do they have Alabama on the schedule?
No.
Or no, that's if they played in the SEC championship.
Right, exactly.
Well, whoever the SEC championship game is going to be a challenge. It always is. And, just winning week to week. Ask the Longhorns how hard that can be. Ask Oklahoma how hard that can be. It's the Aggies have a pretty favorable schedule this year from an SEC standpoint. They don't have the same gauntlet that maybe some other teams have, but they're beating who's in front of them, and you do have that SEC championship game that is always front and center. I mean, it can shut down your plans. Although I would say if the Aggies handle their business, and even if they lost that game, they're in the dance, so it won't matter.
Yep. All right. Thank you to Coach Elko for doing it this week instead of waiting a week to talk about that big win. We appreciate him. I want to talk. And we got a pretty damn good football team here too, U of H. Get on out to the game, people. Let's go. Support this football team. It's a ranked team this late. When's the last time they were ranked this late? At number 22 in the country, 7-1 record. And they're going to honor heroes of the game, military and first responders. They're going to honor the 2015 Peach Bowl champions. And it's to celebrate. Tickets start at just $20.15. I mean, it's affordable. It's going to be a nice day. You've got a good football team. They're going to honor Coach Hester, who lost his battle with cancer on Saturday, and his favorite color was black, so wear black in honor of him. But get on out there. Let's go. I mean, you got to show this team their work that they put in, the success that they're having. You got to show this team that you care. 11 a.m., TDECU Stadium. Let's go. Wear black. Be out there. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets today.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you signed up for it. You went cord cutting. Well, guess what? Now you're about to lose ESPN and college football, college basketball, NFL, Monday Night Football, college game day. All of it could be gone. To fight back, go to keepmynetworks.com to keep your ESPN.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You can get in now. So come on. If you want to hang out with us, you are more than welcome to do that. It's 713-780-3776. The number to call. I think I said earlier 6-1. The Dodgers won. They won 6-2. They scored one in the ninth. So 6-2. Toronto, or the Toronto won rather. Toronto wins 6-2 yesterday. Game 5 tonight. It's the two starters from Game 1 going to go at it once again, and Toronto got the better of it. We'll see if let's see if Blake can. Let's see. This is going to be good. This is going to be fun. Come on, Toronto. Come on. Let's go. But this thing's going back to Toronto for sure. It's a 3-game season now, and this is a fun series. It's actually the 18-inning game, and you got you've beaten Blake Snell. I mean, this is a good series, better than I thought it was going to be. And historically, the team that plays in the championship series, in their league championship series, that goes 7 games, beats the team that swept in their championship series. So let's go Toronto. Keep that going. That's fun. That's good stuff. We had Kevin Durant was on, and he talked about being not a decoy, but opening up things for Alperen Şengün just by standing there. It gives him a little bit more room because they're paying attention to him. Ime, we talked about Ime talking about that as well. Ime said, yeah, the dude can be a great. They play tonight in Toronto at 5:30. So you got a 5:30 game tonight as the Rockets look to get to 500.
All right, the question needs to be asked. You've got your own team playing in Toronto. You've got a team you hate playing Toronto. Which would you sacrifice? Would you sacrifice a Rockets win for a Dodger loss?
Oh, man.
Yes.
I might sacrifice a Rockets win.
Yeah. Well, you can. I don't know.
We got a lot of season to go, but I'd hate to start 1-3.
Would you rather be 1-3 than the Dodgers being up 3-2?
Because the Dodgers could still come.
I will sacrifice a game, an October game in the NBA for a World Series
even though
win.
the other team that would win has nothing to do with
John
this.
lives there. It's important for them to lose.
It's very important for me that the Dodgers lose. Very important.
How much do you see it on a regular? Like, what's your day going to be today?
The only thing that I see here is Dodgers. It's so funny.
Right.
Very
No Rams stuff.
No Rams, nothing.
You'll see Lakers
no
stuff, too.
Clippers, no Kings, no. I mean, nothing.
It's Lakers and Dodgers, and
There's very little Lakers, too.
It must be because they're front running, because that's a Laker town now. They love them some Lakers.
You'll see jackets, you'll see some shirts, but Dodger hats everywhere. Everywhere.
Well, and we have Astros hats everywhere when they're doing good.
Yeah, you say it all the time. You don't see Texan stuff.
You don't see Texan stuff, and rarely Rockets either because red. I think red's a problem for a team, but
it's not as slimming.
No, it's yeah.
What's wrong with red?
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
You think Houston fans are a little big, so they have to wear blue and orange to look slimmer?
It doesn't hurt.
Right.
Although blue and orange,
first of
blue
all,
and orange is a good. It's a good color.
Blue and orange is a nice
good
combination.
color combination.
Them changing from the brick and blue to that was one of their best moves.
One of the great moves.
Great move. And you see all kinds of their what do they call it? The city jerseys.
Yeah, City
You
Connects.
see the people love that. People love that. And
I didn't like their dark blue ones. I didn't
do you ever see somebody wearing Texans gear?
Yeah, sometimes.
Outside of
and
the
I always
stadium?
think, and I'll be honest,
no.
sometimes I think dork, but I don't always think that. It's when they have not been good. Now I'm like, okay,
That's the real fan who wears it when they're not good.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm just a bad person sometimes, but
all the
not
time.
often, but sometimes.
Most of the time.
But I just no. A lot of times you don't see Texas.
Yeah,
stuff.
if I'm going to, I'll go to.
If they get really good, you will.
Of course, but in the middle of the week, go to HEB after I get out of here. I will see Astro stuff. I don't see people walking around in Texans gear. Just in a general area where all walks of life are walking into the supermarket to get their food. I don't see Texans gear.
I don't see.
Right now, I think it still
I never
goes
saw Texans.
Astros, Texans, Rockets, but I think Rockets are about to make a big jump. If they play as well as I think they will.
Not when you're sacrificing wins so the Dodgers can lose.
No, it's a tough call. It's a tough decision. I mean, I really want the Dodgers to lose.
No
I want
one's
their
backing
fans
a
to
1-3
be sad.
team. by wearing their merchandise.
I dislike the Dodgers so much that I will give up a Rockets win. Yes.
How many Rockets wins would you give up for the Blue Jays to win this World Series?
Ooh, two.
That's
Two.
Just two?
Two.
That's
yeah.
all?
Can't afford any more than that. We're trying to play. This is playoff
I'm
seeding.
not talking about.
This is seeding.
I'm not
position.
talking about starting 1 and 4. I'm just saying over the course. If I say you got to disperse these losses over the course of the year, how many extra losses would you give up?
Oh, John, Durant could
Lance,
be hurt.
They were the 2 seed last year and didn't get out of the first round.
Did they have Kevin Durant?
So what does the seeding mean?
Well, seeding's important when you have Kevin Durant.
Well,
I mean, aren't they supposed to be better this year?
John,
listen, I'm coming from a unique perspective. I'll give up a lot more than that.
Would you give up? Wow. Would you give up seeding? Would you go from the 2 seed to the 5th seed?
Yeah.
For the Dodgers to lose
Shoot,
this World
no,
Series?
Hell no.
Nah, I didn't ask you. He said he's unique.
Don't be
positioned.
stupid, John.
From the 2 seed to lose
Don't be stupid,
to not
John.
even having home
you don't
court in
get
the first
home
round.
court the whole first. You don't get home court at all ever.
Yeah.
Well,
You don't have to
unless
live
there's
here.
an upset.
Lance,
Don't be stupid.
You don't have to live here.
Don't.
Unless there's an
I
upset.
go there for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, you're barely there. So, John, think about it this way: you're the 2 seed, and you're facing off against a Laker team you don't believe in, and because they get out of the play-in.
What I get the Lakers in the first round.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll do it.
Or the Dodgers.
No, you
hold
get
on,
the
hold
2
on.
seed, John.
The Dodgers win, but you get the 2 seed. Or the Dodgers lose, you're a 5, and you got to play Denver.
Denver?
Yeah.
I'm scared of them.
I'd rather the Dodgers win and be the 2
listen,
seed.
you got to go through Denver and Oklahoma City sometime, right?
So it doesn't
You're gonna
matter.
have to.
I could put you at the 8th seed then?
No.
All right, then. So it does matter a little.
Well, I always want home court. I always want home
So
court.
top 4 seed Dodgers can win the World Series?
I'll take 1 or 2 seed. Dodgers can have it, but I want 1 or 2.
Got it.
No. All right. So all I know is I want the Dodgers to lose tonight. That's all I know. I want the Rockets to win and the Dodgers
I need the
to
Dodgers
lose.
to lose the series. I don't care if they lose tonight.
When,
they lose
Well,
tonight and win
it's
the
one
series,
game at
who
a time,
cares?
Del. As
No.
D'Amico will tell you,
I'm not
you
D'Amico.
focused on one game at a time.
That's fine. I'm not D'Amico. I need the Dodgers to lose
You
the
can't
series.
lose a series if you don't lose a game.
Yeah, well, listen.
But you can win. They can win this game and still lose the series in Toronto.
Yeah, but the odd number games are the biggest. And so you don't want to go to Toronto.
It's another big.
down
It's another.
to the Dodgers.
It's another huge game.
I don't care
It's
how
the
it
biggest
happens.
game of the year.
I'm telling you, I don't care how
This
it
is
happens.
the biggest game
No,
of the
it's
year.
not. I'm
Yes,
telling you,
it
I
is,
don't care
Del.
how it happens. I just want them to
John,
lose.
is this the biggest game of the year?
No, the Texans-Broncos game's the biggest game of the year.
No, is this the biggest game of the year for the
In
Toronto
baseball, yes.
for the Toronto
Yes.
Blue Jays?
Baseball,
yeah,
yes.
see?
Absolutely, it's the
And then
biggest
guess
game of
what?
the year.
Next game is going to be
The biggest game of the year.
biggest game of the year.
Understood.
that's right.
Every game since game 1's been the biggest game of the year.
That's right.
I understand.
Yes.
That's how dumb, that's how dumb saying that is, by the way. When the next game is clearly the next biggest game.
Well, it is. Every game you play is the biggest
Then
game.
stop saying it. There's nothing.
No.
There's no worth to it if the next game is just bigger than the previous one. Stop saying
Well,
that.
is
then.
this the biggest Texans game of the year?
No,
Absolutely.
The San Francisco
Yeah,
game
no,
was.
this one's huge.
Because if you were
But
2
this
and
one's
5,
now
it was
bigger.
over.
This one's
No.
now bigger.
Yes,
It's over if you lose this one.
no, it was more over if you lost the 49er
But
game.
what's going to happen now if you lose, Del?
Then you'll be 3 and 5.
With Pat Surtain out,
You'll be 3 and
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
how are you going to survive that?
You wouldn't have survived 2 and 5.
This is a huge game, Del.
When we come back, we'll hear.
I've heard.
One thing we didn't play yet is Diana Rossini stumbling all over how she got the story of Sark.
And reveal your
They'll do that
sources.
next. YouTube TV customers, you can lose ESPN and the sports you love. You got to go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. YouTube TV customers, do it. Do it now. Right now, though, Lance, you need to talk about, I believe it's you that needs to talk about. What does he need to talk about, Del?
Of our Lord.
Underdog.
You need to talk about Underdog.
Good.
Holding this show together.
I'm looking. That's right. Well, Underdog holds my evenings together because it gives you something to watch. Sometimes you've got, I'll give you an example. Let's see. We got Houston, Toronto. I'm going to look at the numbers right now. Kevin Durant, 25.5 points. Okay, that's fine. Sengun, 21.5. Let me click on Sengun, see what else. Shingun, I should say. And let me see what else. You know what? 6.5 assists. I'm actually going to say lower today. Believe it or not, lower. And then I am going to take another look at the stats. And here's another example. We've got Amen Thompson. You go to Amen Thompson. Here's some of the stats that I can look at: points and assists, points and rebounds, points, rebounds, and assists, total 3-pointers made, 0.5 3-pointers made. I'm going to say he's going to make one. Higher is 1.42. So it actually is going to increase my payout if he actually makes one 3-pointer. What you do is you take those stats, see all these players have a variety of stats, go higher or lower, and just piece them together. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 8 players you can pick. The more you pick, obviously, the payouts become massive. And you can do it for as little as $5. You go up to $50 or even higher in some cases. They've got profit boosters where they can increase your profits if you win. Like, there's so many different ways Underdog gives you a chance to win. But the only way you win, and it's legal here in the state of Texas, real money, the only way you win is if you download the app and you use promo code Lance to make your first deposit. They're going to give you $100 in bonus funds and bonus entries when you play your first $5. So do not forget to put my promo code Lance when you sign up. You once again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Last week, Diana Rossini, boy, she caught it from Sark. Sark was none too pleased with her report that he's snooping around the NFL. And, you know, it really doesn't make much sense other than I just want to get out of here because Brian Callahan, if you're going to take the Tennessee job, you're going to be underpaid. Brian Callahan, I think, was making $3 million. Sark is making $10 million. That's not economically.
Yeah,
that's
I'm not sure
sound.
any NFL team is in a big rush right now to pay Sark, who has no head coaching experience on the NFL level, to pay him over $10 million. I'm not sure. Yeah. D'Amico makes way less than that.
Yeah. I mean, so it really doesn't make much sense, quite frankly.
I don't know that he's the hot commodity right now.
So Diana Rossini was on the Levitard show and asked about the report. Here's Diana Rossini.
Diana, you reported on Saturday morning, I think it was, that Steve Sarkisian has put out feelers to the NFL and I think specifically the Tennessee job. His agents came out and strongly denied it. He did as well. Why would they do that? Like, isn't that a good thing if there are rumors out there about him wanting to go to the NFL?
No, it's horrible. When you're the head coach of Texas and you've got recruits visiting and it's game day and you got NIL and just all the weird landscape of college now that goes with this. Like, you're right. Like, years ago, who cares? Who cares? Steve Sarkisian wants to be an NFL coach. Not breaking news, right? Most college coaches want to coach in the NFL. But in 2025, there are just so many different factors and so many, with the portal, players wanting to maybe leave if they don't trust that their coach is going to be there. There's a lot of layers, and they have every right to be mad. Unfortunately, they never added that Steve Sarkisian wants to stay at Texas, right? They just said, this is not true. We did not talk to any NFL teams. And Jimmy Sexton and Steve Sarkisian, just to be clear, that the reporting I did not come from them. Like, Steve didn't call me on Saturday morning and be like, hey, like, report this. So I think, does Steve Sarkisian have thoughts about coaching the NFL? Absolutely. We'll just see how this goes the rest of the year. I think it's totally fair and understanding to say that Steve Sarkisian is always going to keep his options open. He should. It would be smart business for Steve to always have options outside of Texas.
I thought she kind of owned it, actually. She just said they never said it wasn't true.
Well, no, she said, I didn't get it from them.
No, I know. She didn't.
Yeah. She didn't.
No. I talked to somebody else who said nothing's coming from the agent or Sark. This is coming from other people who are letting others know. I heard it was inside their own building, but I don't know what that means.
Is it true, though?
Yeah, I don't think she would report it without. She's got, like, she wouldn't report that unless she got it from a couple different sources.
And you're saying you heard it.
I heard it from somebody
as
else.
well.
Yeah, I heard it from somebody else who thinks that job could come open. I'm like, what? He said, yeah, I think USC, Texas, because he was saying 6 of the top 12 jobs in the nation. And I'm like, USC? He said, really, Riley? And he goes, Texas? I said, Texas? And this guy's like, oh, yeah. He goes, there's some real stuff there. I said, that doesn't make any sense. They just paid him. So I still don't know how that would work. I'm still not expecting anything like that to happen. But I don't want to go into anything else that I was told. But let's just say I would be surprised if it happened. And if you're Sark, you definitely don't want that out there. You don't want that out there. Portal. No. Diana Rossini said it perfectly. All that stuff is very negative for coaches. The only time it's a positive is if they're trying to leverage a university into more money, and Sark has already done that with his performances the last 2 years. He's already gotten paid, so it doesn't make any sense now.
Yeah. No, you can't be looking for other jobs now. No way. No.
Is it possible? I did think this. Okay, theoretically, hypothetically, what if he thinks, Arch is not that guy, and we don't have a quarterback coming in? And I have heard I can tell you that people from college football say Texas is not recruiting some of the best offensive linemen out there. They're not even offering some of the best offensive linemen. And this is an offensive line that's not good. They don't attack the portal. Like, I have some serious questions about what they're doing personnel-wise at Texas. How did they end up with an offensive line that looks like this? Are you not evaluating properly? Are you not? Everybody's spending money in portal now. Texas, don't think you're better. You think you're better than me, Texas? You think you're better than me? Because I can promise you. Now, Matthew Golden was a portal guy, a wide receiver. But if you need a portal offensive line in, you better be willing to portal the trenches in too. And that's something Texas really hasn't done.
So
and they
none
haven't
of these
had
guys
to.
are portal guys?
Not the.
They're all homegrown?
I think all the O-line, D-line are, yeah. I don't think
Really?
any of them are portal guys. Not the starters. I don't think so.
Well, the D-line's doing pretty good.
Yeah. But I'm just saying trenches in general. Now, you know, it's not unusual for running backs, cornerbacks, wide receivers. Texas had Isaiah Bond, who was from Alabama. They had Matthew Golden, who was from Houston. Those were important guys last year. Well, Golden was really important.
Well, Texas on their interior went and got some defensively, got some portal guys. But you're right. On the offensive line, the starters and even the backups. I went to Texas page on Our Lads. Not a lineman in their two deep on offense is a transfer.
No, it's crazy. And, you know, my son who's at Alabama, I was asking him about it. He goes, I said, when y'all are looking at, like, recruiting, he goes, I said, what is Texas offering? He goes, oh, Texas isn't offering any of the top guys. He said the guys that Ohio State is on, that we're on, that Georgia's on, he said Texas isn't making early offers, I should say. And nowadays, you have to be on early a lot of times, unless Texas just thinks we've got money and Lamborghinis, we're fine.
Maybe they really invested heavily into the high school stuff, and the money isn't. I can't really believe I can say the money isn't there, but maybe the budget was we're just going to throw all our cash.
Well, maybe it's just
at high school.
Well,
guys
I think maybe
this time
philosophically they say it's not sustainable if you just get players 1 year at a time. That's the old JUCO model that Kansas State used. Remember that, John? When Schneider would use JUCO, and the idea is you can't win like that long term.
Well, he did.
Well, now, but now Portal's the new JUCO, and a lot of players are a lot of teams are supplementing what they already have.
Well, look at what was the playoffs? It was all portal transfers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's crazy how every play that is made on a college football field, you hear. He came over from Illinois. Like, it's portal players left and right making all these plays.
Yeah. That's the world.
That's the world, and Texas has got to get with that.
Yeah. Except the Aggies. They've got a kid that stayed.
Yeah, they also have two wide receivers were from portal.
Yeah, but go watch that interview with Herb Street and Galloway. Those two were blown away.
Oh, Herb Street, because apparently he and his kid and Marcel Reed kid went to the same high school. So he told a story about how I was in the same pickup line, and Marcel, I love. Well, you talk about someone who's going to get a lot of hype.
Why are you such a hateful person?
We talked earlier about how A&M wasn't getting any love. Oh, Herb Street was slobbering all over. The only person he loves more than Marcel Reed is his dog.
Does Marcel have a dog too?
If it's a golden retriever, I don't know. Maybe Herb Street, when he got the last one from the puppy mill, could have gave Marcel Reed one.
The puppy mill?
Oh, you don't think those are bred dogs? You think he's...
I think he rescued them.
Get out of here.
What's his dog's name?
He's
Duke?
not rescuing those
rescued
dogs.
Duke.
Stop it. He's not...
Duke is a rescue.
So all he does is rescue retrievers? His name's not Duke, isn't it? Like
Jesper?
Pete? Or is that the one who passed? I don't know.
Oh, no, don't bring up the dead dog. You're making Herb Street cry.
I can't remember what the current dog's name is. Is it like
no heart?
Sam? I don't know. I know
like
Pete
that.
is one of the dogs.
Little Petey, something like that.
I think Pete passed away.
All right, what did we miss today, Dale?
What did we miss? We missed that Terry Rozier had an $8 million lien on him that the IRS was coming to collect.
That's right. We didn't talk about that.
Wow.
So now
Rozier's cooked.
Yeah.
He should have never told his friend who then sold the information. It was so stupid. Rozier, you dummy.
Well,
it just makes me so mad that somebody's so stupid.
He can't hear you.
Well, his friends are so stupid.
I know.
He
don't
tells
trust
somebody
your stupid friends.
Yeah, I mean,
you should know
isn't
that your
that
friends
usually
are dumb
the
or not.
case?
But you know, John, we
friends.
asked, why would you risk all that money just to make $50,000? Well, you know what it is? Well, that's more Chauncey Billups. He's probably just his friends are up his ass about trying to get a hookup here or there, and he's like, "Here, I'll throw you a bone. Don't throw your friends a bone. You can end up in prison.
Keep your bones
Don't
to yourself.
keep your bone to yourself. When your friends are asking for a bone, say no bones for you, sir.
Keep your bone to yourself.
Hey,
bones.
I'm more traditional than that, friend. I keep my bone to myself.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
From who?
That's not the first time.
Who you've heard? Hey, I keep my bone to myself. Who you heard that from? I want to know. Yanni? Did Yanni say it, John?
No.
Jeez.
No.
You know,
from a
John
girl.
Daspit got in. Did you know John Daspit went to LSU A&M with the Damaris brothers, and John's got this mega cruiser that he built, and he took the Daspit cruiser to College Station with the Damarises, and they they partied there in the Mega Cruiser.
Oh, nice.
Went to the
Yeah,
game,
that was
yeah.
earlier this year, right?
It was last week.
Oh, that was at LSU last
Yeah.
week.
A&M at
oh,
LSU,
you said he
yeah.
went to College Station with it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he
Okay.
went previously to College Station. Yeah.
Oh, they all went to the game?
Yeah.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Wow. Were they sawing varsity's horns
I
off?
guess so. I don't think John was. John's a Longhorn and Cougar.
He didn't get involved.
I'm sure he
didn't
got
get
caught
I don't
up
think
in
he.
it.
No, John's not
Yes.
sawing varsities. I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Yeah, you are.
As a
You're not
non-Aggie.
allowed
I
to
did
as a
it.
non-Aggie.
Are you
Yeah,
allowed
but you
to?
just but you badmouth the Longhorns, and then you were doing hook 'em horns in the
No, I
suite
do upside-
at Bob
I do
Moses'
upside
suite.
down horns.
Well, it
Not
depends on
back
where
then.
you are. It depends on where you
Not
are.
when we went to Bob
Oh,
Moses'
did you?
suite.
We didn't.
Yeah, I did. I was giving him the business.
But you did Eyes of Texas when they did that. Because my
Oh,
wife
yeah, I
said,
was
"Look what
thinking-
John's doing."
Huh?
She was
Oh, yeah.
disgusted.
Speaking
I was
of
swaying
that,
back and forth doing Eyes of Texas.
Of course you were.
They don't sway back and forth on
Yeah,
Eyes of
that's
Texas.
actually not the way to do that.
That's-
You're combining a couple different things there.
I want to please everybody. That's the kind of guy I
You're
am.
not a people
Yeah,
pleaser.
he's not.
I just please people. That's all.
Nah.
All right.
And,
yeah.
Did you see that Horns Down came to hockey? Now this happened
I know.
a week ago or so.
What is that about?
I've never seen it before. I didn't know that celebration could make it onto the ice. But it was like the guy who did it's not even an American. He didn't go to college at a place where he would hate Texas. I think he's Canadian. And just because they were in Dallas, he scored a goal and just did Horns Down.
He did?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll find his name. But
Well, Oklahoma was doing Horns Down against Ole Miss.
yeah, but that's Oklahoma. This guy's a hockey player. He's an LA Kings player. His name is Adrian Kempe, and he was in Dallas. They scored a goal in OT to win it, and he goes, Horns Down.
I love that.
He is from Sweden. Why does a Swedish hockey
How does
player,
he know?
I'm sure someone on the team told him, but I'm not sure why he decided this was the time.
You should saw varsity horns off. You should have duper. That's probably what he did.
Well, I mean, do all the Texas fans now hate Sweden? Is there some kind of?
Well, they're used to it.
Maybe they got beef. I don't know.
I don't know if Sweden and
Horns
Boston
Down
have
has
beef.
become. There's a girl here who went to Ole Miss. I told Dell this. She went to Ole Miss, and now her parents are Sooners, but she went to Ole Miss. And I said, and so because she went to Ole Miss, I said, man, I bet you were happy that Texas almost shattered the dreams of Mississippi State and almost crushed them. She goes, well, I was with my parents who are Sooners, and she said, honestly, we were all okay with Texas losing too. And I'm like, wow, you would rather Texas lose than Mississippi State lose. Like, what that told me is that Texas is just – and I said, man, SEC fans have figured out how to hate Texas pretty quick. She goes, yeah, no good. No good.
Everybody hates Texas.
Why? They're just a nice, lovable fan
Did you
base.
not hear the first call of the morning?
Longhorn Scott is an example of a fun Texas Longhorn fan.
Is Nicole fun on Saturdays?
No.
Okay.
No, even when they win, she's not fun.
Yeah, so there it is.
She is an intense Longhorn fan. There's no question.
Screaming after a 1 yard gain, a 2 yard gain. Like, the defense is holding up. 2 yards of carry's great.
No, it's not. No.
Not when
no,
Archer's
it's
on the
not.
other side. Every yard's personal.
Let's break here. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now I'm talking about your property taxes. Property taxes blow. I'm just going to say it. Property taxes blow. There is not – I mean, how about you're getting charged and overcharged. That's the thing. Okay, if it was at least fair, it would be okay. But they overcharge I can't say all the time because it's 86% of the time. 14% of the time. 14% of the time they actually don't overcharge. Congratulations, government. Your efficiency is amazing. How about that they just put a number on what they think your house is worth and throw it at you. And now pay on this. Pay taxes on this. Well, wait a minute. My house isn't worth that. Where did you get that number? 86% of the time, Ownwell wins. 86. They've got proprietary technology, local expertise to reduce your property taxes. They win, on average, over $1,100 per client. Hundreds of thousands of happy customers, 5-star reviews, over more than 140,000 properties represented in the Houston area. Just the Houston area. Stop overpaying, start saving with Ownwell. Sign up in 3 minutes, and you don't have to do anything else at ownwell.com/Texas. That's OWNWELL.com/Texas.
Let's talk about YouTube TV. If you signed up and you said, I'm cutting cords, I just want to watch my sports. What if your sports are gone? ESPN, they may take it away. College football, bye-bye. College basketball, Monday Night Football, gone. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Do you guys have any idea what it means when Brad Paisley does the national anthem before a Dodgers World Series
That
game?
he loves America and
That
he's
they
the
always
most
lose?
patriotic?
That it always goes extra innings.
Oh.
Every time. He's saying at 4. Every one of them has gone extra innings.
Mm.
Is that weird or not weird?
How many times?
4.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. The Star is reporting that an alien ship will land tomorrow. Are you guys ready for an alien ship to land on Earth?
I mean, yeah, sure. I don't care. What's going to be worse?
What do you mean you don't care?
Bring them on. I don't.
Aliens are coming to Earth, and you don't care.
That's great.
What
It's
type
been
of
traveling
aliens are
towards
they?
the Earth.
I just know Trump's getting ice on them. They'll be gone.
Are they
They're not
humanoid?
illegal.
Are they going to look like lizards? What type of aliens? Do we know?
We
hot?
don't.
Are they
it's
hot?
not- they haven't landed yet.
Are they hot?
So we haven't done enough research to know what type of aliens
Do they
are?
do things?
Have they
No.
sent a message to? Did they talk to us? Did they talk to Starfleet?
Do
and
they
tell
do
us?
things?
Well, that's your direction.
no,
I
wait a
just
minute.
want to know: should
They're
I be
not
afraid?
robots.
Should I be afraid? Should I?
Yeah,
should I
that's
think
the
of them as
thing.
friendly?
That's the thing. I mean,
Will
you
they
two are
speak
just
English?
nonchalant.
Can I yell at them? Hey,
You don't even
aliens, speak English, like Lance does to Canadians.
Man,
I didn't
yeah.
say that. There's no proof of that.
Yes, there is.
Play it now, then.
I don't want to. It's
Exactly.
early in the show.
Yeah. Apparently, South Korean police, I've got a arrest warrant for a woman who was trying to kill a cockroach. Do you know why?
Why?
Well, because she was doing it with a flamethrower and set the apartment building on fire.
Oh, I thought you were going to explain why she wanted to kill the cockroach. So, a flamethrower.
Yeah.
Is that a little much?
That might be overkill.
Where did she
That's
get a
what it's
flamethrower
called.
from? Did she just have one? Or did she go out and get
No,
one?
apparently it was a makeshift flamethrower,
okay.
homemade,
Oh, okay.
blow torches.
So she's the MacGyver of roach killing.
I mean, honestly, just call Scott McGrath.
I don't know if he's available everywhere.
Well, he can travel to South Korea.
Oh, does Scott know that?
Well, I'm sorry, but
he can
a
travel
flamethrower. Honestly,
too much.
It's
John,
a bit.
What would the Korean Scott McGrath sound like?
Oh.
Go on.
Mm-mm.
He
Did you
contemplated
say
it.
South Korean or North Korean?
I said, what would this Korean Scott McGrath sound like? And John's trying to figure out how to not to lose his job. Go ahead.
He's not sure.
I know he's not sure. He only does the Japan version.
Yeah, that one he's got that down.
Yeah. He's trying. Not
Go
great.
to the next story.
I don't have.
can already hear,
It's his segment.
I can already hear stuff coming out of his mouth.
He started it. Apparently AI mistook a bag of chips for a gun, and so police swarmed a school because AI thought a bag of potato chips was a gun. Do you
saw that
think
story.
AI is stupid?
Some of it is, and dangerous, because
Yeah.
a man just had some Doritos, or a kid just had some Doritos, and he's getting arrested.
Yeah. Apparently an empty chip bag stuffed in his pocket. And they thought it was, I mean,
Hold on.
AI. Get smarter.
Is AI like humans? What did the kid look like, John?
Well,
Is AI racist, John?
a bit racist. AI is just a bit racist.
I swear, I saw a gun. That's a bag of nacho
That's
cheese.
a bag of chips.
What are you talking about, AI?
AI. Why is AI racist?
I don't know. I just asked. I need to know.
Who's aligning it?
Yeah.
The AI has got to be aligned by someone.
Oh, my God. That's terrible, AI. AI is racist. We didn't even know until now. All right, people,
Tell me.
we are done. And once again, make sure you go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN if you're a YouTube TV customer, because you're going to lose ESPN unless you take action. Take action now. Keepmynetworks.com. We're done. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. But first, Lance, talk about Craig the Surf.
Craig the Surf is the people's champ when it comes to car buying, and it's understandable because at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com you can see all the vehicles they have. The truck month, Chevy Silverado 1500 right now, 2.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,250 off with a Costco executive member incentive. So there's a lot of you who have that out there, but it doesn't stop there. They've got tremendous deals on electric vehicles if that's what you're looking for. The Chevy Equinox, which my wife got, my wife got a higher finance rate when we got it. But right now the program is such that you're getting 1.9% APR finance rate for well-qualified buyers and no monthly payments for 90 days when you finance with GM Financial. So great offers going on at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Remember that with Craig the Surf down there in Angleton, they're going to have a selection that's second to none, and they go that extra mile to make sure you're happy, not just before the sale, during the sale, and even after the sale. Nobody beats the customer service out in Angleton of Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, and GMC.
Welcome into the show, and we've got a bit of a change in our setup. We're adapting. We're adapting on the fly. If you're looking at us on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter, you might see me in the spot I normally am in when we do the John and Lance show. And Lance is doing me a big favor by sitting in and staying with us because we're wondering where Sean Mapes is. That's all. We don't know. Hopefully Sean is okay.
We're just asking questions.
Yeah, we're just asking a question. We contacted him, but didn't get in touch. So hopefully Sean's okay, and he'll be in when he can. But let's get to this, because on this show we reacted rather negatively to any thought of like the Giants making a trade, because there are some thoughts that, hey, the Giants are fun. They've got Scatterbo. Now don't have him. And, of course, Jackson Dart. Should they be in on a trade? And we thought to ourselves, why would they allow Shane and Dayball to do anything to mess with their draft picks? So let's ask it about the Texans, because we're getting to the trade deadline. We're a couple days away. And we talked about it on the morning show, how they already gave up a day 2 pick for running back. Is there anything on this roster, Lance, that you would be willing to give up picks to upgrade?
For the Texans?
As they stand right now, are we just going through the year?
Anything you'd be willing to give up?
Like, obviously not a first-round pick, but is there a position someplace where you go, you know what, I'd be willing to give up something on day 2 or a combination of something on day 3 to add to this roster?
So pass rusher would be one you would look at, because they've got a bunch of them, but I've just seen D'Amico talk about pass rush. I've seen Brad Holmes at the Combine, head coaches and general managers all speak, and they all say you can never have too many pass rushers.
So I've seen Derek Barnett floated out there as a guy.
I don't think they would, because I think they want to be 4 deep at pass rush. So I don't think they would. I think that, Dameon Pierce, I don't know that there's a big market for Dameon Pierce. So, no, all the guys I would talk about would be like Dameon Pierce, Christian Harris.
Christian Harris is another name that people think, because he had starting snaps until, injuries, and this year certainly he's been missing in action. Is he a guy that a team desperate for linebacker, and what are you getting from him? Like, would you at most get a swap of picks, or would you even just get a pick back, where you wouldn't have to swap a pick?
You might swap him for a player, or if you gave him away, it's usually what you're doing is, like you might get a 7th. They've been doing that pick swap where you trade your 7th and a player for a 6th. I don't know if you even get that with Christian Harris.
And I was even thinking beyond doling out a player that you don't have a need for. Is this a team, as they look right now, that you would give up things to add to this current team? Like, would you give up as 3 and 4? Hopefully they get to 4 and 4. When we talk about where they're deficient, generally those players aren't available, because we're talking a good inside player on the O-line. I don't think there's a good guard available you'd be acquiring. Of course, running backs can be had, but at this point, Woody Marks feels like your guy, along with Nick Chubb, and you already gave a pick for Woody Marks. So I've seen Breece Hall floated out there as a running back, because they keep bringing up, Joe Mixon's not coming back. Let's get maybe the Texans in the Breece Hall conversation. I'm not in on it. I'm not trading for another running back. I'm not giving up more assets for a running back after what you did with Woody Marks. I think the team is the team. Maybe you find a way to add a tight end someplace. If you can do that.
You have a first, you have a second. You gave away one of your seconds to Washington. No, wait. Yeah. It says Washington's pick. Oh, no.
No.
So do you have 2 seconds?
I think you own that Washington pick.
Okay, and it says, wait, so if you're the Texans, you have 2 seconds.
Yes, you gave up a
first,
third.
You've got a third. New York Giants pick.
Yeah, not your own, but you do have.
You got 2 fourths, a 6th, and a 7th. Honestly, with this capital, you actually could go do something. Now, you're not going to find a competent offensive lineman. You're just not. Nobody who has a competent lineman has them on the bench, and nobody unless you go get them from a team that is not good. I guess you could look at doing that. And then maybe, but what are you giving up? Maybe you give up a 4th and get a 5th in return, or a 6th in return. If there's a starter who's a pretty good starter for a bad team, maybe you would do it. But other than that, what position are you looking at?
That's my point. As far as where you could actually get a good player, and be willing to give up something of value, I can't find any other spot than the interior of the offensive line.
Would the Dolphins be willing to give up Darren Waller?
He's on IR, so.
Oh, that's right. For how long?
We don't know.
Well, it's going to be a minimum.
At least 4 weeks. Last against the Falcons, that's game 1, so he wouldn't be available. I don't think you're trading for a guy you wouldn't see for 2 weeks after the deadline, right?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I wouldn't mind a run stuffer in the middle. I think that's something you're still missing. I don't think it's on the roster, so I wouldn't mind getting a big body, and those big bodies could be had for a 7th or 6th rounder. That's something I would maybe consider doing. But other than that, having a running back that could take over some of the reps for Nick Chubb would be nice. But I think D'Amico probably doesn't see it that way. I don't see the Texans as buyers. And Nick likes to be active. I don't think they'll be sellers, and I don't think they're buyers.
Yeah, Cal and Hannah were available. I think they're at some charity event, so they were asked a question about what they might do with the deadline coming up. And Cal gave a pretty traditional owner answer. Well, things get more active, and if the guy sees something that works, we may do it. So nothing revealing there. I'm with you. I think the roster is what it is. Maybe you add a depth piece someplace, unless you can find yourself something on the interior, whether it be guard or defensive tackle. I think we are where we are. Hope Nico comes back this week and see if they can go make a run with what they got.
Who's a really bad team this year? You got the Jets.
Well, the Dolphins are bad, but you don't want
you don't want any of those guys.
And Zach Sealer, they gave money to. That's the guy you would want, but they're not trading him. Trying to think, the Jets.
But they have had injury issues to their offensive line.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone that pops up. A lot of the names are like skill guys are popping up, or a linebacker here or there. That is what ESPN's talking about on their trade deadline article, or in their trade deadline articles. Lance got some good news. Sean's on his way. He's fine.
What happened?
I don't know. We'll have a segment about that.
Yeah,
when he's here.
You need to really grill him.
I'm not gonna grill him.
You need to really drill down on that.
That's not this show. We don't look to embarrass people unless their name's Lance Zierlein.
Yeah, I like how you do that.
Well, you set yourself up to get embarrassed. I will tell the people, despite the odd way we start, we still are going to help you guys out. And you know why? Because this show thinks of you more than the other shows on this station.
We actually told you to go keepmynetwork.com.
Well,
we're trying to save your network.
Trust me, I've got plenty of that to talk about in this show too. But I will let everyone know we do have Cougar tickets to give away. So if you missed out on your chance to win Cougar tickets from John and Lance, if you want to see the Cougs versus West Virginia, we'll have those tickets for you. They're 7-1, top 25 team in the country. Got a chance to win the Big 12, at least get to the Big 12 title game. This is one more step. Willie Fritz's second year, and he's a program builder, and he's already got it going at Houston. And, of course, he's got a nice recruiting class coming in next year. Top quarterback in the country. Sticking with the Cougs, it looks like. So, exciting times. We're going to give you a chance to watch them in person. We'll go to break here. Thanks to Lance for, filling in. He did a little dab. I don't thank him for that, but I thank him for waiting around until we got situated. This show, along with Sean Mapes, will return.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
We're back. And Sean is here with us. Lance wanted me to do an in-depth investigation. Pretty simple. Nothing too salacious.
Yeah.
User error with the phone. We're good. We're good here.
Alarm. Well, I guess it didn't go off, but because of me.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't charged.
Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, because Sean has recently changed living situations. Didn't take that long once alerted to get here.
It's like 10 minutes from door to door.
All you did was miss a segment of me trying to lean into Lance's wheelhouse.
Okay,
segment.
that's
He-
great.
He hung around.
Great.
Now let's get
We
to
have
the
a social media video to do, so I won't be using that.
Cool. Now let's get to the regular nonsense of this show that we're used to. So we did that Texans thing, but since Sean wasn't here, we got another Texans segment to do. And let's hear from a former Bronco because that's the Texans' next opponent. The Broncos were very impressive on Sunday afternoon. They turned over Dak Prescott. They did whatever they wanted to offensively. Big number for them. They took apart the Cowboys with Jim Nantz and Tony Romo in attendance, and now they come in feeling really good about themselves. We got a good defense here, continuing to shut down opponents. Broncos are maybe a different beast, particularly if you were impressed with them on Sunday afternoon. But if you go by what Justin Simmons, the former Bronco, said, don't really take into account what you saw because the Cowboys are pretty bad.
Call a spade, that has to be one of the worst defenses I've seen. I think this season, it just is what it is as a defensive guy, like unsound in the gaps, just not playing with good eyes, not playing good leverage. And when you're a good offense and you take the realm of that, you're supposed to make that defense look like that. I think Sean even said that, right? It's just like they're one of the worst defenses in the league, and we're gonna make sure that stays that way.
I don't know if Sean Payton said that exactly. It would be pretty inflammatory, maybe even more inflammatory than what he got out there about not wanting to face Jackson Dart that led Russell Wilson to pop back at him. But yeah, the Cowboys are bad. So the Broncos are feeling pretty good, but it's almost like what the Texans did to the Ravens. The Cowboys are on that level of being terrible. It's just a game that I'm not going to take into account as far as what the Texans are going to face because we know Texans really good defense. They aren't as unsound as the Cowboys are, particularly with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who now has another job. He's a Bear now. With him out of the way, the big plays have kind of ceased, and as long as they do their jobs, I don't foresee Bo Nix having a big day. Not to say they won't win that game, the Broncos, because they are on a historic pace defensively. We talk about who they are as an offense. Defensively, they are well out ahead when it comes to sacking the quarterback, and they're at a point where they can be discussed as maybe the best team getting the quarterback on the ground of all time. They've got 36 sacks this year, and they also are best at avoiding sacks, but they're on a pace to make history when it comes to sacking the quarterback. So it is the exact opposite of what we saw on Sunday against the 49ers, who've already made a trade to acquire a pass rusher. They picked up Keon White from the Patriots, who the Patriots have no use for. So the 49ers are looking for answers. It appears the Broncos have all the answers when it comes to getting after the quarterback. So this will be another in the line of you're now facing another team who can pick at your weaknesses and not just pick at them, completely exploit them. So will they mitigate some of that pass rush by 6 offensive linemen? Is this a game where Blake Fisher and a snap count rises even higher to try to avoid a situation where you're one-on-one with your tackles against Cooper and Bonito? That is what I'm out to watch on Sunday. I generally do watch games that way anyway. if I can get a sense that the quarterback, no matter if it's the NFL or college, is going to have a tough time simply sitting in the pocket, you kind of feel like you know how the game's going. So I won't even really be watching, at least to start, CJ. I'll be watching their tackles, and in passing situations, do your tackles hold up? Erstreek is coming off a really good game. But once again, the 49ers had little in the way of pass rushing. So when you see Cooper and Benito out there and some of the blitzes that the Texans handled well against the 49ers, when you see a better defense and a defense who can certainly get to you with 4, you might know very early how that game's going to go, particularly if the Texans can't run the football, which they did really well against the 49ers. It'll just be different. You're facing not only one of the better defenses in the league, but as a team overall. The Broncos are 5-2. They kind of are where you want to be. You wish you got off to the good start that they have, and not that they're playing with house money, but that's a confident team that's going to come in. They are without Patrick Surtain. We talked about that yesterday. That is a benefit to you, but Bo Nix doesn't get sacked, and they sack the quarterback. That's a good formula. If we're thinking about it, is this the best team they face all year? Like, the Rams are good. That was in week 1, so everyone's working things out. The Bucks came in here.
It was pretty healthy Bucks.
Yes, that was a healthy Bucks team. But when you combine, well, the Bucks got hurt in game because Charlie Heck wound up playing tackle.
That is true.
And they were already moving guys around, so their offensive line was certainly compromised. When you consider health, of course, Surtain gone, so that plays a part. I think this might be the best team they've played all year. Yeah. Particularly what the Texans aren't good at and what the other team can do to exploit what they're not good at.
That's what I was going to say. They might be like the worst matchup.
Yeah.
And like they're in the same, I would say they're of the same like caliber of, especially the first 2 games, the Bucks and the Rams.
But the Bucks.
But I think they're specifically set up to
agree.
like give what the Texans are bad at a hard time.
Yeah, the Bucks had one pass rusher, and it's like Hassan Reddick, who's an older player. Vita Vea, of course, great interior defensive lineman. But yeah, the Rams, that line with Verse and the rest.
Yeah,
you can very well comp that to what the Broncos are bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean Benito's he's probably the best. Yeah, he's definitely the best pass rusher that they've played this year. Maybe Hines Allen from Jacksonville. That's about it. That's the list.
He had a day.
Yeah. So
the Texans.
So I think that even without Pat Surtain, I mean with if Pat Surtain was in there, like this would be a tough watch. I might be watching this between my fingers on Sunday.
Okay.
But without Surtain, and we'll see on Nico, but I think that they do have a chance to do what they did last week and get the ball out fast. It's going to be a lot of 9-10 play scoring drives if you are scoring. Like that is going to be, I think, the formula. It's really like, okay, last week, good job doing what you did to overcome your line. Stroud doesn't get sacked. You move the ball well. Perfect. Now let's do it against one of the best defenses in the league and see how that works out. That to me is the test for the Texans.
Yeah, Nick Benito comes in with 8 sacks. Jonathan Cooper with 6, so a couple of the top pass rushers in the league. It'll be a test of Nick Caley and that offensive line to see if what we saw against San Fran is sustainable, or is it strictly based off the opponent, which is something we've talked about quite a bit. Are they sustained, or at least what they're doing, is it sustainable, or are we just simply waiting for the next opponent to test all their weaknesses and exploit them? That is a matchup I'm extremely focused on. And if they can hold up, particularly early, and allow CJ to even get the quick passing game going, then you might really have something as far as not only just competing, but I don't know that there's anyone other than the Broncos that can test them in that way the rest of the way. Like the Colts, which, of course, a complete team as far as being a good one. They don't really have the pass rushers. I'm trying to just think of the schedule going forward.
Bills, Chiefs don't really. I mean, they're really good teams, but they don't have
these
kind
elite
of
edge pass rushers. So this may be at least
the Raiders with Max Crosby.
Sure, That is one. Yeah. The near future, maybe your toughest test as far as trying to keep guys away from your quarterback. So
when you play the Jags again next.
I hope there's an improvement since then because he closed the game out by getting a CJ and deflecting what could have been a touchdown or at least a big completion as they were trying to tie that game. So we know how elite pass rushers have affected the Texans' chances to win. Now they just got to see two of them. I don't think they've seen two of them in a game yet so far.
No, I mean the Rams would be with Verse and the boys would be the like if Verse and whoever his co-star was that play, whether it's Young, whether it's Fisk. I mean that one was bad.
Flat out edge guys.
No,
this is going to be tough. It's going to be on. I won't even say it's going to be on Ursery and Howard. It'll be a team effort, whether it be play calls or CJ getting the ball out quick to those wide receivers, because he's recognizing this is not a situation where you want to hold the ball very long. So.
To me, they're so overmatched that you're right. It's not on the tackles. It's actually on.
Yeah, you go in knowing.
It's on Kaylee and the quarterback to a certain extent.
You go in knowing that if you are leaning on your tackles to get the job done, you're asking for a disaster. That can't be it. Whether you're chipping, whether you're keeping a 6 offensive lineman, and whatever it is, the game plan has to be Cooper and Benito don't determine the outcome. They'll make their plays because they're very good players, but they cannot wreck this game early, or no matter how good the Texans' defense is. I think the Broncos' offense is good enough if they're coupled with a defensive front that keeps the Texans from operating. I think that's a combination where the Broncos come in here and win. Now the Texans are now a favorite. They opened up as a dog. That has flipped to them being a favorite. So the money so far coming in on the Texans.
What does Vegas know?
I have no idea. I have no idea what they know, but we got days to prepare. And you know what would help if Nico's available? We'll see if he's back out there at practice. That would certainly be a boost. Maybe that's what they know. Maybe that's what they know, that Nico's going to play. We'll see. So that game's going to be on CBS, but a lot of things are on ESPN, and if you don't want to miss out on all your great ESPN programming, go to keepmynetworks.com. If you're a YouTube TV subscriber, there's a chance you're going to lose ESPN, which means you're going to lose college football. You're going to lose college game day. You're going to lose Monday Night Football. We know the Texans have been on that a couple times already this year. You don't want to miss it. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep your ESPN. Eric, I see you. You want to get in. Anyone want to follow him, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll give away those Cougs tickets at some point. We'll talk about Michael Jordan being the most obvious Michael Jordan of all time. Like what he did last night. Actually, what he did 4 months ago that aired last night is the most obvious thing he could ever do. So we'll get to that. We're just getting started here with the show being in its full form. Sean's back with us. We'll talk to Eric when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and the best way to make money here in this watching sports in this October. It's not actually a sports equinox because there's not an NFL game on until Thursday, but this time of the year where you have all the sports in action. So you got the Rockets in Toronto in facing off against the Raptors. Give me more on Amin Thompson, 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Been pretty quiet for Amin on the stats front. I think that changes. And then Emmanuel Quickly for the Raptors. Been pretty solid every game this year for the Raptors. 15.5. Give me the more on Emmanuel Quickly's points. And then you have the game pivotal. It's always a pivotal Game 5 in the World Series with the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. And give me more on Blake Snell, 6.5 strikeouts. He's been doing really well. Really, I mean, up until this was Game 1 of the World Series, he's been really a horse for the Dodgers. To get to this point, I think he gets back on track here tonight. So you download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Malik Neighbors had his ACL surgery yesterday, and you may go, why so long? He's been out for a while, according to doctors who would know. Sometimes different knees react differently. So the swelling, until it goes down, they won't do the surgery. And his was a little bit more than, I won't say normal, but it just took a while for that swelling to go down. So that's why he had it weeks after he was initially injured. So that's somewhat commonplace. We know Jason Tatum, with his Achilles, had surgery right away. So the body parts react differently.
Wasn't it like the next morning or something?
They got him in as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
They apparently, if you do that, it helps on recovery and helps you get back to normal or come back more normal. Knees aren't the same. But while that is all normal and above board, the question for me and probably some Giant fans are like, why is the Cowboy surgeon doing it? And if you're a Giant fan, everything that could go wrong starts floating around your head. There are some guys who are just experts that happen to be doctors for specific teams, but they will do the surgery because it wasn't like Dr. James Andrews, the name we always hear.
Yeah, you'd fly to like Birmingham
Yeah.
to get Dr. James Andrews to work on you.
But he was a doctor for a specific team at times. But when you needed a surgery done, particularly for a knee, he would be the one to do it. So maybe the Cowboys guy is an expert, and that's why the Giants star wide receiver is getting his knee fixed by that guy. I just know what will happen if it goes poorly. Jerry made the call. Jerry made the call. So the doctor in question is Dr. Dan Cooper. He's the doctor's team physician. He doesn't just check on Dak's ankles. He does perform surgeries as well. So that's why Malik Neighbors had his surgery done by Dr. Dan Cooper.
I don't know.
See, you sound like a Giant fan.
Yeah,
questioning everything.
Just Jerry leaves an envelope full of money day before surgery day.
I hope it doesn't even take that. I hope Jerry goes, I know Taylor Sheridan. You want to roll in Landman? You want to play the doctor? You want to just play the surgeon as Billy Bob has to have surgery?
Yeah, the next guy who ends up in a hospital bed, you're the doctor.
You want to have a line or two? Hey, maybe don't do as well as you could with Malik Neighbors' knee if you want that.
You know the Hippocratic Oath, the do no harm?
Ignore all of that.
They don't say do the best job you can.
Yeah, just say do no harm. I'm not saying you should ruin his knee.
Just,
I'm just saying, hey.
Whoops. Slip a hand.
Leave some gauze in there. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know what you guys
I don't know what you guys do when you screw stuff up. When there's a malpractice suit, I don't know what you guys do. Just do that. Speaking of Cowboys, or at least fans of the Cowboys, here's Eric. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, I heard the Cowboys are looking to trade for Burns from the Giants. Would y'all rather have him or Crosby? And what's y'all's favorite Halloween candy? Is it Reese's Peanut Butter Cups or candy corn? And Sean, I'm glad you're okay. I know many of days I've come to work hungover, especially when I was in the military while I was in Korea. I got to go. Axes on my tail.
Okay. I did not know that you spent time in Korea. I feel like you're a little young But maybe it wasn't the Korean War he's
Yeah,
referencing.
maybe it wasn't the Korean War. That's the same war my grandpa served.
Perhaps he's not referencing that. Maybe he just had a deployment over there at some point. Who would you rather have, Burns or Crosby? Well, you don't have a choice, according to the Raiders. It's either going to be Burns, if the Giants would even do that, which I doubt.
Yeah.
But it won't be Crosby. That's what we were told. Max Crosby isn't going anywhere. So maybe you have a shot at Brian Burns. But I don't see that happening either. The Giants, why would the Giants do that? We were just told a couple weeks ago they're looking to add. Now, things have gone poorly like we thought they would, so they're not doing that anymore. But I don't think they're trading you in only. See, if Jerry wouldn't trade Micah to the Eagles, can't imagine Joe Shane is going to trade.
Yeah.
Trade in the division, trade his star pass rusher.
Also, I think the Giants' edge that would get traded is Thibodeau. That's been the reporting so far, because Thibodeau's on an expiring contract.
Yeah, if
they just traded for Burns like 2 years ago.
And of course, they drafted Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
So if they were going to trade one, it would be Kayvon Thibodeau, who's only 24. Feels like he's been around. I guess because I've just heard about him since he was like a high school senior. Feels like he's only 24 years old. But
that is surprising.
Yeah, it feels like he's older than that. But I would agree. If there is a pass rusher to be acquired by someone from the Giants, it would be Thibodeau. But I don't see his name mentioned anywhere either. Although, actually, I'll take that back. There are some like yard barkers talking about Kayvon Thibodeau. I don't know how much that means, but probably doesn't mean very much. But there it is, Eric. As far as Halloween candy, it's obviously mini Snickers for me if I was going to do Halloween candy. But candy corn, I had candy corn as a kid, but as a grown man, I'm not reaching for candy corn.
I'm not reaching for it, but it's all right.
It's fine.
Yeah.
But it's not at the top of the list.
I will say, I think Halloween's a day for chocolate candy.
I think I would agree.
I think that's. I know it's not literally like they don't only get like you'll get a Snickers or a Starburst or not Snickers, a Skittles or a Starburst.
Sure, but I'm not looking for that on Halloween. I think.
No, I think the mood of Halloween is more chocolate,
Nougaty, peanut butter, chocolate stuff.
Twix even.
I would agree. I save my non-chocolate candy. In fact, I would probably say I like non-chocolate candy more, like gummies, as far as like Sour Patch Kids, all that stuff. I like that more, but that's a year-round thing if I'm looking for candy. But yeah, Halloween, that's the time I'm going to dive in on the chocolate.
Yeah.
But
if you give me an original original Hershey's, keep it, man.
Get out of here. Get that out of here. What
it's
am
like
I?
The first candy we had. Yeah, give me chocolate and something
I know
else.
it's Halloween, but I'm not one of the kids from Welcome to It. It's not the 1960s. I'm not looking, or Welcome to Dairy. I'm not looking for basic Hershey's.
Yeah,
a
just
Kiss
block
or
of
a bar.
chocolate.
I don't care about any of that.
Come
I
on.
need a little peanut butter.
Cookies and cream or
something. Give me a little extra.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
You need a fastball and a slider.
Why am I getting candy that, speaking of Korea, that the GIs gave the guys in Korea, the kids in Korea when they saw them? Why am I getting that candy? I'm not looking for that. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Like, shout out to Hershey's for, I guess, inventing chocolate.
I've seen enough of those period piece war movies where
they have one in their pocket.
and there's some kid that they really like who's from a village that they're in, and they'll hand the kid some chocolate. I'm not looking for that chocolate because that chocolate didn't have peanut butter or caramel in it.
No. That kid probably wasn't looking for it either.
No, probably wasn't aware that existed. That's why he was so overwhelmed by the block of chocolate he was given. Cut it out with the Hershey's bars. Shout out to if you're given a large bar, if that's what you do, you give a king size because that's who you are as a Halloween person, that's fine.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, but if it's 14-year-old me, I'm not looking for that.
No. Yeah, I'm sorry to air 20-year-old grievances about what candy I want and don't want.
But now's the time.
Now
if
is
not
the time.
now.
What else? What else? I mean, the next 3 days.
Yeah, we got
that's
that.
the time.
Yeah, and then we'll stop talking about Halloween overall. I got movies to watch on Shudder. That's what I'll be doing. As I
with the lights off.
No. Oh yeah.
Porch lights off.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not turning. I'm not giving out candy. That's definitely true. I'm not. Doing
I feel
that.
like they know. I feel like the kids in the neighborhood. They're
Well,
like, don't go to Mr. Dell's house.
Olalea house.
Yeah.
I don't interact with the kids in the neighborhood. I've been in that neighborhood long enough. I've seen kids
come and go.
Like the neighbors,
like Pennywise.
I've seen the neighbors sell their house because their kids all got out of the house. They're gone. The other neighbors, like Pennywise.
I've seen them come and go. I've seen them get kidnapped.
Like, which is fine, but not like Pennywise.
like weapons.
Yeah.
One day they're just all gone.
At 3:14, all those kids disappeared. Don't know where they went. Haven't seen them since.
As I was watching whatever.
For some reason, I was up at 3:14 a.m. and heard doors across the neighborhood open and close, and the kids never came back. But yeah, I've been there long enough where neighbors have sold their homes because their kids are all out of the house, or in one case, one of the kids is now a dad himself. So
wow.
So I've been there for quite a while now. But as you said, no matter what generation of kid it is, they know that porch light ain't on Halloween night. I hope that has been passed down. The families all know.
Yeah, not this one.
That nothing's gonna happen to you either way, except if you do ring a doorbell, no one's coming to the door. That's the worst that'll happen to you. You ring the doorbell, I'll hear it go, F out of here.
Turn up the volume on Welcome to Derry,
Yeah.
episode 2.
Yeah, they start hearing a recent pop song played by a drum major because I'm playing CFB 26. I'll just turn that up. Hey.
Is that Shabuzi?
Yeah, is that Shabuzi?
A marching band?
Yeah, with the marching band? That's what they'll hear, most likely. All right, we'll go to break. Maybe you don't give candy to the local kids either. I'm in solidarity with you there. But hey, we all have our ways to spend our Halloween nights. Tonight it isn't Halloween, but we do have Rockets and Raptors. We'll hear from Kevin Durant when we come back. He admits to being the guy we always thought he was, and we're also going to hear from Buzz Williams. He revealed something that pissed some Aggie fans off. He's now the new coach at Maryland, but he did some things on the way out. It went from good luck to you, Buzz, to I'll root against them every day of my life just because that's what recruiting is all about. All right, we'll get to that, and we'll also give away some Cougs tickets at some point. A lot to get to on the show. We'll be back.
Before we do that, I just want to tell you, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Kevin Durant was on the Pivot. That is the Ryan Clark podcast with Channing Crowder. Fred Taylor's on it. Two guys who played their ball at the University of Florida. And Kevin Durant just revealed what we all knew about him. Now, I didn't know exactly his mindset in regards to responding to people on Twitter, but he admitted the obvious, and you'll hear it here. But then he went on to talk about why what he's doing is good for the game of basketball. And we can certainly talk about that. Here's Kevin Durant on the Pivot.
Did you have the little button switching back and forth?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Why?
Because I wanted to be stealth. I didn't want nobody to know that it was me. I mean, that's really why you get a burner account.
I can see you cussing him out. I can see you cussing out, what's his name, Windhorse, all them, Sham Sharania. Why are you so worried about what the man living in his mama basement say about you?
I mean, he need to know too. Like seriously, if you're questioning what I'm doing, then why not get it from the source if you're that interested? So yeah, sometimes it's a millions and millions of people that I probably overlooked.
Yeah.
But when I respond to 2 or 3 people, it's like, how you talking to everybody? I'm like, you're exaggerating now. I'm talking to everybody. I might talk to 1 or 2 people here and there. I might give them a quick 30 seconds and then I'm moving on about my day. But like I said, when you look at the big picture, I really believe that these people that I might be on sometimes, they enjoy these interactions.
100%.
That might push them to go buy some more NBA tickets or buy the league pass or want to subscribe more to our game. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if we all were a little bit more authentic with these responses, all of our games will grow. And I'm starting to see more and more players now. You seen Russell Wilson. Every time I see a guy come out and just say something like that, I'm like, I know I aspired that just a little. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you need
Kevin
to
Durant
let.
thinks he changed the course of history a little bit with Russell Wilson. That's fine. But do you think if you got into a back and forth online with a player and he roasted you in front of all his followers, it would make you more likely to get NBA League Pass? I don't know how that connection is made.
That's a reach.
Yeah,
That's
if
a reach.
I got destroyed by, let's say I took issue with something on this show that a player did, throw in whatever Texan player you want to think of, and they heard it or they were told about it. We know they block out the noise, but he might hear it. And I have an account on Twitter that's not active, and he got back at me, and he crushed me on it. And of course, he's got the bigger reach, the followers, so everyone's like, yeah, get him. Is it more likely for me to get Sunday ticket after that? Because Titus Howard got after me about something? I don't think so. Maybe I'm not everyone, so maybe how I react to things is different. I just don't know if the guy by the way, we got to find another thing than the guy's basement. I understand it's the go-to.
Yeah.
But a lot of the country doesn't have a basement. No one here is going to have a basement. Maybe, look, you can just say the extra bedroom or your childhood bedroom. You can do that. You're still living in your childhood bedroom. I feel like that works.
Yeah.
We
Your
need to
mom's
adapt.
house.
As much as we talk about the game adapting in all sports, we got to adapt that insult.
Yeah.
Basements don't even exist in some parts of the country.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never lived in a part of the country where a basement existed because
it's
of flooding.
It's not a thing at least in most of Texas. It's not a thing.
Florida either.
Yeah, not a thing of Florida. Yeah. Yeah.
You're
I
still
think
living in your
mom's
childhood,
house.
your mom's house, your childhood bedroom. That's all fine. That works. But yeah, I don't buy much of what Kevin Durant said there. I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, I understand I mean, it's almost like commendable. He was like set up for it's like, yeah, I can understand if you're going at Shams and Woj and Windhorse, but why go after the guy with 10 followers, and he's like, well, he's a guy too.
Yeah,
Like,
he's-
and I do.
He's a person too.
I do
That's
admire that.
That's
He views
actually
them all as equals.
That's actually something you can go. You know what, Kevin? You made a good point.
Yeah,
they're
like,
all the same.
They're all equals.
I'll
Like,
treat
his
you the
opinion
same
is
way.
The same.
Yeah. You don't need to go after someone who has a following.
Yeah.
If you think the guy
Clout chasing Ryan Clark.
that was Channing Crowder.
I know. But Ryan Clark's there.
Understood.
Worry about hiring an LSU coach.
We'll see who.
Shane Crowder. Worry about hiring a Florida coach.
Yeah, all you guys talking about things when your programs don't even have coaches anymore.
Yeah.
You got other things to concern yourself with. But yeah, that point I will agree with. I'll treat the guy who's got 25 people who may all be bots the same way I would treat HP basketball, Matt Moore, or a different basketball guy on Twitter.
Yeah. Now, what you're saying about buying League Pass, I don't know about that. I mean, maybe to hate watch you, they'd buy League Pass. Like, that's the only way.
Am I spending that money to watch him 82 times in a year or less because you'll have some on national TV, but you get the point? I don't think so.
No.
You're not. I'm not using my embarrassment to go, you know what? I love the game of basketball even more. Because he's always going to win those. When was the last time anyone beat Kevin Durant in one of those back and forths? You can't. Not only is he a smart guy, he's also.
He can hang his hat on being
Yeah,
one of the
what are you
going to
say to him?
Time.
What are you going to say to him to win a basketball argument with him? If he comes in with something reasonable, how are you going to win that one? Sometimes pick your battles, people. It's fun to talk to Kevin Durant and to actually get him to a point where he's going to talk back to you, but you're never going to win.
No.
If the goal is to win, choose a different victim.
I also find it very funny when I see people try to tag Kevin Durant, like while he's on one of his tweeting sprees, go at people's necks. People try to tweet and like ask a very like in-depth basketball question that's like very respectful about like how he comes off of screens in the mid-range or whatever. He always ignores those, man. He's not there for that. He's not there
Not
for
at
like
the moment. You might get him to talk actual basketball, but if you're the one noticing him online because of other stuff, it's not time for that.
He's not in. Well, you see, what you want to do is he's not in that mode. He's in your bitch mode. he's in you're in your mom's basement mode.
Well, speaking of that, we'll go to break. Before that, we'll hear from Kevin Durant on this. He was talking about Alperen Sengun. Alperen, one of the more beloved players for NBA Twitter. People love Alperen Sengun. Kevin Durant did find Alperen Sengun, his success and his ability. He found a way to make it about himself. Here's Kevin Durant again on the pivot and his how his play can help Alperen.
Last season, Sengun would touch the ball at the top of the key, and he'll have a guy up there with him. Like I was with him last night at the top of the key. I'd be at the wing. A lot of the times, he would have somebody else in his lap helping him. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm right there. This dude not about to leave me open for a catch and shoot. He might be denying me, so that he got a little bit extra space to, you know what I'm saying, get some work. And so for me, I might not be involved in that play. I might not touch the ball. But I feel like I contributed to a little bit, you know what I mean? A part of that, him making that basket, even though he did 100% of the work, but just giving him just a small inch of space for me is a win. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the times, that's a win for me, but people don't understand that part of the game. They just like, go score the ball, bro. Go put some shots up.
Yeah.
But I'm
clean it up. He cleaned it up by saying, hey, Alperen did all the work. Look,
Yeah.
He may be right that people don't understand, but I feel like people with even basic basketball knowledge understand how spacing can help.
I think NBA 2K has done a good job at teaching people like, hey, what if I just put a bunch of shooters out there and with a post guy or with a guy who wants to drive it.
Particularly in this city.
Yeah,
what was James Harden's career but putting spaces around him and letting him operate? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong that his presence opens up things. Yes,
He
but
is,
I think
he is little.
I feel like
sorry, Kevin. Don't be mean to me.
You better watch it.
I live in my own apartment.
Yeah, it's not
FYI.
Yes. You pay rent.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll have to find another way to insult you. But I feel like people know, even back when Shaq was playing, hey, Shaq's a dominant force. You know what you do? You put shooters around him. How do you think Robert Ory made his living? Hell, the Rockets even before then.
Yeah, Hakeem
like with
Olajuwon.
Hakeem. It's a pretty basic thing, but I'm glad Kevin Durant informed the people who didn't know that spacing matters.
So next time Şengün or Min Thompson drive and score,
we credit
with Kevin Durant on the floor.
Give him a little credit.
Just
acknowledge that might not have happened without Kevin Durant. No, those guys did all the work, but
I wish I could do a prize picks of credit to Kevin Durant.
Over under on credit baskets that Kevin Durant should get.
Just what he helped.
Yeah, what he helped. What
Not
he helped
an
create.
assist,
Look,
what he helped.
Kevin Durant's mere presence is going to help tonight in Toronto.
Yeah, and that's something we knew that from the second it was even rumored that he would be a Rocket. Was just like, him instead of Jalen or Brooks, like that's gonna help.
There's a different level of respect paid to him, no matter how good of a shooter Dylan Brooks became while he was here. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll talk some more basketball because Michael Jordan has some things to say. He was asked about load management, and can you guess what Michael Jordan thought about load management? I bet you can. So we'll hear from him when we come back. We'll do the Cougar giveaway next hour as well. Hour 2 begins when we get back. But first, I do want to let you know, KeepMyNetworks.com is the place you go to if you want your ESPN to continue being seen if you're a YouTube TV subscriber. It's pretty simple. You don't want to lose the best that they have to offer. You know the deal. I got ESPN right now on YouTube TV in front of me. It is just Saturday. Talk about Myles Garrett. If you don't want to miss out on that or other great programming they provide, go to KeepMyNetworks.com to keep your ESPN. Game 4 of the World Series was last night, and I made myself a liar. I actually watched it, but only when I saw the Blue Jays had guys in scoring position. I was like, you know what? Let me take a look. Let me see if they come through. They did enough. They won 6-2, so that series is tied at 2. I wasn't going to sit through any Dodger rallies, but I was like, you know what? Let me see if I can hear that crowd deflate as the Blue Jays scored. So I got a couple opportunities to watch that. It's 2-2 there.
I also like front running in
yeah,
baseball.
when it doesn't really concern me, I like the front run. And
F them.
and knowing the Dodger fans are gonna you can hear kind of that audible sigh when there's a blooper that scores a run. I was like, yeah, I like that.
You can see Jason Bateman put his head down behind the dish.
He
was at one of the games.
Yeah,
I don't know if he was at last.
One of their friends wasn't invited because he can't stand the Dodgers. I forgot who it was. I forgot who it was. But either way, Jerry O'Connell was there.
Okay.
He tweeted
Kangaroo Jack himself. Well, not himself.
He wasn't the actual kangaroo, but yeah, he was in the movie.
He was one of his buddies.
Yeah, imagine that.
Anthony Anderson.
I think of him as Mr. Rebecca Romaine.
I mean,
Mystique.
It is his most impressive role.
Yes.
I will say that.
The fact that he was the guy she followed up with after John Stamos, because apparently, at least in that relationship, John Stamos couldn't be a good husband. Who knows? But she went with Jerry O'Connell. It was like, what? Jerry O'Connell? Jerry O'Connell's like, yeah, me. What do you mean? What do you mean, Jerry O'Connell?
What do you mean?
I'm an actor too. And then that relationship is still going strong. So let's not
shout out to Jerry.
Let's not just assume things won't work out because it's Rebecca Romaine Stamos and the goofball that people thought Jerry O'Connell was.
Kangaroo Jack's buddy.
Yeah. She goes from John Stamos to the goofball, at least according to some people, and that thing has worked out for like 20 plus years now. But either way, he was at the game and he tweeted it out, and he had a picture of himself talking about how long the game was taking. It was like 10:30 LA time. Everyone's like, "Relax, buddy. What are you doing? It's 10:30 your time. Cut it out. Where do you have to be?
10:30. Oh.
Yeah. So while people suffered, I guess, through the 18 innings, if you were there in the building, I mean, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, and speaking of the World Series games get broadcast in Japan, obviously, and increased interest, obviously, with Shohei Ohtani out there. There is some school that was like letting their kids watch the World Series that day in school, and it started at 9 a.m. Japan time. It ended at 3 p.m. So they spent the entire day watching that.
The whole school day. See, that's why they're the best in the world, Sean. Just put you in front of a TV for 8 hours and just watch.
Yeah, we never got any
or
of that.
6 hours, excuse me, and just watch. Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, they would. I'm trying to think if I was ever shown.
There's a Champions League final going on. It's 2 p.m.
Yeah, that would be the thing. Champions League wasn't a real thing to watch when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It hadn't gotten the big time coverage and the broadcast deals that it has
now. If it was on Telemundo.
Yeah,
or
and they weren't. They weren't going to do that. So yeah, we didn't have that.
No.
The one time it did happen, I think the Angels were blown. Well, they had already blown a giant lead in the AL West, and then the weekend right before the playoffs were going to begin, they closed the gap. I think they went from like 10 games up to 3 games down, and then that weekend they swept. The Mariners got swept. In fact, the clips were used in one of those 90s not Little League, but how could this kid be the manager of a team movies?
Oh, yeah.
It was the Minnesota one.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so
Is that Little Big League?
It might have been. So the Twins took the place of the Angels in regards to, hey, we're down by 3 games over the weekend. We got to sweep, and they got to sweep. So they showed archival footage of the Mariners getting swept. So I was like, hey, I remember that. But it was actually reality. It was the Angels. So I think they showed that game, the Mariners-Angels one-game playoff. That's the only time I've ever seen a actual sporting event at school.
It was a Little Big League.
Yeah, I remember that.
I remember the poster or like the DVD cover with him nose to nose with the ump.
Short ump if he's nose to nose with a 12.
Well, no, the ump is like
leaning down on him. Okay,
yeah.
I'm seeing it now. Got it.
Cowboy Joe West, not actual Cowboy.
Not Cowboy, but their version of him. Yeah. He had a guitar in the
that
in
don't
the
feel
umps
nearly
clubhouse.
soulful enough to be Cowboy Joe.
Yeah. So that's what I got out of the World Series. It's 2-2. The Blue
Yeah.
Jays fight back with
Pivotal
no George.
Game 5 tonight.
Of course, it's always pivotal. And I asked the guys the question, and I got differing answers. We've done this before. And I had to up the stakes because they were more than willing to sacrifice the Rockets tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So they wanted a really good night in Toronto sports. So, okay, a regular season game with and the Dodgers lose a World Series game, I get it. But how many games would you sacrifice?
How many Rockets games?
How many losses would you put on the Rockets record for
the
for even just Game 5 to go?
Oh, Game 5,
which is crazy because that doesn't guarantee.
No.
So I'm going to give you.
I don't care enough about.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a Toronto series win. Okay. How many losses would you put on the Rockets record? Or let me give it to you with more stakes. The Rockets are either a 2 seed, and the Dodgers win the World Series, or they drop to a 6, and the Dodgers lose the World Series. Would you take that swap? They're in the playoffs.
Yeah, 6. I wanted to avoid the play-in.
Yeah.
A play-in Rockets season would be automatic. Who cares about baseball?
Yeah.
Like,
are you
we'll get them next year. Astros will get them next year.
Are you so against the Dodgers winning another World Series that you would have the Rockets fall to a 6 and have to go on the road to make the finals?
I don't think I'm that against it.
Yeah, I was like, what are we talking about here? I wouldn't even have the Rockets drop a week of games.
I looked up to see when the play-in tournament starts. It's a while. Or not the play-in tournament, the NBA Cup.
Yeah.
I was like, give me all losses until the NBA Cup. Until
how many games is that?
November 7th. It's like 4 games.
So a 4-game, you would sacrifice 4 games.
Yeah. And then going to San Antonio, group play, NBA Cup. Nah, we got to win.
The currently undefeated San Antonio.
Exactly. Can't fall too far behind in the Southwest.
The Spurs are off today. They play the Heat. But the Spurs and the Heat have the biggest point differential in basketball right now. Those two teams.
The biggest positive?
Yeah, biggest positive, yeah. Spurs 4-0, Miami 3-1. All of a sudden, the Heat score all the points.
Yeah.
And the Spurs don't score as many, but they defend better. So the Wemby thing is going well. We've talked about it. We don't like it, but that's where we stand right now.
The Rockets are 5th in point differential.
Off of one win because the Nets stinks.
Yeah, and they lost close to the Thunder.
Close games, yeah.
But that's funny that they're plus 7.7.
Yeah, the Thunder have already played 2 double overtime games. The most played last year, I believe, was 4.
The Thunder
by a team
have a worse point differential. They're 5-0. They have a worse point differential than the 1-2 Rockets. I'm just saying, who's really the better team? What's a better metric of future success?
Undefeated?
I like point differential better.
Yes, over an 82 game.
I'm good with over a 3 or 5 game sample.
I don't like that so much because if the Thunder got to play the Nets 2 times, I think their point differential would be higher than it is now.
Yeah.
The Rockets played 2 good teams, lost to them both, and beat an awful team, and now they're looking to go in Toronto to get to 2 and 3.
4th in the West, though. Oh no, wait, that's still point differential.
Well, 1 and 3 doesn't get you 4th in the West.
11th in the West.
Yeah, if it mattered, it would be a problem, but it doesn't. And
if the playoffs ended today,
it'd be a weird way
there'd be a huge tragedy that would have happened that forced the playoffs to start today.
Such a huge tragedy that there wouldn't be any playoffs.
Yes.
If the season ended today, but the Rockets don't have to worry about that. All they got to do is go up to Toronto and get a win. And Kevin Durant may bully you if you question him, but at least he's scoring buckets. That's all we care about.
Yeah. Tread carefully when adding whatever is it KD Trey? Is
that what it is?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like he could just get KD if he wanted.
He probably could, but I think he's probably partial. KD Trey 5 is what
Trey
it is.
5. That obviously 35.
Yeah. What's wrong with you, Sean?
I don't know. I don't know why I forgot the last number of his Twitter handle.
Yeah. So Kevin Durant will be off Twitter at least for 2.5 hours tonight. We'll see if he's immediately back on it after the game. And you're going to watch the Rockets tonight, but if you want to watch the Cougs in person, I'm going to give you the chance right now. Let's go caller 4 at 11:20. So 3 minutes from now. Caller 4 at 11:20 wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs versus West Virginia. As the Cougs try to get to 8-1, they are 7-1, top 25 team in the country, and they welcome West Virginia into town. It'll be a day to honor those who served and to honor that 2015 Peach Bowl team when the Cougs take on West Virginia. If you don't get tickets from us, tickets start at $20.15. You can call UH Cougars, you can go to 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets or go to uhcougars.com/tickets to watch a good football team who's fighting for a Big 12 title. They're also going to honor their director of strength and conditioning, Coach Hester. He lost his battle of cancer, and he was a fan of the color black, so it'll be a blackout game in his honor. Wear black and honor Coach Hester and root on your Cougs' victory. So caller 4 at 11:20, and if you don't win from us, 713-GO-COUGS or uhcougars.com/tickets. All right, we'll go to break with that, and we'll come back with more. We talk Cougs. You're going to hear from Buzz Williams. And if you're an A&M fan, you're feeling pretty good. Mike Elko joined the show this morning with John and Lance and talked about the win over LSU. Well, your former coach, it's just the business of recruiting. But if you're an Aggie, you're probably not going to like what you hear. We'll do that when we come back.
First, YouTube TV customers, I want to tell you that, hey, we talked a lot of basketball. If you want to continue watching basketball games this season, well, you're going to need to reach out. You're going to have to let them know that you want to keepyournetworks.com to keep ESPN. Go to that website and let them know you want to keep your ESPN on YouTube TV if you want to watch, matchups like the Cavs and the Celtics tonight, or the other game, the later game, Lakers and Timberwolves. If you want to watch games like that, you go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So Buzz Williams is the new coach at Maryland. He used to be the coach at A&M. He used to have a show right here on ESPN 97.5. Now it's the Bucky McMillan show that you're going to be able to hear here on the station. So he was sitting down in front of Maryland media as we're getting ever closer to the season. You know, we gave away tickets to an exhibition over the weekend, so we're right around the corner from actual games, from the guys going out to Hawaii or Bermuda or some tournament in Charleston because you're not one of the top teams in the country, but you still want to get your preseason games in, so or at least your regular season tournament games in. So you wind up playing
Greenville,
the College of
okay.
Charleston in a tournament. We're getting to that time, and so you're talking to the media at media days and other things. So Buzz Williams, he's kind of running down the transition, those days in between the offer for Maryland and making the decision to leave A&M to take the Terrapin job. And he will position it here as not recruiting. You listen to it and determine whether he was recruiting players to Maryland while still under contract at A&M.
Before I decided to accept the job here, I had asked Dr. Pines for that morning to spend time with each player that had eligibility remaining at Texas A&M. And that morning, Miles was starting his second full day with his mom and dad on campus for an official visit. So I went on a walk with all of the young men that had eligibility, and then I asked Lyle to bring Miles and Mr. and Miss Rice to my house at the completion of those walks. And just like I did with the kids with eligibility, I showed them the MOU that I hadn't signed. And I explained to them what had been going on the previous 48 hours. And I did the same with Miles and his parents. Because I knew I was going to need to make a decision in the next couple of hours. And that was the first time in my career that had ever happened. And so I didn't try to recruit Miles to come to Maryland. That wasn't the intent of the conversation. But I knew within a couple hours if I was taking that job that my family and I would be on a plane and he would still be on a visit to Texas A&M.
What happened to Miles?
He ended up coming and making a decision to come here.
Look at that.
Before he ever visited.
So this is from a longer clip of him talking about his point guard, Miles Rice, who is at Maryland with Buzz Williams. The Dr. Pines he's referencing is the president at the University of Maryland. So he asked the University of Maryland president, can I talk to these players before I make a decision? And the MOU is what memorandum of understanding before he agreed to the deal. So, Sean, you're well-versed in coach speak and the recruiting game. Do you think Buzz Williams just simply had some friendly conversations with some of those Texas A&M guys or even some of the recruits on campus that mentioned nothing about possibly joining him at Maryland?
He just wanted to talk to him.
Yeah. And did he kind of, like he set it up where I would just want to talk to the guys before.
Yeah. Well, he talked to Miles. He showed Miles the contract.
Yes, and he talked to the guys who were already on the roster, and he needed to talk to them before I guess he made his decision. That's the story he's giving there.
Yeah.
Do we believe
that he just wanted to let him know that, hey, you have eligibility left. I will be going to Maryland.
What do you think about that?
Yeah. Thoughts? Your thoughts?
Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, come on. Like, we know it happens. Like, it's not the end of the world.
No, it's not.
That this happens, but it is. I don't know. It is a little light scumbaggery. You know, just an acceptable amount of college coaching scumbaggery.
It's college coaching. Would you be surprised to know that multiple players on that A&M roster wound up at Maryland?
No way.
Some of the players he may have spoken to?
He just spoke to him just to let him know.
I'm looking at the Maryland roster right now. There are 4 players from that A&M roster who wound up showing up at Maryland. Is that surprising? Considering what Buzz Williams just said about,
it's a little
I just want to talk to some guys.
It's a little surprising because 4 from your previous stop does kind of feel like a lot.
It does feel like a lot.
But
now this is just coming to my attention now. I wasn't locked in on the
Maryland
48 to 72 hours right after Buzz Williams made his decision on whether A&M guys were fleeing because they wanted to be with their coach, which is not surprising. You're there at A&M, and yes, I assume the A&M experience is a great one. I've never been a student there. But when it comes to high-level college basketball, guys tend to want to be with the coach that recruited them. Maybe
in general.
Yeah, like LSU is different. Like Brian Kelly, sure, he recruited LSU, but LSU is one of those places that recruits itself. I don't know if A&M falls into that category when it comes to basketball, particularly if you're recruiting guys from out of the area to come play there. So not surprising that guys wound up with him. I do think it's funny that in a story where he's talking about his new freshman point guard, who apparently has a great background, or at least a background that deserves a story being told about it, that he let it be known, I didn't really try to bring him over. Miles just happened to want to come to Maryland.
I was just very open with him about me going to Maryland, and he also then wanted to go to Maryland. The way he delivered it too was, it reminded me a lot of the Charlie Murphy, Dave Chappelle sketch where he's like, "No, I didn't recruit him. Now he is here.
Yeah.
Now, like Miles is now here with us.
Yeah.
Like there's like a pause of like where he's like, well, obviously he's here. Like I have to say that he's here.
But I didn't actively
Just
try
like,
to get him in that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit here and rub dirt on someone's couch. Who would do that? Do such a thing? So anyway, I rubbed dirt all over his couch.
Yeah, Miles Rice, he was at Washington State and Indiana prior.
Transfer portal's a hell of a drug.
And now that drug has sent Miles Rice to Maryland with Buzz Williams. So
because he was so open with him.
So I imagine A&M people know this story already and have been upset with Buzz Williams for a while. But then he rehashes it and pretends, at least in their eyes, like, you didn't really try to get those guys on board before you left? Okay, Buzz.
Yeah, it's different seeing the, 24/7 Ags site be like, hey, these guys all left with Buzz Williams, essentially.
Yeah.
It's different seeing that versus, like, having him, again, that was the short version we played. The real version's over 3 minutes long of him just telling the story about how he did but really didn't, but the result is he took all the players with him.
I guess the question is, if he just waited until the contract was signed and was officially a Maryland University or University of Maryland employee and didn't do it on A&M's campus, it would suck because you're losing a lot of guys from your roster. But you're like, you know what? He's now an employee of Maryland. What are we going to do?
Yeah.
But if he was using the A&M facilities.
Was he wearing a Texas A&M, like, polo shirt while this was happening?
He wasn't a Maryland employee yet. He might have been. He might have been. And like you said, it's really along the lines of college recruiting. You might use the term scumbaggery. It falls in line. It's not even that egregious to be honest with you.
It's light scumbaggery.
Yeah.
It's again, like, within the bounds of, like, yeah, that's just what happens.
Yeah.
It's the ugly side of, I mean, and Buzz Williams, I mean, he said, like, yeah, I've never been in this situation before. He's moved around. He's made lateral move after lateral move for 15 straight years. Like, what are you talking about?
Does a great job of staying ahead of the potential hangman. Like,
Yeah.
hey, just keep getting out of there before things get spicy.
Virginia Tech to Marquette to A&M to Maryland, where you're like, there's a lot of moving to where, like, I'm not sure if you've really got that much better of a job.
Not even upgrading to a blue blood program. You just keep making a move. And
it's a bunch of B minus programs.
It's fine.
Virginia Tech's a little bit lower, but yeah.
I'm sure he'll do a good job at Maryland, just like he did a good job at A&M. He's that type of coach. But as you said.
And then in 6 years, he'll be, I don't know, NC State's coach or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's what he is. What's Iowa up to?
Yeah. Because he does change. Like, he doesn't stay within the same geographics. He'll bounce around to, like, Yeah, he'll take like the Iowa job.
I wonder if
and then like the Florida State job.
Sure.
And then, like a bunch of
that's what it'll be.
Power conferences. But at the end of the day, they're not like the basketball schools. You know, he's not going to take Florida.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Well, now they're a basketball school. Yes, I wonder if Buzz Williams will head west at some point and wind up at like Washington State or something. Who knows?
But not UCLA.
No, it's a blue blood. They can't have that.
But like Oregon,
To put in perspective of what he might have alleged, what he's alleged to have done by A&M people. To put it in perspective, as far as the level of, as you might think, scumbaggery, coaches will look and see that a player for an opposing team has died, whether through pretty much through violence. When that happens occasionally, they will go to recruit and say, and tell their parents, "Do you really want to go there?
Oh yeah,
you could. Things are going down there. Do you?" That is what Butch Davis have alleged to have done when he was at North Carolina about Miami, a place he had actually coached at one point.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's true, but that is the recruiting story that at some point Butch Dave was like, when he was recruiting against Miami while I was at UNC, it's a dangerous place down there. You sure you want to be down there? So what Buzz Williams did is light work.
Yeah. This is like, I mean, now, like post whatever 2021 with the transfer portal and NIL stuff, this is like almost like boilerplate. This is almost like I speaking whatever from recent experience. I know that Sean Miller, the new Texas basketball coach, like guess what? There's a couple guys from Xavier that made their way down to Austin for the year one of the Sean Miller era. Like that's just a thing that happens. It's not great, but it is what it is.
That is true. All right. We'll move on. We'll get to someone who has never been petty, never done anything that you would think is below board.
Light scumbaggery? No.
Never been a
not
part
this
of
guy.
light scumbaggery. We'll hear from Michael Jordan when we come back. I just want to remind you, if you want to see the game that Michael Jordan loves and you are a YouTube TV subscriber, you want to watch the games tonight, go to KeepMyNetworks.com. That was me rustling the papers to remind you that go to KeepMyNetworks.com so you don't lose your ESPN if you're a YouTube TV subscriber. Pretty simple. Go there and realize and let them know you don't want to miss out on the things you love about ESPN, whether it be College Game Day, the NBA, college basketball. It's all there for you. Check it out at KeepMyNetworks.com.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
So Michael Jordan didn't even switch it up by wearing different clothes. So we got confirmation that his appearances on NBC when they are the night for NBA basketball, when they have that, it'll be just portions of a 2 hour or so, I'm sure, sit down with Mike Tirico. Another one of those segments appeared last night, and Mike Tirico asked him about load management. And you could guess how Michael Jordan, who has had multiple books written about him, we've had docs on him, we all would know what he would respond with if asked about load management. Nothing he said was a surprise. It is one of the more obvious answers you could think of to one of the more obvious questions you would ask someone like Michael Jordan. Here's Michael Jordan on load managing.
You play basketball 2.5 hours a day, 3 hours a day, right? That's your job. That's what you get paid to do as an NBA player. What are you doing the other 21 hours? I mean, to me, that's when you should be preparing for your next day of work or your next, challenge. Now, I'm the worst. Maybe I'm not one of the guys that you would probably model that, or
I was going to say, did you do that every time?
But you should think about that in retrospect of what load management really is. I always felt like one, it was a sense of pride for the fans that are paying.
Right.
Two is a sense of making sure that I stay sharp. I'm not going to lose it. And three, I want our rhythm as a team to always be there. It can disrupt that synergy that's happening.
There's more to that, as he talked about it, but he's a guy who doesn't believe in it. And, the game's different. We know some people like the way the game is played. I'm sure a lot of you, or at least some of you, would love to go back to a time when Jordan ruled. I just don't know that the game back then was all that aesthetically pleasing. Maybe because it wasn't in HD, and now all you do is see the clips in non-HD. So even that is like, ugh, I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch bad spacing in non-HD. What are you trying to do? I remember Jordan's games. I was old enough to know that he was great. I don't need to be told. I don't need to look at the stats. I watch those games. I think we can get more out of him than what do you think about load management? It feels like everyone knows the answer, so why do we need that answer from him?
Yeah, especially because this is night 2 of this.
You want to hold that off until...
Or it's not even... No, it's not even hold off. We're already scraping the bottom of the barrel
That's what I'm saying.
of NBA
There's
conversation.
nothing more insightful that Michael Jordan can provide than what he thinks about guys not playing 82 games a season.
It's next. What's next? Do they tease what's next? Is it player empowerment? What are your thoughts, Michael Jordan, on demanding trades? See, I would never have done that. That's why I never did. It's like, yeah, thanks, Mike.
Appreciate it. You will punch a teammate in the face and want to have roster construction authority, but you would never ask for a trade. Look, I don't know we don't know what he agreed to talk about, so they may have been very limited in their scope of things. And of course, this was sold as we got Michael Jordan, and then we could all kind of, once we start to pick it apart, kind of figure out that what does that actually mean? Is he gonna show up live at broadcast? Is he gonna do what Udonis Haslem is doing at Prime, or are we just having him in a very nice home where we get to ask him a couple questions and we'll stretch this thing over the course of our season?
It's like,
and this is what we're getting.
It's even with that, even if you told me it would be filmed from his house, I'd be like, of course it was. I never thought there was a chance that he was going to get on a plane to fly to the game of the week to stand on
I was even just hoping maybe he would talk to the stars of today.
Yeah, that's why this one was so disappointing, because the first one's like, all right, they just want to do the intro to what this weird segment is. This one, I'm like, yeah, this would be a perfect opportunity to ask him about Giannis, who played in the NBC game that this was in the middle of. Nope. Like that's what I thought the insight to excellence would just like ask him about the stars of today. Just like that would be an interesting way to listen to Michael Jordan talk about basketball, not basically the same stuff that we've heard for 25 years of how much this guy was a competitor and how he always wanted to play. Like, yeah, you said like we have so many documentaries about this. We have The Last Dance. We have Space Jam. Like, we know about Michael Jordan's competitiveness. We don't really need a Mike Tirico sit down to talk about it. I would have preferred if like, so this is why Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is so hard to stop. Like that kind of stuff would be interesting.
And even if you're not getting that, can we get Mike from his home, wherever he wants to do it from, on a player's off day, but they know they're going to be on NBC that week, have a conversation? Could we get? Yeah. I know we're not getting that, but that would have been great.
No, like, we're gonna get a Mike Tirico, like what they do for the Sunday NFL games, where they fly to Tampa to talk to Baker Mayfield.
At least Baker Mayfield's playing.
Yeah, but they're taking that hour and a half that they sit down with them, and instead of making it a 2.5-minute segment on a Sunday pregame show, they're making it 3-minute segments throughout the football or throughout the basketball season.
I got an idea. Michael Jordan, who used to crush Knick fans' souls, let's have him talk to the guy bringing hope back to the Knicks. Michael Jordan, Jalen Brunson have a sit down. Now they won't be in the same room because Michael won't travel. But Jalen Brunson talks to Michael Jordan.
I would even settle for like the Chris Farley show version of this, of like, hey Michael, remember 1995 when you ripped out the hearts of
just have him relive those moments.
Yeah, just like, hey, remember that Knicks series? And I guess it was 93 or whatever. Remember that one? That was awesome, right, Mike? And he just, yeah, it was awesome. Patrick Ewing said this. I took that personally.
That's not a bad idea if he doesn't want to
just do that.
He doesn't want to have to interact with Jalen Brunson. Just have Mike Tirico.
And I realized I realized we literally have The Last Dance where he does that for 10 hours, but like at least give it more recent.
Give me something.
Yeah, give me something, not just like, see, I want to earn my paycheck. Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks.
He
Mike.
also talked about, hey, the guy up in the nosebleeds who only gets to see me maybe once a year. I want to play for him because I know that guy's out here to watch me. Okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
There's one thing I know about Michael Jordan. It's that he cares about the guy up in the nose.
Well, then he went on to say, mostly I'm doing it to shut him up because he's yelling at me and I want to shut him up.
There.
So he knows himself at least. Yeah. He did mention that. So there it is. I would say the hype exceeds what we're actually getting. They won the press conference that day, or at least announced. They won the news cycle when they told us that and gave us that announcement that Michael Jordan's going to be part of the NBC broadcast. We're getting the least amount of effort in regards to it, I think.
Yeah, I don't even know what the comparison is to other shows, whether it's NBA studio shows or the pregame or postgame stuff. There's nobody that this is just not a thing that happens with anyone. There's not the we go to Tom Brady for a sit down about insight to excellence, and then they're like, so Tom, talk to us about whatever. Talk to us about going forward on 4th down. See, I played back when you just punted on 4th and 1. Yeah, thanks, dude. That's all the load management thing was just we didn't do that back in the 90s. Yeah, thanks. Cool. I noticed.
And sticking with basketball before we wrap it up, we had, or at least for the segment, we had the 2 games, although it was only one. I thought we were going to get a doubleheader, and then I realized, local news.
Yeah.
So the doubleheader was, the late game was Clippers, Warriors. That was on Peacock.
Yeah.
The game that we saw here on NBC was Knicks Bucks, and the Bucks, despite some of our jokes about there's nothing they can do to keep Giannis around, at least if he's sold on being a contender, they've gotten off to a good start.
Yeah.
A lot to do with Giannis, of course, but they've done enough around him, at least so far, to be pretty good at the start of the year. Rockets tonight against Toronto, some other NBA stuff. Rozier and Billups aren't going to get paid while they're on leave. So the sources are telling ESPN that's not going to happen.
I get why the players union has to ask, but probably good. Probably good that they don't get paid.
They will have their paychecks
withheld and placed in escrow while the FBI continues to investigate. So Terry Rozier won't have that, at least part of that $26.6 million owed to him for his legal defense fund. He's not going to be able to take that. Hopefully he saved enough millions. Although the reporting that the IRS was coming after him for about $8 million would suggest he may have had money problems.
Yeah.
We will see how that plays out. All that really matters is they're 3-0 without him. Look at that.
Boom.
There it is. And we'll have some news about another defensive end getting a lot of money when we come back. Another rung on who is now the highest paid non-quarterback. We have a new name. We'll get to that when we come back.
First, if you want to watch a really good post-game or pre-game and studio show, well, got the Inside the NBA crew on ESPN. If you want to keep watching that, go to keepmynetworks.com. If you're a YouTube TV customer, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love. You want to watch Kenny, you want to watch Ernie, you want to watch Shaq and Charles, well, you got to do it on ESPN on Inside the NBA. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
Aiden Hutchinson gets paid. Another defensive end gets paid. $141 million guaranteed, part of a $180 million extension the Lions' edge rusher got. So his annual average salary, I got to take it back. His annual average salary is below Micah Parsons, who has 46.5. So Micah Parsons still leads when it comes to per year. But as far as guaranteed money, that goes to Aiden Hutchinson. 141 is the most for a non-quarterback ever.
I like how they all have their own most ever since. Okay, most guaranteed money, but Micah still gets to be the highest paid on
year,
on average.
Yeah. You got to find your way.
I can't wait to see how Will Anderson is somehow also the highest paid,
but not making
more
year.
than these guys. Yeah. He might make more than one of them. I don't know which one his agent will prioritize having Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter tweet out. But that to me is the local angle is just like, oh, okay, this seems like a, something that the Anderson representation will point to when the time comes.
Yeah, Micah Parsons got $120 million in guaranteed money in his deal with the Packers. Hutchinson was like, higher.
Yeah.
Give me more. And that's what he got. So the two highest paid per year pass rushers reside in the NFC North.
Yeah. Bad conference or bad division to be in if you don't have an offensive line. I'll just say that.
The Bears have added to theirs. The Lions, of course, the Packers always are doing that. The Vikings did what they could this offseason. Yeah. So everyone knows you got to build an offensive line.
Well, they got rid of Ed Ingram.
Yeah.
Bad move by them.
Yeah, well, yeah, Ed Ingram. Better than expected.
They wrote him off. He done right back.
Well, he doesn't have to block the edges for the Broncos, so maybe he won't have to write back after this week either. Thankfully for him. It felt like he almost broke out his pen considering what Leonard Williams and the rest of that Seattle interior did to the Texans.
Yeah.
It was a rough go. But hey,
that's more of a Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah, that's why he's in and out of the lineup with Juice Scruggs. But hey, last week, no such problems. So I just really hope it's not opponent base because so far it appears to be opponent base.
It seems like the Texans are like the Mendoza line of, are you a good team? And if you are, you beat the Texans, and you look really good doing it.
Yeah. Or you just beat them. The Rams didn't look great. Yeah. The Bucs didn't look spectacular, but they found a way. Yeah. But because their defense, the Texans have a really good.
I guess you make the Texans offense look.
Are
really
you
bad.
A good defense?
You make the Texans offense look terrible.
Yes, and the 49ers could not. They have a good defensive coordinator, but they weren't healthy, and the Texans took full advantage of it. So the Broncos are missing their top corner, but for the most part healthy. So it'll be a test for the Texans, and we talked about it. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. So the game on Sunday won't be on ESPN, but we got basketball tonight. If you are flipping back and forth, you want to watch the Rockets, certainly, with Space City Home Network. But if you want to watch other games, those are going to be on ESPN. And how you continue to watch those games, if you're a YouTube TV subscriber, is to go to keepmynetworks.com. Sean and I are both YouTube TV subscribers, so we are interested in making sure ESPN stays on our service provider. So if that is where you land as well, go to keepmynetworks.com. We're done for the day. Rich Eisen is up next. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
No, sir, I do not. Rich Eisen's up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
Please stand by.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron Ansana. Well, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve today as they're making their monetary policy announcement. The Fed is expected by many to lower interest rates by a quarter point. Investors, though, will be waiting for Fed Chair Jerome Powell's accompanying statements and comments for clues about further interest rate cuts. The Fed has hinted recently that it will announce a rate cut today following a number of poor labor market reports, along with other news that inflation has slowed down a bit. However, this time around, the Fed does not have access to many important economic reports that it usually would use. That's thanks to the ongoing government shutdown. An interest rate cut would be the second one this year and could potentially benefit consumers by bringing down costs for things like mortgages and auto loans. Now, looking ahead, the CME Group FedWatch tool is predicting about a 90% chance that the Fed will lower rates again in December. Elsewhere, several other central banks are set to announce their decisions, including the Canadian and European central banks.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at dewberryfarm.com.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 Penn Play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge, Lake Charles, or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
YouTube TV customers, you can lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? No? Then download it now in your app store. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Here they are.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. puts them in the lead with a 2-run shot.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles, today's guests. Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. ESPN MLB announcer Boog Shambi. Actor Keegan-Michael Key. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
That's right. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. My Hall of Fame friend Kurt Warner is going to be first up here to talk about what we just saw and witnessed in week number 8. He called the radio call of Monday Night Football of the Chiefs dispatching of the Washington Commanders. He's also, as you know, Mr. QB Confidential. He looks at every single piece of film that's out there. So we'll come through week 8. We'll preview week number 9 that starts on Thursday night between the Ravens and the Dolphins. And then tonight, Game 5 of the World Series here in Los Angeles, California. It is one of those proverbial pivotal games as we are now tied at 2 games apiece. Boog Shambi, who's calling that action for all of us on ESPN Radio, is going to join us in studio in hour number 2. And then in hour 3, I wouldn't miss it, the very funny and talented, hilarious, and awesome Keegan-Michael Key stops by in studio, and it's always an A-plus event when he does that. We have some fun in store and planned for him when he joins us in hour number 3. Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman. How are you, sir?
Rich, I'm excellent. How are you?
TJ Mikey D is in D's Nuts is back in his chair.
Rich.
Good to see you, sir. And TJ Jefferson, I see the candle's already lit over there. Good to see you.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. We also have a follow-up on what we discussed on yesterday's program about would you take your bestie to a game, like a playoff game, like, say, a World Series game? Just would you take a good friend to a game if they are rooting for the team that is preventing your team that you're going to see from moving on in life? And guess what? Ashton Kutcher has, in fact, chimed in on that front because we talked about it yesterday. That's later on in this show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We always love hearing from you. The World Series is now tied at 2 games apiece because the Toronto Blue Jays woke up on short rest and heard the entire free world talk about what a unicorn Shohei Ohtani is. And I don't know if they internalized it and said, to heck with that. Also, it helps when, their lineup is mostly intact. George Springer not in there, but it wasn't like the game was on the line and all of a sudden a bunch of guys who weren't starters were in the game because the game is now 19 and a half hours long and they're running out of baseballs. And they also had a pitcher of note of their own, albeit not an all-star, all-world hitter in his own right. But Shane Bieber had a lot to say about last night's action. Don't forget, he's a Cy Young Award winner. He's been there and done that, except a World Series start. And sure enough, when Shohei Ohtani stepped to the plate after getting the Blue Jays out in the top of the inning, he wasn't intentionally walked, although it looked like it was one of those intentional intentional walks, right?
Sure.
He did, in fact, get on base.
Accidentally on purpose?
To start the game for 10 consecutive plate appearances to put himself on base. But Bieber got out of that, and the Blue Jays wound up falling behind again, only to have Vlad Guerrero Jr. step to the plate and get a spinner of an Ohtani mistake right around the letters, and he just smoked it into the left field stands
Jack City
to give the Blue Jays a lead that they would not relinquish because they are a team that is equipped to beat the Los Angeles Dodgers in a way last year's American League East opponent for the Dodgers in the World Series were not. Big to do in New York City when Buck Martinez, longtime major leaguer and longtime Toronto Blue Jay announcer, said the Yankees weren't as good as the Blue Jays or weren't as good as many people in the Yankee organization or New Yorkers thought that they were because they don't put the ball in play. They strike out too much, and if they don't homer, they lose. And I understand last night the Blue Jays homered and won. But the Blue Jays keep showing you why they are a better team equipped to beat the Dodgers than last year's New York Yankees. And it's not just because they officially now have more wins in this World Series than the Yankees were able to get against the Dodgers last year. It's because the Blue Jays do put the ball in play. They've got guys who can get base hits, not just seeing eye base hits. They have guys who can come up with an extra base hit now and then and also put the ball in play instead of striking out like most of the Yankees are. And I know I'm making it about another team right now. I'm just trying to compare and contrast the two teams that come from the AL East over the last 2 years to take on the Dodgers in a World Series. And the Yankees didn't have to deal with Ohtani being A, healthy, B, off the hook, and C, a pitcher. And, Andres Jimenez was a perfect example last night. He's down in the count, winds up getting the count in his favor, and loops a base hit to left field instead of striking out. And guess what happened? The Blue Jays scored a run. And then the next guy gets up and has a productive out to knock another guy in. And then another guy gets a base hit. And then another guy has a productive out. And then you get into the Dodgers bullpen a day after the pen has been used excessively. And suddenly you can break this thing open a little bit. And Blake Trinan, who I think is maybe the last guy other than Tanner Scott that a Dodger fan wants to see in the game right now, he comes in, he gives up a couple of extra runs, and that's all she wrote. And the Blue Jays don't even have to use their closer, Jeff Hoffman. because they didn't want to if they didn't have to, because he pitched 2 innings the night before. So now they're kind of set up for tonight's Game 5. Now, obviously, the Dodgers didn't use Sasaki either last night, but the Blue Jays come away with the win against Ohtani when Ohtani is just as on fire as he could possibly be. And Dave Roberts admitted what we all do know, but sometimes it's tough for us to see, certainly in the media, that Shohei Ohtani is mortal.
He's mortal, but there's also a lot of energy, obviously, on the pitching exerted. But they made good pitches. You know, there were some backdoor cutters, some breaking balls, crowding him a little bit. And I thought his intent tonight at the plate was good. But, you know, you look back at those at-bats, they made good pitches on him. They really did.
Do you think it's unfair to put that much pressure on him, to expect him to do those extraordinary things every night?
You know, I don't. I know he doesn't see it as pressure. I would say that's what he expects from himself. It's part of, you know, being a fan and seeing great things from great players. So you know, every time he steps up, I expect great things to happen, and maybe unfairly.
Okay, so the Blue Jays are now even with the Dodgers in the series. They're 2-1 in World Series games that aren't wildly off the hook and take 90 hours to finish. So they got to feel good about themselves going into Game 5 tonight. No, and this is a fun World Series. I hope everybody out there is tuning in. Certainly to ESPN Radio. Boog Sciambi's going to come in. Boog Sciambi's coming in hour number 2 to talk about it. And whether you're watching it or listening to it, this has been wildly entertaining. And George Springer, you know, John Schneider let everyone know during the broadcast last night, he thinks that it's possible that Springer could come back tonight.
Wow.
Which would be something else. Mr. October for a Game 5 tonight in Chavez Ravine. Again, we'll talk about it in hour number 2 with Boog Sciambi in studio. Some NFL news to get to. It's very rare to see a big, fat contract signing announced in between weeks 8 and 9 of an NFL season. Usually, if it's not done before week 1, it gets tabled for the rest of the season, but not in the case of the Lions and Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson, who at this very point last year was overcoming an injury that maybe Cam Scadaboo is going to have to overcome. I'm not a doctor. I don't see any x-rays or MRI, and I wasn't in the operating room with Cam Scadaboo in Philadelphia, although Big Dom might have been. Do you think, did Big Dom scrub up for that one?
Wouldn't shock me. Big Dom can do anything.
Did you see, though, that he did stop by and get Scadaboo some Philadelphia goodies?
Yeah, pizzas and cheesesteaks.
I love that.
Love it.
But at any rate, at this point last year, we're wondering when Aiden Hutchinson is going to come back, if at all, from a horrifying injury to his leg. And now, 1 year later, the Lions are 5-2, coming off of a bye, getting ready for the Minnesota Vikings at home. And Aiden Hutchinson has a new 4-year deal worth $181 million. Did I get that number right here? It just happened, but just before we came on the air here on our program.
Yeah, I think 180 and
180.
Yeah, 141.
141 is the guaranteed dollars. A 4-year contract extension.
Yeah.
And all Aiden Hutchinson has done is just be awesome since coming off of the campus at Michigan. Obviously, I'm biased when it comes to him. He is a game changer. He was absolutely the first guy along with in Harbaugh's program to plant the flag and say it changes now. And he has been nothing but terrific for the Detroit Lions when healthy. Drafted 2nd overall. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars let him go to the Detroit Lions and choosing Javon Walker instead out of Georgia. And what he is an absolutely perfect avatar on the field for what Dan Campbell wants. Grit, determination, and unstoppable. He plays like he's coming for your kneecap after taking a bite of X, Y, and Z, right? And the Lions, as you can see, are spending. He is now the 4th guy on the team to have a 9-figure deal. Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jared Goff are the others. And also, the way that he has been balling out this year, you got to also be, I don't know if amazed or surprised is the proper word. It might be a little bit of an exaggeration. You know how negotiations go. I mean, at some point, they're a little bit spinning sideways, and it's just like if you've ever been fortunate enough to buy a house or a car, you think the deal's going to fall through. It's going to be over. Like at least once, twice, 3 times in those deals, it looks like it's not happening. And he was able to just nobody knew this was going on. I mean, I'm sure the insiders in Detroit might have known, or only the people inside the building.
Yeah, this kind of popped up out of nowhere today.
It's just very rare for it to happen. And just the latest example, I'm sorry to do it, but I have to do it. Anytime somebody at this position signs for the amount of money like this, and again, the guaranteed dollars are significant. I think about where Myles Garrett is today. You know, on his bye week with his team absolutely adrift. On their bye week at 2-6, coming off of a 5-sack game of New England's revelatory Drake May, sitting by himself at the end of the bench in New England with a team record that doesn't matter to him. You know, he's getting ready to put his tombstones on the front lawn, and, you know, one of those tombstones I'm sure that won't be out there was "Here lies the 2025 Cleveland Browns," because their season is particularly
cooked,
adrift. I'll be nice about it.
A better way of saying that, yes.
And there's 2 guys now at this position, game changers, who Myles Garrett could sit here and say, I'm better than them, and I have been better than them for a very long time, longer than they've been in the league. You could stack both of them on top of each other in terms of the length of their careers, and it's, you know, the length of mine that I have been dominating since I came out of Texas A&M first overall for Cleveland, and they're now making more money than me, and they're 100% in the mix for the Super Bowl, and I am not. And I had my finger on the eject button, and I didn't press it. I stayed in Cleveland. And I'm just wondering what he's thinking wherever he is right now.
He's probably at, Turks and Caicos on the beach.
No, I understand. And his life is great. He's set up forever. His descendants are set up forever. And he's also, regardless of if he does ever leave Cleveland, he's going to finish in Ohio.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know,
yeah,
with a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's going to be one of those Hall of Famers who show up as a 50, 60-year-old man, knock on wood, who looks like he could still give you some snaps, and that gold jacket is going to fit him perfectly.
Him and Mel Blount.
Yeah, Micah Parsons and
Aaron
Aiden
Donald
Hutchinson.
when he's there, too.
93 and a half career sacks combined. Myles Garrett, 112.5.
Yeah, I mean...
that goes
we're not even talking about his resume or his, in terms of being in doubt here. It's just...
We'd like to see him get a different type of ring.
Sure.
You know.
And I'm sure he does, too. And he had it set up. And for whatever reason, he decided not to do it. He might actually like it living in his house in Ohio and he didn't want to leave it, really. And he just wanted the bag. Well, he got the bag. But so now does Micah and Hutchinson. And on Thanksgiving Day, they're going to be on the same field in Detroit with the division and seeding for the conference on the line. And this is what I think of whenever I see these guys hit it like that. So congratulations to Hutchinson and the Lions for getting it done. And also to J.J. McCarthy, you're back. And there's a fellow Wolverine on the other side who's going to make your day long if he has anything to say about it on Sunday. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. I've got my power rankings. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, after beating the Knicks, Giannis Antetokounmpo is here in studio today off of just one dribble. He made it all. He traveled all the way to here. We'll talk about that. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Kurt Warner is going to join us next to break down what we saw in Week 8, what he saw on film, and preview Week 9.
college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new Feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs, while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job. It's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
You know what's built to handle whatever you throw at it? It's the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab with a TurboMax engine. It does what the job demands. Lance Zerline here, and right now, well-qualified buyers can get this truck with 0% APR financing, plus thousands more in dealer savings. What? In this economy? Yes! Get your GMC truck where the pros get trucks and save thousands. That's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Right there in Angleton, waiting for you. GMC, we are professional grade.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh, no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
At
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers. And Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday. Plus, they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com.
You think the quarterbacks have it. We're back on the ESPN radio feed presented by Progressive Insurance. I just asked you, Kurt Warner, have you ever lost your confidence at any point in your career?
You know, I never did, but there were definitely times where I questioned what I was doing because, you know, there's times you go through stretches. You know, I remember kind of my last year, you know, starting with the Rams, you know, started, you know, 6 or 7 games, you know, that season before an injury. And it was like 3 touchdowns and like 11 interceptions in that short period of time. And, you know, I would go back and I would watch the tape and I would go, okay, what could I have done different? Should I have done something differently? You know, if I was doing this all over again, or if I was somebody that was, you know, not in my shoes and just watching this, would I tell my quarterback to do something different? And, you know, obviously there were times that obviously you go, yeah, it's a dumb decision. But for the most part, it was just like, this is crazy. You know, I'm completing almost 70% of my passes, you know, 7 out of every 10 passes. It just seems like every time I make a mistake, it's an interception. And, you know, I've dealt with the same thing with my son, EJ, is that, man, he can play great football and we can talk about it. And then he's like, Dad, but every time one thing goes a little bit off, instead of the ball hitting the ground, it finds its way into the hands of the opponent. And so I've gone through stretches like that where you struggle with, why is this happening? And how is this happening? And is there really something I could do differently? And every time I went back and studied myself, I always came to the same conclusion, is that sometimes things just don't bounce your direction, you know, whether that's, you know, a little bit something off with your communication with your wide receiver, or every time the ball's tipped, it gets intercepted instead of hitting the ground, or, you know, you're anticipating something and the defense does something a little bit differently that you don't really know until you throw the football. And so there's just, you know, so many things that go into it. And I think that's part of that confidence thing, is you have to be able to realistically go back and watch what you're doing. And when I say realistically, you have to be able to say, you know what, that was a bad decision, and this is why that's a bad decision, and you have to avoid that decision. And then on the other side, you have to be able to go, you know what, I would do that every single time. And I know it didn't work out there, and I know it ended up in the hands of the opponent, but that's how I've always played. And I understand why I did it, and I would do it again. And so you have to be able to go out there and go, I'm not going to worry about that part of it. You know, there's just so many different aspects that go into it, because, you know, you can talk about, you know, I was talking about the interceptions that happened in the Monday night game, you know, and, you know, late in the game, Marcus Mariota throws an interception as they're trying to come back. And, you know, there's things like that too, where it's like, I would never make that throw in a regular situation. But when I'm down 2 touchdowns late in the game, I've got to put the ball in harm's way a little bit more and try to make a tight throw a little bit more than I would otherwise. So you also have to take into consideration the situational football and what was presented to you. And so I think there's so many elements that go into it. But if you don't have a realistic viewpoint of what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, I think it's easy to get kind of mixed up and mess with your confidence, either being overconfident, thinking, oh, it doesn't matter, just keep doing what you're doing. You know, that can't always be the right decision. And then other times to get tentative when you really shouldn't be tentative and you've got to just let it rip and play because you're not necessarily playing bad football.
Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show, my NFL Game Day morning compadre, and also QB Confidential is his spot on YouTube. Check it out. It will make you smarter. Listen, in terms of all impressive performances, let's hit Jordan Love here. You just got to sit here and wonder, Kurt, when he's sitting there waiting for Rodgers to be done with his job, essentially, right? I mean, it's just one way to put it, right? Mm-hmm. Waiting for his shot, waiting for the time where they were going to turn to him. He had to think to himself, at some point, I'm going to start here. At some point, Rodgers is going to go somewhere and still be the Hall of Fame Aaron Rodgers, and I'm going to maybe play against him. I'm going to be on the same field as him. And for him to have that opportunity on Sunday Night Football and come up with a 360-yard, 3-touchdown, no-interception performance that included 20 straight completions to make him, as he was just named 20 minutes ago, NFC Offensive Player of the Week. What a dream come true for him, right? Honestly.
No doubt about it. And I tell you what was most impressive to me was the way that he played that game. You know, if there's been one thing that we talked about with Jordan Love, I talked about it with him, you know, on our sit down on game day morning, just about the gunslinger mentality, is that he's kind of got that gunslinger mentality. Like, I can make the big throw and I can make the big play. And there's been stretches in his career where he's tried to do that and force some balls and thrown some interceptions. And so here he is on the biggest stage, you know, in this moment, like you're talking about, you know, want to show everybody, hey, you know, the Packers made the right decision at that time to go with me, all of that stuff. And I thought he played so well with it. I mean, there were even times in this game where I thought, man, why didn't he push that down the field? You know, like, I thought he had an opportunity, yet he was playing a very intelligent, smart football game. He didn't let the hype and he didn't let all of this, I got to outperform Aaron Rodgers and I got to show people on a big stage, you know, all of that stuff. It was, no, I just need to go out and play the perfect game for my team. And he was taking checkdowns and taking the shorter throws and not forcing things down the field for the most part. And so I was just really impressed with the maturity on that side of it. Because I've been in those situations where you want to go out and you want to throw for 360 yards and 3 touchdowns and you want to do it in wow fashion and you want to make big play after big play and you can get outside yourself at times. And I thought he handled that game perfectly, made the throws he was supposed to make, didn't put the ball in harm's way, didn't try to do too much. And in doing that, he shined brighter than anybody else on the field.
And then in terms of Rodgers, I mean, we established on NFL Game Day morning this Sunday, you know, for those who missed it, you, Kurt, were showing some wow throws from Rodgers that looked like he's turning back the clock. And he's also moving out of the pocket in those same ways. That said, just struggling in the red zone, the high red zone. Yeah. And what ails the Steelers' offense right now, Kurt?
I mean, what ails them for me is playing on schedule and on time. And, you know, whether that's just looking at the weapons in the offense and being able to create some easy opportunities within structure and within their scheme. I think Aaron continues to be a little uncomfortable in the pocket. You know, what I showed on Sunday was a couple of those big throws from inside the pocket that I hadn't seen earlier in the year. And it was kind of like, man, you're hoping that maybe he's getting more comfortable with his guys and in this offense, so he's more comfortable in the pocket. But I think there's some missed opportunities on schedule. I think there's some lack of opportunities on schedule. And so a lot is falling on Aaron to have to be more creative or, you know, forcing him to be more impatient in the pocket and wanting to get out of the pocket, and where he's been really good, whether it's the design naked bootlegs or whether it's him creating on the out of the pocket. He's been really good in that facet. I just think they have to get better on schedule. That's Aaron starting, you know, being comfortable and making some of those reads and throws, and it's scheme-wise and it's player-wise, creating some opportunities on schedule, because it's just, I don't care who you are, doesn't matter what player you are, trying to live in an off-schedule world in the NFL does not work very often. They can work 3 or 4 times a game and it can be great, but it is hard for it to work for 60, 65 snaps a game for 60 minutes. So they've got to get better on schedule in their passing game.
It's Kurt Warner Wednesday right here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, Kurt, you saw and called the first Chiefs game of the year. I was next to you. You saw and called the latest Chiefs game I imagine it was Kevin Harlan sitting next to you for the national radio call. I don't think there's any question the Chiefs have turned the corner. It's now about how far they're going to go. And what a big game this Sunday against the Bills. Walk me through how you see the 10th all-time meeting between Mahomes and Josh Allen going and how they need to play to win. Kurt.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Chiefs. They're just back to doing what they've been doing for the last couple years. And it's a really hard thing to stop because it's hard to create negative plays against them, because their offense is so much, short throws, yards after catch, finding creative ways to get their players the ball in space. And so if you can't get them in negative situations where you force them to have to hold the football and throw it down the field, they are a tough team to stop because, Patrick's as good as anybody at dealing the football and creating positive plays when there's not a lot there. I'll even say this, is that I don't think Patrick is playing his best football yet. Now, he's playing great off schedule, but in that game on Monday night, I thought there was a number of opportunities in front of him, within the scheme of the offense that he missed. But, the offensive line gave him time, and when you give him time, there's nobody better off schedule than Patrick Mahomes. And I feel like a lot of this season, he's been playing more off schedule than on schedule. And part of it was because of the issues early on and the lack of comfort with the guys around him. But, that's the amazing thing is that they're playing well. And, Patrick's playing great, off schedule, and those guys work so well together. They got their weapons back. But I think they can even be better. Like, I think they're going to get more comfortable, and Patrick's going to settle back in more because he's gotten into this mode of having to create more, I think, over the last year and a half. And it's taken him a little bit away from, some of the things that he does really well in terms of processing and seeing and getting the ball out on time, that I think this team can get even better than they are right now. And so it's pretty amazing with what we saw week one in Brazil to the way that they flip things now. And I think most people see them as the team to beat in the AFC, even though they just, snuck into the playoff picture. I think it's going to be ascension from here. And then on the other side with Buffalo, I like what they did last week, of course, the big win and getting back to running the football and establishing the run. Josh is another guy that I believe is playing too fast this year. I think Josh is awesome when he plays on schedule and in the pocket, and he settles in the pocket and reads it and throws it. I feel like he's gotten really impatient. And again, is it the weapons on the outside and the lack of, the ability to create separation? But there's often times where you'll see him drop back, and it's almost as soon as his back foot hits on the top of his drop where he's moving and his feet go sideways and he's looking to run or get on the move instead of letting the play work for him. And so I think he's got to do the same thing. He's got to settle back in and trust the offense in front of him. I think part of that is, getting back to running the football, which made them so good a year ago, that it wasn't all about Josh Allen making plays. But yeah, I think he's got to slow things down a little bit and get back to playing some of that MVP football that we saw a year ago.
Who was the quarterback when you were playing, Kurt, that you knew leading up to the week, I need to have my best game, period, end of story, because I know he is too, in the same way that potentially both Allen and Mahomes are thinking about this week? Who was that guy for you, Kurt?
Yeah, I mean, all the great ones. Like anytime you went against the guys, that would be, the Mannings and, Favre at the beginning of my career.
Well, Favre's because the Packers cut you too, right, Kurt? I mean, like that was there was a little bit of an edge to that one. Technically,
there's always an edge to that one.
I want one. Like one guy that you knew, because honestly, Allen and Mahomes know right now, with all due respect to everyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, Lamar's maybe another one.
Yeah, I just don't know if I had.
There was
I don't know
one?
if I had a matchup like that. I mean, for me, it was more certain defenses. And so for me, it was like when I went up against Tampa's defense, that I knew that the only chance we had to win was if I played, my best game. And, that was to me more the matchup. I didn't have a Brady Manning type matchup or, like you're talking about Mahomes against Allen. Right. I didn't have something like that was ongoing necessarily in my career, especially as I bounced to some different teams. So me, it was, like I said, any great quarterback coming in, you knew you were going to have to play well. But for me, because of the style that we played, I think it was more, okay, the great defenses and specifically that Tampa defense. When I played against them, I knew that was the game I had to lock in and knew I had to play well if we were going to win.
So it was more Saps, Brooks, Lynch, Barber than Sean King.
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, definitely
Okay.
in that situation.
Poor Sean King. And I'm dragging Kurt down to my level, right?
Just
Sean King's somewhere going, wait a minute.
Yeah, a needless
What's
drive-by.
that all
Yeah,
about?
how did I get into this?
That's
right?
right.
What did my name get dropped?
Oh, man. Listen, we always talk about quarterbacks under pressure here, Kurt, right? And my philosophy is a quarterback most under pressure is when, A, he's got to prove something, to B, save his job, that there potentially might not be another year. I don't know if that's the case for J.J. McCarthy because the Vikings have clearly committed to him by not giving Sam Darnold, I guess, the term and dollar, or Daniel Jones, and that's the conversation we're seeing. And Sam's 5-2, and Daniel Jones is 7-1. That's the backdrop here of him coming back and now taking the Lions. What's your expectation and 2 cents of advice you have for McCarthy, Kurt, do you think, here?
Well, it's such a unique situation, Rich, because we often know that, when a young guy gets drafted high and often in the first round with a team, the team's not usually very good. And so you get that year, maybe like a Caleb Williams or a Drake May, you get that year to, go through your own growing pains and, to struggle through some things and learn and grow as a quarterback in the NFL. And, the unfortunate thing with JJ was that this team won 14 games a year ago, and they got rid of the quarterback that won 14 games, and they put their trust in you. And so we don't give this kid's got no chance to have a year of growing pains, because we know what this team was a year ago, and all they've changed, so to speak, is the quarterback. And so all this pressure is on him to have to play really, really well right off the bat. And so I don't look at it that way. I don't come into this and say, man, I expect JJ to go through some growing pains. I expect him to go through some of those rookie issues that I saw, quite frankly, first couple games when he played. For Kevin O'Connell to have to make some adjustments on how he calls a game, that it can't be, he's so used to it being QB centric and around Justin Jefferson and throwing the football and doing all of that. Well, maybe you can't do that right off the bat with JJ McCarthy in his first year starting. And so I think there's a lot of transition going on here that we need to understand, but it's hard to understand because all we want to look at is a 14-win team and a quarterback that played there last year that's lighting it up in Seattle. And did Minnesota make the wrong decision? Well, let's just give him some time. I mean, maybe he plays like Drake May does next year, in his second year with the team. And now we're forgetting about all of that, and it doesn't really matter. But I think he was against the 8 ball, from the drop. I think he's got room to grow and a ways to go before we can really know who he's going to be at this level. But you're exactly right. There is pressure on him because of all the things that I talked about. And to me, it's undue pressure to expect him to step in his first year and just, pick up where Sam Darnold left off last year. But that's how we're going to continue to look at it, one way or another, whether JJ becomes, a great player or not. Right now, this is the narrative. Or if he doesn't become a great player in this league, we're going to look back at this moment, and talk about what did Minnesota do and did they make the right decision, and all of those different things. But I just feel like he's in a really, really tough spot and was from the get-go this year, because any first-year starting quarterback to have that kind of pressure on him is just an unfair proposition.
In the final minute with you, Kurt, my usual question: who wins the best All-22 Tape of the Week award from Week 8? From you, is it Jordan Love?
We talked about Jordan Love. He would have definitely been up there, but I would actually put Bo Nix up there. Now, caveat is he played against Dallas's defense, so I'm not sure they covered anybody all day long.
Oh boy!
But regardless, you can only play against the teams you play against, and I thought Bo played really well. I'd kind of been clamoring, and even when we called the game a couple weeks ago, so much of their offense is like, bubble screens and quick throws and all this stuff. I want to see them push the ball down the field and, kind of open up their offense and let the young man, wing it around a little bit and build a rhythm. And they did that in this game. They threw the ball down the field. He made some really great throws. I thought he looked really good. I thought it was his best game of the year. I thought, when I watched the tape, that he made more big-time throws than anybody else in the league this past weekend.
Well, he messed with Texas at home. Now he's got to go to Houston and see what happens there this week. Kurt, thank you for the time, sir. Really appreciate it. You're the best.
Right, buddy. See you this weekend.
See you this weekend. QB Confidential, everybody check it out on YouTube. That's Kurt Warner in his usual Wednesday spot. When we come back, some housekeeping about the friend that you take to as your +1 to a must-win game. Oh, boy, this will be fun.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Aggie fans, get ready for an unforgettable experience. Join Fitterman Sports Group for an epic autograph meet and greet with your top-ranked fighting Texas Aggies football stars. Heisman Trophy winner Johnny Manziel and rising stars Marcel Reed, Casey Concepcion, and Mario Craver all in one place. It's happening November 1st at Fitterman Sports Post Oak location inside Central Supply. Don't miss your chance to meet your Aggie stars up close for pictures and autographs. Spots are limited, so grab your tickets now at FittermanSports.com. That's FITERMAN Sports.com.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Tempted to decorate for the holidays early? We like your style. Right now at Kohl's, save 20% on decor, hosting essentials, and more. Plus, get $10 off $50 spent. So go ahead, hang up that wreath, swap out those couch pillows for ones with snowflakes. And while others are panic shopping later, you'll already be cozied up feeling pretty great about these early Kohl's deals. Select styles, offers end November 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest.
These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Chastang Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastang Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastang Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
Site, please.
1 million.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward. Visit careers.progressive.com. So, TJ Jefferson, Kurt Warner on the Dallas Cowboys just went, you got to play the teams that you got to beat the teams in front of you about the Dallas Cowboys defense.
Which kind of hurt me because I'm always defending Kurt with the way you kind of always backhand compliment him. And I'm always like, leave Kurt alone.
Cardinals Cowboys is Monday night. Do you think if Kurt suited up for Arizona, he could throw for 300 yards against this Cowboy defense?
Listen, he just went on the Cowboys defense when about looking at the all-22, said they didn't cover anybody, and about how Bo Nix looked great, and he said about the Cowboys defense what you normally say about an 0-7 or a 1-6 team. Like, you just got to play the teams that's in front of you.
I mean, you don't need to be an all-22 guy to pick that out, though.
I'm just bringing this up because of the prideful nature of the Dallas Cowboy fan in front of you. And when we were looking at Game 3 of the World Series and seeing all the celebrities out there, and I saw how Jason Bateman, celebrity Dodger fan, was with Sean Hayes and that terrific Smartless podcast that he does, Jason, with Sean Hayes. The third guy in the mix is Will Arnett. And there was some supposition online, social media, et cetera, that the reason why Sean Hayes got the +1 over Will Arnett is that Will Arnett is a Blue Jay fan. And I said, if that's the case, then I salute Jason Bateman, because if it's ever a do-or-die playoff game between the Yankees and the Red Sox, and I have a +1. The last person I'm inviting is you, Chris.
I fully on board with that.
And you agreed with the same thing. If you had a +1, you're not inviting a Yankee fan to sit next to you and root for the team that's making you miserable.
Absolutely not.
And you, TJ, said I said to you, you push back. Yeah. Like, what if the Bears and the Cowboys play, an NFC championship game? Mm-hmm. Would Ashton invite you as a +1? You said 100%, 1 million he would do it. I mean, and you would do it for him.
Ain't even a question, like Ja Rule said.
And I said, you got to ask Ashton about it. And he was unable to respond yesterday and said he can't appear today live because he's traveling.
Yeah.
So he recorded his answer to this question, and here it is.
Okay. I was listening to the show yesterday. 1,000% if I had 2 tickets and the Bears were playing the Cowboys, 1,000% I would take TJ. No questions asked. In fact, he should expect that if he couldn't afford the plane ticket, I'll pay for the plane ticket. The whole point of having a team, having friends, is to root against each other. If the Bears are playing the Cowboys, I want to see TJ in as much pain as he can possibly be in. That is it's funny when friends get hurt. That was a line from that 70s show. I believe in it. Kelso said it.
He did.
Kelso speaks truths. I can't control the weather, and it's funny when friends get hurt. Now, as far as Bateman and Arnett and the Dodgers game, which I was at, by the way, and I brought my wife, my best friend. Look, maybe they're not that good of friends. We don't know. Like, we don't know if it was really a Blue Jay Dodger thing. Like, and by the way, I'm not trying to start rumors. I'm not trying to start gossip. I don't know anything. I have no information. Because there is a tier, right? Like, I would say, like, my top tier friends, like top list, like, and there's about 5-6 people on it. Tier 1, if I'm playing your team in the Super Bowl, you're coming with me. For sure. 2 tickets, you're coming. Tier 2?
High register.
You know, I bleed orange and blood is thicker than water. Tier 2. Tier 1, you're coming with me. That's all there is to it. So there it is. So, I mean, TJ only tells truths. That's all I'm just saying. My guy TJ tells truths.
I mean, look.
Tier 1, TJ, we knew that already.
I mean, you think he wouldn't when he would?
So, okay, so
what are we doing?
I understand that, you want to see your friends miserable.
I do understand that.
But, and I just have been around enough, though, that doesn't matter the amount of confidence I have in my team. Mm-hmm. What if it doesn't turn out to be a good day and my confidence is misguided? Now you're there.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see you there.
Oh,
I don't.
Come on now.
No, don't want to see that.
Right? No. Like, I'll call you later when I'm over it.
Then what's the point of that?
In like a week.
I need to be there.
Am I?
You guys are bad friends. Is all I'm saying.
I like the tier. That's where I bring it. Like the tiering of the friends thing. I mean, that's,
remember my tier system about arguing football with you? Like, yeah, there's a friendship tier system.
No, I understand. You used to have a tier about whether you as a Cowboy fan would argue football with you. Like, you needed to have at least a Super Bowl appearance or had a shot at it.
Yeah, some people who ain't never sniffed the Super Bowl can't talk trash.
I am sorry. I don't care what tier you are at all. I am not going to have you root against my team in front of me in a seat that I'm providing you. End of story.
Like I said, man, you don't have
end of story.
Friends, how many of us have them?
I've got tier 1s.
I don't know, man. Apparently not.
Well, they root for the same team as you.
I mean, call us, 844-204-RICH, number to dial on that front. Boog Shambi's coming up to talk about the World Series.
Hey, fans. Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies, here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Dasper Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen, broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorites. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this is The Rich Eisen Show.
Here they are.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. puts them in the lead with a two-run shot.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Coming up, ESPN MLB announcer Boog Shambi. Actor Keegan-Michael Key. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Boog Shambi has successfully navigated the traffic to get here as he is calling the World Series on ESPN Radio, which we're on right now, presented by Progressive Insurance. So he's going to join us in about 10, 15 minutes' time, but he is in the building. He just told me something that blew my mind. But I will not fill you guys in on it just yet because I would like your unvarnished reaction.
Thank you. Also, Chris, he's probably in that taller than you thought he was category.
But he's, I'm excited. Cool dad points here. The voice of MLB The Show is in my green room right now.
Well, as soon as he walked in and you guys were talking, we could hear his booming voice out here.
It's so great. It's so great.
Great pipes.
We're all fans. And all three of my children who play MLB The Show are all fans. And it's pretty cool. Xander may be the only guy who's excited to meet one day both Taylor Swift and Boog Shumpy. So.
Well, he has versatility.
He is.
You know what I'm saying?
He is.
Versatile.
Maybe okay. We'll look forward to having him out here. My power rankings in just a moment. But Lamar Jackson is back, everybody. He's certainly back at a podium.
Okay, because, there was an issue last week about that.
Huh?
About him being back.
He's not. He's back at a podium. And talking about his hamstring, is that what we've got up first right here? Okay, hit it.
Right hamstrings can be tricky. This is my first time having it, and I thought I was able to move sometimes, and it'll still feel like a little tugging part, or early on when I was rehabbing and stuff like that. So yeah, I didn't want to end my season, end my career on a hamstring injury though.
Okay. End his career. That was very dramatic.
Okay. That went to an extreme there.
I
mean, hey, you don't know how bad it could have been.
Okay. I like it.
All right.
Remember Ricky Williams used to do interviews in his helmet?
Yeah.
Lamar's showing up in his balaclava, right?
Yeah.
Is it that cold right now in Baltimore? Is it? I don't know. We're out here in Southern California. It's like a 90-degree heat wave right now.
Ricky had like a public speaking shyness issue. That's why he kept the helmet.
I mean, Lamar, he's back, man. It's great. And I guess the big story when the Ravens were playing like Cam Ward's Titans.
Like a donkey?
And, then you drill down on all the details, right? And the media makes things, mountains, molehills, and whatever. We will do that on occasion. The news, and that John Harbaugh has downplayed, said that this meant nothing, folks, is that all the fun and game stuff in their locker room was removed, like ping pong tables removed.
I got one if they need a replacement.
Sir, we're just asking you for yours for years.
We want to hear.
Listen, certainly if you got it as a parting gift from The Price is Right.
Which I did.
After you're double over. Listen.
Hey, I got there, Joe.
That's true. You just refer to me as Joe?
Yeah, I call a lot of
the
people
Joe Eisen Show, everybody. That's a new one. But apparently it was Lamar who said, get that stuff out of here.
Uh-huh.
And Lamar spoke about that as well.
I appreciate Mr. Steve for putting that in there for us, but yeah, we had to focus. I wouldn't say people don't take the job serious, don't get me wrong, but like I didn't feel like it was the time for that. We got a lot of work to do.
What's it going to take to get the back in?
Keep winning. Because we're not going to have them the rest of the year, so keep winning.
I like it. Wow. I think it's Mr. Steve Bisciotti. Is that who he's referring to?
I would imagine so.
Yeah. Was he the one who personally put the credit card down for the ping pong table? I don't know about that. But
who else would?
At some point. Might have been a proxy. But how about that? I love this. Don't forget, remember everything was going sideways with Lamar? It's like, is he a pro? Is he showing up on time? Is he eating right? Is he working out? And now he's just like scrolling through saying, what's with the ping pong stuff? We've lost a few games in a row. What's going on here?
Lamar took the NFL No Fun League to the extreme. You don't want them having no fun in there.
You know how they're going to have fun?
Winning?
Yeah. And making me look like I know what I'm talking about.
In what way, Rich?
I told you when they were 1-5, don't give up on them.
Oh, you did say that.
That's what I told you. I'm like, there's a path. There's a path to get those ping pong tables back. Whatever else that's in there.
Same that could be said for us here.
Hey, you know what? If we ever have a bad show, that pool table's gone. You understand?
It's really heavy. It'd be tough to get out of here.
If we have a few bad shows in a row, I mean, it'd be tough to take all the fun stuff out of here since this entire thing is fun.
Oh, we got
It's like a fun house without the air holding us up for us to bounce around. The putting surface is gone.
Oh, no.
You guys putting before the show is out.
Come on, man.
You know?
I got to work on my short game.
You playing pool.
Can I keep my kendo stick?
Come on. Your kendo stick? Sure.
Okay.
But if we have a full week of bad shows, that thing is gone.
Oh, no.
Kendo stick.
Whatever works, guys. Whatever. I just love the leadership from Lamar. I love it. He's just strolling through the locker room, shaking his head at the younguns. He's the OG strolling around, shaking his head at the ping pong and all that other stuff.
He's like gone.
Everybody thought it was John Harbaugh coming in and saying, "I'm lowering the boom." Everybody.
Well, it has to be Lamar, right?
He said it.
Yeah, it has to be him.
I don't know. Before everyone's just like wondering if he's, going to be the leader and the lead dog. Is he going to be the first in and the last out? Look at him now, man. And this is after he got the bag. Normally it's the other way around.
When I said it has to be him, I meant like it had to come from him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Don't lose to Miami.
There he goes.
That, by the way, is 100% right, though.
True that.
Because you look at their schedule, it's all set up. The 2 against Cincinnati, the 2 against Pittsburgh are still on the docket. Their last one against Cleveland. They've got Miami on a short week. Miami just played their best game of the year. It's best game of the year. At Minnesota, make life miserable for J.J. McCarthy. Jets. Man, the New England game, that one's sticking out big time. Old school, Baltimore, New England. Vrabel in the mix. At Green Bay, that's a big one. At Pittsburgh, you win the division games, it's over. Same thing like I said about, I said win your division games, it's over for the Steelers because they're 4-3. Win your division games and the other ones that you're supposed to win for the Ravens, and then it's over. They're focused. I swear. One bad segment. And I got to take something away.
I mean, we can't have it.
Oh, it's out.
That's a shame.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
But the one thing that's absolutely staying, Mike, is in front of you, that brick phone.
Yeah.
From Wall Street, signed by both Michael Douglas and Charlie Sheen now.
That is so dope.
That's the last thing to go. That might be the black box indestructible item that's in this studio right now.
I asked Mike
no matter
to
how
leave
bad the shows are, that thing stays.
I asked Mike to leave
right in front of you.
to me in his will.
How about the Felly Del Tufo bobbleheads aren't going either?
Look at that thing.
They're not going. The bobbleheads ain't going.
What did Charlie signed it? Money Does Sleep, right? I love it. Fantastic. 844-204-RICH, number to dial before we bring out Boog Shambi of ESPN Radio, calling the World Series here in Los Angeles. It's a Wednesday.
You know what that means.
It's a Wednesday, and these are the most powerful rankings you can possibly imagine.
Let's get the pen out.
It's my power rankings presented by Sonos. This is power rankings.
There are many like it, but this one is mine. Power rankings.
All right, I got to tell you, there's a lot of teams that were on my power rankings already from last week who are on buys, and a lot of other teams won. So there's going to be a couple that won and dropped, which doesn't normally make sense.
Sounds like excuses, Rich.
No, it's not excuses. It's just giving you a heads up. You know what? I'm front-loading your complaints with my response.
That takes the fun out of it.
I don't think it takes any fun away at all. But you know what? Let's just put it this way. I'm giving you a +1 seat to root against me right now.
See? So it's not that hard, is it?
Yeah, it is. Number 10 on the list are the Bucks down one spot. One spot. I'm a little concerned about the injuries mounting, and the Saints are. But it's a division game; those can get ugly. The waters can get muddy, and defensive victories usually don't play as well in power rankings as offensive-led attacks, like say the Bucks a couple weeks ago in Seattle, where Baker basically won a Big 12 Pac-10 battle against Sam Darnold. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So they're down one spot, but they're still on my list. And then up one spot because they just boat raced the Carolina Panthers. The Bills, once upon a time at 10, they're now at 9 on my power rankings list. And I can't pop them over the Patriots. So I'm keeping the Patriots.
Oh.
Stays like a buffalo.
At 8. At 8. Because I think if the Patriots played the Rams, I think the Rams win the game.
You're wrong about that.
So does that mean
all right
that number 7 is?
The Rams. They're down one spot on a bye.
I take Brock in that game.
They're down one spot. And the only reason why I didn't keep them right before is because I downgraded the Eagles one spot as well.
That's a shame.
Down to 6. Okay. And the Eagles beat the Rams. So I'm kind of trying to be as consistent in that respect as well. I do love the fact that the Eagles have started. I mean, they found Saquon. I guess it all took was one other game against the Giants, and put Jalen Hurts under center. If the guy's comfortable, just take the shotgun stuff, not throw it out, but put him under center, and let's just see what's going on here. Up 2 spots, cracking my top 5.
What's cracking?
Are the Denver Broncos. They're playing lights out. You just heard Kurt Warner say Bo Nix had the best game on tape along with Jordan Love of the week. and they finally started fast. I am concerned that Patrick Surtain is going to be out for a couple weeks. It's Jahdae Barron now having to step up with Riley Moss, a much maligned Denver Bronco. He's got to fill in the slack. They're in Houston, which had its best game of the year, I think, against the Niners last week. So we'll see if the Texans and the Broncos can be as entertaining as I think they will be. But Denver is now top 5. And then a lot of Godfather Part 2 drops, man. I kept the Chiefs right where they are at 4. I kept the Packers right where they are at 3. I kept the Colts right where they are at 2, despite the Chiefs, Packers, and Colts coming up with highly impressive wins. Say what you will about the Tennessee Titans, but the Colts usually, in a division game, you throw records out, and what they did was throw the Titans out of the building. And Jonathan Taylor is just lighting it up. But I still believe at the end of the day, the team that is the best in the NFL, roster-wise, coaching-wise, quarterback, running back, receiver, defense-wise, I still can't quit the Lions right now, even though they were on a bye, and I downgraded some other teams on a bye this past week, like the Rams. I still think the Lions are the best team in football. I still think they are going to win the NFC. I know the Packers are in front of them. I know the Packers have already beaten them, and I already said earlier in these power rankings, this team, I can't put them above this one because they lost to that one. I'm just there. I just can't be pushed off it. I kind of dig the Lions and what they did before their bye. They're going to come back healthier. Brian Branch is back from his suspension. They're going to take on the Minnesota Vikings this week. And now that Aiden Hutchinson is paid, like, hey, Aiden, first up, go hunt your other Wolverine in J.J. McCarthy, who's coming back from an ankle injury, and test that one out right away. The Lions lead my power rankings entering week number 9. My power rankings are brought to you by Sonos. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos products look as good as they sound, and I should know because I use Sonos. Gents, comments, questions? You are my plus ones sitting with me right now, even though you're rooting against me.
These are probably the 10 best teams. I might have had Indy 1, Green Bay 2.
Just because they did play last week and we saw them recently?
Yeah, I don't want to penalize for a bye, but the week 1 win, and I like what Green Bay's doing right now.
So do I. And Christian Watson coming back only adds to that mix. Emmanuel Wilson might maybe spelling Josh Jacobs a little bit more. He looked pretty darn good, right?
Yeah. Christian Watson, like he's just said, being back, I think that's huge for that offense.
I agree with you. And Love just played the game of his life in the situation of his life, which is outside of the playoffs, obviously, in which he's performed, that's Rodgers. This is me. That's Green Bay.
Feels like
Rodgers
these are the 10 best teams.
Lit it up.
Feels like these are the 10 best.
All right. I appreciate that. I'll take it.
Maybe
I
Seattle
think the Lions
over Tampa.
thing is a little. You gave the reasons why they might not be one because they lost to the Packers and the Packers. But other than that, I have no issue.
And Seattle was on a bye. The Bucs did win. The Bucs have beaten Seattle. I'm not going to take the Bucs completely off the list because they didn't boat race the Saints.
But I think the Colts should be one, but
injuries
are mounting.
You think the Colts should be one? I don't blame you, but I don't know. Lions play the Colts right now. I think they could stop. They could win it.
That'd be a great game.
Were you about to say they could stop John Taylor?
I did just say that. I said that they could basically say, all right, how about that? Contain him.
So he has.
You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. Maybe. I don't know. I'd love to see that.
That'd be an interesting Super Bowl.
I think it would too, sir.
Would it captivate the masses, though?
Probably not. But
everybody
the football
says
heads,
guys, Arizona versus Pittsburgh. I ran into an NBC executive of note, whose name I won't say publicly, who was lamenting.
In Arledge?
Well, I mean, no, he was lamenting because Arizona, as you know, it could have been Philadelphia versus Pittsburgh, right? And it could have been anybody but Arizona. And that turned out to be one of the highest rated Super Bowls that was as exhilarating as possible with a play that we see over and over and over again, many of them, from James Harrison to Antonio Holmes to all of it. So you never know. You can't just sit here and say it would be of no interest because it's Indianapolis. I disagree. By the way, also right now, it could have been Los Angeles versus Philadelphia, Los Angeles versus Boston or the Yankees or anything like that. Instead, it's the Blue Jays. And I think this is an outstanding World Series. Excellent baseball.
Truly is.
Speaking of which, Boot Shambi's calling it for ESPN Radio. Let's bring him out here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance and Disney Plus and the ESPN app everywhere.
Your fantasy roster is set, the smack talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers, and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area, so bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors, for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat, so if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Aggie fans, get ready for an unforgettable experience. Join Fitterman Sports Group for an epic autograph meet and greet with your top-ranked fighting Texas Aggies football stars. Heisman Trophy winner Johnny Manziel and rising stars Marcel Reed, Casey Concepcion, and Mario Craver all in one place. It's happening November 1st at Fitterman Sports Post Oak location inside Central Supply. Don't miss your chance to meet your Aggie stars up close for pictures and autographs. Spots are limited, so grab your tickets now at FittermanSports.com. That's FITERMAN Sports.com.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates. Northbrook, Illinois.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Who I am because they play that. And if in some way I am enhancing or helping to grow some kid's love of baseball, I can sit with that. And that's really cool.
You're doing it. You were doing it in my household with my kids. Boog Shambi, the voice of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, is here in studio. What an epic Game 3 that was. I know Game 4 is more recent, and obviously it tied the series up, but I would be remiss if I did not ask you where that ranks in terms of the games that you have called.
Yeah, it's
for anything.
So you know what's funny is that Shulman was the voice of the World Series on the radio. Dan Shulman is now the voice of the Blue Jays.
And isn't he calling it on CBC right now?
Okay. So they're still doing it. They're the one team that gets to still do their local, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
On television with Buck Martinez. But in 2018, he called the 18-inning game, and then I believe the next night he was still battling some laryngitis. I ended up being flown in from New York to call Game 5, the clincher, because he got kind of worn out, at least in part, due to that 18-inning game. But that one the other night was incredible. There was a part of me that was curious to see how far it would go. I had a pretty good idea it was going to end on something going over the wall.
Yes, right. Right.
But it was surprising to me, a couple of the balls that didn't get out, because
Will Smith, I thought, had one, and I thought Freeman had one before Freeman got one.
Yeah, it's one of the things, to go dorky, but, back in the day, people used to talk about Dodger Stadium and that the ball doesn't carry at night. That is not the case anymore. This has played the last 3 years as the top home run hitters park in all of baseball. But the marine layer kind of showed up the other night, and we saw some balls. Freddie said, I didn't know if it was going to go. So it was memorable. We were exhausted at the end of the night. It was really cool.
Yeah, and so you have like a lozenge? What do we do? A little tea with honey?
So to me, it's more. I'm already. As soon as you say that, I'm thinking of Lou Duva coming in and saying, "Don't be a lollipop." So my main thing that I tell people is that it is not about my voice. Yes, my voice gets a little tired and I feel it a little bit the next day. It's your brain. It's the concentration. I probably shouldn't out myself on this, but the call, if you listen to my call, I say Varsho back at the wall at the track. It goes the track, the wall.
Yes, in terms of,
you kids
actual...
out there, it goes the track and the wall. It's the warning track, then the wall. but you're a little tired, so you might miss. But look, from doing this, from doing play-by-play, the one part, though, is just there's the concentration. Is just because it's in here doesn't mean it's going to come out there. And there are times when you know the information, just sometimes this isn't going to cooperate. It's going to happen. If you call Mike Trout Steve Trout, because I remember the left-handed pitcher when I was growing up, it's not because I don't know that it's Mike Trout. It's just sometimes mechanically it's not going to happen. And if we followed all of you around for 3 straight hours, you'd say dumb stuff too.
I love it. Yes, thank you for taping.
Drive safe, everybody.
Boog Sciambi, because I've done that. Yeah. And nothing like I'll do this show, but I'm fortunate to be able to do it every day in a cadence.
Yep.
So if something doesn't go right out of my pie hole, I'll be able to just bury it and move on. If I do that with play-by-play, it sticks with me for a long time.
No doubt.
I really beat myself up significantly because there's a responsibility to meet the moment, be accurate, get it right, and also avoid a moment like this one. I'll share with you. I've shared it here before. So I had a game, Bucks-Texans on NFL Network. Jameis Winston versus Deshaun Watson. First quarter in, I'm thinking, all right, I'm doing pretty well. I'm calling this game. And I look down at my phone, and it's my wife, Susie, calling. And I'm like, uh-oh, because, there's got to be an emergency if she's calling me during the game. I pick up the phone, and she says, literally, what the F is wrong with you? Is what she said. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she goes, you don't know? And I'm like, no. She goes, you've been calling Watson Winston and Winston Watson the entire quarter. And I had no earthly idea. And if you had asked me, what are you doing?
Right.
I would have sworn I got it right.
Yeah.
It's crazy,
I understand.
man.
I understand.
So I've been there, and I've been in that Mike Trout, Steve Trout thing.
Yeah,
but
there
you do
go.
it once. I did it for an entire football quarter. How you doing?
I mean, look, I have empathy. I do. I'm right there with you.
Well, let's talk about this World Series. Boog Sciambi here on the Rich Eisen show. So now, what do you think? What do you think it comes down to here? It's just going to be boiled down to a certain sequence, and the ball's got to bounce right, or do you think one team does in fact have an advantage over another right now?
Look, asking me to predict what's going to happen over a 3-game span is a fool's errand. That said, all you can do is look at it on paper. And to me, on paper, the fact that the Dodgers have Snell and Yamamoto going in 2 of the next 3 gives them the advantage. But if you're telling me that the Blue Jays win the World Series, I'm not anywhere near shocked, right? And so I have to go to the starting pitching advantage that the Blue Jays have. If there's one element of this series that surprised me at least a bit, it would be the Dodgers had a monster offense this year. They scored, and their offense has not gotten clicking, and the Blue Jays have good pitching. I'm surprised that this entire postseason that the Dodger lineup hasn't really rolled. So,
what's your favorite Ohtani story that you've heard from somebody? Anybody, Dodgers organization, somebody that you've come across around the batting cage?
That's a great question. I have Ohtani things that ramble around in my head. So the first thing is they list him at 6'3", 210. If he's 6'3", I'm 210. Like he's 6'4.5", and he's probably 235. The other part that I'm dying to ask him to do, I don't believe he's done it, but it's hard with the translator to get at it. So there's a machine called Traject that almost all these teams have now. And what it is a pitching machine for the hitters. And it will take basically a video of the guy. So he's throwing from the slot that he throws from. So you're taking Blake Snell. Now, it doesn't just show you Blake Snell and have him release from where he releases from. The spin rate on the changeup is the same. The spin rate on the fastball is the same. The shape of the slider is the same. What I want is Ohtani, the hitter, to face Ohtani, the pitcher, and say, what do you see? I think that would be amazing.
We thought about that.
And I don't believe he's done it. And then I asked a couple of guys on his team, and they said they didn't think he would.
Why?
because
he doesn't want to know the answer.
Well, no, because as funny as it sounds, with all this high-tech equipment, he basically does like flips and soft toss. He doesn't hit off of like the high velo machines or anything like that, is what I'm told. So, he's incredible. The one part about it with last night, the night before, he's cramping on the bases. He's on the base 9 times, and everybody's sitting there saying, man, I don't know. And yes, I understand. We have expectations. But at a certain point, when we're surprised by what he does, it's on us. Gosh, it really surprised me. He was able to go out and throw 6 shutout innings and hit 3 homers. At what point are we? It's kind of our fault that we're like, God, this guy's different. You think? You know what I mean? So I just, it's stunning. It's Little League type stuff what he's able to do.
And the Little League type stuff is also the fun that he's having as well.
I love the smile.
It's not just that. It's not just the smile too. It's the living in the moment and having fun. There was a moment last night. Again, he gets the leadoff walk, not the intentional, unintentional, whatever we want to call it. And there's a fielder's choice at second. I don't know if it was the shortstop or the second baseman who fielded the throw for the out. But Ohtani slides in, and his cleat lands on top of the foot of the fielder. I don't know if you saw this moment. He took I guess the back of his glove or something, and he wiped off the fielder's top of his foot because he left a dirt smudge or whatever, and then just kind of looked up at him. I don't know if he winked at him or whatever, and ran off the field. I've never seen anything like that. It was like he has those moments with his opponents, or just being able to live and saying, I'm having fun at this.
I could not agree more that it's a rarity that we get to see the competitiveness and the joy at the same time. Right. For the most part, with Michael Jordan, you would see the competitiveness. You wouldn't see the joy until it was over. To see guys have the joy, with the Cubs on television, we have a pitcher named Shota Imanaga, who is the epitome of that. You get to see the joy and how hard he's competing, and I love that so much.
Well, Pete Crow Armstrong is from around here, man, from Harvard Westlake. Everybody around here in Southern California owns feels like they own his success right now because he's one of Southern California right now. He probably can eat wherever he wants in Chicago right now.
He's 23 years old. He has a self-awareness and a maturity. I told this story. I thought it was really neat. He told me that growing up, he would wake his father up, and his dad would either go in the backyard and play baseball with him, or he would sit him in front of the television and make him watch the Kerry Wood 20 strikeout game. He watched it hundreds of times. And he told me that story out here last season, so in 2024. It was right after the Cubs Hall of Fame weekend when Kerry Wood went in. And I said, did you get a chance to meet Kerry? And he said, I did. And I said, did you tell him that story? And he said, nah, man, that weekend's about him. It's not about me. I didn't want to make it about me. And for a 23-year-old kid to have that level of awareness, and it plays out constantly, his ability to reflect. I mean, look, he's still working on things and learning and growing, but at 23 years old, as a human, he's interesting, and I really love the kid.
That's amazing, because it really is about Kerry Wood to go up to Kerry and say, hey, you're...
But it's still, I love that,
the
telling
humility.
that about, that he's special.
So then what does it mean that I'm about to make it about me?
Well, let's go. Okay. Make it about you. Make it about the Jets. Let's go.
We'll get to that in a second.
All right.
But no, I was in the Sports Center newsroom when Kerry Wood had that performance. And in terms of the 7 years that I was there, in terms of what lit up the Sports Center newsroom, top 5 moments, that's one of them.
Is that right?
Oh, the whole place.
The 20 strikeout.
Everyone stopped.
Oh,
everyone
that's cool.
stopped what they were doing. And because it was an afternoon game, and the 6 p.m. Sports Center crew knew that this was the lead item, so they stopped and watched it. The 11 o'clock crew, the 2 a.m. crew, we all knew this doesn't matter what's happening after this. This is going to lead Sports Center. This is it. And the whole newsroom stopped, lit it up.
That's awesome.
I'll never forget that.
I love that.
Boog Shambi here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right. Now tell me what you told me about, gents, this is pretty cool. Tell me what you told me in the hallway about the Jets and that story about the fan that went viral.
Oh, I hate this team. It went viral.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, so I went to Regis High School in New York City, and my buddy Kevin Sullivan, that's his son. You can see him over his shoulder. Winston Sullivan, shout out. That's him.
So you went because
that's good parenting right there, or terrible parenting, however you want to do it.
Well, because the whole moment that went viral, we have a drop of.
I hate this team.
That's him.
Okay, and that he said that he was born into it.
Yeah.
So
that's Dad.
Went to high school with the man who essentially helped birth him into this.
The freeze on the Instagram, you can see Sully over his shoulder. He's got a hoodie on, gray hoodie, bald head. That's him. That's Dad. So, I mean, the kid's only, I think he's 12. So,
yeah, I know.
I dealt with Jet fans. I told you the other one, the other terrible
tell
one.
That story. Go ahead, tell
the
that
other
story.
terrible one. So I have one of my buddies was such a diehard Jet fan. His grandparents flew him down for the AFC Championship game at the Orange Bowl when A.J. Dewey had 3 interceptions, including one for a touchdown against Richard Todd.
You mean when Don Shula knew the Jets' advantage was Freeman McNeil, and there was a massive rainstorm in South Florida, and he refused to have them put the tarp on
the field,
right? So that he would slow the Jets down.
That's correct.
That AFC
That's
championship?
the one. It hasn't stuck with you at all.
The one that I watched in the basement of Staten Island, New York, almost turning me into what's Sullivan's
Winston Sullivan.
I was Winston Sullivan's kid on that day. But sorry, go ahead, finish your story.
So when I was first coming up in Miami and doing talk radio, I would do pregame and postgame Dolphin stuff with A.J. Dewey, and he had 8x10 glossies of him scoring the touchdown. He's holding up the football, scoring at the Orange Bowl in that game. So I thought to myself, like 3 of my closest friends, I had him sign, "Hey, thinking of you, go Fins, A.J. Dewey," and then just send it to them on the blind. And then eventually I'm home and it's like, A.J. Dewey got my address. How did that happen? And he just signed it to me. I don't understand. It was that's a pretty good joke.
That's the next level.
Yeah.
Pretty good joke. That's next.
I need to do that again, to be honest. So.
Pretty funny.
You should do it every year.
Yeah, I should.
Should be an annual thing right now.
I'm going to do that to you.
Just keep getting. I'll give you my address. I'd be honored to be on the receiving end of something like that. And just do me this one favor, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm bringing my youngest son to the game tonight, but I'm not going to be out on the field. If you are on the field at any point in time, either before Game 5 tonight, we all know you got to get your passport ready for Game 6.
Yes.
Can you go up to my favorite baseball player of all time, and Don Mattingly, and tell him how badly I want this for him? Because I don't believe I'll be able to contact him. It's wild that he's sitting in this dugout for the Blue Jays with an opportunity to get a ring like this. And I know he's not playing. I know he's got a glove, but he's part of this thing, clearly.
It's funny that you bring it up. I was born into Phillies fandom. My parents met at Drexel, and then my dad's side got their hands on me. But I grew up in New York City during the Mattingly years, and he was a favorite of mine, even though I was not a Yankee fan.
Right.
I got to interview him before Game 2. And I was 14 years old again, man. And to sit there and talk to him. John Schneider's the manager of the team. He had a Hitman poster on his wall.
Me too. I had that poster. I have that poster.
Talking to Donnie, I didn't know this. He told me that Donnie Baseball, Kirby Puckett gave him that nickname.
Is that right?
And then we talked some more, and Schneider also told me that Lou Kukuza, who's the visiting clubhouse guy with the Yankees, just sent him a text and said, "Win it for Donnie." So, I asked him about so many Yankee fans that think about the 80s. And remember, when we grew up, it was a Met town. The Mets, those 86 Mets teams, that was the team. And then there was Don. And I would say there's a ton of people who are Yankee fans that just feel like it would be really cool for Don Mattingly. So to sit with Don Mattingly and talk with him about it the other night, and he's a gentle, kind guy. It was a thrill for me.
So is John Schneider from New York?
He's from, I believe, from New Jersey.
Okay, so he had Mattingly.
He had a Mattingly poster. Yeah,
I had that on my wall growing up in Staten Island.
Yeah.
I had that on my wall in college at Michigan. I mean, so Do me that. Just do me that small favor. Because again, I owe you. I mean, the honestly, the joy you do give to my kids through MLB The Show, and you're right. Like, you're absolutely, my oldest son is not that much interested in baseball at all, but he knows you, and he definitely knows the game through the video game when he plays it. And same with my daughter, but for sure, congratulations on that.
I appreciate it. Thanks for saying that.
No, and it's the truth. It really is the truth. And I just love, again, the position that you're in. You mentioned, Dan Woolman had, when I was the initial studio host of the World Series and MLB on ESPN Radio back when I was a SportsCenter guy. John Miller was the voice. And I mean, you talk about one of the best.
Yeah, so they're
in that spot right now, man.
Let's make it about me. I would say
I just did.
That,
don't worry.
No, but I'm saying in 1979 was the first year that they did a national radio broadcast. Prior to that, I mean, same thing they used to do with TV. It was they take the local guys. It's been Vin Scully, Jack Buck, John Miller, and Dan Shulman. I kind of feel like I snuck past the bouncers. So
they're not checking your ID, right?
Yeah, I guess
today,
not.
I mean, they'll check your credential.
Hopefully they let me in today and let me do it again.
I look forward to hearing you do it, and obviously safe travel for Game 6, and maybe you do get the amazing fortune of calling the magical Game 7 on ESPN Radio.
That would be awesome.
Thanks for coming here, man. Let's do this on the regular.
Great to see you.
You bet. Boot Shambi is here on the Rich Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We're back with more. Keegan-Michael Key's on his way to the studio as well.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
Those instructions can be tough, and, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Cougar fans, your Houston Cougars are on fire. Ranked number 22 in the nation with a 7-1 record, the Cougs are back at TDECU Stadium this Saturday morning, November 1st at 11 to take on West Virginia. It's our Salute to Heroes game and a blackout game. So wear black, pack the stands, and show your pride as we honor the men and women who serve our country and community. Don't miss it. Tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear black.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers, and Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday, plus they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they've got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com. Hey, Lance Erline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlightoffer.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball basketball goal, you can get the Lightning Adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call ProDunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1598. That's 800-822-1598. 800-822-1598.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Store for him.
Awesome.
Hour number 3 coming up shortly. Keegan-Michael Key will appear on the Rich Eisen Show in studio once again. Hey, folks, the Sonos app is a way for you to use your Sonos equipment in a way that just absolutely reimagines the way you take in anything into your ear gate from anything in your house, whether it's a soundbar or a speaker. Your television sound amazing. Feels like you're at the game if you're watching a game, thanks to the studio quality sound of Sonos. I have it all throughout my house. Susie and I love to use it. The kids, it's easy for the kids to use, and its setup is so easy. Just plug it in, open the Sonos app, and you are ready to go. Explore the sound bars, speakers, the headsets. I've got the Sonos headsets. They sound amazing. The Bluetooth hooks up to any device that you're playing anything on. Go to find out about that and more at Sonos.com. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. Jeff in Detroit wants to chime in. What is up, Jeffrey?
What's going on, Unc? My cousins.
What up,
Jeff?
What up, bro? What up?
Hey, listen. Here, let me get you up. There we go.
Oh, Jeffrey.
You guys were just talking about not too long ago going to games with friends and rooting interest.
Yes.
So we had some tickets. Being Michigan fans, went down to the Horseshoe with a couple of friends of ours in the Buckeye State. We get down there. We're waving the Michigan flags, Michigan plates. We get our handed to us by Ohio State.
Yes.
My friends are rooting so hard against us and laughing. We ended up taking off early because we got shellacked so bad.
Yeah.
So we get on the freeway, heading back to Michigan, still in Ohio.
Yeah.
We get pulled over by the state troopers waving these Michigan white flags. The troopers get out, look at us, and said, "You guys have had your asses beat enough today. We're going to let you off with a warning and go back to the car and start laughing." I tell him, it's not going to always be like this. He says, it is today. Gets in the patrol car and just pulls off on us.
Well, so would you, the question is, Jeff, if you had a +1, right, let's just say you got a +1 for Thanksgiving, Would you bring a Packer fan with you? Would you bring a Packer fan? For not Thanksgiving is not that much of a stakes. Like an NFC Championship game, Packers Lions in Ford Field. You bringing a Packer fan as your +1 for that day?
You know what? It depends on how close we are. I would. I really would. I bring them into that atmosphere because I want them to feel that, you know. Okay. You got to realize Detroit really hasn't had anything to cheer about until, like, here recently with our Lions. I would definitely bring a Packer fan into that den, let them see what it's like, let them and just to root against him. I guess that's just me. Just to root against him in his face, like they said, you know, you want to see your friends hurt.
Well, that's why you and Jeff get along so well. I thought, you know, we get along with him as well, so we'll just have to agree to disagree. And that story about you going down and watching Michigan get their you-know-what's kicked in Ohio State, I appreciate you telling us stories from last decade.
I know, right?
And Jeffrey, by the way, Jeff, I got my pen that I bought in Detroit that says I got people in Detroit. I thought about you this morning.
It. Thank you, Jeff.
That on.
Let's Jeff in Detroit, everybody. Telling old stories. Old stories about Michigan losing to Ohio State. That's so long ago. I don't even remember those days.
Is that what they say, Rich? Weaving old yarns?
You know what I think it is about this, the taking the friend to the game? I think it's about a hated rival. Like, if it was, you know, the Bears and Cowboys aren't rivals. So them playing in the championship game is a kind of a celebration for both teams. Okay. The Red Sox Yankees, are hated rivals. So I don't want anything to do with people like you. You know, so.
But even if it's not like the Blue Jays and the Dodgers are hated rivals. It's the stakes. It doesn't matter if it's a hated rival. Like, if I'm a Dodger fan, I want this so damn bad. I don't care about last year. To use the phrase of Gordon Gekko, greed, for the lack of a better word, is good. You know, like, that's it. I'm sorry. I don't need the Blue Jay fans sitting here going, yay, Vladdy Jr. When I want to win. Like, this is it. This is the World Series. This isn't like the second of 3 and a 9-game homestand in May. Come on now.
Patriots played the Falcons in the Super Bowl, obviously, famously. And, you know, I talked to Sarah at halftime, and I was happy for her. I wasn't more pissed that the Patriots had lost. You know what I mean?
She was your, at the time, girlfriend, and now she's the mother of your child. It's a different story. Of course they'd take Susie to a game like that.
Okay, because I was literally about to ask.
Come on now.
We got a tweet, and the question was asked, would Rich not take Susie to a Yankees-Red Sox ALCS if they ever got back
Of course I would. That's absurd. I mean...
Well, it's not absurd. Listen to you.
Susie's my tier 1. No, we're talking about friends. We're not talking about spouses.
Well, she's not your friend?
Oh, my God.
What is wrong with you?
You guys are friends, though, right?
Single guy.
No.
You are friends.
We're talking about... I would have taken her as a platonic friend because I wanted to be more than friends.
I get it.
You understand what I'm saying?
But that didn't, All right.
You know what I mean? Like, Ashton said he took Mila to the game. Is she a Blue Jay fan?
No, she's a Dodgers fan.
Okay, fine. But even if she was a Blue Jay fan, I wouldn't bat an eye. Okay, you're going to the game with your wife. That's fine. But you? You, Lieutenant Weinberg?
Who is Coop?
You can't handle the truth.
Who is Coop rooting for tonight?
Great question. I don't know. It depends. His friend Ryan, he loves him, but he just loves to hate on watching him play. I mean, watching his teams play. Yeah. So I think he kind of wants his friend to be a little bit miserable.
Yeah.
Susie just texted me that this is an insane conversation.
I'm glad she's giving this a listen or a watch. Keegan-Michael.
Hey, Doc. Nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL NOW. That's 713-CALL NOW.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
John Renato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granato, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granato.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
here they are.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. puts them in the lead with a 2-run shot.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, ESPN MLB announcer Boog Shambi. Coming up, actor Keegan-Michael Key. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, which is available everywhere. And also, guess what? ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. The man who's calling the World Series on ESPN Radio, Boog Shambi, was just here. He just left. In our green room for a split moment between him and Keegan-Michael Key, who is one of our favorites. There are few shows on TV as red hot as this one with casts like this one. You want to be on Only Murders in the Building if you were somebody like Keegan-Michael Key, and he can play around with some of the best, like, say, Martin Short, Steve Martin, Selena Gomez, Meryl Streep, Nathan Lane, Bobby Cannavale, Christoph Waltz.
This season was awesome.
Divine Joy Randolph, Renee Zellweger, and Keegan-Michael Key, who's going to join us. We have a fun clip. We also have some fun stuff in store for him, and it's always going to be great when he joins us here on the program, as he will in just less than 20 minutes' time. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We also had Kurt Warner on in hour number 1. If you missed any of this show, guess what? We have our app. We used to have an app. I don't know where that one came from. What we have we have our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, our pod, which is the 3-letter word I was going to say. All 3 hours available for your ear gate through the Rich Eisen Podcast Network, now fueled by the ESPN Pod Center. We appreciate all of our relationships, including those with you. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Here on the program, let's go to Joey in Pensacola, Florida, to kick things off. What's up, Joey?
Hey, Rich, how's it going? I just want to talk about what your previous caller talked about, bringing a buddy to a game.
Yeah, just to bring everyone up to speed here, Chris Brockman and I think, would you give your +1 to a great friend of yours when they're rooting for the team that's trying to beat yours? And in a high-stakes game like the World Series, and we say no. And what do you say, Joey?
By the way, I just put that up as a poll question.
Yeah.
Okay,
great.
So.
Yeah, no, absolutely I would. I took a buddy to a Yankees game, as Yankees-Astros, and it wasn't like a high-stakes game like a postseason game or a World Series game, but took him to a Yankees-Astros game. Astros were crushing the whole game, dominating. Kyle Tucker robbed a home run in right, and then Yankees brought it back. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa got thrown out at second in the 9th, and then went into extras. Aaron Judge walked it off, of course, and my buddy, who's an Astros fan, was wearing his Astros gear and was getting just absolute death threats walking out of the stadium.
No, that's not good.
And after that experience, I would bring him back to another Yankees-Astros game, just to see the look on his face.
Well,
it's classy New York fans talking to him.
Well, that's not the way it should go.
Joey's a real one.
Again, it's just one of those things. It's just like I don't need you rooting happy in front of my face when my team's fortunes and my emotions are on the line. I mean, it's just that simple.
He was extremely happy for about 8.5 innings until the Yankees tied it up, and then Aaron Judge walked it off. And I'll take those 8.5 innings of misery again, just so I can see the look on his face of Aaron Judge walking it off.
Joey in Pensacola, appreciate it. Jimmy in San Antonio, where my new favorite, Victor Wembanyama, plays basketball. What's up, Jimmy?
All right. It's the first day of my vacation. Mexico just beat Paraguay in the Under-17 Women's World Cup, so you can assume how I'm doing.
Okay. Great. Good to know, Jimmy.
You're doing well. Yeah.
So tonight the Spurs go for 5-0 for the first time ever. That kind of shocked me. I never thought that we never went 5-0 throughout the era that we did.
I agree. I'm with you. I'm kind of surprised to hear that as well, sir.
Okay, about this +1 business, TJ, you were so rude. If I had the NFC Championship, Eagles, Cowboys, Colleen Wolfe is obviously my +1.
This is not what we're talking about, Jimmy.
Not what we're talking about.
Jimmy, we're not talking about that
same.
sort of stuff.
Not the
okay, Jimmy?
Okay, then, all right, let me bring this up. I have a start bench regards to if it was a World Series. If it was Dodgers, Mets, TJ, you're my starter. There is no bench. It's you and me. We go to the game and we see who cries at the end.
Okay.
Dodgers, Red Sox. Brockman, you got benched because obviously we all know I'm taking Susan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Okay. This guy.
And then Dodgers, Yankees. The dude I'm taking has an I in his first name, and it's Mike.
He's not a Yankee fan. Here's the thing. I love you, Jimmy, but I already have a pass, so I'm good.
No, excuse me.
I'm good.
Do you have
You're
your
not a
hat?
Yankee
Do you
fan.
got your schmoey hat?
Yeah,
Where's your schmoey hat? Could you imagine if you went to the World Series last year in Dodger Stadium like this?
Yeah. Everybody would be beating him up.
Everybody. He would be the most hated man in the building.
That would be the thing that brought
I'd be the
everybody
most
together.
popular. People would be like,
Absurd.
I'd be the most popular person walking
Absurd. As dumb as it gets.
You like both these teams?
You get peanuts thrown at you.
Doesn't get
RJ,
much
this is
dumber.
the greatest thing you ever
It is not.
RJ
That's an
was.
abomination to hatch.
Jimmy in San Antonio bringing the noise and the funk, as he always does. Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, Jimmy. So, how about that? Jimmy in San Antonio saying Victor Wembanyama is trying to get the Spurs to 5-0 for the first time ever. Is that true?
I would take his word.
The Admiral never started that way. The Big Fundamental never started that way. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
So, Wembanyama is a perfect leaping off point here. Because he is an absolute, as we know, physical freak, a unicorn. We've never seen anything or anyone built like him doing things with a basketball that he is doing. And as we all know, when we first heard of him, the general sense was, imagine Giannis Antetokounmpo taller and more agile, right? And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Really? That guy's...
And can shoot.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, he's that. And then you see Victor do what he's done. You're like, okay, now I get it. And so what I'm pointing out is the NBA is now getting physically freakier year in and year out, right?
That's true.
And what's happening now because of that, and it's not just tall guys who can handle, it's just a bunch of other big men and also other guys who are smaller in stature doing things with the basketball with their handle that we haven't seen before. And with that, you are now seeing a massive traveling problem in the NBA if they care to fix it. And last night, Giannis on the NBC coverage against the Knicks did something with a basketball that you can't even call traveling. I mean, the Euro step with what he did lasted so long, he wound up in Asia. And it's awful. And I put it out on Threads because, as you know, I'm not posting on X, and I haven't for a while because it's I wrote it down here. A hellscape. That's it right there.
Mixed in.
And so I posted on Threads. It's one of the most responded to, by the way. One of the most responded to posts I've ever put. I just put the sequence up on on Threads with just, come on, man, is all I wrote. Like, come on, man, really? And here's the thing. The responses I got back pointing out this is a legal play because you get apparently to gather the basketball and then get 2 steps.
That's insane.
So after you pick up your dribble, the 2 steps begin after you gather. And what we're seeing now are such physically freaky athletes able to take so many steps while gathering and then get steps after the gather. You can go from the logo to the rim.
One dribble.
One dribble. You can go from the logo to the rim.
I'm watching it right now. It's absurd. He takes 5 steps.
And he takes 2 steps after the gather, but he takes 4 steps while gathering.
Right.
And so I saw that and I thought to myself, this looks exactly like Des Bryant catching a football in Green Bay, where he was so physically freaky that he's able to make a football move while still catching the ball over a 10-yard span of just 2 or 3 steps. He was that amazing at the catch process that he was able to make a physical move while catching and go to the ground, to the point where the NFL had to come up with a new rule on what a catch was. And I think that's what's happening with traveling in the NBA. Are we really going to say that you get 2 steps after a gather, and then I can't sit here and say when the gather happens, or you are so amazing like Giannis that you could take 4 steps while gathering and then get 2 steps. So you're now taking 5 to 6 steps after you've picked up your dribble and get away with it. Can't have it. Don't want it. Fans don't want it.
You should be able to challenge this.
And so what? But if you challenged it by rule, this is technically legal because he did take 2 steps after he finally put both hands to gather the basketball.
But his hands are so big, he can gather the ball with one hand.
I'm saying to you, this is why you need to change the rule. And as far as I'm concerned, as you know at RES Consulting, we don't just complain about it. We do something. Which is why I want to be on every competition committee in all major sports.
I mean,
How about this? Here's the rule. After you pick up your dribble, this is radical. After you pick up your dribble, you get 2 steps. That's it. After you screw the gather. I don't want to talk about gathering anymore. Gather this, if you will.
Magic, the gathering.
That's it. You pick up your dribble, you get 2 steps. That's it. I don't want to hear about the gather. Oh, wait a minute. You're dribbling with one hand, so you now get to put your hands on it with both hands. That's the gather. And then you're allowed 2 steps. Is that what I understand? Because if that's the rule, it's absurd. It's just like what the NFL decided. If 100 people in a bar say that's a catch, it should be a catch. So come up with a rule that matches what 100 people in the bar are seeing. 100 people in a bar watching that last night say that's a travel.
Right.
So come up with a rule where 100 people in the bar are right. That's it.
I'm saying, are we making too big of a deal of this because this is just one play? I don't see.
It's happening all the time.
This happens all the time.
Guys, not to this effect. I mean, it happens.
This was particularly absurd.
This is absurd. And if you really look, I'll give him, all right, the gather, but he still took 3 steps
while gathering.
No, it was after the gather.
Oh, well,
so he at least took 3. And we're seeing some walks. We're not
sensationally egregious.
Yeah,
like it has to be fixed.
I literally just said egregious, but not everyone is doing this. This is
what I'm saying is more and more people are having the physical ability to do it.
I feel like this happens like a couple times a week.
Dude, if I'm Wembanyama, I'm working on getting my gather down with 3-4 steps, and because I can then, on a fast break, start my gather from half court.
Yeah.
Because I'm that big, and I have that much of a wingspan and that much of a step span. Got to fix it.
Got to fix it.
I'll do something about it. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's finish up with the Harbaugh files. And then we'll, after Keegan-Michael Key, if you don't mind, Mike Hoskins, everybody. Oh, Joe Alt's returning. Is that where you want to do this right now? We'll do it right now. Joe, hey, this is one of our favorite segments, and then we'll bring out Keegan-Michael Key because he loves Jim Harbaugh too. Who doesn't? Joe Alt's return, as you know, significantly solidified that line, and nobody loves offensive linemen like Jim Harbaugh, who calls them weapons, right? Harbaugh files, hit it.
Sometimes people that are standing on third base think they hit a triple, but they didn't.
The Harbaugh Files.
Joe, specifically, how would you describe the impact that he has from a leadership standpoint, just his presence on the field, his presence on the sideline, and what that did for you guys in the
Yeah, presence in the training environment, presence in the meeting room, but especially, in the game. There was, I hate my kids, boy, Dad, Joe Alt really made a big difference. I mean, it's just that obvious, how good of a player he is.
He did get rolled up on I believe, on the same ankle. Did he come out of the game okay, health-wise?
Yeah, he'll be out there today. and talking to him, he no worse for wear. It was pretty heavily wrapped and compressed and guarded and taped. You know, it's a wonderful thing what compression can do. It's like a warm hug.
The Harbaugh Files.
Wow. I mean, a warm hug it's a thing.
Olaf likes compression.
Oh, my gosh. That's the best.
I think that's Frozen 3.
It's Frozen 3 where Olaf tapes up his twig.
Right.
Yeah. He likes warm hug.
Get back out there to protect Elsa, who in this case, as we all know, is Madison Beer. All right.
Hey, now.
Let's take a break here. That's the Harbaugh Files, everybody. Let's get to Keegan-Michael Key, for crying out loud. This is going to be awesome. It always is. Talking only murders in the building and more coming up next.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they want and need to get the job done every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hello, Houston. This is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Believe it or not, the holidays are closer than you think. Got someone who's a little difficult to buy for? Well, who doesn't love great food? All of our locations of the Union Kitchen, Jack's Grill, Passerella, and Vine Memorial offer gift cards and will give you an extra $25 for every $100 you purchase. Don't forget, book your holiday party early. Our rooms and reservations are filling fast. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today. Tell them Paul sent you.
Your nationally ranked number 22 Houston Cougars are rolling at 7-1. This Saturday morning at 11, the Cougs take on West Virginia at TDECU Stadium. And we're celebrating one of the greatest teams in program history, the 2015 Peach Bowl champions, back together on the field. In their honor, tickets start at just $20.15. Get yours now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear black.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Tempted to decorate for the holidays early? We like your style. Right now at Kohl's, save 20% on decor, hosting essentials, and more. Plus, get $10 off $50 spent. So go ahead, hang up that wreath, swap out those couch pillows for ones with snowflakes. And while others are panic shopping later, you'll already be cozied up feeling pretty great about these early Kohl's deals. Select styles, offers end November 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Chastang Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastang Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastang Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
That he'll make a comment based off of something somebody said.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin, the great Steve Martin.
Yes, sir.
And you think to yourself, no, there's no way that's made up. And he clearly made it up on the spot. You're like, I'm looking for the notes under his chair. He's just so quick and so clever. His rejoinders are unbelievable.
And Steve Martin is just Steve Martin, and Martin Short is Martin Short. I did notice Keegan-Michael Key is here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience on ESPN Radio just rejoined. We just saw a clip on the TV side of things of Only Murders in the Building, in which Keegan has appeared this season with a very big plot point that just was revealed in this very week. Check it out on Hulu and streaming now also on Hulu on Disney+. I did notice you called him Marty. I picked up on that.
He's he actually almost insists on people calling him Marty.
That right?
He's very gregarious and very warm.
He's Canadian. He's Canadian.
He's Canadian. Like, and I mean, he's warm for a Canadian.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? They're like, could you? It's like you can't be even more friendly.
Yes.
How can you be friendly? He's like on the friendly infinity loop. Like he couldn't be. How can you be friendlier than other Canadians? You know what I mean? Lots of pleases and thank yous.
Yeah.
And that was a great take. Oh, you were owed a sight there on that one. That was fantastic. And he
felt like you're back on the set of Fargo for a second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But they're, I mean, consummate professionals, as you would expect them to be.
Yes.
And watching Steve, because he's one of the co-creators of the show, is very active on set. He's rewriting as you go.
Oh, my goodness.
It's amazing, because he'll rewrite as you go, and he'll say, I need this to, here's an idea. It could be this, or it could be that. Or I would just like to suggest maybe saying the line this way.
Yes.
And inevitably, better. Always better. It's everything he does is value added. Yeah.
And who's the easiest to crack up on that set? Or nobody does?
Most people don't crack up on the set, but the crew are having the time of their life. And mostly because of something Steve suggests. But it'll happen off camera, like between setups.
Yes.
And like I said, he's just thinking all the time.
Right.
And sometimes Marty will be like, Steve, you want to take a break? Just want to relax a little bit. And he's like, well, I do. I just wanted to say this one more thing. And the crew just giggles and giggles and giggles all day. It's a very, very warm set.
Well, you kind of pick it up from watching the show, you know?
Yeah, the show has the same thing. John Hoffman, the showrunner, he actually describes the show as cozy murder mystery. It's like, he calls it cozy murder mystery.
Well, I assume they got it greenlit before you start using that term, because I imagine you're pitching. So I got this cozy murder mystery.
I'm thinking cozy murder mystery. What do you guys think? No, guys, don't leave. No, I'm not done with the pitch.
See ya. Wait a minute. It's with Steve Martin and Martin Short and Selena Gomez. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, did you say Selena Gomez? I'm sold.
Well, you know what's showing up on my, well, you don't know, but I'll tell you. That's a weird way to start something. What's showing up on my Instagram algorithm a lot lately is that moment when you and Bryan Cranston are in a scene together and he cannot hold it together.
Yeah.
And then suddenly all you had to do was just look at him or appear on the screen and he starts going. What was that like from your perspective?
So first of all, the movie's called Why Him?
That's right.
If anybody's seen it, it's starring Bryan Cranston and James Franco, and Megan Mullally's in it, and Zoe Deutsch. It's really fantastic.
Yes.
Fun family comedy. But what happened was we started to become almost overly defiant, to a point where we were being abjectly stubborn. So you can hear the director from a room away go, do you guys want to cut? No! We're going to don't cut it, John! We're going to get through it! We're going to get through it. And that's me, but Bryan, double that.
Oh, really?
Do not cut it! Do not cut! I got this! Very next take, he breaks it. So then I go to ADR.
Yes.
I go to ADR. So for everybody in the audience, ADR is when you have to loop the words if there was a sound mistake.
Yes.
And first of all, the card, they use cards. We don't always film anymore, right?
Yeah.
Cards are about 24 minutes long.
Yes.
Full card.
Yeah.
Full card. 2 usable minutes of footage. 24 minutes, 2 usable minutes of footage. I'm in the ADR. I've got my things done. I'm trying to do the vocal stuff. And I'm watching the point in the scene. It's that scene. Yes. I go, oh, look at this. How the hell did you do this?
Yeah.
And they said, you see that seam down the middle of the wall? Mm-hmm. I go, yeah. He goes, it's a composite. We used one side of the take where Bryan isn't laughing, and one side of the take where you're not. It's the only way we could get you seen in the movie. Wow. We never got more than 20 seconds of usable footage without cracking up. It was unbelievable. And Bryan would just go, stop, no, got it. Start again. And then I'd start.
My favorite one is because you just start moving down because he's sitting on the toilet.
Yes,
right?
He's sitting on the toilet,
which is even better.
Yeah,
and he's looking ahead, and then you come down and he sees you peripherally. You just motioning down got him going.
Well,
that's unbelievable.
And nobody was helping. The cinematographer wasn't helping. He's like, Keegan, get even closer to his face. I mean, people need to. Anybody who's watching, they got to see.
It's great. Okay, so I'm Bryan.
You're Bryan. You're on the toilet.
Okay.
It's one thing if you're, and I'm trying to fix the toilet. It's one of those Japanese toilets.
Yes.
I'm trying to fix the toilet. So I kind of go like this, and I'm going down the toilet, and then the cinematographer is encouraging you to get closer. And just get in here. Bryan, he was I can't laugh. He's a sitting duck. He didn't have a chance.
The man's got a gajillion Emmys and Oscar noms and whatever.
This Breaking Bad, this was not. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Why him?
Oh, my gosh.
I love that. I'm so glad to get that backstory because it shows up all the time.
Yeah. It was.
Non-stop.
We had so much fun. I mean, clearly, we had fun making the scene, but we had a lot of fun making the movie.
Keegan-Michael Key is here on the Rich Eisen Show again. Only
boy.
Murders in the Building, just renewed for season 6. It's heading to London.
Yes.
That has been announced, and fans of the show ecstatic, and if you're not watching it, you should. So can we, and I'm going to say we now because we are together in this, and it is the whole we are thing. Can we get a win over Ohio State this weekend, or what? Can we do this? Can we do this for Penn State?
We are.
Okay.
Not looking good for a win over the number 1 team in college football. I am.
You got to be beside yourself right now.
I'm beside myself, Rich. I am really... I've been dealing with bouts of depression for the last couple of weeks. Well, disillusionment more than anything else, because I can't put my finger on what's happening.
Yes.
We have denied Dennis Sutton. We have Zane Durant. I know we lost our best linebacker. I didn't think that was going to make as much of a difference as it did. We have some elite men on our defensive line.
Of course, you are Penn State.
Yeah. And it's just unraveled. And I feel really bad for Terry Allen, the guy who's the interim coach. Don't we always feel bad for an interim coach? They're trying to pick up the pieces. And then the game in Iowa, last week, our game versus Iowa, Katron Allen had 145 yards rushing, and we couldn't win the game. We're just in a... I don't know how the ship is going to get righted.
Yes.
We're in a bit of a tailspin. Yes. We'll right the ship at some point in time.
Just not this weekend?
Just not this weekend. and I understand what you're saying by we, being a Michigan grad and me being a Penn State grad.
Oh, please.
This hurts. Yeah. I mean,
My kids are aware that we root for two teams, Michigan and whoever's playing
And whoever's playing Ohio State,
And this weekend it is Penn State.
Oh, jeepers. We are, it would be the biggest upset of the season, full on, full stop.
Oh, what a
could you imagine? Yeah, but
I can.
It's at the Horseshoe. I know you. It's at the Horseshoe.
You have no idea. I'll be rooting.
I appreciate it.
I'll be there at the pom-poms.
Maybe the less said about this subject, the better.
Okay, we can move on. Moving on. The Lions are coming off. The Lions are coming off their bye.
Coming off our bye.
Aiden Hutchinson just broke the bank. Everybody's feeling good.
$141 guaranteed.
$1 million, yes.
$1 million.
Yes, indeed.
141 guaranteed. And I think they still owe him 19.8 on the rookie deal.
That's correct.
So he's got a little valet money, a little scratch in the pocket, if you will.
He does indeed.
He's doing okay. Goodbye, another Bronco. Now, this, of course, means any hopes of us getting Trey Hendrickson are dashed. Because if
I don't know about that. I mean,
really?
No, I mean, because this is an extension. You know what I mean? Like, this is not money that you have to pay out right now.
Well, that's true. It's amortized, right? They're not just handing
his
140.
extension won't kick in until after he makes this. So this doesn't affect what you can spend on Trey Hendrickson.
That's true. That's true. We could make a little tiny splash payment.
And salary cap is, listen, it's not like I can sit here and explain it to you. All I know is that there's always a way around it. Yeah. Yeah. There's always something you can do. There's always some change we can move around here.
There's always some change we can.
This is the Ford family, for crying out loud. We can figure something out.
We should be able to figure something out.
Yeah, and it's just it's so much fun watching this team. Jahmyr Gibbs, the head coach, who I know has this way about him. You judge the book on that cover, but it's a deep, deep book, man. I love this guy. A lot of
profound chapters in that book. I mean, he is, I mean, nice leather-bound cover.
Yes.
I know, rugged cover. But, he's actually quite a considered thinker. He's a very thoughtful guy.
I agree.
And
for someone who looks like he's going to give you a rat tail in the...
Exactly, right. Or get off the mechanical bull and go, I did it again. Let's get those cows in the corral. I mean, he grew up, like roping cows.
I'm sure he did.
But he has such a... He has such a command for the nuance of the game, especially on the offensive side of the ball, which surprisingly for me, I find this interesting, as a tight end, no less. It's not like he was he thinks like a quarterback, even though he played on the line.
Yes.
He really is quite... It's quite amazing that would have been the position he made his hay playing, but he has this kind of fantastic global view of how an offense works. It's really terrific.
Well, and the idea that this season would be a lost one because you lost both coordinators, and then the first game against the Packers only seemed to potentially cement that narrative.
Yep.
And then ever since then, it's just been, how do you like me now?
How do you like me now?
Pretty much.
Speaking of coordinators,
yes.
I just heard this yesterday. I was, because I'm always scrolling on YouTube and I'm watching all of my Detroit Lions content.
Very good.
And one of the guys were saying that there may be some interest in Kelvin Shepard for the head coaching job at LSU. And I think that hopefully that's a bit of a reach. I hope it's a reach because he's doing phenomenal work for the team. They're buying in. He's just enhancing, I think, what Aaron Glenn's. He's enhancing Aaron Glenn's infrastructure, what he's put into place.
Correct.
And the fact that we're playing man defense this well with now this pressure, having Aiden healthy makes all the difference in the world.
Doesn't it, though?
And we're going to get Marcus Davenport back. It's really, I'm very, as you can say, when I start singing sentences.
This is great.
I must be in a good mood.
You must.
I'm feeling good.
I love it.
Yeah, about our prospects.
Keegan-Michael Key here on the Rich Eisen Show. First time you were here, way back in the day when you were promoting Predator that you were in.
Oh,
we
wow.
did Start Bench Cut with you. We've got a few more Start Bench Cuts.
Some Start Bench Cuts.
Yes, we will. And Mike Del Tufo will work the audio very well for this one, unlike the last time you were here.
All right, Mike.
Bill Walsh of audio is at
You're locked in, right, Mike?
He's locked in. Here we go. All right, here we go. Let's do a Start Bench Cut with Keegan-Michael Key. Hit it, please.
Start, bench,
just sit down and be quiet,
or cut.
Get out.
All right, here we go. Start Bench Cut. We've got 3 of them for you right here. Keegan-Michael Key, Start Bench Cut. Again, Only Murders in the Building, Season 5 just completed. Check it all out right now on Hulu and Hulu on Disney+. All right, first up, the team you most want to win a championship, Penn State football, the Tigers or the Lions? You got to Start Bench Cut it.
So I'm definitely going to start the Lions. I want the Lions to win a Super Bowl more than anything. Then I think, given recent developments, now Penn State is going to be in the bench.
Okay.
And let me see, 06 we went, 84 we won.
Okay.
So Tigers, yeah, that's okay. We're good.
Yes.
I mean, we'll see if Scooble sticks around, but yes, I'm going to go Lions, Nittany Lions, Tigers.
I
you see,
love
I like
it.
to stick with the big cats.
Yeah, you got
I
him.
really only root for big cats.
Lions, Nittany Lions, Tigers, Start Bench Cut. All
Yes.
right. Next up, Start Bench Cut, Keegan-Michael Key. If you suddenly faced with a zombie apocalypse, this is the person you would most want by your side. Dan Campbell, Panay Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson. Start Bench Cut. If you're in a zombie apocalypse.
Okay, I'm starting Panay.
Okay.
I need Panay. I mean, he can block the zombies. They're not very adroit. They're not very flexible. I mean, Panay just goes, Sheesh! And they're down. And we just, and I just use him as my lead blocker, right?
I like it.
Then you're gonna bench Dan. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're benching Dan because I might need him to come off the bench with strategy. We're going to stay in this building for 5 weeks. Then we're gonna skedaddle over to this building. We're just gonna make our way through the metro area till we get to a prairie.
Yes.
Right. And then I can't believe I'm seeing the word cut and Aiden Hutchinson in the same sentence.
I know.
But yeah, you know what I mean? I know Aiden's powerful, but I need that blocking that blocking profile from Panay. We're going Panay, Dan, Aiden. Sorry, Aiden.
Okay, understood. Plus he has his money to help out.
He's got his money. He can just buy a hovercraft and just go live in the middle of a body of water.
Okay, last one.
Yes.
This is good. The best Key and Peele sketch.
Oof.
Mike, Start Bench Cut, Chris. On a minute. MJ Halloween. East-West College Bowl. Luther the Obama Anger Translator.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm going to go almost in reverse order here.
Very good.
MJ Halloween is my favorite scene.
Okay.
To have performed.
Okay.
But I'm putting it in the cut.
Okay.
Okay. I'm putting it in the cut.
Okay.
I'm gonna bench. I'm gonna bench East-West Bowl.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to start Luther Obama. Luther Obama,
yes,
for sheer cultural significance, should go first. And it's what Jordan and I like to call a peas in the pod scene, where the two characters have the same point of view. We love doing scenes where the two characters have the same point of view, as opposed to MJ Halloween, which is what we call a Laurel and Hardy scene, which is where one guy's antagonizing the other guy. So that's it. So I go Luther Obama, East-West, MJ Halloween.
How did by the way, love it. How did the Luther character come about? How do we land on this?
The origin of the Luther character is when we were writing the pilot.
Yes.
We were trying to figure
the
pilot. Oh, the pilot. It's in the pilot. The first sketch is in the pilot. And it was right after, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, Obama had given a State of the Union address, and he had made a comment, and some guy in the chamber screamed out, "Liar! That's a lie." Remember that?
Right, of course.
And Obama just went. He just very calmly put his hand up, paused, and continued. And Jordan and I were both like, Jordan was like, but you understand the amount of rage or anger that must have been inside of him for someone to make a comment like that, to someone to take a liberty like that during such an august proceeding?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be great? And what gave Jordan the idea was Garrett Morris, original SNL, when Chevy Chase used to do the news and go, and now a message from the Society of the Deaf, Francisco Franco, and then you have that little box, and you go, Aurelio Francisco Franco is still dead. Is still dead. Yeah. That's where the idea came from. And he said, what if we had like a guy who's like screaming for Obama? And I don't remember which one of us said it. It was like an anger like he translates the anger. And that's where it came from. So we have Garrett Morris to thank for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so good.
We, on occasion here, will have a coach with a soundbite, and the coach is just giving you coach speak, and then we have, a segment called What Were They Really Thinking?
What were they really thinking?
And I'll give voice. I had no idea that I was kind of taking it from that sort of. That's amazing.
I mean, it's a pretty great. It's just a simple, elegant concept.
Sure. And then last time you were here, when we asked you to read off some football player names as Mr. Garvey, the substitute teacher, that thing went a little viral from
That went a little viral.
And we have some of the names that we use as drops every now and then.
Ladidi McConkey,
G-Riggs,
Ladidi McConkey. Which was whose idea? That was not actually mine. I have to give credit where credit was due. Somebody in this room came up with Ladidi McConkey.
That was Ken Tulo, our producer.
What's
did.
that?
No,
our producer Ken Tulo.
It was Ken.
Ken did this. Yeah, and so I don't know if you're aware, but the Chargers started to refer to him as Ladidi behind the scenes.
Ladidi McConkey?
So
where was Ladidi McConkey?
Well, here he is. We tried to get him to zoom in while you were here, but their practice schedule just down the street prevented it. But here we have a message for Mr. Garvey.
What's up, Mr. Garvey? It's Ladidi McConkey here. I just want to let you know that I'm on the assignment with the Chargers, so I appreciate you asking about me. And can I get the hall pass?
Can I get the hall pass? Well done, Ladidi. I like that he did extra credit. He put in an extra syllable.
He did.
McConkey. Ladidi McConkey. That is fantastic. Ladidi. That kid is tearing it up. Harbaugh's a happy man because of Ladidi.
Ladidi.
Did you see John Harbaugh at a press conference? I feel that Ladidi had a pretty solid. Harbaugh said Ladidi.
I know.
Oh my God, you fell along.
We just wanted to give you that little shout out from Ladidi.
I'm trying to work on some new ones. I mean, we have to talk about Danielle Jonas. Danielle Jonas is good. I like Danielle.
He's doing well for the Colts
He's been doing well. I love Danielle. Where Danielle Jonas at? Keep throwing the ball, dog. What happened? My poor wife.
What?
Well, we loved Daniel Jones.
And I know from Giants fans. I know.
Oh my God! And this is what we do every weekend. So we watch the Giants and we watch Lions. I mean, not week 12. We can't on week 12 because they play each other.
Okay.
So we'll be in separate rooms.
Yes.
But we sit there and crestfallen because by marriage I'm a Giants fan, and so now I've committed and I've fallen in love and I'm invested in the Giants.
Of course.
And we're sad about Scadaboo and we're sad about
exactly. As soon as Jackson Dart shows up and you can have nice things, down goes Neighbors and then Scadaboo.
As soon as we can have nice things, and then you just go, and then we just every weekend it's like we're crestfallen. You just watch Indianapolis has scored 737 points. Daniel Jones has 7 touchdowns, 650 yards rushing. It's like what?
Danielle Jonas.
Danielle Jonas.
Yes, and Cam Skatiti-Bo.
Skate-a-boo-boo. Skate-a-boo. Skate-a-boo.
Scam. Just give me that before we go. Give me if you want to go to war, Skatiti-Bo.
You want to go out? Hold on.
Here we go.
I'm taking 2.
Don't cut.
Hey, Cammy Ron, Skatiti-Bo. You Because I ain't playing with you, Cameron. Oh, y'all think I'm playing? Mike? Chris over here.
That's right.
And look at this dude over in the corner. What you doing? Playing pool? Get off the damn pool table. Focus up. Ridiculous, man. God, I was here chalking a stick. Should be one in the camera. Chalking the stick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Keegan Michael
Not a euphemism. Oh, my God. Not a euphemism.
God bless it. I love when you come here, man.
Rich Eisen.
Right back at you.
Richie Eisen, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Richard.
Oh, yeah. I think you got that as a drop, too, right, Mike?
My favorite show to ever do is Richard Eisen.
Richard Eisen from the last time, man. Only Murders in the Building again, season 5 with this man, Keegan Michael Key, now streaming on Hulu and then Hulu on Disney Plus. And congrats to the whole crew on season 6.
Yes, sir.
For the renewal. You're the man. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Always happy to be here.
And
Thank you, gentlemen.
Another great
Soccer clap. Soccer clap.
Oh, and let's all clap for the horseshoe and what's going to happen there on Saturday.
We are.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like replacing my bike in case of an accident?
Progressive's total loss coverage can help with that.
Great. And you also agree with me that my riding club should ride to the aquarium instead of cruising around a mountain, right?
Actually, we just do insurance. We don't vote in riding clubs.
Nice. 2 votes for the turtle exhibit.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
What are you, some kind of turtle hater?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes, and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
Cast your line and relax at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. You already know that Underdog is my favorite app, and playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players would go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. So much to play, so much fun to be had, and so much money to win. Whether it's Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, or the full Sunday slate, Underdog is the place to be. Stroud, higher or lower on passing yards. You know ball, prove it with your picks on Underdog. Download the app today, sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $100 in bonus funds or entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
The Hyundai SUV, known as the Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. What makes it an incredible SUV? Could it be the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew, or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Could it be the driver behind the wheel? Maybe it's all of those things and more. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Previously on the Rich Eisen Show, I said Jake Browning was going to save the season for the Cincinnati Bengals. Everybody thought it was completely over when Joe Burrow went out for darn near the whole year, right? Mm-hmm. And then I was wrong because Jake Browning continued to lose football games and throw it around to the point where they, in Cincinnati, were like, we got to go get the guy who the Browns started the season with and then benched. We got to get Joe Flacco. And then Flacco went 1-2 with a massive win on Thursday night against the Steelers at home, in which he threw it around like he was 20 again. And then last week, second loss, just stubbing his toe, if you will, against the Jets. Or not just stubbing his toe, but hurting his shoulder with an sprained AC joint. That is a nasty thing. It is an awful thing. It's a painful thing.
Yikes.
So it's possible that the Bengals coming back this week at home against the Cincinnati Bengals, against the Chicago Bears, it may be Jake Browning time again. Here was Zach Taylor moments ago at the podium.
We'll see what we can potentially get out of him tomorrow. So we'll just work through the week. I think right now it's probably at a 50-50 on what will end up on Sunday.
Does he need the reps at all? Or is this
you've seen what he's done.
Sure.
Came in, played on a Thursday, after 3 days of practice. So I think if anybody in this league can get by with minimal reps right now, it's him.
Yeah. So listen, Bears fans, no offense. This is nothing against you. If Jake Browning comes in and makes me right after all, that would be amazing. It's set up. I just didn't say. I said Jake Browning would save the season.
Mm-hmm. And you doubled down on it.
Well, no, I said the season would be just fine after Joe got hurt. Maybe it was a second Joe.
Oh, okay.
I didn't tell you it's Joe.
That's how I twisted it.
I didn't tell you it's Joe. He was gonna help out with. I didn't tell you it's Joe.
Yeah, but you did say Jake though. That was.
I did say Jake, and it turned out to be another Joe. Yeah, but now maybe this Jake after this Joe. Maybe I'll be right. We're gonna keep trying. I'm going down with it. Certainly, if Browning is going to get the start,
I think Matt Ryan would tell you that.
Just got to move on.
Got to move on.
Got to move on. Got to take steps like Giannis.
Right.
So many steps.
Jeez. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com. fun stuff right there. Dan Lanning, the Oregon head coach, is on tomorrow's program. So is Daniel Jeremiah and the actor Gabriel Luna.
Nice.
Friday's guests scheduled to appear: Shaquille O'Neal and Morgan Freeman.
Whoa.
That's Friday's show. But this Wednesday show, thank you for taking it in. We might sneak in one more phone call before we get out of Dodge.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Cougar fans, your Houston Cougars are on fire. Ranked number 22 in the nation with a 7-1 record, the Cougs are back at TDECU Stadium this Saturday morning, November 1st at 11 to take on West Virginia. It's our Salute to Heroes game and a blackout game. So wear black, pack the stands, and show your pride as we honor the men and women who serve our country and community. Don't miss it. Tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear black.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars repairs? That's fantastic, because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Save thousands of dollars on a new 2025 Buick SUV at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC today. Lance Zerline here. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for eligible non-GM owners and lessees. That's an SUV load of savings. Check out the sophistication of the Envision, the versatility of the Encore GX, and the dynamic Envista. All available at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Buick, exceptional by design.
Hey, Houston, this is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Now is the time to book your holiday event. We have several great concepts with private rooms to fit any need. The Union Kitchen is classic American with a twist, easy to create custom menus. Jack's Grill is a casual vibe with live music. If you're looking for something a little bit more upscale, check out Passarella, classic Italian with great wine and cocktails. Irvine Memorial, a cool wine bar with the surprise of a full liquor license and a great patio. Don't wait till it's too late. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new Feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. AJ behind the glass. No Brian today. What a surprise. Brian's not working. Dude misses more days than anybody I've ever been around. They're a full-time staffer that misses more days of work than Brian McDonald.
No.
Twitch is happy about it. Twitch loves when Brian's not here. I don't know why.
They also like when I'm not here, so.
That's true.
it's reality.
Yeah, I'm not sure they like anybody.
That's true.
On the Twitch. They feed off of each other. I think they might like each other. But lots to get to today. Astro offseason's going to start after the World Series. But I'm hearing some things. Joe. People are telling me things. People like to tell me things for some reason. I don't know why. I guess they think I'm a good listener. They're like, you know what, that Brano, he can listen a little bit. But McTaggart had an interesting nugget as well. So we'll get to some Astro stuff a little bit later. College football stuff a little bit later. Cash 'em or trash 'em. We got a little mailbag Wednesday with Jeremy and Joe as well. Busy show. Maybe a framework of a Will Anderson contract.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that. C.J. Stroud, maybe he has his swagger back. Maybe he has his groove back. He says that things are fixed. Do we believe that? C.J. Stroud still thinks he's very good. Do we still believe that? World Series going on. Cold front through the city of Houston. But we lead with John Mechie has been traded.
Whoa.
John Mechie is being traded from the Philadelphia Eagles to the New York Jets, Joe. He's now on his third team in 8 months?
Not
the
only former Texan on his third team in 8 months either.
Who's the other?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, you would go to a Bears thing off the bat.
John Mechie, move to New York.
Look at you immediately. You mentioned 1 minute, new record.
No Garrett Wilson.
Let's write that down. 1 minute mentioning the Chicago Bears, new world record.
No Garrett Wilson. John Mechie saving the day.
Yeah.
That's got to be a tough life.
I got to make a note of that. I think it was like a minute 48 before you mentioned the Chicago Bears. So minute 48.
It was relevant.
Record for Joe to mention Chicago. Brian has Brian's personal best is 2 minutes 2 seconds before he interrupts us. So we got a couple of records, couple of thresholds that we're keeping track of.
What are we tracking for you?
We'll see if that's ever beat. I don't know how many times I say "Go Cougs" in a show.
Can we count that high?
I don't say it that many times.
I know.
Depends on the time of year. Depends on the day. Depends if I have reads for Houston.
But they're really good this year, so you're saying it more.
When has Houston not been really good, Joe?
It was okay last year.
You're talking about football?
Yeah, football, yeah.
Okay, all right. Because we've been a national powerhouse in basketball for quite some time.
Yeah,
hope you've been paying attention.
A decade?
Oh, I did get confirmation. Hermdog's going to join us tomorrow.
Let's go. I can't
Tom Herman
wait.
will be on with us tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Hermdog. I was a little worried he was ghosting me.
Yeah, went from getting ghosted to coming on the show tomorrow.
I was meditating, and I got a call as I was meditating, but I didn't have the phone with me because I was meditating. And I thought, it could be the shop.
We called you.
It could be the shop or my wife's car. I didn't tell you who called me yet, Joe. Oh. I was meditating, and my phone rang, and I heard it from outside the room I was meditating in. And I heard it ring. I was like, well, okay. You know, whenever you're not by your phone, but you're going to check it, you kind of guess, like, who could it have been? Like, I think everybody has that thought process. Like, who's calling me? Okay, it could be this people. It could be this guy, that guy, spam 90% of the time. But my wife's car's in the shop, so they've been calling me with updates. Like, okay, it could have been them. Sucks that I missed that call. My computer has been in the shop because the I button on my computer has not worked. So that got fixed today. So it's like, okay, maybe they're calling me to come pick it up, which I do have it, and it's a world of difference. I didn't think it'd be the Hermdog. So I went and checked the phone, and I had a text from him too. He's like, hey, call me back when you get a minute. So I called him back. We had a 5-minute conversation, and he's coming on the show tomorrow at 5.
I can't wait to talk to him.
Hermdog, we'll talk to him about the 2015 Peach Bowl championship team that will be honored at TD-ECU Stadium Saturday. He'll be there. So we'll talk to him about that. We'll talk to him about the current landscape of – see, that's not me.
I know. I was like waiting for you to say it.
And we'll talk to him about the current landscape of college football, what it's like to coach at this time of year, what it's like to be a hot commodity, a hot name, rumored to go to a bunch of different jobs this time of year. How do you keep your team's focus? But we'll get his perspective on things as a former coach in the business, not that far removed. But Herm Dog tomorrow at 5. We're also going to be at the Cadillac Bar tomorrow. So if you're over in that area, Shepherd, you can hang out with Jeremy and Joe, see our ugly mugs, and you're going to have a great time. I think Brian's going to be back, so you can see all of our ugly mugs. It'll be fantastic. Joe, did it feel a little bit like Chicago? If people don't know, Joe is from Chicago. Did it feel a little bit like Chicago today?
Yeah, it's beautiful
It was
outside.
Windy, and it was very, very cold. I see you're wearing a hoodie, softy.
Yep. It's hoodie season now.
So soft.
It's hoodie season.
You get a little cold front coming. It's 70 degrees outside right now, and you're wearing a hoodie.
You don't get to wear them very often, so you wear them when you can. It's hoodie season. It is very windy. I went and got gas this morning, and over at for gas for my car is a Flex. Okay,
yeah. You have a vehicle? How cool is that?
At the gas station over here, there's a phone store next to it.
Oh,
okay?
That is a Flex. You got gas around here?
Yeah,
that's marked up 25%.
It's because I wasn't paying attention. It was because I was being a dummy.
Sheesh.
And there's a phone store, and they have this metal sign out front of the phone store.
Is that by the Greek place?
Yep, it is. That's the gas station.
I love that place.
It's great.
You ever get the Euros there?
They're very good.
They're so good.
And this metal sign, all of a sudden, I'm walking away from my car, and I hear it moving. Next thing I look over, I hit my car. That's how windy it was.
Oh, it popped it into it? Did it do any damage?
No. It was just move. It was just the whole thing was moving. My hat flew off in the parking lot. I had to chase my hat down in the parking lot looking like a moron.
What time was this?
12:30.
12:30. Did anybody see you?
Yes.
It's interesting. You wouldn't think you'd see a full moon at 12:30.
Yeah. It's pretty empty up there. As Sam Rico said on our Halloween graphics, Joe's going bald.
Do our junkies have any cold weather stories? I'm actually wearing a winter jacket myself today because it's very frigid. First cold front in Houston. You dust off the winter jackets. You dust off the hoodies. You dust off the sweaters. Any good
winter jackets?
Stories?
You just called me soft for wearing a hoodie. You just mentioned winter jackets.
Yeah. I got a little bullpen jacket.
You cold?
I got a bullpen jacket. No, it's for the bit.
Okay.
It's for the bit. First cool front I'm going to dust off the bullpen jacket. This is what the pitcher's wearing.
It looks
the bullpen.
Nice.
Yeah. Just keep my arm fresh.
Yeah.
Junkie says how quickly Jeremy disagrees with someone's a good one. It's not bad.
That's true.
That is bad. People always say I disagree with them. I don't disagree with people that have good takes. If you say something smart, if you have a good take and don't suck, if you say something that I agree with, I'm not going to disagree with you. It's not my fault that other people have bad takes and say stupid things. That's not my fault. It's your fault.
I guess
it's like when you punish your kids. It's not me. It's not my fault that I'm punishing the children. It's the children's fault for acting poorly that I then have to punish them. So that's the same thing with me disagreeing.
That's
you
fair.
say something, not you specifically, but you generally speaking, say something stupid, say something that's very disagreeable. It's not my fault.
You just don't agree with a lot of things.
If it's stupid.
That's true.
If it's stupid, if it's not a good take, yeah. What'd you think of this World Series game yesterday? Blue Jays even the series, 6-2. Everybody, Shohei Ohtani, he's so great. Greatest baseball player of all time.
Unicorn.
Would Barry Bonds give up 4 runs in 6 innings? Of course not.
He would not.
He wouldn't. Would Babe Ruth give up 4 runs in 6 innings? Of course not. He wouldn't. Ohtani tagged with the loss yesterday. Oh, he's the greatest of all time. He can't even win a World Series game, Joe. He's
true.
the modern-day Justin Verlander.
That's mean. That's mean.
What?
Why are you doing that to JV?
He got one.
JV got one.
Got one.
Ohtani didn't pitch in the last one, so you're right. The game was good. I didn't think the Blue Jays were going to win, to be honest with you. I thought this thing was over after the marathon game. I just kind of assumed the Dodgers were going to walk all over them, and this thing was going to be over in 5. So I was impressed with the Blue Jays responding that way. Vlad Guerrero Jr., he's so underrated.
Yeah, he's very good. I mean, he got paid a lot of money.
Or maybe underappreciated is better.
Okay.
But I just feel like he's not put. Maybe it's because he plays in Canada. Like he's not put in that conversation with the best of the best baseball players. But he's nasty. He's in 419 in the playoffs.
Right I don't know if I agree with that.
Why?
I don't know if we underrate Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
I think we do. I think it's kind of similar to Jose Ramirez, where the ball knowers, they know. But to the average fan, I feel like they get left behind a little bit.
His name is Vladimir Guerrero. I don't know. He's literally the namesake of a Hall of Famer. He's the son of a Hall of Famer. I don't know that we underrate Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
I think we do.
I think that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is talked about as one of the better hitters in baseball.
I don't think
He's
so.
certainly paid like one of the best hitters in baseball. I don't think we underrate him.
I
really don't. Do we underrate
do.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? 713-780-3776. Have you seen that Fall of the Expos thing yet?
I have not watched it yet.
Yeah, I'm saving it for a flight. I have it downloaded on my phone, but I'm saving it for a flight. Probably next Friday. I'm going to watch it.
I might watch it Thursday.
But I thought of that. No, this is fun, man. Like you have a competitive World Series. I'm rooting for the Blue Jays, openly admitting that. Rooting for the Blue Jays. I hate the LA Dodgers. Not a fan of the LA Dodgers. Obviously, they spend a lot of money. I think that I hate big market teams unless they're in Houston. Houston. Some people might push back and say Houston's not a big market. It's certainly not as big as LA. Certainly not as big as New York. So we can agree there. But they spend all this money. They have like smart bankers, so they defer the money. They pay Shohei Ohtani $700 million, and they're probably getting $3 billion in revenue because they have Shohei Ohtani. Mookie Betts cheated just as bad as the Astros and openly admitted it, yet he doesn't get booed like the Houston Astros. I don't like Dave Roberts. He's got a punchable face. They signed J.T. Watkins, the video guy from Boston, who was an open and confessed cheater, and they're like, oh, yeah, we're just going to sign him, and nobody bats an eye. I actually do like Andrew Friedman. I think he's a sharp general manager. But I hate the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I love when they lose. I like that the Blue Jays have made this a series. It is going to Toronto. So here's my solace. Even if the Dodgers win this World Series, Joe, even if they win this World Series, they're not clinching it at home. They're going to have to go. They're not even going to win a World Series title in America this season. So I do like that from that aspect alone, but I'm still pulling for these Blue Jays. I'm still pulling that they could pull off the upset. It's also kind of crazy that Miles Straw is like a main contributor for a World Series caliber team. It's weird to me.
And even with Springer out, it's like he's been playing quite a bit. Like with the Bichette injury before that, like the trickle-down effect was like Straw is out there. It's strange to see him playing left field or right field at times.
He's all over the
postseason.
place. He's all over the place. He's starting some games.
Playing in a World Series. Miles Straw.
Yeah.
What a trade for James Click.
What's that?
What a trade for James Click.
How is James Click not employed?
You're right. People must not like him. We said this when the Rockies turned him down. Unless he turned down the Rockies job, which would be smart, because who would want that job? But he's got to be one of the hot GM candidates going forward.
You would think, but he's not.
He's good here. Toronto. I know he's not the GM in Toronto. Like having success in Toronto would make him in line to be a dude. But last night's game was a really impressive performance from the Blue Jays, and I'm glad it's going back to Toronto because I'm with you. I hate the Dodgers. I don't want the Dodgers to win.
Am I crazy to say that this Blue Jays lineup doesn't really look all that intimidating?
It's not that intimidating.
Give me one of the guy. Did you see the story where like Correa called Springer because the Blue Jays hitting coach is from Minnesota, but they fired him like he was a scapegoat for their previous year, and then they quickly brought him in and like they're giving him all the credit for like turning this offense around. Like I hope maybe he has like a right hand man that the Astros can poach because the Blue Jays. They're exceeding their offensive expectation all season long. Like, you look at their lineup, okay, Vlad Guerrero Jr., one of the best hitters in baseball. People have famously always said that. Always talk about the excellence and greatness of one Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And look, Springer's had a really good year. You know, hasn't had a great time in Toronto.
But this year's been
up and down. Injuries have plagued him. But, like, you know, Addison Barger, where did he come from? Bichette has been a good big leaguer, but he was hurt for most of the season. It was terrible last year. It's like you look at this lineup on paper, and it's like, meh. But then you like look at the numbers, like, wow, they are absolutely dominating. People have been accusing them of cheating again from the hotel. They've been so good offensively.
I mean, I
think is a term of endearment these days.
Yeah, you accuse someone of cheating. Like, it's the Dodgers are being accused of it in one game, the Blue Jays in the next game. They're all being accused of it. That just means you're good at baseball.
Yeah.
If you're not being accused of cheating, your team's not good.
Yeah.
Like, so it's a term of endearment. You're right.
I want this. But yeah, cool that the Blue Jays won that game. We'll see what happens tonight. But the series definitely going back to Toronto, which is good. Junkie on the text line. Oops, the Killer Jays underrate him, but he's definitely top tier. Do we underrate him? Like, I haven't talked much about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in my radio life, but every time I talk about him, it's in glowing terms.
Okay,
like,
so
how do I?
Okay, I'm in 2024 mind. They had Vlad Guerrero Jr. ranked as the 52nd best player in baseball.
He didn't have a great year in 2024 or whatever it was.
But, like, he's still awesome. And then last year he was ranked going to the season he was ranked 13th. So now it's correct.
You know what I think? I think he's properly rated, Joe. I think he's always been properly rated.
Properly rated. It's the 13th best player in baseball.
That's pretty high.
No, I think I'd agree with that.
That was a down year when he was ranked 40-something. Still got paid, though.
52nd, but
Yeah, he had a down year. Deserved to be 52nd after a down year. Junkie, does Alejandro Kirk give fate to 97.5 employees who are pursuing playing professional sports? I don't think any of us are pursuing playing professional sports. I remember when I went to that Rays baseball game. Yeah. I went to the Rays Blue Jays baseball game 3-4 years ago. I caught that baseball right there, that foul ball. Alejandro Kirk was there, and they showed his measurements. He's like 5'8", 230.
Yeah.
I was like, man, it sounds like my kind of guy.
So he does give me hope.
It's like the spitting image of Branham.
Yeah.
Well, 5'8", 235, my kind of guy. I turned on the baseball game for a moment last night in the bedroom, and my wife saw Alejandro Kirk batting. It just so happened, and she goes, "Oh, that's a big boy."
He is.
Oh, that's a big boy. Junkie first glazing Katie's jump shot yesterday, and now Vladdy. Junkie, what's your obsession with that word? I think that you're glazing your glazing text. I'm a little uncomfortable with how much you use that word. At least Joe's face will be warm with that powder stash growing under his nose. I like to say powder. I see a little bit of powder.
You say powder stash? It makes it sound like it's something much more nefarious.
Well, I thought I saw that. Does Joe's hoodie have sleeves?
Yes.
409 Josh, it does. Paying almost $4 per gallon is a flex, Joe. Meanwhile, I go to Costco for $2.20.
Wasn't a flex. I just didn't realize I was out of gas.
Do you know in some other states you can get it without like the, the methanol or whatever?
Nope. Didn't know
Yeah,
that.
you have options. Ethanol, not methanol, ethanol.
You ever been in one of the states where they pump the gas for you?
They still have those, I think.
That's strange.
Up in the Northeast where they have unions.
Don't understand it.
They have unions.
I just want to pump my own gas.
Joe is right. There are very few opportunities to wear cold weather clothing down here, so you take them when you can get them, says Eric the buyer.
Always liked Eric the buyer.
Mm-hmm. Going to an event at East River 9 tomorrow night. What's the go-to order on the menu? I like that. I forget what it's called, but the spicy chicken sandwich.
I think it's the hot bird chicken.
Okay.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, it's good.
I like
that.
quesadillas. I know some adults don't eat quesadillas.
You have the palate of a 5-year-old.
They're really good. They're brisket quesadillas.
Oh yeah. Those are. I've never had those because I'm not 7, but they always look good. They look good. I get the spicy chicken. Spicy chicken's pretty good. Okay, off and rolling. Jeremy and Joe 713-780-ESPN. A bunch of ways that you can view us if you're a sicko. Twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. YouTube at ESPN Houston. TikTok ESPN 975. Twitter as well. You can interact with us there as well. ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy Brennan. When we come back, is CJ Stroud right? CJ Stroud says they got things fixed. Do you believe him? Did the Texans offense get things fixed? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action by going to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, the hustle and bustle of the job, whatever's causing you stress? I had the best weekend idea for you. It's Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Great spot to go visit when the weather gets real nice like this. You get the rest and relaxation. You get the nature. You get the crisp fall air. Now's the perfect time to go. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Open green spaces. Great, beautiful wildlife. The nature is fantastic. If you like fishing, good spot to do your fishing too. They got the two creeks that run alongside the property. They have a big catch and release pond in the center of the property. Good way to teach the kiddos how to fish. It's also just 90 minutes away from Houston. You're there in an hour and a half. Snap your fingers, you're there. You don't have to travel 6 hours across the country. You don't have to worry about the TSA and getting patted down and luggage and hopping in an airplane and delays nowadays, which are going on a lot right now. You can escape the city without traveling too far. Hike their 92-acre property. Do some kayaking. Play some pickleball. And take a dip in their pool if you're a daredevil with this weather. Or just have a drink by their pool. That's fine, too. Glamping, they got it. Cabins, they got it. They have a tree house out there. We stayed in the tree house when Branham family visited. Unbelievable. Maybe you already have your own RV. Perfect RV hookup spot. They have the perfect stay for anyone. And what makes Two Creeks Crossing Resort really special is that they're always taking care of their visitors. It's like you're one of them. Let's look at the November 13th, 14th, 15th weekend, just for instance. This is an example. Thirsty Thursday on a Thursday. Love it. How about this for Friday? Because it's starting to get a little cool. Crispy nights and cozy lights. That's a lot of fun. College football always on Saturday at Swampers as well. You're not going to miss a single game. So get on out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Book your stay now. twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie, it's not unions that mandate that someone pumps your gas emoji. It's state law in New Jersey. Oregon used to also be one, but they changed the law in 2023. What's the difference? Law, union, Northeast, whatever. Joe's always flexing his silver spoon, raised in the best neighborhood, spends $4 on gas.
Whatever.
Eric the Buyer, thanks, Joe. I think you're pretty good most of the time, too. Is tomorrow a free meet and greet at Cadillac Bar? I know Jeremy enjoys meeting the listeners. I do enjoy meeting the listeners. I don't know where that I sense some sarcasm there, Joe. I don't know why there would be sarcasm there.
Yeah, I don't know either. You like meeting people?
I do. I like meeting people.
You're going to bring your microphone?
Sure. I will. I'll bring my microphone. So if you want to walk up to us, we'll give you a microphone, and there you go. A little live mic night at the Cadillac Bar with Jeremy and Joe. No, I like meeting listeners. I don't think there's ever been one listener that said something poorly after meeting me.
That's true.
I don't think so.
Well, not to your face, at least.
Yeah, if it's behind my back, and if they did that, they're incredibly soft.
It's true.
Hey, Joe, can you travel to the Caribbean
No.
and talk Texans?
No.
Why not?
Okay.
Well, I can't read that.
Keep reading it.
713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So C.J. Stroud, after the Texans played a good game against the Niners, which Stroud looked really good. Watched some film of it yesterday, today. Put my film work together. Watch film that only I can. You'll see that stuff coming out tomorrow on my in the morning on my Twitter at Jeremy Branham. Toro, he's trendy. Toro keeps track of the trends, something that I caught on. Again, watching film that only I can. Toro's doing some stuff that you can tell he's up with the current trends in society.
Really?
Toro, I caught him.
Okay.
I caught Toro. Watch film only like I can. But C.J. Stroud, and look, I thought he played really well. He said that they got things fixed. Do you believe C.J. Stroud? Did the Houston Texans get the offense fixed?
No. I do not believe that. I think they took a step in the right direction to it being fixed. But something we talked about yesterday is that the red zone stuff for me and the short yardage situations is where it wasn't improved enough to say it's fixed. And while it's a good win because the Niners are still a good team with all their injuries, they're still pretty beat up. And even though Patrick Surtain's not going to play this weekend, like, you want to prove it's fixed, do what you did this last weekend against Denver, and I'm in. It's fixed then. But a one-game sample against a team that's heavily beat up with injuries, I can't just say it's fixed.
2-game sample worked for you, though?
Because Denver's legit, yes.
Okay.
It's enough signs where I'm like, okay. Like, if you actually go, because I don't believe they're going to do that.
You have no faith in the Texans.
I think they can win this weekend. I think it makes sense of why they're favored when you look at who the Broncos have played this year. The quality of opponent's not exactly super strong. You have maybe the best defense in the NFL, but like to say the offense is fixed after like your performances against Tennessee and Baltimore, and well then you played Seattle. Like you got to prove to me that you're not that team.
No, I'm not ready to make that claim either. I'm just kind of devil's advocate here. Now the Broncos don't have Surtain this weekend. He's gonna miss some time. Broncos statistically, Joe, have the 5th best defense in the NFL in terms of total yards, and they also have the 5th best defense in the NFL in terms of points allowed per game. So this is a very good litmus test. It's going to be the best litmus test since Seattle. It may be the best litmus test all year, but you do get them at home. Like of the two options, which scenario do the Texans have a better chance to have success? Home against Denver, or at Seattle?
Home against Denver.
I think so too.
Especially without Surtain.
See, I would say Seattle was a more difficult test than Denver.
Yeah.
Even though Denver statistically is better.
Yeah, now Denver gets after the quarterback like Seattle does.
Yeah.
So like that's ultimately what this game's probably going to come down to is how do you block Nick Bonito and all these guys that are just getting after people on a daily basis, it feels like. So how do you handle that? But yeah, this is the easier of the two matchups, I would say. Seattle's much harder place to win.
Stroud said they got things fixed. Do you believe that they got things fixed? 713-780-3776. Here was C.J. Stroud after the game. Sounds to me like he kind of gets his swagger back a little bit. That confidence for C.J. Stroud is still there. It's still in him. He said he's very confident. He believes that he's very good at football.
Okay.
He says whenever he's dealing and rolling, he can still be one of the best.
Well, when he's dealing and rolling, yeah, he can be one of the best, but he's got to be dealing and rolling to be one of the best. He's got to do it consistently.
He's got to have protection.
Well, that's
it's a team game.
That's where it ultimately comes down to.
You got to keep him upright. You got to give him time to succeed.
He was back there all the time. Like this, it reminded me of like the stuff we were seeing early in the offseason, like in the Panthers inter-squad practices where he was just back there forever. If he has time, C.J. Stroud can dice him up, but so can most quarterbacks in the NFL, right? I would say a majority.
I think it depends on the amount of time. I don't agree. Like Justin Fields, like is he going to dice you up?
No.
You hate Geno Smith. Is Geno Smith going to dice you up?
Probably not.
Yeah, like I do
Maybe in
think
Seattle he would have, but not now.
If you just went average time to throw, you just took like, okay, what is the average time to throw in the NFL? And then you gave every quarterback that amount of time, like who would look the best based on that. Mm-hmm. So basically everybody has the same offensive line. Every quarterback has the same offensive line. Every quarterback is seeing the same rate of pressure. Where would C.J. Stroud stack up, do you think?
Probably, I mean, this is where I'd feel comfortable putting back in that 10 range. Like he still belongs in that category of player when he has time to throw, because that's when we've always seen him at his best, whether it's his rookie year, last year, or so far this season. When he has time, when he's not worried about getting, slaughtered like it's been most of the last 3 years for him, he's a very good quarterback. So that's where saying it's fixed, that's to me is what is the question of what's fixed. Like, is the receiver room good? Well, yeah, we saw Nico Collins return to practice today. We saw Christian Kirk return to practice today. That's a positive. But can you block the guys in front of you to allow C.J. Stroud to be that quarterback? That's where I wanted the question is.
Yeah, I don't believe that they're bad. I'm with you that it took a step in the right direction. Things looked a lot better. I thought CJ looked really, really good. Mm-hmm. Now, he had time to throw. Is that because the Niners were depleted? Probably. Was it because the Texans showed some improvement? Probably. Like, it's probably all the above. It's all part of the variables, right? But I can't go all the way there. But I don't mind that CJ is, because I do want a confident quarterback. I do want a quarterback that actually believes it.
Yeah.
So I don't mind that he's going there at all. Even if he's like telling himself a lie, that way he can work on the confidence and the swagger and all that stuff. But I don't believe they're all the way there. What do you think? 713-780-3776. Also, when do you think that C.J. Stroud is at his best? Some people, when he's running. When you're rolling him out. Where do you think C.J. Stroud is at his best? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. YouTube customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Some call me the Huntington Bank bad boy. Some are saying it. Sports Illustrated saying it. Other people are saying it. 713-780-3776. Texans, did they fix things offensively? Junkie, I believe they fixed something because that pass to Marks in the flat is something CJ's not been doing enough of. That was a fluke play, though. Like, I don't want to sit there and point to that Woody Marks pass in the flat and then runs 50 yards untouched is like a staple of the Houston Texans offense. That was a busted coverage.
It'd be nice if it was, but I'm with you.
And look, I'm not taking it away from the Texans. Like you need to take advantage of when another team has a busted coverage or a missed assignment. And that doesn't happen all the time. There's offenses that miss those opportunities and quarterbacks who don't see those opportunities. So I'm not taking it away from the Texans offense. I'm not taking it away from CJ Stroud. But because Woody Marks caught a pass in the flat and ran 50 yards untouched, wasn't this genius from Nick Caley. It was a busted coverage. Now, I think Nick Caley had a lot of good stuff against the Niners. I think Stroud had a lot of good stuff against the Niners. I'm just not ready to make that leap yet. Neither one of us are ready to make that leap just yet. CJ still misses too many easy throws, even against the Niners. See, I thought that early in the game, but I didn't think that after, the second drive of the game. After the third drive and on, he was phenomenal.
Yeah.
First couple of drives, he did have some errant throws, I admit.
But he's still, like, I mean, went 30 of 39 overall in the game. So, like, for the most part, I'm with you. Like, early on, there was, like, one or two that stood out to me. But overall, like, he was really good in this game. I mean, I guess it's the best he's looked this season. It's not particularly close.
No, best in a long time. Another junkie, all capital letters. Absolutely bad word not. LMAO. I can't trust this offense until we see it consistently.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Absolutely.
I have no objection to that. I think it's a great point, Junkie, even if it's all capital letters. Rocky, he says, F no, they ain't fixed. They put lipstick on a pig. He says, we need Breece Hall. We need David Njoku. Calls Caserio Casserole. Casserole needs to make moves like his job is on the line. See, here's where I'm at with the trade deadline, though, Joe. It's like, do we want Caserio to trade a couple of mid-round draft picks for Breece Hall and David Njoku?
I mean, if you're going to trade for Breece, he's got to get a contract. Is my firm belief. Like,
It's
you can't
tough to do middle of the year.
I know, but like, I don't really want to trade for a guy and then watch him walk in free agency because then you're losing draft capital for a nothing burger again, just like you did with Stephon Diggs. So like, if you're going to trade for him, you got to keep him.
Yeah.
Now Schultz wasn't at practice today, so
D'Amico did say he expects him to practice later in the week, though.
Yeah, but he's looked banged up the last couple of games during the game. Like, he's been getting up slower. So Njoku would be interesting to me, even though I feel like when I've watched the Browns game, I don't feel like he moves particularly well anymore.
Really?
He just looks slower.
Really?
Maybe he's always looked that way, but like, I don't know. He just looks like he's not really moving and grooving out there.
You find yourself watching a lot of Browns games?
They're occasionally on Red Zone.
So you're making
also
this conclusion based on a few red zone plays?
There's also times when I'm like desperate in fantasy, so I'm watching to see if Njoku's doing anything.
You just pull them off on a Sunday at noon. Like, let's check it on the Browns.
Yeah,
you're doing a whole lot of that.
See what Dylan Gabriel's doing.
You have to follow two teams. You have to follow the Texans. You have to follow the Bears. And you're just like, hey, you know what? I'm going to see what David Njoku's up to.
I typically watch the Texans game at night.
Oh, you don't watch them live?
Depends on the day.
Usually Sundays.
Well, it depends on what time they're playing and if the Bears are playing at the same time.
Okay.
Because I can't do two at once. I'm not.
So Bears get priority over Texans.
Well, I do a Bears show before I do a Texans show.
Okay.
So I watch that one live, and then I rewatch the Texans or watch all the Texans coming in later.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And then how do you fit the Browns in between those?
Red zone's on the smaller TV.
Yeah, I see them in the red zone too, but they're probably one of the teams that are featured the fewest on red zone because they don't score many points.
That's true.
713-780-3776. Where do you think C.J. Stroud is at his best? Like, where do you like to see him? How do you want to see him playing the game? He needs to run more. They need to roll him out more. He needs to stay in the pocket more. Where are you with that?
In a perfect situation, play action with good blocking. Like when he has to set up the run and he has time back there, that's when he's at his absolute best, I think.
Okay, I hate him out of the pocket. I think he's capable, but I think he is absolutely at his best whenever he's in the pocket. He's throwing from platform, ideally a clean pocket, which quarterback doesn't operate better out of a clean pocket. But I think that's whenever he's at his best. Snap, clean pocket, quick release, quick throw, anticipation, throwing it in the bucket. To me, I love him in the pocket.
Yep.
I think he's really good in the pocket.
I just think on the
I don't want him to leave the pocket.
No, I only want him to leave the pocket when he's getting when they're getting dominated, like at this Seattle game. That's the only time I would say, can you get CJ moving a little bit just to help him out because you can't protect these guys at all. I don't want to see him moving that much. And I think for the people that want to see him run more, I think he does his best running when he's in the pocket.
Yeah, I think it's whenever he escapes to the offensive line, whenever he gets the best runs.
Well, especially like when there's openings in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
That's when he's at his best taking off. You don't want him running designed plays to the outside or even just trying to catch a corner. It's like when he's running north and south, when he does run, that's when he's at his best.
He did have, I prefer that 100%. Now, he did have one where he was able to recognize like a free rusher off the edge and kind of spun around him and got like a first down, 10, 12-yard scamper, first down. Like, it's great that he has it all in his bag. But we're talking about where does he excel the best. I don't think it's the rollout. I don't think it's on the run. I think it's from a clean pocket. I think he excels there. 713-780-3776. Texter, CJ Sealing is a Jake Plummer style. I don't see it. I don't see him as a Plummer style. I always viewed Plummer as kind of like running for his life. Like he was just trying to survive with Arizona,
He's got a big arm, though.
He did have a big arm. See, I think he's a more athletic. I think the CJ Stroud ceiling is a more athletic Jared Goff. Like, he's never going to be Lamar. He's never going to be Josh Allen. He's never going to have that sort of athleticism. Maybe not even Mahomes. But I think he has the potential and the ceiling of being a more athletic Jared Goff.
I'm with that.
I wouldn't even give him Burrow athleticism. I wouldn't even give him Burrow athleticism.
No, Burrow's sneaky athleticism.
Yeah, he is.
So I think that's if you can be Goff in terms of the precision, like taking the easy stuff and the big stuff, but also adding the athleticism that CJ has, like you have a top 10 quarterback easily.
Yeah, I don't think he has elite athleticism, but I think he has enough athleticism.
Yeah, he has enough.
I think so.
I still think people are deceived. I think it all goes back to the Georgia game still, where people are deceived by what they want to see from CJ Stroud running because he was so effective for Ohio State in that game. And it's like the lasting memory of him in college football. And it's just, he was never that guy ever in college football, except for that one game. That was the only moment.
He flat out talks about it. He's like, he thinks he's capable of running a bit, and he is. He's capable of doing it. He's never going to be elite at it, but he's capable of doing it. But I think if you ask C.J. Stroud where he's at his best, it's like from the pocket dealing it out. He's flat out said it at press conferences. He thinks he goes, whenever I have the time to deal it out, I'm still up there as one of the best. I think in the pocket, he is one of the best in the pocket quarterbacks in the league. Texter says Dak Prescott could be his ceiling. It's hard to compare because they asked Dak Prescott to be like kind of a gunslinger. I really don't want CJ to be a gunslinger, but maybe just in terms of talent, that's a fair comparison. Because Dak is another quarterback who is an elite athlete, but he's athletic enough.
Yeah, it's so weird because we haven't seen Dak in a great situation yet either. It feels like, or at least in years.
I think he's in a good offensive situation,
but he's always playing behind or having to score 40 points in a game. I wonder what he would look like with a Texans defense.
As a game manager.
Yeah, what would it be? And maybe it would make him even better than he is right now because he's been fantastic this season.
The last time they had a good defense, they won double-digit games. What was it, like 2-3 years ago? They were that year that they won a bunch of games because they were I think it was 2 years ago. I think it was in 23. They had a top 10 defense and they won 12 games or whatever it was. AJ would know. It was
2023.
It was 23. They had a top. I think it was maybe even top 5.
Yeah.
And then they won how many games that year?
12. They went 12-5, 21, 22, and 23.
Yeah, and then they lost in the divisional round or wild card round. Was it wild card or divisional round?
Wild card.
Yeah.
Wild card that year. 2022 was divisional.
Texture, I prefer him in the pocket. This junkie, it's crazy. The greatest indicator of the Texans' offense is the pass rush of the opposing team. Can y'all do a cross-reference of our wins against the strength of the opponent's D-line? Man, those are billable hours, man. You're asking me to do that kind of research? I charge for that. Those are billable hours. I'll send you an invoice. Give me your email. Cross-reference that.
We could do it pretty simple, though.
You got it?
Titans pass rush, not that good.
Oh, you're just going off litmus tests.
Ravens pass rush, not good.
Yeah.
49ers, not good.
They weren't good against you.
Rams was good. Buccaneers was good. Jags was good. Seahawks was good.
There you go. Joe will do it for free.
3 and 4.
Joe does. I charge for that kind of research. Joe will do it for free. Jeremy, last week you said if the Texans do not get 300 yards and 30 points against the Seahawks, you're all the way out. That's not what I said. I did not say that. I said if they get 30 points, that I would be all the way in. I think I said 400 yards. I don't think I said 300. 300 yards and 30 points don't really add up. Like the Texans just put up 475 yards and scored, what was it, 26
It might have been 300
points?
from CJ, you said?
I think that might have been it. Maybe 300 from CJ. I don't remember the exact thing. But no, I didn't say I would be all the way out if they didn't reach those numbers. I said I would be all the way in if they hung 30 against Seattle. But he says if the Texans get 300 yards and 30 points against the Broncos, would you put yourself back in believing in the Texans offense? I'm not 300 yards. 300 yards isn't a great number. Against Denver would be okay. But if they hang up a 30 burger against Denver, will I be all the way back in believing on the Texans offense? That's a great question. What do the Texans have to do Sunday for you to be all the way back in on the Texans offense? 713-780-3776. If they look, I'll go score the points. If they put a 30 burger together, look, here's another caveat here: is you can score defensive touchdowns, you can score special team touchdowns.
If the offense scores 30 points,
if the offense scores 30 points, I'll be all the way back in on the Houston Texans offense.
As long as Kaimi has less than 12 of those points, I'm good. I need more touchdowns.
Even then, man, that's a lot of scoring drives.
It's still
you said less than how many? 12? So, if he puts, even then, if he makes 4 field goals and you score 18 more points, you have to score 3 more touchdowns to do that.
That's true.
That's 7 scoring drives. That means you're scoring on every drive.
That would be pretty good now that I think about it.
Because you're usually getting probably on average 4 or 5 possessions per half. That's 8, 9, 10, somewhere between 8 to 10 possessions. And we just said they're going to score 9 times.
I will say, if they score 30 points and have 400 yards, 300 from CJ, or just 400 yards total, I'm back in.
What was your number?
400 yards total.
400 yards total, and
30 points.
See, I think I said 400 yards, not 300.
Yeah.
400 yards or 30 points. See, here's the thing with the yards, though.
Well,
They could have a game what they just did. They could have a game where because this past game, they put, 400 yards? And they scored 26 points.
But that's where, to me, like, you have to have both of them. Because until they start converting in the red zone, I can't be all the way back in.
Yeah, it's critical.
And you're not going to get over 30 points if you go 1 for 5 in the red zone. You're just not going to do it. So if they have over 30 points, it means they had good red zone offense, most likely. Because you're probably not going to be hitting big plays all the time. They're not hitting a ton of big plays right now for touchdowns.
Yeah,
so,
they had 475 against the Niners for 26 yards.
Yeah.
They got to get, I'm with you. I'll
400 yards, 30 points. I'm back in.
I'm good with that.
Because then you start rolling. Like, the conversation changes.
Look,
you do that, you've got one of the best defenses in the NFL. You got the Jags and the Titans coming up after that. Like, you're cooking at that point.
And we're not saying that's the expectation.
No.
We're just saying that's what it's going to take for us to be like, okay, we're all in on the Texans, baby.
Yeah.
We're bullish on the Texans. We're swarming with the Texans.
Swarm.
That's what it's going to take. It's going to take a 30-point, 400-yard performance. Because, look, they just put 475 against the Niners, who aren't a bad defense. Depleted, sure. But they've had, good body of work this year statistically. They just put 475 yards against them, but only scored 26 points, and we're still kind of like, eh.
Yeah, and even, the 475 yards, it's even though they are depleted, that's so many yards. That's still impressive. No matter who you're facing, honestly.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. I'm right there. What's it going to take for you to buy the Texans offense, to be bullish on the Texans offense? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. What does his name say here, H? I'm blind. Jamal, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Jamal?
Give me anything. Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Just talking about sports.
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, I think C.J. Stroud will be very good if the Texans always implement a six-man offensive line. He thrives well in that.
Okay, appreciate it, Jamal.
I like that they did it. I just don't know if it's sustainable. And some of the times they was 6 offensive linemen, they still couldn't run the ball. That 3rd and 1 before the field goal, the first field goal of the game, they brought Blake Fisher on the field.
Yeah.
And they still got stuff behind the line of scrimmage.
I don't know why I don't think they're going to do a whole lot of 6 offensive lineman stuff.
You think that was like a one game?
No.
Right, 26 times?
I think that'll be the high water mark, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see many games where they snap it 26 times with 6 linemen. I think it was a product of a lot of things. I think it was a product of protection. I think it was a product of lack of receivers. You didn't have Nico Collins and Christian Kirk in this game. I think it was lack of tight ends. So, yeah, I would be surprised if we see a 6 lineman game with that many snaps.
Now, I do think it looks like they're still going to have two tight ends on the roster unless they make an addition before Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case, that's going to add back to what you're saying, more of the 6th offensive.
Well, they signed the Keen guy to the practice squad, so they could activate him. Okay. Yeah, they also opened the window on Jacob Johnson today, or Jakob Johnson today, which he can kind of, hybrid. I don't know if he'll be available Sunday.
But he could be. Fullback tight end action.
And then Schultz might not be available. Who knows? He didn't practice today, although D'Amico says he does expect him to practice. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Aiden Hutchinson today. Got a 4-year, $180 million extension, 141 guaranteed. Are you willing to pay Will Anderson that much? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I got to tell you about the greatness of Underdog. Underdog is fantastic. It is the very, very best. You can play a lot of stuff on Underdog. You can play your basketball. You can play your football. It depends on the day of the week, right? Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back, baby. Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. Texas is the best place to play on Underdog, too. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, much, much more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. What are you waiting for? You go download the Underdog app right now. Put in that promo code KillerB. Just put in $5. Enter the promo code, put in $5. It's less than your ham sandwich that you're about to eat for your dinner. It's less than your cup of coffee some places. So download the Underdog app, put in $5, and because Underdog is taking care of you, they're going to give you $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries, and then you could potentially win up to 5,000 times your cash. It's a no-brainer. Why haven't you downloaded the app already? But get your picks right. Win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play a little Raptors Rockets tonight. A little early start too, by the way. But going to be a fun one as the Rockets try to win back-to-back games. Maybe you want to get your picks on your favorite players there. Kevin Durant. What's his higher or lower for points tonight? 25.5. How do you feel about that? You think Kevin Durant goes higher or lower? R.J. Barrett for the Raptors, the other side of things, 17.5 points, higher or lower there. You know ball, go prove it. Alpi Shingun, 21.5 points, higher or lower there. You can put in the rebounds, the blocks, the assists, the steals, whatever. And again, it's $5. Promo code KillerB, $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries come your way. So download the Underdog app right now. Sign up with promo code KillerB to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB, KILLERB. Underdog, make picks, win money.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know what they call me? The Jay Brizzler.
The Jay Brizzler?
Mm-hmm. Did you see what Magic Johnson had to say about Game 5 of the World Series?
I missed it.
Irvin Magic Johnson. With the series being 2-2, Game 5 is very important.
Oh.
Whichever team wins takes control of the series! Exclamation mark.
He's so good.
He's very good.
What a great analyst.
Yeah.
Really breaks it down for you.
They had him. He wasn't he on TNT for a while? I think he was. Or maybe he was kind of a fill-in, like he would come in every now and then.
He was on something.
I'm pretty sure that he was.
I thought it was ESPN.
Was it ESPN?
I think so.
Yeah. I don't have great memories of him as an analyst. You know who else was like great player that was really, really bad? Joe Montana. He was terrible.
Really?
Yeah, he was on the desk for a while.
I don't remember that.
It was very forgettable. Very forgettable. He was very, very bad. Probably before your time. You're so young. You're the oldest looking 30-year-old I've ever seen.
That's not good.
It could go either way.
I'm 33.
Could go either way. 713-780-3776.
I got ID'd at the casino this weekend. That made me feel good about myself.
What's that?
I got ID'd at the casino.
Did you really?
That made me feel good about myself.
Where were you going?
Into the casino?
They ID everybody.
Well, then it was only one time though. Like the other 3 or 4 times we walked in there, they just let me through.
That's funny.
So 1 out of 4. All right. So one person I look under 21.
I can't remember the last
time. Or at least
time.
questionable.
That was Hydeed. Texture, thanks, Magic. That's what I said, too. I responded to Magic because we go way back. Another junkie, only score matters, only winning matters, time of possession, yards, etc. mean nothing if you don't score. I mean, yes, in the grand scheme of things, only winning matters. But if the Texans win 13-10, that's on the backs of their defense. No one's like, oh, yeah, we totally believe in this offense.
Yeah.
And look, yes, winning's more important than our belief in the offense. That's totally true. It's more of a sidebar conversation where what's it going to take for us to buy into the offense? I like Joe's parameters where it's 400 yards, 30 points. We're buying in. I don't think any of us expect that to happen. But if they do, it's like, oh, okay, oh, snap. All right.
Well, and it's also like if they put up that performance, you buy in, you can also just – so I think that's where you start to be able to talk yourself into how far this team can go. What kind of a run can they put together? If they can put up this offensive performance against the Denver Broncos, like where else can they go? Can they, take both 2 games from the Colts and really make this an interesting conversation throughout the season for the division, for the playoffs, all of it? If they can't score on offense, they got no hopes and prayers to make the playoffs this year. That's why it matters.
Yeah, I agree with you. All right, so Aiden Hutchinson got paid today, Joe. He got paid a lot
Lots
of
of
money. Second most money for a defensive end in all of football, or edge rusher, whatever we're calling these guys these days. 4 years, $180 million, 141 guaranteed. This is I think it's the baseline for Will Anderson. I don't think it's the framework. I think it's the baseline of Will Anderson. Aiden Hutchinson was drafted a year before Will Anderson. Will Anderson's going to be eligible for a contract extension this offseason if Nick Caserio is the guy negotiating his contract. Caserio always takes care of his players that he wants to keep. He's famous for that, assuming that he's still the general manager. Are you willing to pay Will Anderson a minimum, in my opinion, of 4 years, $180 million with 141 guaranteed?
Absolutely. Wouldn't think twice. Pay him. He deserves it. You look at any statistic, basically. The advanced stuff, the basic stuff, he's on par with all these guys in terms of getting to the quarterback. Maybe the sack numbers aren't always there, the forced fumble numbers, but he's one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. I'm not even questioning it. I'm locking him up immediately because the longer you wait, the other guys are going to get paid. It's just going to get more and more expensive, and you don't want to ever be in the position of what the Cowboys were in or what the Bengals have put themselves in with Trey Hendrickson. You have to pay him at the top of the market with what he's worth. So, yeah, if you can sign him March 4th or whenever the new league calendar opens for next year, I'm paying him at midnight.
I think Caserio will too. Caserio, well, it might not be right when it opens up because I think Caserio likes to handle free agency and then get it done late in the offseason. You go look at Derek, when did Derek Stingley sign? Derek Stingley signed late in the offseason. I think he likes to get the free agency stuff. He likes to operate from that window, and then when that kind of dies down is whenever he locks players up in that window. Just don't use that word window around Nick Caserio. But I do believe that next offseason, the next one coming up, the 2026 offseason, that Will Anderson Jr. will get at minimum what Aiden Hutchinson got paid today, which Aiden Hutchinson is the second highest paid per year edge rusher in the NFL. At 45. Micah Parsons is 46.5.
Okay.
So I think it'll be more than Hutchinson, but I don't think it'll be more than Parsons.
Yeah, because Parsons can do a little bit of everything. Plus, there's always going to be a little juice on that contract because he was traded for him from Green Bay. Right?
Caserio might just pay him more than Parsons because he doesn't screw around. Caserio does not screw around with extensions. I would be around 46, but what's the difference between 46 and 47?
Yeah, just pay it.
I think Caserio is going to give. If I had to make a prediction right now today. How much does Will Anderson get paid on an average annual basis? I think it's going to be $46.6 million, maybe $47 million. And I think that the guarantee will be at least $141.
Mm-hmm. I'm with all of that. It's deserved. He's a monster. Derek Stingley Jr. was paid on March 17th.
So it was early.
So it's early.
Okay, my bad.
So I just get it done as soon as possible. I don't know who else in his draft class would be up next or in Aiden Hutchinson's draft class, but you don't want to even risk it. You just want to get these things done.
Are you talking about positionally?
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of a contract.
Because I was about to say CJ Stroud.
Yeah. Well, and you're prioritizing Will over CJ, right?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Quarterback position is pretty important.
Yeah, but CJ hasn't earned it.
I don't know. Quarterback position is pretty important. I think they believe in CJ too. I don't think that they believe CJ is the one that's the reason for their offense kind of sputtering.
Yeah,
No, I don't think they're going to pay CJ top of the quarterback market. Like I think they're going to pay Will, but I'm not sure that Will is going to be the priority over CJ. I think they're both going to be on equal footing.
Yeah, you just want to get it done as soon as possible with both guys.
I think so. Like you might be able to talk Stroud, off a few million. Like he might not be the second highest paid quarterback in the NFL, nor should he, based on the offensive performance to date. But I do think that they're both going to be highly, highly critical for their offseason next year.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't want to trade a bunch of draft picks, by the way.
No, because they're going to have to use those draft picks to be able to fill out your roster. I mean, you're going to have, just a rough guess here, Jeremy, like $160 million probably wrapped up in Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, Derek Stingley Jr., and Nico Collins.
That's a lot.
That's just a rough guess.
Would you rather have Will Anderson or Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporte in a future first?
Will Anderson.
Really?
I don't want to pay Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay. All right. So you would go Will Anderson over Gibbs, Laporta, and a future first.
Because if you look at they need a running back. What they've gotten by with trading a 7th round pick for Joe Mixon, using a late round pick on Woody Marks. Like they can get Breece Hall this offseason or Etienne, one of these guys on the market for cheap, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
And we would be going to the draft next year saying they still need the impact pass rusher.
Yeah.
Now maybe Grenard's still here. But no, you probably don't have Grenard and Daniel Hunter.
No, you wouldn't have both.
You'd only have one. So yeah, I would take Will Anderson.
Interesting.
That's the kind of player you need. Like no, I don't think Kayvon Thibodeau's gonna be. He's up for a contract. I mean, he's in trade rumors, so he's probably not getting paid. He's probably maybe George Karlaftis.
I mean, I think the defensive player there is Jalen Carter, but he's not really an edge. But he'll still get paid.
I think Karlaftis is worth that.
Well, I mean, Karlaftis. I mean, just because you get an extension doesn't have to mean that it's top of the market.
Yeah, he's not towards the top.
No, he's more second, third tier extension. He's not going to be in the $45 million range.
Yeah, Lucas Van Ness is in Will Anderson's class. He's not in that grouping of players.
No, he's more Karlaftis.
I would lean towards just pay him now, and I would worry about getting Will Anderson done first, personally.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're both going to be very critical for the Texans.
Do you think they both get done?
Yeah, I do. Caserio signs his guys, man. He does. He signs his guys. He's proven it time after time. Yeah, I think they'll both get done. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to our mailbag. What are your questions for Jeremy and Joe on this beautiful Wednesday? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN in the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. What's your questions for Jeremy and Joe? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. First question. Question for Joe. I'm offended. As a Chicago native, cash or trash, hot Italian beef sandwich style kolaches.
Cash. That sounds like a great idea.
I disagree.
You liked Portillo's at the listener party?
Yeah, I don't know if I wanted it in a kolache.
Why not?
I think there's a lot going on. I'm not a huge bread guy.
Do you normally like kolaches?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all right. Depending on where, what's in them, all of that.
That's fair.
I don't eat a ton of kolaches, though. I very rarely eat kolache. I never go for kolaches. If it's around me, okay. Yeah, why not? Don't threaten me with a good time.
I probably get like once a month.
Really?
Say. Yeah.
What's your go-to kolache?
Beef and jalapeno and cheese.
Okay.
They're pretty good.
Sounds like more like an empanada to me. Beef?
Well, you're like beef hot dog, I mean.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Where do you get them from?
Local place in League City.
I got you. 713-780-3776. What's your question for Jeremy and Joe? What'd you think of Jordan bashing load management?
Two things. One, not shocked. Also, I'm really bummed with this whole thing, this Jordan thing. They just taped one interview for like 2 hours, and they just broke it apart.
What did you think it was going to be?
A Zoom interview recorded for 10 minutes once a week? Like,
Jordan's playing too much golf and too much gambling to do that.
Like, you can't, this is not what I thought it was going to be. What are they going to do next year?
You feel duped?
Yeah.
They're going to sit down another interview.
They're going to hit all the big topics in one season. Like, what are they going to talk about next year?
They'll talk about is LeBron better than you?
I kind of hope we get one of those. Just give me one.
What do you think he would say?
He's going to say him, of course. He's not going to give that to LeBron. He'll probably put Kobe in front of LeBron.
You don't think he would give a political answer?
No. Jordan? No.
You don't think?
I don't think so.
713-780-3776. What's your question for Jeremy and Joe? Who is the best all-around basketball player on the Rockets right now? Basketball player on the Rockets right now. Today.
I'd say it's still KD.
Yeah. How would you give me your top three? KD?
Amen.
You have Amen ahead of Alpy?
I think so.
Yeah, I think overall he is.
And then Alpy.
Yeah, I think
because I think the defense.
You know who
it elevates Amen.
You know who Ryan Hollins would say?
Clint Capella.
Josh Okogie.
That's right.
His top three would be Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Josh Okogie, Clint Capella.
But not in that order. They'd probably
Capella
go
one?
Okogie, Capella, and then Durant.
Probably so. I can't wait for more hyperbolic Hollins tonight. Although we're going to miss the first 30 minutes of that game. 713-780-3776. Mailbag with Jeremy and Joe. What sport do you think has the most athletic athletes?
The NFL.
Oh, I completely disagree.
Why?
There's a heavy ratio of NFL football players who aren't that athletic.
I don't know.
Kicker, punter, long snapper, good amount of quarterbacks that don't have tremendous athleticism. Offensive linemen, good for their size, not tremendous world-class athletes compared to the greatest athletes ever.
But they run like 40s and like high 440s, low 5s now, and they're 300 pounds.
Those still aren't the greatest athletes walking planet Earth.
But those you would never see like a 300-pound basketball player.
Absolutely, you would. Shaquille O'Neal was like 400 pounds whenever he was playing.
Outside of Shaq.
Yao Ming was probably, 350?
Yeah, but they're 7'5".
I bet you Zion was probably pushing 3 bills.
Well, that's a different conversation because he's just
fat. You said basketball players. I just named you 3 basketball players who were 300 pounds. I mean, what was the DJ Burns at NC State was probably close to 300 pounds.
Did you see the photo of him yesterday?
Uh-uh.
He signed with the Hornets G League team.
Really?
Jersey's tight.
Is it?
Jersey's real tight.
Orlando Miller. Pig Miller was probably 300 pounds.
I feel like I'd still say NFL just because.
To me, it's basketball by a mile. Basketball by a mile. My argument for this is always, if you said, okay, the NFL and football as a sport is dead. You can no longer play football. We're banning it forever. We're wiping it off planet Earth. How many football players would get tryouts to play in the NBA?
A lot.
A lot?
Yes.
You're nuts. You're nuts. A lot of football players would get tryouts to play in the NBA.
What are all these wide receivers going to do?
They're going to go play basketball.
In the NBA.
You're nuts.
They get tryouts.
They're not going to have a chance to play in the NBA. A chance.
Too skilled.
Yeah, way too skilled. Like the best basketball player that I've ever seen that played NFL football was there's some crossovers there, like Antonio Gates, Julius Peppers, all of those guys. Like Terrell Owens was like a good basketball playing football player.
Yep.
He wouldn't sniff the NBA.
I think
wouldn't
if they
sniff it. Antonio Gates wouldn't sniff it.
I think if
Julius Peppers
if
wouldn't
these guys
sniff it.
focused on basketball, they'd be more likely to play play basketball.
I think you're insane with the amount of people you think would get tryouts in the NBA. Now let's reverse it. Let's wipe off basketball from planet Earth. Basketball is now barred. It's illegal. It's banned. You can't play it anymore for whatever reason. How many basketball players would get NFL tryouts?
Quite a few.
So many.
Quite a few.
So many would. Anthony Edwards would. Amin Thompson would. LeBron James in his heyday would have. Like, there would be so many. So many. It's way easier for a basketball player to be a crossover football player than it is for a football player to be a crossover basketball player. And we've seen it time and time and time again. The dual sport athletes, basketball, football, how many have excelled in football versus how many have excelled in basketball?
Most of them excel in football.
So it's easier to excel in football.
But the best ones don't play basketball. I don't think. I mean, have you seen the Josh McCown mixtape? Go look it up.
You are nuts.
No, I'm not.
You're nuts.
You're focused on the fat guys.
No, I'm not. I just told you a bunch of dudes that have crossed over in dual sports.
They're like 90% of them are tight ends.
Yeah.
But all these wide receivers, all these corners. Look at CJ Stroud's jumper.
You are insane if you think C.J. Stroud is an NBA athlete.
He's not.
You are insane. He'd be the slowest guard with the lowest vertical in the league.
But there's way more. There's so many wide receivers and so many corners and so many safeties. Like
you're overestimating.
I don't think so.
Now I think AJ's point is a good one that they're very skilled. Like basketball combines the athleticism with the skill too. It couples the skill together. But that's what makes it more challenging. I think basketball players are the better athletes. Certainly the more skilled athletes. Baseball might be the most skilled.
I think we're ignoring the skill position players in the NFL a little bit.
I disagree, man. Like, you're talking about 5'11" corners versus 6'8" guards who run like the corner, who jump higher than the corner despite being almost a foot taller.
It would be a lot of point guards, to your point.
Like, who's the best athlete you think in the NFL at wide receiver?
Probably Jamar Chase.
Okay, what's Chase measurements? 6'4", 6'5"?
Yeah.
Jamar Chase.
That's like Chris Paul.
Yeah. Like the athleticism in the NBA is ridiculous. There's 6'8" dudes with 40-inch verticals that, I mean, they're not great point A to point B speed. Probably bad. They're more lateral movement. But basketball, in my opinion, for me.
You're slowly talking me into it, but I'm going to just stand my ground and say NFL.
How come we don't see many college basketball players that play in the NFL? I mean, backwards. I said that backwards. How come we don't see many college football players that play in the NBA?
Yeah, you're right. Like D-Hop.
But we see a ton of college basketball players that play in the NFL. Why? Because the best athletes are playing basketball. 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday. What's your question for Jeremy and Joe? Oh, we sparked something here. That's not good. Not reading that one. If you're the best player in the NBA, would you handpick to team up with elite players from other teams to win championships?
Yes.
Why not? I don't know. I'd probably go play in the city that I most want to live in. You know? I think that's what I would do. Like, I don't want to go to Charlotte.
Well, you probably could accomplish the same thing, like LeBron
Probably.
did.
You probably get them to flock with you.
And go to Miami, go to Golden State.
Yeah.
Come to Houston.
Lasagna or enchiladas?
Enchiladas?
Yeah, me too.
I don't really like lasagna. Like, of all the Italian food, it's probably my lowest.
I mean, I like lasagna. I never crave Italian that much.
I do. And lasagna's never my choice.
Yeah, I like lasagna. Why do they still give coaches guaranteed money and long extensions?
Great question.
Because it's demand.
That's the way it works.
Because their agents demand it, and these teams are desperate for them, so they get it. It's pretty easy. Like, it's cost and effect, really. This motocross, get me out of here. NFL's behind NHL in athleticism. I don't know about that. Like, give me a break.
They're on the court. They're on the ice for like 2 minutes.
Give me the surface, and then we'll talk. Now, I don't think anybody in the NFL could skate. Like, that would be very difficult to do. But I don't think they're better athletes. Have you tried to watch NFL players play baseball? See, baseball is more of a skilled sport than it is an athletic sport.
Yeah. Baseball's not even in the conversation with this.
The best basketball player of all time couldn't sniff the Major League Baseball. That's because it's a skilled sport. You went from moving the goalpost. Who's the most athletic to who would be the better athlete in other sports? Well, I think the best athletes matter.
It does matter. But I don't know. I'm gonna stick to my guns here.
Basketball has 12-man roster in 5 positions. Football has 53 and 22 positions. Of course, it's easier to go from NBA to NFL. It works both ways, though. But it works both ways because you have fewer basketball players to pick from. It works both ways. The ratio's the same because it works both ways. Like, you can sit there and go, well, NFL's got more roster spots. Cool. They also have more players. They have a bigger pool. NBA has fewer roster spots. Yes, you're right, but it also has a smaller pool of players to choose from to make the conversion. So it works both ways. It's equal whenever you look at it from both sides. Blah, 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 blah. Wimby on goal line.
Oh, dude.
DJ Metcalf physically. Yeah, but what's DJ Metcalf is like... What's the comparison in basketball to DJ Metcalf? It's probably like Desmond Bain. Like,
yeah,
they probably have similar measurements. And you look at Desmond Bain on the basketball floor, and he's kind of small. Like, he's
small arms,
thick.
small arms.
Yeah, he's got gator arms.
I think I'm like
David Wesley.
I think I'm like trying to picture these guys without pads on, and now I'm really starting to come around to your side.
Telling you, man.
But people call me a flip flopper too much, so I won't do it. So I'll take the NFL.
Just look at Wimby, 7'7" guy should not be moving at that speed and agility. Facts, but. Could Wimby like run a route? I kind of have a difficult time thinking that.
He gets hit, he's dead.
Yeah.
Breaks in half.
713-780-3776.
Rob.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rob, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey guys, appreciate you taking my call. I think you're trying to cross over sports and everything is like the other person said, it's kind of moving the goalposts because athleticism is moving a high amount of mass quickly, and I think NBA players could only play probably wide receiver. Very, very few could play DB. Well, you don't have guys that could play the line. I think Will Anderson could probably go play defense in the NBA.
What?
And you say baseball is a skill sport, but I think you don't think Will Anderson could D up somebody.
Could he do anything offensively?
But I think you what's that?
Like, they don't have specialists, though. Like, you don't only play defense. You play both sides of the ball. Like, do I think he can do anything on the offensive end? And also, what's Will Anderson's height? Like, Will Anderson you would think of as like this big, down in the paint, rebounding dude. He's like 6'3". Like, good luck defending 4s and 5s.
That's height.
Sure,
but that's not an athleticism. You dismiss baseball being a skill sport, but basketball shooting is just a skill. That's not athleticism.
Right, but you're talking about Will Anderson. Yeah, but so are you, because you're saying Will Anderson can go lock somebody up defensively. Like, he's not locking up a 4 or a 5.
No. Okay, but I didn't say a 4 or a 5. I just said he could be in the NBA as a defensive player.
Yeah, I think he's getting crossed up by the best guards in the league. Sorry. Like, I think he's going to get chopped up by Anthony Edwards.
Would he be? I mean, everybody's crossed up in the NBA by Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
But could he
guard?
Could he still make a team? I think potentially. But what I'm saying is there's not a single player in the NBA that could go play D end.
Right. I see what you're saying, but we're not talking about a specific position. We're not like, here we go, NBA, you go fill out an entire roster. We're talking about NBA players getting NFL jobs versus NFL players getting NBA jobs. Like, it's going to be far more NBA players than NFL players. I don't think Will Anderson would get an NBA job.
But I don't know if I mean, but we're also talking about different types of movement. NBA, where you're looking at a very, very small amount of space, whereas the NFL, I don't know if they could run the routes like a receiver can.
Right.
It's just a different skill set.
It is a different skill set.
But a guy running a 4.4 at 250, 260 pounds, by definition, is more athletic.
Okay. Appreciate the call, Rob. I would push back and say a 6'8" guy jumping a 45-inch vertical is also an incredible athletic feat. That's why this argument's hard, because you can argue both sides of it. It's why it's a good argument.
You open a can of worms.
Yeah, people like this topic. This was the whole, who was it, Matt Barnes, and this was the thing last year or 2 years ago. Remember it got like real contentious?
Oh, yeah. Well, it got weird. Like, the NFL players in the NBA were like really going at each other.
Yeah.
It was very strange.
Cross-sport thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, cross-sport thing. If you put a team of 11, well, that's tough because they would get pushed around a lot. It doesn't matter. You would lose either way. Like if you put 11 NBA players against 11 football players and you play football, the football team's going to win. If you put 5 best NFL players against 5 NBA players, the NBA players are going to win. So it depends on the set. It's like the whole boxing versus mixed martial arts. Well, tell me where they're fighting, and I'll tell you who's going to win.
Yeah.
If they're fighting in a boxing ring, the boxer's going to win. If they're fighting in an octagon, the mixed martial artist is going to win. So it's kind of the same thing, basketball, football. But who has the better athletes? For me, it's basketball. I'll go
NFL.
All right. 713-780-3776. Let's move along. So I've been told that there are 4 guys the Houston Astros want. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. But 4 guys that I've been told that the Astros want to trade for. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We got a big one. Big one at 11 a.m. Saturday. 7-1 Houston Cougars, 22nd ranked Houston Cougars. And as I always say, those Houston Cougars on the football field, the best athletes you're going to find. They bring the West Virginia Mountaineers into TD-ECU Stadium on Saturday. Cougars firmly in that Big 12 race. So get on out there, support the Houston Cougars. You want good football? Get out there and watch some good football on Saturday. uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets now. And tickets start at just $20.15. What a weird number, $20.15. That's because the 2015 Peach Bowl champions will be honored. They'll be celebrated. One of the biggest wins in program history, Greg Ward, Tyus Bowser, going to have a lot of the 2015 Houston Cougar football team, the Peach Bowl championship team, out at TD-ECU Stadium Saturday. That's one reason to go. Another reason, Salute to Heroes game, which honors the military and first responders. uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS. Also, Houston will be honoring late strength and conditioning coach Kurt Hester. His favorite color was black. Houston's moving up their blackout game in his honor. So everybody will wear black that's in attendance. You should wear black. Come on out. Wear your black. Team's going to be wearing black. It'll be a blackout on Saturday. So if you're coming out, wear your black. Number 22, Houston, looking for their 8th win of the year and looking to keep pace in the Big 12 championship race. uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS. See you Saturday at 11. Come early, be loud, and wear black.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
713-780-ESPN. We'll get to the names I'm hearing that the Astros want in just a moment. Doesn't mean they're going to get these guys, Joe. Just means that they're there. They're on their wish list.
They're on the list.
They're guys that they want. Another one Brian Taggart mentioned today, free agent. Mine are actually tradable, guys. But first, let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Travis has a thought. Texans deadline. Travis, what's up? You're in with Jeremy and Joe.
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if they're looking for running back, even though we need offensive line help. But what would the going rate be for somebody like Devon A-Chain? Do you think that's possibly? He's got 1 year left on his contract. We do need running back help, but I just thought about that. What do y'all think?
I mean, I would be very interested in him. He's awesome. More than Breece Hall, right?
I think he's better than Breece.
So A-Chain over Breece Hall for sure.
He would also have the extra year, whereas Hall he's done at the end of this season. Now that means he's going to be more expensive.
I just don't know what the price is.
So I came across an article yesterday in my hours and hours of preparation that I do for the show to put on for my people. One of the sites I go to is Pro Football Focus, mostly because I want to see what Florio's fear-mongering that day, which is a lot. He had it wasn't him; it was one of the guys that works for him. They had a like a fairy tale 10 trades that could be made, and one of the trades was actually Achane to the Texans, but it didn't have the cost. I think it would cost. I want to say a second. I want to say it would cost at minimum a second because he still has another year on his contract. But I do what I do, and I went in and I engaged the farming on this thing, and I just screen grab Pro Football Focus. I don't do it with subscriber things, by the way. I don't give away content that people have to pay for, which I think is Bush League. What do you think of the morals there?
That's big time Bush League.
You see a lot of the aggregators that will like copy and paste stuff from the Athletic,
absolutely,
or they'll copy and paste stuff from the Houston Chronicle. I think it's Bush League.
I agree.
When people do that, I think it's I do try to have a moral high ground when it comes to my farming engagement. So I don't do it if it's behind a paywall. Now, if it's a free link, then I'll screen grab that baby, post it, and then I'll put the link underneath it. But Pro Football Focus had 10 pipe dream trade things, blah 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 blah. One of them was the Texans trading for Achane. I think it would be a perfect fit. Homecoming from Fort Bend Marshall, stud. Actually saw him play in high school. Very, very fast, good receiver out of the backfield. Would immediately be your best skill player? Is he better than Nico? I think so.
I would say yes.
I think he's better than Nico.
And that's not a slight on Nico.
No. So you have two very good skill guys if you made that trade. Now, I got into the crosshairs of Miami Dolphin fans in this engagement that I was farming, which is great for my numbers. It's really good whenever you tick off the opposing fans because they start to aggregate it. Now you got multiple fan bases aggregating it, and it's like this vicious cycle of glorious engagement. So they were like yelling at me and telling me how big of an idiot I am for suggesting something like that, which is ironic because it wasn't even my suggestion. It was just me farming the engagement. Yeah. So it's like, gotcha. But Miami's is pretty convinced that they will not be trading Devon Achane, which I think it's Devon Achane, which I think it's very far-fetched. I think it's out there. I don't think he'll be traded.
Really?
No, I don't.
You don't think the Ollie Gordon pick?
I mean, he's like a late-round draft pick.
It's like an indicator at all that they might be willing to move on?
What? That's outrageous, Joe. Why would Ollie Gordon mean that they're going to move on from Achane?
I mean, if you like him.
He was like a 6th-round pick.
Well, he's playing well so far.
He's playing okay. He's gotten what has he done this year?
He had a career best performance against the Falcons.
And he did what?
I don't know.
In that career best performance.
I'm just looking at the headline that said that.
And he was playing in garbage time in that career best performance. Like you're glazing a guy that has 116 yards on the year. Like, let's trade Devon Achane, who's one of the best running backs in the NFL, because of this 6th-round running back that's banging down the door with his 116 rush yards. You know what, Joe? You just made the list.
If they're going to trade him, it's because they want to blow it up. Like, that's why. It's not because of Ollie Gordon. They want to move on from everybody. Like, they're going to move on from him. They're going to move on from probably their 2 defensive ends if they're going to really tear it down.
Yeah, I think that's something you don't really do at the deadline.
You do it in the offseason.
You see it more than you used to, but you don't see a whole lot of trading it down to the studs during the season.
No, it would be shocking to see the Dolphins make 3 or 4 big moves at the deadline. All the reporting from, like, Jay Glazer is that it's their 2 pass rushers that they're more likely to move, which makes more sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but if he's out there, then he would be a fascinating player. with this Houston Texans offense. I would be a fan.
There's one report that they're offering from a Seahawks reporter that they're offering Tyreek Woolen or Reek Woolen, the corner.
I remember seeing that like a month ago.
For Achane.
What's the date on that?
This story was posted on the 16th.
Okay.
So it's from
2 weeks ago.
Week and a half ago.
Yeah. That's that'd be a great landing spot for him too.
But they don't like Kenneth Walker that much.
I mean, he doesn't get as many snaps as Charbonnet.
Can the Texans trade for Kenneth Walker then?
They like the two-headed monster.
Then can the
Charbonnet
Texans
and
trade
Walker.
for Charbonnet if they're going to trade for Achane?
Yeah.
I'll take one of the other ones. I like both those guys.
They're all right.
I guess as the 1A, 1B here in town, I'd be fine with that. With Woody. No offense to Nick Chubb.
Yeah, I like Woody, but I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, Walker and Charbonnet don't really do a whole lot for me. Like, I wouldn't want to, unless you're talking about like late round picks. Cool. Yeah. I don't think they level you up really. I really don't want to be in the position of trading even like 5th round or better draft picks because the Texans are going to need to play those top 5 round draft picks here pretty soon because a big piece of their salary cap high is going to be spent with just a few players.
Like all of it.
I would be stunned if Achane gets traded, but if he were suddenly to be traded to the Texans, I would be over the moon because I think it'd be awesome. I love him as a player. I think he'd be a huge weapon for Stroud. I think he would be your best skill guy. I think he's better than Nico Collins from a skill perspective, but that 1-2 option with those two guys with CJ Stroud, I think it'd be awesome. I do think it's far-fetched, though, and I think it would be at minimum a second-round draft pick. What about Kamara, says a texter. Kamara would be cool. Like, Kamara's very good out of the backfield. He's still a very good football player.
But he says he doesn't want to go anywhere.
Says he doesn't want to go anywhere. I know he likes Houston, though. I know that for sure.
And it's, could you convince him to, hey, it's only a 5-hour drive. 30 minutes on the PJ.
I've seen him. I've seen him in Houston multiple times.
He is limited right now in practice, but
yeah, I feel like he's always limited in practice.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he's one of those vets. It's like, I'm not going to practice. Kind of like DeAndre Hopkins used to always be limited at practice. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the Astros side of this. 4 guys, 4 names I've been told that the Astros have on their trade list. 4 guys that the Astros are going to be looking at in the offseason. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN in the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. AJ filling in for BMAC today. So don't tell anybody I'm telling you this. I don't think I'm supposed to say. But 4 names that the Astros they want to trade for.
They want them.
These are not free agents. They want to trade for these guys. And look, I'm not a reporter. So don't get you're wrong. I'm not a reporter. I'm just I like to gossip with you guys. But people do like to tell me stuff for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't know why you would tell me stuff. I'm just going to go relay it on the radio. Like, why would you tell me stuff? It's your fault. It's your fault for telling me stuff. It's like people who say dumb things. You never agree with anybody. Well, they're saying dumb stuff. Why would I agree with it? So, you ready for this, Joe?
Ready.
These are all pitchers, by the way.
Okay.
These are all, which makes sense. Like, they have a surplus of position players. Like, you're not thinking you're going to make a splash offensively.
They do need a lefty bat.
I disagree. I know that Dana Brown says that. I personally disagree. Also, Dana Brown said that last offseason, and guess how many lefty bats they brought in?
0.
They brought in Taylor Trammell.
So 0.
Yeah.
No offense, Taylor.
Like, they have lefty bats. Now, whether or not they want to keep them is a different question. Like, you have Jesus Sanchez, who in his career, I know his time in Houston wasn't great, but his career, he's pretty good hitting righties. And why do they want a left-handed bat, Joe? So they can hit righties.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Sanchez has good career numbers against righties.
He was just awful here.
Zach Cole, is he a big leaguer?
Maybe.
I thought he looked pretty good.
I think so, too,
now,
but it's just hard to buy into.
You know, will the league figure him out like they figured out Cam Smith? Yeah, who knows? So it depends on what they think of Zach Cole. Jacob Melton had a cup of coffee. What do they think of Jacob Melton? I don't know. They still have the rights of Taylor Trammell, but I think Jesus Sanchez is a capable, solid, left-handed bat against right-handed pitching. I know they said that. He said it last offseason, too, and didn't bring in a lefty, and I disagree with him. I don't think they need a left-handed bat. I think they have a surplus of position players and will be just fine offensively. Go sign a hitting coach that is the right-hand man for the Blue Jay guy. So the first one, Mackenzie Gore, which actually has been out there. That's actually been one that has been discussed, which I don't know how I love Mackenzie Gore. Like,
really?
He's a high strikeout guy, but like 4.17 ERA. He's only pitched in Washington. Doesn't have very good command. Like, he walks a good amount. So I'm kind of meh on Mackenzie Gore.
So I like Mackenzie Gore a lot, specifically here. No, I guess it's no longer the team of Miller and Murphy. It's just Miller.
Yeah, are you upset about that? I saw some people, Murphy's gone. This is such a massive loss.
How could anyone be upset about it when they really have no idea how the dynamic works?
And they didn't lose the pitching coach, the guy who makes the visits. Like, of the two that I'd rather lose the guy that was in the bullpen versus the guy in the dugout.
Yes.
That's where my stance is at on that.
That's where I'm with you. But Mackenzie Gore, I think he's shown enough. 4 years into the bigs that he can be nasty. And like that to me is someone that, with what we've seen with what the Astros have done with other pitchers when they come here, if they're identifying someone like Mackenzie Gore as a player they want, I would be all in on him.
I can see that.
Sick.
He kind of has like a Kikuchi feel, like good high stuff, not great command, lefty. So like, yeah, the Astros deserve the benefit of the doubt when it comes to pitchers. No denying that. Just the eye test of like looking at the data. I don't love walks. Like, and the fact that he walks so many, he doesn't have a great, even average control. He has below average control. That's something that I don't love about him. Fair. Like, that sticks out to me as like, I personally don't like walks. Dana Brown doesn't care about walks. Dana Brown loves stuff, and he also doesn't care about his hitters striking out. He cares about like athletes that hit the ball far. Where it's kind of where I don't love some characteristics that Dana likes with attributes. Like he can live with a pitcher who has a high walk rate. I don't like that. He can live with a batter who strikes out 40% of the time. I don't like that. So those are just kind of some like fundamental disbeliefs that I have with Dana Brown. But you're right. Astros deserve the benefit of the doubt when it comes to pitching. Next guy. That's the first of 4. Next guy, Drew Rasmussen. Rasmussen, last pitch for Tampa. He's been there his whole career. He was his numbers, 2.76 ERA last year, 10-5. You look at some of the baseball savant, pretty dang good. Now, he doesn't strike out a ton. He's kind of different than McKenzie. He's kind of average when it comes to strikeouts, but he doesn't walk anybody and has really good numbers.
It's interesting because, the previous 2 years, he's been pretty beat up. He's only pitched like 70 innings in 23 and 24, but this last year he came back and he pitched 150. So that's another one. I've liked him a lot too. He's always one that he was an all-star this year, I think, right? That one would make a lot of sense. And it definitely costs you less than Mackenzie Gore, I would imagine, in terms of a trade.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the return would be. I don't love trading with Tampa because it feels like they always win trades. But
If they want one of your prospects, it's probably keep that guy.
Yeah. The next two are bigger names.
Okay.
Pablo Lopez, who you've seen in the playoffs in the past. Last year didn't pitch a ton. Like started 14 games, 75 innings, was a little bit banged up, but did have a 2.74 ERA. We have seen him at the top of the Minnesota rotation. Has always been a guy who's kind of a workhorse, 180 to 190 innings, always a 3.5, 3.75 ERA guy. The baseball savant on Pablo Lopez was really, really good last year, despite him not pitching a ton. What would be your thoughts on Pablo Lopez?
I mean, that's the best name you've said so far.
Okay.
That's a full
most
Fromber
expensive.
Yes, that's a full Fromber replacement and more, I think.
Yeah, he would be your one of the top of the rotation guys.
Yeah,
he would easily be your number 2.
Yeah, because like Mackenzie Gore, I'm pretty sure would be one of your top 2 guys, as would Rasmussen, but
that's more projection.
Yeah, there's a better chance that there's someone currently on the roster that overtakes them.
And then the last one's a familiar name. It's Sandy Alcantara. 5.36 ERA coming off of Tommy John, was obviously dominant prior to that, won a Cy Young back in 2022. Baseball savant stuff, not very good on him. Really, really bad, in fact. But he's the last name.
He's an interesting one because he had 2 very different seasons. Like the everything up until like the month up until the deadline was pretty bad. And then he really turned it on. But then the Marlins made the right decision by not moving on from him because his value was at its absolute lowest at the deadline this year. That's the one I like the least of the 4.
Really?
I just didn't like what we were seeing early in the season. He was giving up big numbers. The savant stuff, like you said, is not great.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that one. If I had to rank the 4, I'd probably go Lopez, Rasmussen, Gore, Alcantara.
So I would go. I would just flip my 2 and 3. I'd have Gore number 2
ahead of Rasmussen.
Yeah, and so I mean, if you got any of the 4, like I would again give the Astros the benefit of the doubt here. Now, Rasmussen probably cost you the least of the 4. I don't know how much that factors into the conversation.
Yeah, I'm not real sure of the trade value. Like the Twins could also be trying to get out of a contract. Marlins could also be trying to get out of a contract.
Who knows what the Twins are doing? Because the Twins, it was like they're trading Correa for nothing because they were getting ready to sell the team and they were getting rid of all the salary. And then they go, just kidding. We're not selling the team. We're going to keep owning it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really make sense of what they're doing. But the Twins, it feels like they're going to move. Joe Ryan's moving this offseason, it feels like.
See, I'd rather have Ryan than Lopez if we ignore Price.
Yeah.
I think he's better
absolutely.
than Lopez.
Joe Ryan would be, he'll probably be the best player traded this offseason.
Yeah, and again, who knows if any of those 4 actually come to fruition. But
it's who they would like.
There are guys on their wish list, guys they're going to be targeting in the offseason. We'll see what happens.
Do you think, not necessarily for the Astros, because obviously this is the guy everyone would want, but what do you think happens with Skubal this offseason?
I think he gets traded.
You think so?
Yeah.
So Skubal, Freddie Peralta both get moved this offseason?
Yeah. They'll probably be big market guys. They'll be a Yankee or a Dodger or a Red Sox. Yeah, I do. And also, I saw people saying, oh, this is the stuff that ruins baseball. I disagree. I have no problem with these middle market teams trading these players. You're going to get an incredible return for them. You're not going to have to pay them a $500 million contract, especially when arms are breaking down left and right. I have no problem trading the Skubals of the world when they're about to be a free agent.
My issue is that that's not the reason why they're trading them, though.
What do you think they're trading them for?
Because they don't want to spend the money.
Why would you spend $500 million on a pitcher when their arms break down?
But they're also not. But some of these franchises like Detroit, Tampa, Boston, they're trading their position players too. So that's where
I have no problem with that either. I don't believe in paying an individual baseball player insane amount of money. I don't think the Dodgers would tell you differently, but it's a team full of stars. I don't think you win championships with one star. And the Detroits of the world can't have 20 stars. So how do you bring up the whole ship? You have a really well-constructed team. And if you're paying a guy $500 million or $40 million a year, those teams cannot sustain a winning product.
No,
even with the scoop.
No, and it's the Dodgers have just all this money, so they spend crazy. They have more money, obviously, than anybody. So I don't think it's the Dodgers that are ruining baseball, but I think there's too much homegrown talent that ends up elsewhere in baseball consistently. I get it.
You want the Tigers to pay Skubal.
Yeah. Yes.
But then the rest of their team's going to be no good.
But they should be spending money elsewhere too. It shouldn't be pay Skubal or pay the rest of your roster. It should be both. Like, they have the money. They just choose not to.
But you can't tell somebody how to spend their money.
I know. But that's why people want the salary cap, because then it levels the playing field. These cheap owners have to then spend money, and it also stops the Dodgers from paying people like crazy.
I don't mind a salary cap, but I don't have an issue with teams trading players that are about to leave for free. I don't think Skubal's going to sign an extension with the Tigers. Even if maybe the Tigers have offered him the most money of any pitcher, and he's like, no.
For sure.
He wants to test free agency.
Don't know that stuff. Yeah.
And if he's telling me, I'm going to test free agency, then see ya.
I mean,
I'm trading him.
The smaller market teams, I give them more of a pass, honestly. I look at the way the Dodgers are constructing. It's like Glass now, whatever. Snell, even that's fine, because the Padres spend crazy amount of money. But it's hard for me to look at this roster and look at Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and just be like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Boston? Not a single one of those prospects has been good.
No, that was a bad trade.
Freddie Freeman, like Atlanta, you can't pay Freddie Freeman. So I get it for the smaller market teams. I'm not gonna begrudge Miami and Tampa and these teams that don't bring in cash like crazy. But these markets who do have money and don't even get close to spending what the Astros do, I think it's crazy. That to me is what ruins baseball. Is you need your big market teams to spend like big market teams, and they don't. The Yankees don't spend like the Yankees used to spend. Only the Mets and the Dodgers.
Yeah, but ratings in baseball are high.
They are.
So how is it ruining baseball?
It's not. It feels like it's ruining some of the competitiveness of it. And look at the way the Dodgers got to the World Series, the way they rolled through it, the National League. But now they're in a competitive series. The Blue Jays winning the World Series and even making this a series as it is already, it ruins the argument that the Dodgers have ruined baseball.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers have one legit World Series. What have they ruined?
Yeah, I don't think they've ruined baseball.
If they had anything else, if they were winning every single year, it'd be a different conversation.
I think the only thing that I would change would be a salary floor. I think there should be a salary floor. And if you wanted to put a salary cap, whatever. I don't care too much about it. I don't have an issue with there not being a salary cap, and then you pay these heavy taxes. Maybe you can increase the ratio of how much the tax is or the percentage of the tax. That's fine. I'm not hell-bent on there needing to be a salary cap in baseball. I'm far more hell-bent on there being a salary floor, though.
It would never happen because you're literally telling people that they have to spend a certain amount of money. I think you should have to spend 50% of your revenue. 50%.
That's
like the Astros spend 48.5%.
Let's carry this over on the other side. The revenue thing. McTaggart mentions a free agent to keep an eye on as well, and then also possible fits in free agency as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you haven't heard about Higgins Boat Rum, you need to. You need to learn yourself about some Higgins Boat Rum. It's fantastic. It's going to be your favorite rum in no time. It's rum on a mission. Higgins Boat Rum is known as the Texas Bourbon Drinkers Rum, which is probably why it's my favorite. It's bold, it's smooth. It's also steeped in history, too. Honors the greatest generation. Perfect to sip neat, perfect on the rocks. You like yours on a big rock like me, it's perfect for that, too. Higgins Boat Rum is also excellent for crafting all of your cocktails. Try your old-fashioned with it, even. Maybe some of the classics, like a pina colada. Oh, yeah. A Mai Tai. Oh, yeah. Higgins Boat Rum pays tribute to our military heritage, too. It's named after the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle to Camp Hope. That supports our veterans, so you're honoring heroes with every pour, too. You got to respect that. Tip your cap at that. Higgins Boat Rum uses the Prosecco craft technology that we've all grown to love. Makes it smoother, enhances those natural flavors, aromas. It also gets rid of all the bad stuff, those harsh elements that have you feeling bad in the morning. Those are gone. They're out of that thing. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all their social media accounts. You're going to get tasty cocktail ideas. You're going to get behind-the-scenes stories, live updates on where Higgins Boat Rum is going next. Like, maybe you already saw this on their social, but Higgins Boat Rum is going to be out at the Rice Homecoming on November 8th. So make sure you stop by, say hello, have a drink of that tasty Higgins Boat Rum. It's a premium top-shelf rum at a great price. Get your bottle now at higginsboatrum.com. Shipping to 48 states across the country, and also online at higginsboatrum.com. Sip, savor, salute.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Texter says, my grandfather drove the Higgins boats in World War II. He fought it. I think it's pronounced Guadalcanal. Forgive me if I butchered that. But he fought at Guadalcanal and all over the Pacific. Thank you to all the veterans out there. Yeah, appreciate your grandfather. That's awesome. Those are the real heroes, man. Military, first responders, running into people's houses that are on fire, fighting for our country, saving people's lives. Yeah, those are the real heroes. Appreciate all of those that supported our country, all the first responders out there, too. You were talking about the revenue, payroll. I get triggered by this because I know exactly what you're looking at. You're looking at that little sliding graph thing. Yeah. That such misleading information. I get triggered whenever I see that graph. So you triggered me by referencing that graph.
I know it's not because it's not totally accurate, right? Because
it's not even close to being accurate.
Because they own and operate other things that affect that their revenue goes.
Yeah, you're looking at a payroll revenue graph.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The silliness to, and I know that you're not doing this, but the silly, because people do, other people do, not you, but other people see this.
And I'm biased, and I'll explain why.
Other people see this and like, oh, look at their payroll. That's their operating cost for the entire organization.
Yes.
No, it's not even close, and people think that. That's not even talking about coaching salaries.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even talking about front office salaries. Maybe you own minor league teams. You got payroll salaries for the minor leaguers if you own those teams. How are these teams going from city to city? They're traveling on a plane. How are they getting from the airport to the team hotel? They're traveling on a bus. So, like, whenever people see those scales and like, oh, my goodness, the owner's pocketing $300 million because that's the gap between revenue and payroll. No, it is not. And people get fooled when they see those things, and it drives me nuts.
You're right, because for the most part, like there's way more that goes into it. But there are also owners that use the revenue that they make to fund other things to make more revenue, and they still don't spend any money. And I'm biased, yes, but like I see what's happening in Wrigleyville. That family owns and operates all of it. They built a hotel. They own the restaurants. It's everything that the Ricketts family doing is what Jim Crane wants to do here in Houston. Is they own and operate all of this stuff, all these things, and they use their real estate expenses as the reason why they can't spend money. And a lot of these other teams do the same thing. They talk about all their other expenses that have nothing to do with the baseball team because they're using their money to fund other parts of their businesses. Like, you make money based on fans going to games, and then you don't spend it. Like, I don't understand how a baseball team can spend 30% of their payroll. It's like 50%, maybe that's a little rich. But like you have teams that are spending 30% of what they made in baseball last year.
How much is the organizational's total operation cost?
A lot, very high.
Do you know the number?
No.
Then how can you tell me they're only spending 30% on their payroll? You have no idea.
I'm going based off their revenue that's reported.
Right, but you have no idea their operating expenses.
I know.
Like, you can't sit there and be like, well, they're making
like
$400 million. You don't know that.
Yeah, because like the Marlins don't have people going to games, right?
Uh-huh.
So like I get it. Like people don't go, but you just have such a disparity of like the Mets, like this one graph. Like,
well, that's Steve Cohen.
Okay, the Blue Jays. Their 2024 revenue was $387 million. Their payroll was $277. That's 71%.
Mm-hmm.
They have the same operating costs, if not way more, than every other team in baseball because they got to leave their country every time they play a road game.
Well, the Cubs have a bigger operational cost based on what you just said. Like, if they're operating all of Wrigleyville, that's part of baseball operation, I think. Like, that's around the ballpark. That's entirely, bankrolled based on fans and people going into those, renting them, going into the bars, all of that. I have no problem with them counting that as baseball operational cost.
But then they don't put it's like spend it on your roster.
But you don't know that they're making money. Like, are they making money on these other things? They might, like, it sounds to me like what you described, that they're losing money, and that's where why their payroll's low. Or
but if they're
they're
not making money, then like that's on you.
So you want them to spend money they're not making.
I want you to spend money on your baseball team and make your money there.
You want them to, if they're in the negative, let's just say they're even, you want them to spend $20 million more on the payroll to where now they're $20 million in the hole?
The more you spend on your baseball team, the more tickets you're going to sell, the more jerseys you're going to sell.
That's
you can make up
true.
all of it.
That's not always true.
Most of the time it is.
That's not always true. Like you could spend it on
the playoff revenue
bad
shares.
Player. Well, that's assuming you make the playoffs. Like you're jumping to conclusions here.
I'm saying you should be trying to make the playoffs. You have all these teams that don't try to make the playoffs. Half the league doesn't try to make the playoffs.
Cubs made the playoffs.
I'm talking about the other teams, like the White Sox, the Marlins, the Pirates. Like all these teams, they try not to spend money.
For 99% of businesses, payroll is by far the biggest expense. The problem with the graph that Joe's looking at is it only counts the player payroll. It doesn't count the coach's payroll. It doesn't count the manager's payroll. It doesn't count their front office payroll, their scouts, the people who are working outside of baseball ops. And look, baseball is not a business either. It's a business, but it's not like your normal business. Like the amount of money you're spending on travel, board, hotel, food, per diem. Like that, it doesn't track all of that stuff. That's why I hate that misleading.
Yeah,
payroll.
but even then, like you still see like how much they're spending on their roster, and like there's such a gap. Like there's no I'm just like if you can't spend $150 million, $250 million on a roster, then why do you own a baseball team?
To make money, Joe. To make money, it's a business.
Yeah, but like, don't you want to win? If you're the owner, and I know they all
No,
don't.
some owners don't.
I get it, and that's a huge problem. Like I don't get why you would own a sports team if you don't want to win. I know you want to make money, but like, don't you want to win? Don't you want people to like you? Because like you put together a good product.
A lot of owners do not.
I get it.
Like they're ruthless businessmen who are greedy and want to earn.
I know.
Like no, there's more people who don't want to. Like I'm not saying that they don't want to win.
No, but a lot of them don't want to.
I disagree. They prioritize making money over winning. Because it's not the same. Just because if you're like, what do you want as a goal? What's your owner's motive? Is it to make as much money as possible, or is it to win as many games as possible? Because those are two totally different roadmaps to how you're going to run your organization.
Yep.
And if you're trying to make the most money, that's not always going to lead to winning. And if winning's your priority, that's not always going to be making the most money.
Like
Steve Cohen's not making the most money.
Yeah, Steve Cohen's not making money.
So it depends on your ownership. It's why you want as a fan. It's why as a fan you want an owner who prioritizes winning over making money. It's why a lot of owners, like you said, are not liked because they're greedy and they're trying to earn versus winning. It's not their top priority.
And the other thing I don't like is that owners know that they don't have to spend money to get money from other people. Like everyone knows that the Dodgers going over the luxury tax. Like it allows them to get a percentage of that money back in their pockets by just doing nothing.
Like the Pirates make tons of money
Yes.
by having a very small payroll. That's why I prefer a salary floor more than a salary cap. Because now you have to spend up to an X amount of dollars, which I mean,
I think
spend more money on the players.
The players will be behind that. They won't be behind a cap.
No, it's going to be very hard to get a salary cap. I think it's impossible. I think it's impossible to get a salary cap in baseball because of the PA.
The only way they would get it is if they don't play baseball next year.
I don't even think that gets it done.
Because the players blink first.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these owners,
and here's another
to your point, can survive a year without baseball.
And also, I think that the Players Association cares more about the veterans than they do about the players who are about to enter the league and like want to get paid. You know, like the 6 years of arbitration, all of that stuff. Like they don't care so much about the rookie or the fringe player.
Mm-hmm.
They care about the veterans who are making tons of money. So I don't think that they're ever going to have a salary cap in baseball. Now the tax, tax it hard, make these owners that go over pay even more. But like you brought up, the revenue sharing, these lower market teams get that piece of the pool,
and they should not get
and then
that.
they're not spending.
No, they should not get that no matter what.
I think the compromise is maybe more tax on going over the competitive balance tax, a higher percentage, and then you implement a salary floor.
Yeah.
Because the Players Association would love a salary floor because that's more money going into players' pockets. So I think that's the answer, but we'll see. Bunch of greedy people will be in those rooms. The name that McTaggart mentioned in his tidbits today, which you should be following, Brian McTaggart, check out all his stuff, is Dylan Cease. He says, watch the Astros. Look out for the Astros to make a run at Dylan Cease.
That doesn't surprise me.
No.
Just all the trade rumors, like now he's out there.
And then, also, Crane kind of has a history of this. We hear that the Astros are kicking
fish.
the tire. Well, also, we've also seen the Astros kick tires on players at the deadline, fall short, and then get them in free agency.
Oh, yeah.
See Josh Hader.
Yeah.
So I think that they were in on Blake Snell in free agency too until they were priced out of it, who they also were trying to acquire at the deadline. And if we believe reports, the Astros were talking about Dylan Cease. So we've seen a pattern that the Astros do target players in free agency that they earlier in the season targeted at the deadline. Okay, 713-780-3776. Cash them or trash them with Jeremy or Joe. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN in the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. Cash or trash with Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? If you win a lot, wouldn't you make more money as a result of a winning team? It depends. Depends how much you're spending to win. Depending on how many people are going through the gate and what you're selling in sponsorship and TV contracts. And are you locally owned regional network? Like, there's so many variables. And we have zero clue. Like, that's why people are always like, well, open your books. They're never going to open their books. Be silly. What percentage of, let's say you own a baseball team, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of your earnings would you pocket?
If I just bought the team, probably want at least 30%.
So 30% of your revenue, assuming you're making a revenue.
Yeah, probably like 30%.
Or profit, I should say.
Yeah.
That high, huh?
If I just bought the team.
Maybe you're just as greedy as all these baseball owners, Joe. I don't know.
Maybe. Unless Scott Tucker's a free agent, then I'd pay him.
Robert in Beaumont, it's easier to just buy NVIDIA stock than to own a baseball team. Facts.
That's true.
Or Bitcoin. Bitcoin's doing great. All right, cash or trash? What are you cashing? What are you trashing, Joe?
Mike Florio's a giant hypocrite.
Okay.
Because
you got my attention.
He's freaking out about this Lamar Jackson stuff, right?
Yes.
What's the difference between Lamar Jackson and what the Minnesota Vikings are doing with Carson Wentz? He had a major shoulder injury. Dislocated shoulder, torn labrum, fractured socket. It happened in London. He has been severely damaged for weeks. But everyone's freaking out about Lamar Jackson being on and off the injury report. But Florio doesn't care because of betting that no one knows the severity of Carson Wentz's injury. Like, shouldn't that be just as big a deal to him as the Lamar Jackson
Well, have
stuff?
they lied about an injury report?
They didn't lie, but, like, you want transparency, you want honesty. So why don't you want the same thing both ways?
I'm trashing this.
Really?
Here. Yeah, because Florio's thing was about lying on the injury report where they have strict rules. And, I mean, letter of the law, Florio's kind of right. But his fear-mongering of it is what makes me sick.
Because, like, I just don't view it as that different. Like, if you're going to lie about the injury report, like, shouldn't you also be upset about that a player is severely injured?
What rule did the Vikings break here?
They didn't break any rules.
End of conversation.
But, like, because he's trying to make it all about gambling. That, like, all this gambling stuff is, like, you're trying to be transparent, honest.
Sure, but what game did the Vikings play where they lied on anything?
But, like, no one knows how severe Carson Wentz is hurt. It's like, to me, like, it's no different. I don't think it's any different at all. Honestly.
Injury report is different here because the Vikings have not had to submit an injury report because their last game was against the Chargers overseas. They haven't played a game since then. Carson Wentz's news came out before they submitted any injury report, so they didn't lie on it. The NFL has rules based on how honest and like transparent you're supposed to be with injury report. Lamar Jackson was listed as a full participant whenever he was taking scout team reps, which is against the rules. It's a full participant if you're taking first team reps based on like I guess where you're at in the depth chart. So that's a major difference, Joe.
To me, like from like the gambling perspective, like I just think if you're going to be upset about transparency, then you should be upset about all transparency. Like Carson Wentz going out there like, oh yeah, my shoulder hurts.
Florio's banging on the Ravens because they lied on the injury report.
But it's only because of the gambling
because
stuff
it's a slippery slope with gamblers based on lying on the injury report. The Vikings have not lied about a single thing.
No, I'm saying like if your goal is transparency, like shouldn't you be telling everyone how serious like Carson Wentz is hurt?
When did you find out the Carson Wentz news?
Yesterday.
A Tuesday before they play on Sunday.
He's been hurt since they played in London. That was weeks ago.
But they haven't played a game. They had a bye. This is their first game since London.
Okay, I thought that was 1 week before that.
They played the Chargers in London. What was the date of this game? Blah, blah, blah. October 20th. Oh, they did play. It was updated October 23rd. When is their bye?
It was a while ago.
So the Vikings have not had the Vikings... I don't know the Vikings schedule off the top of my head. But the Vikings did not lie on the injury report, Joe.
I know they didn't lie on the injury report, but like I want more transparency. I want more honesty. They played October 5th. That was the Cleveland game.
So did they have a bye or not?
Yeah, they played after they had their bye after the Cleveland game. They had a bye week 6.
So they played in England last week.
Yeah, they played
and
2
that's
games.
Okay. So they did play last Sunday. They didn't have a bye after their overseas game. Okay. Still didn't lie on an injury report.
I just think you should be telling people how bad injuries are.
I trashed that one.
That's
fine. Tiger Woods will play on the Champions Tour, and it will outrate every PGA Tour minus the majors.
Can I take this in 2 parts?
Sure.
Okay. I don't think he plays. But if he does play, the second part of what you said will be correct. I just can't. He's having these major surgeries, Jeremy. Like, he's really going to go out there and play? For what?
He likes the competition, Joe. He likes to play golf. Don't you like to play golf?
Yeah, but I just don't see, like, he is beat up, man. I don't see it. I don't see the reason why you want him to go out there.
So this came out earlier today that the PGA Tour Champions president, Miller Brady, says they are prepared for Tiger Woods' debut on the circuit and that a year of work has been done to get ready.
Okay.
So I don't know why they would be doing the work if they haven't already been tipped off.
Yeah. Okay. So he's going to play.
It's going to out the Champions Tour, the senior circuit.
I mean, I'm going to watch my first ever Champions Tour then.
You've never watched a Champions Tour like U.S. Open?
Nope.
Really, man?
Never.
You're not a golf lover, huh?
I like
a golf casual.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I like the majors.
Same.
But, like, I'll watch. If Tiger's out there, I'm going to watch.
There's going to be senior circuit events that are outdrawing like the John Deere Classic.
Yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind.
Not a doubt.
Is there any other sport
He's
like
a
this?
way bigger draw than anything on the tour right now.
Yeah.
Like, it will. And my guess is, like, this will attract others to play more consistently, or maybe to move over.
I think there's going to be more money. Well, you have to be there's an age restriction.
Well, like Lefty, is Lefty playing it?
Yeah, I don't know if he's probably lost his like chances of playing in it because he signed with Liv. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think that he would be welcome back.
Stupid.
But I do wonder if we see a financial influx in the Champions Tour.
Well, you would think so. Sponsors are going to go up, so money should go up.
Like the purse is going to be higher, so we might see more of them play more often.
I like that.
Or just play it all. You know, some of these guys get to that age and like, okay, I'm going to retire.
Do they cart?
There's certain events where you can.
Okay.
Certain events where you can cart. Not all the events. I'm not that well versed on the Champions Tour, but I do remember reading something about that like when I was looking into the whole Tiger Champions Tour. It's going to be nuts, man. Like, there's going to be Champions Tour events that are outdrawing the PGA Tour events. It's going to be insane.
So then he'll probably play in the Masters again then.
He has lifetime exemption.
But like, if he's going to be playing, like, he's going to play in the Masters.
I think he'll play. If he plays, I do think he'll play the Masters, yeah.
Which, sign me up for that, too.
Well, of course. Of course. If we're going to watch him in the Champions Tour, obviously we're watching him in Augusta.
And he'll be on TV all the time at Augusta. All right, I'm in.
We're going to see these Champion Tours events go from, like, Golf Channel to, like, NBC.
Yeah. That's going to be awesome.
They're not going to have it. They're going to have Tiger on the Golf Channel. They're going to move all these Champions Tour events. There's going to be a better TV contract for the Champions Tour than the PGA Tour.
They might be able to get a new TV contract because of this, like, immediately.
I know.
Like the Tiger exemption.
I hope he plays. I love me some Tiger. There's no other sport in the world that's like that, right? Where you're watching, well, maybe boxing. Like, we watch these Tyson and Mayweather exhibitions more than we watch, like, you know, the second-tier boxers.
Yes. And there was, who's rumored now? Floyd and, Pacquiao, right?
Yeah.
Are rumored for another one. Which,
rematch.
like, I don't want to watch it. Will I end up watching it? I'll probably watch it illegally.
Yeah,
but
I don't know. I think I want to boycott it.
I mean, they're all bad. I think I kind of want to be after the Tyson Jake Paul one. I really have a hard time wanting to watch any of that stuff.
They're going to fight to a draw. Tiger won that draw. The Waste Management Open, that tournament goes too hard. We'll see, man. That's the one in Arizona, where I think it's the 17th hole, the par 3, where they heckle you. I don't think so. I think a normal Champions Tour event, if it's on a major network,
Yeah, if it's on Golf Channel,
yeah.
But
if it's on a major network, I think it'll outdraw every golf tournament minus a major or a playoff event.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm with you on that.
It's going to be fascinating to watch. I'm going to be watching the ratings war between the Champions Tour and the PGA
But
Tour.
There's no other sport that even comes close because, boxing is the only other one. Like, we don't see, like, the big three obviously never did anything.
No.
Like, it was fun to go to when it was here in town, but, like, it never, like, mattered.
What about, like, this made-for pay-per-view Netflix tennis thing? Remember they had, like, the Big Six out in Dubai or whatever?
Yeah.
But they're still, some of them are still active. I didn't have any interest in it.
How do you think the Saudi Tom Brady-led flag football games will go?
Like, in terms of viewership?
Like, do you think people will care because Tom Brady's part of it?
I mean, I think there will be a minimal amount of care, but I don't think it's going to draw huge numbers.
Yeah, I mean, these morons watch the Pro Bowl still, so I don't understand that either. But bless you.
You beat me to it. I'm watching Scheffler before I watch Tiger. He's done. Yeah, but you're in the minority there, I think. Unless it's a major. Cash or trash, Drew Holiday will play for Houston this season.
Trash.
Yeah, trash it too.
I don't think that's the guard they go after. Good option, but I don't think it's him.
Be nice in the buyout market.
They got him but they traded for him for a reason, it felt like. I feel like they got him because they want the veteran presence on their team.
Yeah.
So unless Lillard's coming back this season, like then maybe you move Drew Holiday.
Might be.
It would make sense.
Yeah, I was going to read something else. Oh, my cash or trash. J.J. McCarthy has never been hurt.
Cash.
Did you see, like, the news comes out on Carson, and then all of a sudden, J.J. McCarthy is completely healthy now?
He said today he feels amazing.
What? How? He had a high ankle sprain that you never saw visible in the game. They told you on Monday, oh, yeah, he's out. Never, like, oh, let's see how the week goes, ever.
In this last game, there's a moment where a player rolls over into the sidelines and he, like, jumps out of the way.
He's doing, like, a dance.
Yeah, he's fine.
He was never placed on the IR.
Yeah.
And then the starting quarterback gets hurt. And it's like, oh, yeah, he's 100%.
And now there's some.
He was never hurt.
Kevin O'Connell infighting.
Yeah, I saw some of that. You know how that goes, though. You lose some games and everybody starts making up stories.
No, maybe they all want J.J. McCarthy back. Don't like that he was benched. But I'm with you. He was never hurt.
I don't think he was ever hurt.
Or he could have come back after like a week or two.
I don't think he was ever hurt. All right, let's get to some of these NFL overreactions. What do we believe? What's an overreaction? What is real? What is your overreaction? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action by going to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-ESPN. You're welcome, 4447. We're here to help. We're here to please. PSAs. 713-780-3776. Seeing if I'm missing anything on the YouTube, anything on the Twitch. No, I think we're good. Nothing useful, anyways. What are your overreactions NFL season heading into, what is this, week 9 of the NFL season? Week 9 of the NFL season. This one from ESPN, Joe. Justin Fields will be the Jets' starting quarterback the rest of the season. Let's throw in health. Let's say he's healthy. Because, it's easy to be like, well, he's always banged up. Let's assume health here for the sake of this conversation. Justin Fields is healthy the rest of the way. He will be the Jets' starting quarterback the rest of the year.
I'm going to say no. He got benched.
For Tyrod Taylor, though. It's not a guy that's their future.
He got hurt. But Justin's not the future either. So, if Justin plays as poorly as he had played the previous couple weeks, if Tyrod's healthy, why wouldn't you just then go to Tyrod later on?
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say it's not. I'm gonna cash this thing. Yeah. I just don't see the incentive of going to Tyrod.
I didn't see it before, and I know how bad it was. But you paid Justin Fields $20 million.
Right. That's kind of where I'm at. And your pushback is solid. They already did it anyways.
Yeah.
But I also think they're going to play a little bit better football.
Yeah, they'll probably win this weekend versus the Browns. Or no, they have a bye this week. Coming out of the bye, beat the Browns. It'll be a 2-game win streak.
Yeah, he's on fire.
You're heating up.
Now you're playing the hot hand.
I can't believe they benched him and then had to go back to him. What a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
They're such a mess.
Myles Garrett will be the defensive player of the year again.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Can you, should there be an element of winning? When it comes to the MVP, there's an element of winning, right? You have to be mostly a quarterback on a winning team for you to be considered a true MVP. Do you think there should be the same element of winning when it comes to defensive player of the year?
No, I don't. Because you can't really control it. What else is he supposed to do? He sacked Drake May 5 times. What else can he do in a game?
See, I want my defensive player of the year to be on a winner.
I in general, I get where you're coming from, but he's so dominant.
Give him AP first team. Give him AP first team. Don't give him defensive player of the year.
He's not the betting favorite currently.
Who is?
Micah Parsons, plus 150.
Winning football team.
Myles Garrett, plus 250.
Losing football team. Give me Parsons.
Hutchinson, plus 400.
Winning football team.
Nick Bonito, plus 750.
Winning football team.
Will Anderson Jr., plus 1,000.
Losing football team.
They've won 3 of the last 4.
Red hot. Houston Texans.
Red hot.
What is it? It's the Deep Steel Blue, Liberty White, and Battle Red?
Yeah.
They're Battle Red hot. The
Battle
Houston
Red hot.
Texans. But how many times did Bonito get C.J. Stroud on Sunday?
Over under 1.5. I'll take the over.
Okay. Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's very good.
He's pretty good. The Falcons missed their window to trade Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, duh.
When was their window?
Last year. This offseason.
I think he still can be traded.
To who?
Yeah, he makes so much money.
Like you almost have to be a team that has to win. Like the Bengals were the team. You have to be in a position like that.
Or an off-season trade, like you said.
So, yeah, you could trade him this offseason. But, even then, I don't know. I guess trading him for any value, I think they've missed the boat for that.
You know where I kind of want to see him go at the deadline?
Where's that?
Minnesota.
Oh.
Go back.
Because J.J. McCarthy stinks?
They're going to fake another injury with McCarthy.
He's going to play this week.
He has another high ankle sprain.
Yeah. They're going to put Max Brosmer or whatever his name is out there.
Yeah,
for
they're going to trade for Cousins ahead of the November 3rd trade deadline.
All right.
That'd be a fun place for him
I'm
to
good
go.
with that.
Because the Bengals, I guess they're technically still in the hunt. Flacco might miss this week. He's hurt.
Yeah, it's going to be Jake Browning.
No, let them trade for Kirk.
Just trade for another quarterback.
He just makes so much money.
Yeah, it's just hard to trade for. It's you have to be a team that's pretty desperate at this point to trade for him. And then the offseason, what do you – he's your bridge quarterback for whoever drafts Ty Simpson?
Yeah. He's probably a career backup at this point.
Yeah.
He didn't look good last week. He didn't have London, though. I feel bad for Kirk. It's here you go, Kirk, and while you play, we're going to take away your best receiver.
And Bijan's not good in that game.
Yeah. I felt bad for the guy.
Yeah.
I felt bad for the old man.
If Jaden Daniels, his injury was more serious, then I would say Washington would have made sense for Kirk Cousins to go back home there as well.
They might have missed their window, yeah. I'm with you. You talked me into it. 49ers need to trade for a pass rusher more than any other team.
More than any other team?
More than any other team.
They got to be towards the top of the list. Who's at the top of the list? The 49ers, the Cowboys.
Cowboys, 49ers would be up there for sure. I think those are the top two teams that need pass rusher, and then I think the Niners needs more desperate because
I wonder how the Bills feel.
Record-wise.
How the Bills feel now that Ed Oliver's out for a while.
Yeah, he's not really a pass rusher though. He plays interior.
But like, just
and they
like
have the
add,
other Bosa.
Yeah, but just to add to.
I mean, why not? If you can just add them.
Yeah.
Hendrickson would be a name that obviously a lot of people would want. I'm sure are calling about, but I think those would be the top two for sure.
I mean, Hendrickson makes the most sense to get traded because his was just a raise for this year before he hits free agency. So, you know, if the Bengals lose this weekend, go to 3-6, it probably would make sense to move on. But who knows if they will? Like, I mean, like Crosby doesn't want to get moved. Like if the Cowboys really want someone, like that's the guy you go after. Or same with the 49ers.
Yep. Texture says Cowboys need pass rush the most. I think they need it the most, but I don't think they're a playoff contender. So I think that the Niners are more desperate than the Cowboys. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, the Cowboys got to win some games against bad teams on the road before I take them seriously.
They're bad. They're just bad on the road.
1-4 on the road.
It's not going to cut it.
And they've lost to the Panthers, and they got hammered by Denver. They got doubled up by Denver.
And they lost 31-14 to the Bears. Like you gotta, like you beat the Cardinals this weekend probably. Good luck, and then you have a bye week, and then you play on the road to Las Vegas.
Who's quarterbacking for the Cardinals? Is it still Jacoby?
Kyler's coming back.
Kyler's that's too bad for the Cardinals. That's great news for Dallas. That's terrific news for the Cowboys. He's the greatest athlete currently walking planet Earth, and he's one of the worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yep.
The Ravens are still in the playoff mix.
Absolutely, they are.
Yeah, I think so too.
They went over this last weekend. Now Lamar's back, fully healthy, ready to go on Thursday. Like they're fully back in this thing. The Steelers had their chance to run away with it, and they didn't do it. They could have stepped on their throat, but they lost their last two games.
They've looked pretty bad too.
Yeah,
in the process.
You lose to Joe Flacco and the Bengals. Like you're sorry, you open the door. You play, and their schedule's tough. Their next two games, they play the Colts and the Chargers. So if they go 0-2 in their next two games, and the Ravens win their next two, like it's really a race then.
They haven't played yet either, have they?
No, they play in week 18 and week 14.
It's really weird that you gave it in that order.
I had to count backwards.
It threw me off there.
I was counting backwards.
Like week 8. When do they play? Week 20? That helps. That helps Baltimore's chances, obviously, because if they were 0-1 against Pittsburgh, you can only have 1 week where you have a chance to make that swing. I mean, if they get within 2 games before week 14, they control their own destiny. What's the separation right now? Baltimore is what? They're 2-5. Steelers are. They control their 2.5 back.
Yeah.
They just need one thing to go. They're 2 back. They're 2 back, Branham. That's terrible math. They're 4-3. The Steelers. The Ravens are 2-5. The Baltimore Ravens, who are 2-5, control their own destiny.
Yeah, the Ravens are going to win the division.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know why I didn't get on it when you did. Didn't you get it like plus money?
No, I didn't. I never bet them.
Oh, I thought you did.
No, I bet. I bet Seattle. I bet Houston. And I bet who was the third? New England.
Oh yeah.
I never bet Baltimore.
So it should feel good about New England.
Well, the reason that I didn't bet Baltimore is because the week that I wanted to bet them, they were still the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, and then they went plus money, but it wasn't big plus money.
And then they lost to Houston. Pittsburgh won, and then they were like plus 125, but it was like a 4-game lead.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I can't do it now. Like, there was never a good opportunity, in my opinion, to bet Baltimore.
And now they're minus money again.
Yeah, there was, in my opinion, there was never a good time to bet Baltimore.
Honestly,
the best time was when they were plus 125 or whatever.
This is your last chance, almost.
I'm not betting them at 2-5 on minus money. That's dumb. I think it's dumb.
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's your last chance. Like, if you wanted to bet on this.
I'm going through some of my futures here. I actually have the Ravens at under 11.5 wins.
That looks good.
It looks great.
They're minus 130 to win the division right now.
The most games they can win is 12.
Yeah. They're not going to win 12 games.
You know what I should do? I should make a small number progressive. They win the rest of their games the rest of the year. Just bet them money line every single week, and then take the initial bet plus the winnings until they lose, and bet that every single week. So where if they win out, that's probably going to pay out like plus 3,000.
I would bet on the Bengals to win the division before I would bet on the Steelers to win the division now.
Come on.
I don't believe in the Steelers.
The Bengals have no quarterback play.
I'm saying more about how much I don't believe in the Steelers.
I don't think there's a play in that division right now.
No. Unless you're comfortable with minus 130.
No, I'm not. Not comfortable minus 130. The rest of that team's not good, too. Their defense hadn't been very good. They could use a pass rusher, by the way. If Rodgers blows his Achilles again, that's the only way I can see Cousins getting traded. Yeah, but it has to happen this week.
Yeah, it's happening
because the deadline's is next week. You can't be Defensive Player of the Year on such a bad team, says one junkie. Another junkie says Garrett cannot play quarterback, though. Not sure how being on a winning team matters. So a little bit of, disagreement there on the text line. None of the awards except Comeback Player of the Year should go to losers. J.J. Watt didn't let a bad offense stop him. He went out and scored some touchdowns. Great take. Fantastic take. How are the Falcons going to trade Kirk Cousins when he has a full no-trade clause? Because I think Cousins would waive it to go be a starter somewhere.
Yeah, for the right situation, he'd waive it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty...
Like, he probably doesn't want to go to Cleveland.
I think that's a pretty fair statement.
But,
right?
like, if Rodgers tore his Achilles this weekend and they said, hey, do you want to go to Pittsburgh? He might say yes.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk a little college football. This is your chance to call in, text in. Tell us about your team. Brag about your team. We're going to talk a little college football next. 713-780-3776. This coaching carousel is absurd. Who's going to regret their decision the most in a year? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN Bet at LaBerge and Lake Charles. Got to check it out, especially their brand new VIP fan cave sections that's available for bookings right now. All you have to do is go to the website, click on ESPN Bet. There's going to be a QR code. It's going to connect you with Pedro, and you can set up. Look, it's going fast. They've already got people reaching out about the Super Bowl, about March Madness. They're trying to get set up so they can have the private area. You got 4 TV screens right there, so you can put one game on all 4 screens, make it a big TV, or you can separate it if you're there for, again, like March Madness or just an NFL Sunday. They got new menu items and more to come with their brand new chef. You can do up to 20 leg parlays, and you can also earn rewards on every wager when you use your Penn Play card. They also offer you a chance to place wagers on all of the Houston area teams. Must be 21 to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
It's your chance to talk a little college football. 713-780-3776. A lot of good football this Saturday. Fired up. Little Houston, West Virginia. Blackout game, TDECU Stadium. Junkie says, don't put that evil on Aaron Rodgers. We didn't. Yeah. There was another junkie. Take it up with your fellow junkie. This junkie says, think Penn State will regret firing James Franklin to hire Matt Rule. Is there a certain number of games that Matt Rule has to win if Penn State's going to hire him, or is he already just going to be the new head coach at Penn State?
I mean, what are they at right now? Are they bowl eligible yet?
They're 6-2.
Then probably want to see him get 10.
They close. It's funny. They close with USC at UCLA at Penn State.
Well, I think that's the one that matters.
And then Iowa.
Like, can you hire Matt Rule if he loses on the road at Penn State?
Yeah.
Like, can you? Like, you just lost to your backup coach.
That's the thing, man. Like, I think he needs to actually finish the season respectable, or they're going to be like, "What are we doing?" If they lose, say they go 2-2, like you're taking the 8-4 coach in the Big Ten that's going to finish below you in the Big Ten.
It's a tough sell.
Well, Penn State's currently, let's see, yeah,
No,
Penn
they're
State,
3-4.
Yeah, they're lower than Nebraska. I'm talking about the Big 12 or the Big Ten standing. They haven't won a Big Ten game. Penn State.
They're awful.
That's nuts.
I mean, I think because he played there.
Ooh, Penn State goes at Ohio State this week, and then they play Indiana at home the next week. So, like, they've lost 4 straight. They fired their coach. Things are terrible. And then they play the number 1 and number 2 teams in the country back-to-back weeks.
Good luck. Good luck.
Man.
I think probably 9 wins. And you feel really good about it if you're a Penn State fan. But also, like, he played there. He has the connection with the athletic director. He's probably just the guy. So, I mean, I'm still not sure about the hire itself, to be honest with you, because, like, I think the flaws of James Franklin are the flaws of Matt Rule in terms of winning games with his top 25 teams. He wins a lot of games, but doesn't win them big ones. So far, he hasn't. So, I don't know. Like, well, I think Penn State would be the one that's most likely going to regret their decision in the long run. LSU's not going to regret their decision. Florida's not UCLA or Stanford or any of these other schools. Penn State's the only one that could regret it, I think.
How sure are you that Matt Rule's their next coach?
I'm not. But I don't know who are the options.
Yeah,
like Joe Brady. Like, are you going to go small? Like, are you going to go to like a smaller school?
I think sometimes you probably should.
I think you should too, but it's hard to sell that to your fan base. And
it is.
And it does matter now with how much these people are bringing in NIL money.
Yeah, you're right. You do have to, like, fundraise, like, whenever you hire the coach. But you look at something like, I mean, there's been a lot of good coaches that come from, I mean, Jim Tressel at Ohio State. Like, where do you come from? Youngstown?
Mm-hmm.
Signetti at Indiana? Like, we get caught up in the cachet of a coach's name a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Sean and I were talking about this before the show. How do you think A&M fans feel right now about Bucky McMillan in basketball?
I think that they're starting to buy it a bit.
I know. He was coaching high school basketball in 2020. Like, but they're excited. Like, and it shows. Like, you can grow into a program. So it is sometimes the better hire. That's how you're going to find the next big coach. Like Matt Rule, yeah, he went to the NFL. He's had success in college. But, like, what is the appeal? Like, one of these bigger names. You're not in the Lane Kiffin mix.
No, Penn State's not. He's SEC or bust. I have a tough time seeing Lane Kiffin leave unless it's LSU. But even then, like,
well, he said money doesn't matter.
I mean, if he loves what's going on at Ole Miss and he's winning at a high level, why would he leave?
It's all about what you want in the long term. Now, he did try to be the OC for Les Miles. Or no, for Coach O, I think it was. So, like, he does have, like, an interest in LSU, apparently, in the past. So it makes sense. I mean, I would rather have the LSU job than the Florida job. I wouldn't take the Florida
I think LSU is the best job out there.
Yeah, I don't think it's even particularly close.
No, I think I have Penn State ahead of Florida, though. And look, we don't know NIL budget. We don't know their payroll. We don't know what they're offering their head coach. There's a lot of, like, unknown variables that are pretty important. But just, like, what we do know, I would go LSU, Penn State, Florida at this point.
I'm with you.
Did you have Virginia Tech or UCLA?
I'd probably go Virginia Tech.
Yeah, I lean Virginia Tech, too, I
because
think.
part of the reason why UCLA is in the Big Ten is because they were, like, negative, like, $25 million because of their athletic facility that they built out. Like, they were just losing money. So, like, they needed the Big Ten money to basically keep their athletic program afloat.
Yeah.
Like, that concerns me.
Yeah.
And I know they got rolled this weekend, but it's also, like, they've looked good since the change. Like, they're the only interim team that I'm like, but I don't know who the interim coach is also.
We all think it's Neuheisel
because he does everything. He does the game balls. He does the interviews. Like he's the one on TV all the time. They don't ever show the real head coach. I don't even know his name.
Yeah, I remember Herb Street said it the other day on game day because he was kind of annoyed by that too. He's like, they keep showing this guy. They're not showing the real head coach. I think it's like Pitts or something maybe.
The betting favorites right now for these jobs are Eli Drinkowitz for Florida at -105. John Sumrall for LSU at +150.
So I think Sumrall would be a home run higher.
Joe Brady +125 for Penn State.
So Joe Brady's the betting favorite for Penn State. So they believe the Buffalo Bill ownership thing.
Yep. Jed Fish +300 for UCLA. Rhett Lashley from SMU.
Yeah, I think
+300 for Arkansas.
Higher.
Zach
Would he leave SMU for Arkansas?
I don't know. I think so.
Like I understand
But
SEC
the SMU money's
versus
good.
ACC, but yeah, SMU's got some money, and Arkansas is a tough place to win right now.
Zach Robinson is the betting favorite for Oklahoma State,
Yeah,
+200.
That one feels pretty secure.
Who do you think the Virginia Tech best odds are?
Chip Kelly. Not Chip Kelly,
You're
Brian
close.
Kelly. I meant Brian Kelly.
Nope.
Franklin.
Nope. He's not a coach currently.
He's not currently a coach?
Nope.
Tom Herman.
Nope.
Who we'll have on the show tomorrow at 5.
John Gruden +400.
At Virginia Tech?
Yeah.
What's the tie there?
He wants to coach college football.
Yeah, but why would they hire him? What'd you say the number was?
+400.
Oh, okay. So it's still pretty long shot.
Yeah.
Who's second?
I think it's Bob Chesney.
I like his music. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. This junkie says, I was embarrassed as an Oklahoma fan to hear Brent Venables try and say we were a better team after getting stomped out at home against Ole Miss. Did you see that? He did say that. He's like, yeah, we're better. We feel like we're always better. And then Kiffin was like, yeah, I'm sure that's an interesting take. I'm sure they felt better all these other times we beat them. It went item by item every single time they beat them. See, I watched a good chunk of that game. I thought I was surprised Oklahoma was in the game.
Yeah.
Ole Miss looked far superior.
I like the Lane Kiffin leaving is fascinating because like the NIL and everything, it just LSU is the one job that I think is so far above the rest that you could leave Ole Miss for. Like I don't see the point of leaving Ole Miss for Florida. If you like it there, like if you want to live in Florida, then you go. Like at this point, it's all about personal prerogative. It's not about like a school and their legacy anymore of like what it is.
Texture says that Lashley went to Arkansas. That makes sense. I didn't realize he went to Arkansas.
Okay.
So it'd be going to his alma mater. He's probably getting a good amount of rate. And you're coaching in the SEC versus the ACC. And that's a weird travel thing, too. Dallas is easy to travel places. But that would make some sense if he went there.
Yeah.
That adds – is he the betting favorite there?
Yeah.
Hey, what were the numbers there?
I think it was +250.
+250, Lashley to Arkansas. Okay. Penn State fan base wants Brian Hartline, says a texter. Speaking of Ohio State, Keith says Ohio State has the best offensive player, Smith, and best defensive player, Downs. Top 10 quarterback, top 3 coach. Buckeyes are the best team in college football. Hard to disagree. That would be interesting if Penn State got Hartline. That'd be an interesting hire.
I mean, they could keep
at a top program.
They could keep their defensive coordinator who came from Penn State.
Are they a fan of his? They still like him?
Yeah. He left Penn State to go be a. Wait, no, was it the other way around? Maybe it was the other way around. The Ohio State defensive coordinator went to Penn State. Actually, now that I think about it.
Oh, that's right. They brought him over.
Yeah, so you could have him and Hartline together.
That makes some sense.
That feels like that's like a big jump for Brian Hartline.
I mean, you see top assistants get jobs though.
Yeah. Is Dabo gonna be the Clemson coach?
I'm not sure why one would want Dabo. Like,
I don't
why
either.
would somebody hire Dabo? Like he's gone. His trajectory's pointing downward. There have been like he doesn't want to play the new era of college football. Like I don't know why an AD at one of these big jobs would hire him.
Yeah, he looks like one of the smaller jobs that's available.
But I don't think Clemson would fire him. I think he's the Clemson head coach.
You think so?
You think they would fire him?
I don't know. It's not going well.
I mean, he was in the playoff last year. He's won a national championship there.
So was James Franklin.
Yeah, but he feels like he's more. I mean, I don't know. It depends. You get a couple of donors like, hey, yeah, we're going to pay him out, and then we're going to hire the new top coach.
Yeah, I mean, I think you almost need like what happened to Brian Kelly to happen, like where you're losing a game that's very important to you in embarrassing fashion.
Yeah,
and everyone's just like, all right, let's open up our pocketbooks.
Yeah, you're passing around the collection plate and the sweets.
The one thing that's not like I didn't see on the favorites is Braum that I'm interested in the most.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
You're like, where does he end up, if anything?
Yeah, he doesn't have a ton of cachet.
No,
but a good coach.
But cachet shouldn't matter. It should be about getting the right coach. Like Indiana's proving that right now with Cignetti.
Mhm.
Like you don't need to be Brian Kelly to get a good job. I wonder if he's going to coach next year.
I've heard that he doesn't want to. You told me yesterday you saw a report that he does, so we'll see.
And Stanford wasn't even listed on this list I was looking at.
I think he'd be fine at a second, third tier school. I think he'd be fine at Virginia Tech. I think he'd be fine at Stanford. I think he'd be fine at UCLA.
Coach O says he wants to come back to coaching too.
Yeah, I saw that.
So he wants the LSU job.
Yeah, good luck with that. That's not happening.
He's not getting the LSU job.
No.
He might get one of these other trickle-down jobs.
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he'll be a head coach again.
Think Pat Fitzgerald next year is a coach somewhere?
I don't know.
The lawsuit got cleared up.
Does he have like enough demand though?
I don't know. I saw what he did at Northwestern.
But
Like,
he was just like solid at Northwestern. Like he'd be good at Stanford.
No, but like you're solid at Northwestern. Like
he'd be good at Stanford.
Like what do you do at a program that doesn't have academic standards? Like that's what I'm just like curious. Like he's going to bowl games, winning 10 games with Northwestern. Like what does he do?
But it's such a different job.
I know, but like what does he do like somewhere that doesn't have those issues?
Stanford makes sense.
Yeah, Stanford would make a lot of sense. That wouldn't shock me if Andrew Luck made that phone call.
Texture says Elko was hired from Duke. That's true, but he was also the DC at A&M for a long time.
Yep.
Like, so there were connections to him. It just wasn't like, oh, we're going to go hire a Duke head coach. It was the Duke head coach that's doing well at Duke that also used to be a former defensive coordinator. Okay, 713-780-3776. Time for our junkie of the day. Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
You never know. We're going to give away some tickets. Let's give away some tickets right now. Houston, West Virginia on Saturday. The Cougars, number 22 in the country, record of 7-1. It's Heroes Day Saturday. We'll be honoring first responders, the military. Also, we'll be honoring the 2015 Peach Bowl championship team. Tickets start at just $20.15. Also, sadly, Houston lost their director of strength and conditioning, Coach Hester. Lost his battle with cancer this past Saturday. His favorite color was black. In honor of him, Saturday's game will be a blackout game. Look at some of these Houston numbers. Ranked number 22. First time they've been ranked since 2022. Highest ranking since 21. First 7-1 start since 2021. undefeated on the road, 4-0. Connor Wigman, Maxwell Award watch list, Willie Fritz, Bear Bryant Coach of the Year watch list, and Bear Bryant Coach of the Week. So get out there Saturday. What else are you going to do? Weather's going to be beautiful, really good football team, top 25 country. Get out there, support the Houston Cougars. Let's pack TD ECU. Let's get that bad boy rocking. And also wear your black if you're coming on out there. UHCougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. But we are going to give away a pair to the first person that calls in and correctly answers who was the starting quarterback of the 2015 Peach Bowl championship team. 713-780-3776. Who was the starting quarterback of the 2015 Peach Bowl championship team? A pair of tickets coming your way if you know the answer there. AJ, you know the answer there, right? Yeah, you know. He knows. He's a Cougar. He's a Cougar through and
I know
through.
the answer to that one.
He knows. I'm surprised. Your lack of ball knowledge.
That what?
I'm kidding.
I know what NFL team he played for and everything.
Yeah.
And I know what position.
Yeah. Wasn't the same position.
It wasn't the same position.
Wasn't the same position. That was an easy one. I was going to go with a harder one, but you wouldn't let me. Maybe I'll do the harder one tomorrow.
All right.
Do the harder one
Test
tomorrow.
the knowledge. No, actually, tomorrow you can, because tomorrow we're going to give away 3 pairs of tickets.
Okay.
To people at Cadillac Bar.
We'll be out there tomorrow.
So Jeremy will give a trivia question. You'll have to tell Skylar the correct answer.
Okay.
Hard question.
Yeah, come out, see us, Cadillac Bar tomorrow. Going to have a great time. Great food, good company, and average radio. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN in the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. All right, Junkie of the Day, 713-780-3776. Joe, who's your Junkie of the Day?
I love most of everything we've seen from NBC. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's good.
It sounds great.
I like it.
It looks great.
Round ball rock.
But damn it.
What's his name? John Tessie or whatever?
John Tess. This Michael Jordan stuff is not what I wanted. Yeah. I'm disappointed. I wanted more. It's cool to see him on my TV. I wanted more. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, but I think you had false sense of expectation based on being a
so
Chicago
maybe now I'm the
guy.
Junkie of the Day. But I'm disappointed. I wanted more. I wanted sound bites. I don't need rants about minutes.
Got him soft.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's telling the truth. I wanted more, so I'm nominating the Michael Jordan interviews for Junkie of the Day.
Okay.
I wanted content out of it. Got nothing.
I mean, he gave people content railing on load management.
Yeah, but we all knew that.
Jordan's drinking a bottle of whiskey, smoking 6 cigars a day. He's playing golf in the morning. He's gambling all night. He's showing up with an hour and a half of sleep and dropping 63 against teams. And players nowadays are load managing. He wasn't going to be in favor of that.
Of course not. He played 82 games like 6 or 7 times, I think, in his career.
Yeah, he's more physical now. I'm kidding. It's not more physical. My Junkie of the Day is Mayweather and Pacquiao. These jabronis.
Great call.
They're just, hey, what we're going to do? We're going to use nostalgia to get people to buy our fight or get a bunch of Netflix money to put us on there because we have these old boxing fans who don't even know what boxing is to come watch a couple of 60-year-olds fight to a draw in this exhibition. Why are we putting so much stock in exhibition fights with old boxers?
No idea.
This is the worst.
It doesn't make any
sense.
sense.
They're old boxers.
I don't want to watch it.
What are we doing here?
I don't want to watch normal boxing.
That's messed up.
It's not the same anymore. There's no cachet. There's no stars.
Yeah, Canelo Crawford was great. That was a great fight.
One good fight. I agree.
They are few and far between.
Yeah,
it's sad. Sad state of affairs. I wish we would get back there though. Let's get back to where boxing's great. The sweet science. You get these big heavyweight title fights that are the biggest thing in sports.
And then we got a big UFC fight over this last weekend. It ends in an eye poke.
Did you watch it?
Round. It was on in the book.
I watched it. Gon looked good too. I think I it's hard to say that a dude who got poked in the eye was being soft.
But
I think it should have been stopped.
Run a little bit? He really got in the eyeball.
He got it in the eyeball.
It's pretty gross.
I believe that the injury was true.
I think they should have to fight the next week.
Come on, he needs time to recover.
From what?
The eye poke.
He'll be fine in 7 days.
It's probably all big and messed up. All right, who's winning? Mayweather-Pacquiao?
Mayweather-Pacquiao.
All right, they win. Congratulations, Mayweather-Pacquiao. You're our Junkie of the Day. Thanks to AJ for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Cadillac Bar coming up next. World Series at 7. Destination 2026 with Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.5.
against Shaqiri. Here is Shaqiri. Is this the moment for Shaqiri? Yes, it is!
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome into Destination 2026 on ESPN 97.5. I'm Glenn Davis. We're talking the FIFA World Cup. 225 days till our great city of Houston will host 7 World Cup matches over at Energy Stadium. Throughout the tournament, we've got 7 games, and the eyes of the world will be on us here in Houston, Texas, on our culture, our passion, and our welcoming nature, as 500,000 to 750,000 people will descend on Houston, and we'll figure out who those teams will be come December when the draw is done. And I've got some exciting news on that as well. The draw will take place, obviously, in Washington, D.C., and that'll be when we find out what teams are coming here and what fan bases will be descending on Houston. Destination 2026 is brought to you by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest, Energy, Quanta, Visit Sugarland, and Aramco. Now, what a pleasure it is each and every week to talk World Cup, both on this show, Destination 2026, Houston's Countdown to the Cup, and also on Soccer Matters, which, by the way, is every Tuesday night at 6 Central Time. FWC26Houston.com. FWC26Houston.com. By the way, that's where you get merchandise, volunteer information, tickets, and additional information from the Houston Committee about what's going on with the World Cup. So you got a lot of great sources, and each and every week we've got 3 hours of soccer talk, and rest assured, a lot of it is going to be around what's going on with the World Cup here in Houston in the coming months. So stick with us here on ESPN 97.5. Your home of soccer in Houston, and it's been the home of soccer for quite some time. Nobody rivals us in Houston, Texas when it comes to coverage. That's a little self-promotion. All right, tonight, former U.S. midfielder Tab Ramos is going to join us in an interview done earlier in the week. Now, Ramos played in 3 World Cups for the United States, also was an assistant to Jurgen Klinsmann on the U.S. coaching staff. And he was added 3 months to that staff, by the way, by Klinsmann before the 2014 World Cup, replacing Martin Vazquez. Additionally, and I think this is really interesting since we just had an under-20 World Cup, and we saw Morocco win it, and we saw a very good U.S. team, frankly. Well, he coached the under-20 national team in 4 cycles, and he actually witnessed what was a national team with college players, and then a national team that moved forward to having full-blown pros on their team, on his team at the under-20 level. So it's a very, very interesting interview. Now, let me tell you a little bit more about him. He played in 3 World Cup, Tab Ramos, starter for the national team in '94 in all those matches. Now, if you remember, Tab Ramos, in the round of 16 against Brazil, and I think that was in the Rose Bowl, suffered a skull fracture. Got elbowed in the head by Leonardo in the first half of the game. It resulted in a straight red for Leonardo. The U.S. couldn't break down Brazil and were eliminated on a goal by Bebeto. And if you remember, Bebeto and Romario were the 2 guys up front for Brazil that led them to that World Cup title in 1994 here in the U.S. The final in the Rose Bowl, they defeated Italy on penalty kicks. By the way, on the bench was an 18-year-old, the legendary Ronaldo, the real Ronaldo, who they brought essentially to that World Cup just to kind of, Brazil wanted to get him the experience of being in it. But Tab Ramos was in the hospital for a few weeks, where he was then visited by Leonardo. 1995, he was a part of the team that ended up in 4th place in the Copa America. The goal that sticks out to me that Tab scored, and I don't know why, but this is the one that sticks out. It was a very important goal. It was against Costa Rica, September 7th, 1997. The U.S. would beat Costa Rica 1-0. I believe that was in Portland. And that was an assist from Marcelo Balboa on the end line. Tab would be on the 98 team as well, playing in his third World Cup. He had played prior in the 90 World Cup, which essentially was college players. And by the way, Tab Ramos did 4 years in college at North Carolina State. So it was very different. Very, very different back then. The college game was where everybody went. So there you go. He made his last national team appearance in 2000. It was a U.S. 4-0 win against Barbados. 2 days later, he announced his retirement. He ended his career with 81 caps and 8 goals. So this is an interview you're really going to want to like to listen to, because I take him into Mauricio Pochettino, where he thinks Pochettino is currently. I take him into the national team, some strengths and weaknesses. We talk some players. And then we also talked the U.S. youth national team, the under-20s, in their recent World Cup that was held down in Chile with a lot of young talent. I actually thought Marko Mitrovic, the coach of that team, did an exceptional job. It seemed like a very put-together group that were tied together and were playing for each other, playing for a coach, and most importantly, playing for their country. So that was a good World Cup. And I actually thought in the second half of the Morocco game, which they ended up losing, they were really taking the game to Morocco. And you've heard me talk about Morocco on the show and where that country is from the standpoint of investment in soccer and taking itself next level. And they're going to be one of the teams that has to be watched in the 2026 World Cup, which will be here in Houston, Texas, for 7 games. 6 of those games will take place in June. 5 are group stage. Then you're going to have a round of 32 game in June. And then you will have on July 4th. And I know a lot of people have been coming up to me really saying they want to go to that July 4th game. And look, the other thing you got to remember is you might have the World Cup champion. Maybe that team's path comes through Houston, Texas in this. FWC26Houston.com for merchandise, volunteer information, news, and tickets as well. LSSE.net also for tickets. So the Tab Ramos interview is coming up. But what I want to do right now is, and what I want to start you off with, is a little local history that ties us to the World Cup that really is amazing. And I want you to really think about this while I'm telling you this story. This does remind us how far back it goes to soccer in this city at the professional level. And by the way, we had a professional team in the 60s called the Houston Stars. My great friend Basilis Safidis was on that team and has been a great contributor to our Houston soccer community. The Houston Stars played here in the Astrodome in the 60s. So I'm taking you into a legendary match that took place in 1967. Real Madrid taking on West Ham United. Now, this match was the first indoors in the United States, the legendary eighth wonder of the world, the Houston Astrodome. This was West Ham United against Real Madrid. Now, the Astrodome at the time was a perfect fit for Houston, with its reputation being at the forefront of engineering in the 60s, space, of course, the headquarters of NASA, and the rapidly developing U.S. space program, which, you know, is a prideful source here in and around our city. Where does it tie into the World Cup, Glenn? Well, here's where it ties in. In 1967, this game was taking place. In 1966, the World Cup was hosted by England. England lifted their only World Cup title, and that was a victory over West Germany. So this match was significant, yes, because it was the first ever game in the Astrodome, but it was significant because 3 of the players that won the World Cup the year prior in 66 were on the West Ham United team that played Real Madrid that day. Bobby Moore was the captain of England when they raised the World Cup. He was there for the Hammers. Jeff Hurst, the legendary striker, who in the World Cup final hit for a hat trick. Okay, first to hit for a hat trick against West Germany. And then let's not forget Martin Peters, also an exceptional player who was in that 1966 World Cup winning squad. So those three guys are here in Houston. They're playing for West Ham. And 1 year earlier, in a legendary fashion, lifted the World Cup. Now, England has already qualified for the 2026 World Cup. And I'm waiting to hear when we'll start hearing it's coming home. But England will be a team that has to be respected in this upcoming World Cup in 2026. Tremendous youth on that squad. Obviously, you got the legendary Harry Kane up front, who to me is one of the most humble soccer players you're ever going to find. Okay, so back to this day in the Astrodome. Real Madrid won the game 3-2. There was 33,351 people there. They were treated to 3 goals in the opening 9 minutes, but Real Madrid would win this. And this is a great piece of history for everybody to know, because we have not done as good a job as we should have, and I aim to try and help that when it comes to telling the history of the sport here at the professional level, at a lot of levels. So many people have contributed to the soccer community, both in high-profile matters and also behind the scenes that don't get the pat on the back that they really deserve. And that is the reason why we got the World Cup here. Attendance at energy and just this incredibly passionate soccer community with history and with people from all over the world. And as we all know, the most inclusive sport on the planet is soccer. Doesn't need any help. But anyway, that's a remarkable story. First ever game in the Astrodome, Real Madrid 3-2. They play against West Ham, whose squad includes the captain, Bobby Moore of England, who lifted the World Cup, Jeff Hurst, and Martin Peters. So there you go. We went back into the time capsule for that one. That's remarkable history. And in upcoming shows, I'm going to take you into a little bit more about Pelé playing in the Astrodome, Pelé's visits to Houston, when he came for a UNICEF game in the 80s, when the Houston Dynamos, plural with an S, were taking on the San Jose Earthquakes. And there were remarkable things that happened during Pelé's visit that time, including getting around the community here in Houston, Texas, with the owners of that team, John Gaughan and Pete Kane. All right, couple of things to remind you of. Once again, really, really fun event. The guy driving this is Batiri. Batiri and I have been working on this, but I'm telling you, he's the guy who executes. It's called Monday Night Football. Football. Not the American version, soccer version. Monday Night Football. Gole Film. This one is about the 1982 World Cup. This is when Italy wins the World Cup, the legendary performance from Paolo Rossi. West Germany has Karl-Heinz Rummenigge. There's stars galore in this World Cup. Marco Tardelli scored that, identifiable, indelible goal where he's pumping his fists straight in front of him. Italy wins that tournament. By the way, Paolo Rossi did not score in the opening rounds. All his goals came in the knockout stages, which is incredible. He goes on to be the player of the tournament. He goes on to be the top goal scorer as well. Again, tickets and information about the upcoming World Cup, FWC26Houston.com. Also tickets, LSSE.net. Don't forget that. And this is going to be a place for you. It's a go-to when it comes to World Cup information right here, Destination 2026. We're going to talk history, connection. We're going to continue to bring players on. And then you can hit me up for both the shows, Soccer Matters and Destination 2026, Houston's Countdown to the Cup. Twitter, at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. Soccer Matters on YouTube. And you can also hit me up on Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock and Soccer Matters GD. Okay, so there's some of the promotion. Connect, speak about your game, talk to like-minded individuals that love it. We got something special coming our way. I hope we're ready for it. We're trying to create awareness for it. more people need to be aware of what's coming because it is a big, big moment in Houston sports history, in Houston culture as a city. And we're here to tell you about it. There you go. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with Tab Ramos as we go to break again. At Glenn Davis Sock on Twitter, at Soccer Matters GD on Twitter, which is now called X. Same thing on Instagram, and also FWC26Houston.com and LSSC.net. Let's take a break. We'll come back with the former Houston Dynamo coach, three-time World Cup participant, Tab Ramos.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Do want to remind you about YouTube TV customers. You could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. If you want to take action, you go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night? You know, that sounds great. How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs? That also sounds awesome. We got 16 TVs where you can watch your games all day long and eat Yanni's ribs. What about on Sundays to watch the hometown team? How about a little happy hour? How about a football happy hour? It's all going on at 18th Street in the West Loop. I don't mind giving the business away. It ain't mine. It's great barbecue and a whole lot more. Damaris Barbecue.
Some of us call it soccer, some call it football, and some call it football. It's played in parks, backyards, schools, and it'll be played right here in Houston next summer when FIFA World Cup 26 comes to town. Thank you to the FIFA World Cup 26 Houston host city supporters, Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Energy, Quanta, and Visit Sugarland. Their support is helping H-Town prepare to host the largest sporting event in the world. Glenn Davis here for the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm are personal injury attorneys ready to handle your case. If you get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, work construction, drive an 18-wheeler, or work in a refinery, well, if you get in an accident, you need the expertise of the best in the business. The Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. 713-CALL-NOW, 713-CALL-NOW, bilingual. The Daspit Law Firm, passionately pursuing justice for the injured, proud sponsors of Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
2 in the knockout. 2. All right, welcome back to Destination 2026, brought to you by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest, Quanta, Energy, Visit Sugarland, and Aramco as we continue here tonight. All right, part 1 here is going to be with Tab Ramos. Now, he took the U.S. under-20s in 4 different cycles. Tab and I will talk United States national team under-20, but we will also talk U.S. men's national team as we prepare for World Cup 2026. And of course, we've got 7 games right here in Houston, Texas, 5 in the group stages and 2 in the knockout stages. All right, here's part 1 with Tab Ramos. Tab, thanks for coming on as usual.
Thank you for having me on. My pleasure to be here.
All right, so I know you don't miss the Houston weather very much.
Sometimes I do. It's starting to get to the time of the year when I do start to miss it.
Yeah, if you begin to shovel snow this December, then you'll wish you were back in Houston, right?
That's right. Yeah.
All right, let's start off with, look, I want to remind my listeners, Tab Ramos has taken the U.S. under-20 national team in 4 cycles.
has gotten them to the quarterfinals a number of times. So we're talking U.S. 20 national team, the performance under Marko Mitrovic. How about some just general observations from their overall under 20 tournament in Chile?
Yeah, I thought that overall it was very good. I thought the team gelled well. I thought they had a clear structure, way to play. They were comfortable on the ball for most of the tournament, and you could tell that the coach gave the players enough confidence to be able to play out of the back and to build play, which is really what you want, in particular for your younger teams.
France, Italy, got results against them. You might have timed those good because I know France was a little bit disturbed coming into the tournament, how quickly it had to come in. They missed a few guys, but still, these are pretty historic results, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and when you talk about missing a few guys, that's the thing about the under 20 World Cup. All the teams are missing a few guys. There's no one has a complete team, including us. There's always I think in every World Cup we're always missing one or two players that could have made us better, but it kind of puts you on the same page with everyone else.
So the dynamics of coaching the under 20 players, there's still a level there where they are, I got to use the right word here, manageable, right? Like they're not full-blown pros yet. They're still trying to make their mark. So as a coach, you do still have a lot of strength over them as far as the mission for them to move on in their careers.
Yeah, no doubt, and I think I was able to coach I think a unique period, because my first cycle with the under 20s I had basically all college players, and by my second cycle I had a lot of professional players. By the third cycle I think it was the only college players were the two goalkeepers, and then by the fourth cycle everyone was professional. So I saw sort of the whole development. I think the one thing that never changed is the fact that, the players are young. In particular, as we were getting better, we were utilizing players that were likely 2 years younger than the age group. And I think they all have the dreams of becoming, great professional players and having long professional careers. And you use that as part of the motivation. You're always talking to the players about how they should do today something that their future selves are going to thank them for, and they believe that, and they believe that because it's true. You have to lay the groundwork when you're young, and you have to work hard when you're young, so that you can have that same intensity and that same consistency when you're an adult and you become a true professional player.
Former under 20 national team coach Tab Ramos, also full national team player, as we know through history. Did your man management skills change? Because that was incredible what you just said about the progress of the type of player that you were receiving as the coach of the under 20 national team. So did their demeanors change? Did their confidence change? Did they challenge a coach more as you climbed towards full-time pros being on the under 20 national team?
I would say at times, because obviously there are players who are starting for professional teams by the last couple cycles, and you can sense a little bit of entitlement, with some players as they come from their professional team and they're playing every game. But I would say very little, to be honest, because the one thing that's a common denominator for the American player I found through my 4 cycles coaching them was that they'll do anything for you. They want the team to succeed, and they're not selfish. They want to do well as a team. And I think that's why, likely, without changing the subject, why I had been surprised with the senior national team for the last 5 or 6 years, because I always felt like, wow, that common denominator is always the American player always goes as hard as they can, and they will literally run through the wall for you.
So where does the truth lie in that? In the middle somewhere? I mean, is it on the players? Is it on the coach? Is it on both? I mean, I'm sure it's probably in the middle somewhere.
Well, that part I don't know, because it's obviously always easy to coach someone else's team, so you can start blaming the players or the coach or whatever. But unless you're there, you don't know the challenges that each coach has, because each coach is sort of a little bit more in the personal life of the players. I think maybe it's changed a little bit with Pochettino being there, because I think he doesn't seem to be that type of coach. that gets so much into the personal side of the players. But every coach is different, so I would say it's hard to judge where that deficiency lies. Let's say.
Tab, from your perspective, has Mauricio Pochettino been a little bit misunderstood, or is it a cultural difference that the American fan and media maybe doesn't get when it comes to an Argentine coach? Well, how do you feel about that?
No, I feel like it's very simple. You know, we hired a coach about 14, 15 months ago now, and we expect results. This is not like soccer's not just born here, you know. And sometimes I think, you know, when we heard, you know, on some of the press conferences about how soccer is going to be so much bigger down the road and about how soccer is just growing and how we're arriving, you know, we started to hear things that we were hearing back in the 80s and 90s. You know, like soccer's been here for a long time. We need results. That's what we're about. So I don't think there's been any kind of misunderstanding. I think from a former player standpoint and from a fan standpoint, we want to see the team win, and then likely after we see the team win, we'd like to see the team play well. I mean, I think we're all on the same page. I don't think there's any misunderstanding. But you know, frankly, onto this last window, we hadn't done either.
Dab Ramos joining us, former U.S. men's national team player. Just more on Pochettino. Okay, so now we have a couple of results. It's calmed everybody down. There's been some good performances. Some players are coming back into the team. There's still some question marks in certain areas. Do you really have to? And I hear this a lot from fans. Well, we need our best 11 out there, but I mean, through injury, through people not playing in certain tournaments, is that even possible coming to this World Cup? Do you think we should be seeing what looks more like what might be on the field in 2026 in the United States? Do we need to be seeing that now?
Well, I always feel like the national team is in particular from a fan standpoint, the national team, you always want to see your best players on the field. That's what the national team is for. I don't think it's for trials. I don't think it's for long-term projects. I think it's for the national team is for, at least the way I see it, the national team is for winning today. And of course, you're building towards something. But that doesn't mean that you're leaving the winning aside. The winning is always important. And I think the winning should always be the common denominator. So, for example, on this last camp that we had, I thought that it was the first time the U.S. team looked like a U.S. team. You know, so I thought we played the intensity that we had against Ecuador, the desire that we showed against Ecuador. And by the way, a team who did great in South America, is a legit great team, high pressures. We played every bit as fast as they played. And I thought that was really impressive from our end. And I thought it was a great game. And by the way, one that we deserved to win. We didn't get the win, but I think we all understand that. When we see the team playing that way, we all can understand and we all can be happy with a tie in that game. And then we played the second game against Australia, and we didn't play well. It was a little bit boring. It was, we all saw the same thing, but we won. And that matters. And I think when you win, you can continue to move forward. So I thought it was an excellent camp. I look at both games. I'll take it as a yes, great job on the last camp. One great tie against Ecuador and one good win against Australia.
I like your point about Ecuador, too, because they ended up second in CONMEBOL in World Cup qualifying. So a good comment there. So in the mind of Pochettino, where do you think he is right now? Is he still slightly in an assessment phase? Do you think he's pretty clear on the entire roster? Are there some guys on the bubble? I mean, I think Christian Roldan played very well. Where does Malik Tillman sit? What do you think? Is he still assessing?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's what it sounds like. Every camp is different. I think the most positive that I can see is that when we played that second game of the last window against, I think it was Japan, and we played three center backs, so you can call it 5 in the back or 3 in the back, either one, right? Depending on how much you want to attack. But I think he changed into the 5, and I thought that was very smart because if there's one place where we are not showing to be decisive right now, is unfortunately right that middle of the team, right? So you have the goalkeeper, your center backs, your center mid. And that needs to be tight. And I think by adding an extra center back, I think it assures us to be able to defend a little bit better. And what I like most is that we went into the next camp, which was this one, and he kept that. And I think I'd like to see that because although we don't know exactly who the three center backs are going to be, I think we're much better with the three, knowing that we can potentially have Dest wide on one side and Jedi wide on the other side.
Yeah, two guys that you can build the game through. And the three-back system, in your mind, does that make that maybe can help some of the athletic deficiencies of a great center back in Tim Ream, who's getting towards the end of his career? Three backs may be able to maybe kind of disguise some of that a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt less, let's say, exposure, right? Because, at times in particular, because we're a team whose outside backs like to attack. So, and in particular on the left side with Robinson, although Robinson and Ream have played together for a long time, I think it leaves Ream on the left side exposed a lot when Robinson attacks. And I think by having three, it limits that exposure, and I think that helps.
So I'm thinking you're saying put Tim Ream in the middle of two athletic guys on his right and left.
Well, what I've been saying all along is that I'm not sure Ream is the guy in the World Cup. I think that remains to be determined. That's a lot of months away, and he's an older player. But if Ream ends up being the player, he could potentially do either one. With having three in the back, he could potentially be in the center or be on the left.
Yeah, and I think we forget that too, right? There's a lot of time. There's forming your league play, potential injuries. There's still a lot of time before the World Cup arrives. And I hear people saying, well, he's made the team. I mean, I'm kind of like, yeah, with an asterisk next to it, maybe.
Yeah, no doubt. But this has been going on, and at the end of the day, we have to talk about something. So that's what happens. I mean, we started talking about the 26 World Cup back in 2019. This is the generation that's going to get us to, 2026. And I'm sitting there recognizing and knowing young players and thinking, half these guys won't be on the team in 2026. I don't know you don't build a team for 7 years. That's never going to happen. So it's the same now. I think it'll depend on the form in their club as we get closer to the World Cup.
Tab Ramos joining us here tonight, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. To that point, there is a base of guys who have gone through a World Cup, and that's got to be very healthy for Mauricio Pochettino.
No doubt. I think the experience is tremendously helpful. After missing the 2018 World Cup, we were able to go to 22, and a lot of these players participated in that World Cup, and that's going to come in handy because they know that at the World Cup, you can't really make a mistake. You make a mistake in the first round, it already takes you out of the possibility of getting a good second round game. In a best case, you're looking at playing at one of the powerhouses right off the bat. So I think that experience will be helpful.
So a player like Malik Tillman, in the absence of others, he was able to kind of jump up in the CONCACAF Gold Cup, showed a lot of good things, maybe established himself more to people from the standpoint of trust and confidence. Would you agree with that? Granted, it was CONCACAF competition. It wasn't the Netherlands and Germany, but it seemed like that tournament in some ways was helpful to other players.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Tillman made the most of his opportunities. I thought maybe the first window in September he didn't do as well as we expected, but overall I think he put himself in position to potentially be a starter, depending on how people look at the lineup. I mean, I think he's there. He's I think fighting for a starting position, so he put himself, I think, in good position to be a key player for us next summer.
All right, let's take a break now. That's part one with Tab Ramos. And again, we remind you, so much going on in the world of soccer as we prepare for World Cup 2026 here in Houston. You can hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. And we will take a break. We will come back with part two of Tab Ramos.
ESPN 97.5. I assumed you knew.
Do want to remind you about YouTube TV customers. You could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. If you want to take action, you go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
Revolutionize your slider experience at Houston's newest small burger joint, Slip Sliders, located in the Museum District at 1802 Bin Street. Savor a mouth-watering lineup of made-to-order sliders, from classic beef like the Backyard Burger to crispy chicken options like the Southern Comfort, plus fresh seafood and veggie choices like the Shrimp Stack and Falafel and Chill. With something to satisfy every craving, Slip Sliders offers bold flavors in a vibrant, cozy setting. Come embrace the slider revolution today. Slip Sliders at 1802 Bin Street.
Some of us call it soccer, some call it football, and some call it football. It's played in parks, backyards, schools, and it'll be played right here in Houston next summer when FIFA World Cup 26 comes to town. Thank you to the FIFA World Cup 26 Houston host city supporters, Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Energy, Quanta, and Visit Sugarland. Their support is helping H-Town prepare to host the largest sporting event in the world.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Destination 2026, presented by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest, Energy, Quanta, Visit Sugarland, and Aramco. We appreciate their support of Soccer Talk and, of course, the support of the World Cup 2026 coming to Houston. Now, by the way, for merchandise information about volunteers, FWC26Houston.com. That's FWC26Houston.com. Merchandise information, you can get it there, FWC26Houston.com. You can also get it on Instagram and Twitter at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. Okay, here is part two, our final segment of the night with former U.S. men's national team player, former under-20 U.S. national team coach, Tab Ramos. Where do you see Tim Weah? Do you see him higher up the field, or he's been used in his club play sometimes as an outside back on the right side and the left?
Yeah, so Tim is, I think, a very dangerous player up top in the final third. And I think we have to figure out ways to get him there, right? If you saw in the last camp, Pochettino used him on the left side, wide on the left side. We've used him wide on the right side. We've used him as sort of a second striker. We've used him as kind of like an outside back. I mean, it's hard. It's hard with Tim because he's so athletic that you want to throw him in any position. But at the end of the day, I think the position where he can be most dangerous is likely, for me, wide left as a winger, and we're likely not going to play with two wingers wide. So I'm not sure where Weah would fill in at this point.
Is it a necessity to play with the inverted wingers in the modern game now to you? Based on when you lose the ball, everybody's centralized and can put immediate pressure on it.
No, not necessarily. I'm a fan of having wingers with their strong foot on the outside.
I knew you were going to say that, but I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Yeah, I like the wingers that get down the line and get into the box on their strong foot. But yeah, it depends. That depends on the coach. That's only from a standpoint of that I look at both the attack and the high press afterwards. I like to have players with the proper foot there, but it doesn't really matter. I think the reason I say that about Weah playing on the left side is because when we had him on the under-20s, I liked using him wide left because he made the diagonal runs inside behind the defenders. And so he usually ended up on his strong foot anyway. But he's incredibly fast and he has great timing on his runs, which is key, which is I think one of the things that Balogun has that makes him a little different as well.
And ball's on the far side of the field. Defenders are looking at it, and Weah's making that diagonal coming into the box from the left side of the field. Makes sense, right?
Yeah, he's very dangerous in that position. And by this, I don't mean that he couldn't do just as well in others. I just think that that's a good position for him. But he certainly benefits, I believe, from having two wingers who are wide. And we don't necessarily play that way. And I think that maybe hurts his game a little bit.
All right, Weston McKennie, how important is it for him to be a part of this team and bring that energy that we've seen when he's at his best to a U.S. national team midfield?
I think very important. I think he played a good role in this last camp, did well, I thought, in the Ecuador game, which was an extremely difficult game. And although, I did see on some of the comments that people were disappointed with him to a certain extent, but I certainly was not. I thought he played a very strong game against a very, like I said, a very tough team. The two teams that we played in that window were completely different. And I felt like anything you did against Ecuador really counts for me because that's certainly it's going to be a top World Cup team. And I think he did well, and I think we need him on the field.
Yeah, and that bar continues to stay high with Paraguay and Uruguay next. So that's nice to know that you got that type of competition. So we got some competition at the striker position out of this too, which is great, right? Fowler and Balogun?
Yeah, I mean, Balogun and Haji Wright in this case, right? So Haji did well. I mean, he took advantage of his opportunity. He got an opportunity and he took it. But let's not forget that Balogun also did well. I mean, he played against Ecuador, did well. I mean, he's likely, that it's debatable, but he's likely been our best player, I think pretty much the whole year. And he's really worked into his position of being our number 9. I think it's great that we went from having a problem of not knowing who our 9 was because they just were not good enough to having a good problem now in which I think we have not just those two, but I would put Pepe in the fight as well because, Pepe's just coming back from an injury and he'll have some ups and downs over the next couple months. But I think when it's all said and done, he'll be fighting for a position as well.
Fascinating stuff. We could keep, I'll ask you one more before we go. We all know that goalkeeping is a place where you can win or lose a game or position yourself to win games. Would you be concerned starting a goalkeeper like Matt Freese in a World Cup who's never played in one? And really our only other option would be Matt Turner.
I would not be concerned because, at the end of the day, these guys are used to playing big games. So I think he's going to be okay. I think the main concern is that we sort of don't have a clear-cut number 1. I mean, obviously Freese is that right now. I think he's doing a great job. He's taking advantage of his opportunities. But maybe because I come from a generation of seeing not just my generations, but the generations after also of just having great goalkeepers who constantly bailed us out. And I think we're not at that level right now.
Boy, yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking of the names. Friedel, Keller, Tony Miola was a great goalkeeper. Who did I know?
Howard.
Missed Tim Howard. Yeah, I knew I missed one big
But then there was others that never played. Jürgen Sommer. There were tons of other goalkeepers who never got a shot who I think were great goalkeepers as well.
You had Marcus Hanneman in and around it.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. That was a tough time to be an excellent goalkeeper with all those guys making the position their own, that's for sure. Well, Tab, last one before I let you go. Just, as we get closer and closer to the World Cup, and obviously we're hosting down here in Houston, we have crazy, insatiable fans from all over the world in this city, as you know. But, some thoughts from you as we get closer and closer to it as a guy that has performed in it.
Thoughts in general, I would say say you were asking me about the favorites or who I obviously Argentina I think is playing better likely than they were when they won the World Cup. They kind of struggled through it and won the World Cup. I think now they're a better team than they were at that point. I think certainly Spain is probably the team that plays the best, but let's hold on to Spain a little bit now with Lamine Yamal and Carvajal and see if they have any internal issues with the Clásicos and in the way they do and the things they talk about. Let's see if Spain doesn't implode. I think they're the team to beat. But I mean, how can you bet against France also, right? Because they have amazing players in England as well. I would have the World Cup. I see it there.
I think Lamine's becoming, according to my friends in Barcelona, a bit of a problem child right now, a little bit hard to rein in right now. And you kind of see it in the way he played in the Clásico over the weekend. What about Morocco? Morocco's an incredible story. They won the Under-20 World Cup. Their senior team was the first team from Africa and an Arab country to get to a semifinal in Qatar. I did a little research on them, and this isn't by accident. This is a lot of investment, a lot of wise choices, a lot of great coaches, and it was a collaboration to really improve their standing in world football.
Well, I think, it starts with culture like everything else. It's a country that loves football. They love it. The fans love it. The players love it. You can tell by the passion with which they play the game. And I think that's the number one ingredient. That is the number one ingredient. There's no investment. There's no analytics that can replace the passion and the culture for the game. And I think they have that. And when you have that and then you add the other ingredients, you can really be dangerous. And I think, Morocco's at that point where they have great players. They play good soccer. They're fun to watch. And you can tell they're having fun playing it, whether that's their senior team or their youth teams.
What's interesting to me is they have a clear identity, and it looked very similar from the under-20s to the full senior team. The identity seems really clear. It seems it's not a lot of mumbo jumbo. It seems very, very clear to both the under-20 team and the full national team as to how they play.
No question. They defend really well as a team. They're committed to their team. And then in attack, they have the freedom to do what they want, and you can tell. And that's a pleasure to see, no doubt.
Tab, tell my listeners what you've been up to, and we've told them before, but I never know with you. You might be on something new that I don't know about. So tell us what you've been up to in the world of soccer.
Wow, yeah, a bunch of things. So a couple of things that I can't discuss yet because they're in the works.
You're like a chef who won't give us the secret ingredient.
Yeah, I think there'll be time for that. Maybe in about another month we can have another call and I can discuss more things. But at this point, doing a lot of promotion for the World Cup, working closely with Bank of America, with Merrill Lynch, working on a podcast that's likely going to start next month, working on a school that potentially starts next September. So there's a lot of different things that are in the works right now that I'm really happy to be doing.
Exceptional soccer in America needs you involved in it at every level. So I thank you very much, as always, for coming on, Tab. I do say this all the time. We miss you in Houston. Well, I certainly miss you in Houston, that's for sure. And anyway, thanks for coming on the program tonight. Great stuff.
Yeah, and I'll say I miss Houston as well. I had a great time there, and I hope to be able to go back soon. And thank you for having me on.
Okay, that does it tonight for Destination 2026. You can get the podcast at espn975.com. You can also get it over at Apple Podcasts and Spotify Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts. So thanks for tuning in here tonight. It's exciting times. The World Cup's coming. Again, I remind you, FWC26Houston.com. You can follow that on Instagram, but also you can go to the website, merchandise, all the information around the World Cup. You can also hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at GlennDavisSoc, at Soccer Matters GD. And until next week and next Tuesday in Soccer Matters, on behalf of Destination 2026 on ESPN 97.5 and producer Brian McDonald, I'm Glenn Davis. Have a great night, everyone.